Let it. Let it. Let it. Let let it. Let it. Let it. Let it. Let it. Let it. Let it.
We are live from Las Vegas, Nevada for the 2026 Galactic Championship. This is the biggest stage in Star Wars Unlimited, and players from all over the world have gathered here this weekend on a quest to become the Galactic Champion.
That's right, Josh, and we are about to bring you a really exciting show. Yesterday, we had the last chance qualifier coverage with players fighting it out to make it to the main event. Now today, we're going to begin our coverage with the main event itself. It should be a really exciting time. We're going to have both draft and premier constructed gameplay for y'all, and I am very excited to see what these players do in the biggest tournament of the year.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Yesterday was brilliant. It was some players that were desperately trying to get into the main event in the last chance qualifier. They had to go X-1, Tower. They had to win at least 7 of their 8 matches, and we had 46 players yesterday in the last chance qualifier do just that. And now they are here today with a chance to continue writing their story.
That's right, Josh. Those 46 players in the last chance qualifier joined by those who had qualified through the point system earlier in the season for a big main event.
Yeah, we have several hundred players here today, and now we're going to take a look at the schedule for today. The first 3 rounds will be draft. That is new to the main event of the Galactic Championship this year, and rounds 4 through 8 today will be premier. You need 18 match points to advance to day 2. So these players looking to try and win at least 6 of their matches. They can't lose any more than 2, Tower.
I believe that it is also possible to advance with 5 wins and 3 draws. But, you know, just winning out is probably what most of these players are going to be looking to do, if possible. That will then advance players to Sunday, where we will have both more draft rounds and more premier gameplay.
Yeah, the first 3 rounds of day 2 will also feature the draft format, and then we'll close out the final 2 rounds of Swiss with Premier, and then we will cut to the top 8, where we will end up crowning a champion. Well, Tower, it has been so much fun so far. The energy in the room is absolutely electric. There's so much to do around the venue, but now all the pressure is really starting to build for these players.
That's right, Josh. You know, yesterday we had some really good matches. We had some really intense gameplay, and now in the main event, you know, things are even more electric, and it's going to be very exciting to see how players do in the biggest event of the year.
Yeah. Now let's take a look at some of the prizes that these players will be competing for. Look at the main event, day 2. They're getting those black packs, those great packs. You're going to find so many good promos. And look at this Chimera promo there, Tower.
Yeah, Chimera, A Frightening Reality, probably one of the best cards of the new Ashes of the Empire set, and there is a very cool promo version of it there. I believe we have an Emperor Palpatine pin available. It should be some cool prizes, and in addition to these main event prizes, we have more stuff on the way here. The top 64. You know, in addition to those prizes you get for playing in the main event, we have some very cool promos that they have access to here.
Look at the Mandalorian suite. We've got the new Paz Vizsla, the Mandalorian in the armor, all coming out of the new set. Some staple Mandalorian cards. Then we've got Bo-Katan Kryze, the powerful late game play that we've seen for quite some time. That Casca Reeves, one of the great new 4-cost units in the format, and Moff Gideon really making a splash well. So it's great that these players can get their hands on these beautiful promos, cards that are very, very relevant.
Yeah, we also have the new version of the Darksaber from, you know, Ashes of the Empire. Very cool upgrade. We have the new Grogu unit, the new Razor Crest. There are a lot of cool promos here that players are playing for, just for the top 64.
Yeah, the Mandalorian suite there of cards, so cool. As we take a look at the top 32, we've got the pre-Vizsla playmat, and of course they will be getting that set of the Black Pack cards as well. Now we've got the top 16 playmat for all of Mandalore, Tower.
Yeah, there's Bo-Katan leading the Mandalorians. Top 8, we have this version of the new Finn unit, a unit that can be actually very powerful, as well as a playmat featuring the same art. And there's even more, though. Ben Solo here, our top 4. We got a playmat. We have a different art there on the top 4 card, and a plaque is rewarded to the top 4 players.
Yeah, quite the prizing here. And if you make it all the way to the finals, you are going to get this beautiful Poe Dameron playmat and the finalist promo card. The new Poe Dameron, quite the early threat. And look at what the champion will be receiving. The Rey playmat and that special 1-of-1 champion Rey card, something these players will certainly be coveting.
Yeah, that Rey Skywalker unit can be very powerful, and we also, of course, have this fine trophy for our Galactic Champion. You're seeing it on screen now, so we will have, in addition to all the playmats, promo cards, all of that, we will have a trophy ceremony for that final winner.
That's right. The new trophy is absolutely gorgeous, and we will have the privilege at the end of the day on Sunday to watch one player lift that trophy sky high. But we are going to now take a look at some decks and see what things are looking like here in the main event. Look at this, Cad Bane Vigilance. This was the deck that so many people talked about, and this is the most represented deck in the field with Ahsoka Tano Vigilance right behind.
Yeah, it's a very interesting shift from what we saw at the LCQ yesterday, Josh. You know, yesterday it was actually the more aggressive space-oriented decks that took up a large part of the field. I believe the most represented deck at that time was Darth Vader from the Jump to Lightspeed set, followed by Boba Fett from the Jump to Lightspeed set. Then we had Cad Bane, Ahsoka Tano, and then finally Luke Skywalker, Hero of Yavin. But those placements have really shifted. Cad Bane and Ahsoka Tano are now the #1 and #2 most played, with those 3 pilot leaders coming in 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Yeah, do still have the 3 pilot decks in the top 5, but what's most interesting to me is look at that percentage for Cad Bane, closing in on 20% of the field here in the main event, and it's really been a little bit since we've seen a deck reach those percentages, and Cad Bane has done it this weekend, and Ahsoka dropping all the way down to rounding up around 11%, so about an 8% gap from 1 to 2, and then things really start to tighten up.
Yeah, that's right, Josh. And I think a lot of players had identified Cad Bane as likely being the deck to beat going into this event. I think that that combination of aspects, aggression, villainy, vigilance in particular, has seen some really strong cards with the powerful new Sentinels that we've seen in Ashes of the Empire, with cards like Ninth Sister, Chimera, Pre-Vizsla. There are some really good closers as well. And Cad Bane looks to perhaps be the leader that's in the best position to exploit that. Although we do also have, you know, some people playing that same aspect combination with the Darth Maul leader instead, back from Legends of the Force.
Now, as we look a little further down the list, Director, Krennic, Aura Singh, and the Mandalorian, decks that generally want to go later in the game. Maybe these decks can potentially outgrind the Cad Banes of the format, but these decks, of course, will have to answer these aggressive decks and these decks that are very good into the space arena like the pilot decks. That's going to be the real question for those decks. And then we see, as you mentioned, Darth Maul and Greef Karga there rounding out our top 10.
Yeah, and Greef Karga is actually a pretty powerful aggro deck that, unlike some of the other ones, is not based on the piloting mechanic. Greef Karga's ability to give out those advantage tokens allows you to essentially bring out units with a higher stat line, works great with Ambush, also has some nice synergies with cards like the Pegasus Tri-Wing. You know, you're playing that card, readying it immediately, and just attacking the opponent's base.
Yeah, speaking of the synergies, we saw some Greef Karga actually on stream yesterday paired with Command, and we saw how good the ambushers are that Command gives that deck with the potential to give out those advantage tokens. So good with Ambush. And then also you talk about synergy and Greef, the new Sabine unit.
Yeah.
And we saw that on stream as well. Being able to exhaust 2 ground units in 1 action is extremely good. So it's not surprising to me that Greef is definitely being well represented today.
That's right. But, you know, still a very small percentage relative to the people playing Cad Bane, who really does look to be the deck to beat for at least the premier constructed portion of this event.
Yeah, Cad Bane, certainly the boogeyman of the room, and we'll see how players navigate this tournament with Cad being at the top by a pretty large margin. But now we've got some players that we are featuring that we really want to highlight and talk about. First up, it is none other than Mike Jim. This was the #1 player in Season 1. He was #1 on the leaderboard, Player of the Year. He won multiple multiple sector qualifiers, 1 regional, 3 major event wins. Mike Jim absolutely went on a tear in Season 1.
Yeah, absolutely right, Josh. You know, we've had him on stream before at some of these other events. He's had great success, very strong player, especially in the limited format.
Yes.
And so I think he's probably happy to see that the format for the Galactic Championship now includes draft play, where he's had some really impressive wins in the past. Overall, world #1 on those leaderboards, definitely a player that is, one to watch for this event.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you talk about the limited format, and Mike Jim won 2 major events in the limited format, so he definitely loves this format. He feels very comfortable with it, and I know he's done a lot of prep for this weekend. But we've got another player to talk about, Tower, and that is Filip Skudlarek coming over from Poland. This is our reigning Galactic champion. He took it down last year, and now he's here once again looking to repeat that success.
And it looks as if he has made the same selection as Mike Jim, another player running Cad Bane with a Vigilance base, that powerful aggression, vigilance, villainy combination that we've been discussing. And yeah, you know, the reigning champion looking to repeat his victory from last year and set himself up as the Galactic champion once more.
And one thing we're seeing already, maybe it's a little bit of a trend, some of the best players in the room, they're looking at Cad Bane Vigilance. They believe that is the deck to beat, and they are playing that deck. But we've got one more player that we want to highlight before we get things rolling, and that is Ian Klein, who was the runner-up at the Galactic Championship last year. He was 1 game win away from becoming the champion. He fell to Philip, and now Ian Klein is back and wants revenge. He wants to be on top. I've talked to Ian a lot, and his goal from day 1 when the Galactic Championship concluded last year was, I want to win next year.
And unlike the other 2 players that we just highlighted, Ian is running Lando Calrissian. And, you know, we'll see whether or not Lando, also paired actually with a Vigilance base there, has what it takes to take on that deck to beat Cad Bane.
Yeah, absolutely. Lando Calrissian, of course, one of the most played leaders in the Lawless Time meta. A lot of players not talking about it too much, felt it's not in a great spot in the meta, but Ian Klein bringing Lando, and we know him and his team were big on making that Lando Lake Country deck in the last format, so we'll see what he's cooked up for us this time. But we start the day with draft.
That's
Again,
right, Josh.
This is the first Galactic Championship with the draft format, and the first 3 rounds are draft, and so these players need to really knock the draft out of the park to set themselves up for the Premier format to try to get into day 2.
Yeah, it's always very interesting when you see events that have these modes of different formats, different modes of play that are both in play for the same overall thing. So we get this to some extent with the limited tournaments that we've seen that incorporate both sealed and then draft play as well. But this one mixes both limited and Premier constructed, which is kind of a new level. So players here at the Galactic Championship are going to need to put together a strong performance both in draft play and also in Premier constructed.
Now, if you're unfamiliar with draft, these players are going to be opening up 3 packs. They will be doing a leader draft first, which will be very exciting and very important to see what leaders they will have access to once they go in to start selecting cards out of the pack. And then they will have 3 packs to draft. They'll end with a pool of 42 cards. They have to put together a 30-card deck, minimum 30 cards. So there's a lot of pressure, and there's not a lot of picks you can waste through the draft because you really would love to have 30 playable cards.
That's right, Josh. And, you know, sometimes if you haven't drafted as successfully, you might be forced to be playing some out-of-aspect cards that aren't necessarily very efficient. But if everything has gone well, you know, players in draft, even though they don't have access to as many cards as you would in the sealed format, draft decks actually often end up being stronger than those that you would see in sealed play, because even though you have a smaller number of cards, you have been able to kind of select the cards that you think are going to fit with your leaders, fit with the style of deck that you're trying to make. And so a draft deck often ends up more synergistic than what you would see from sealed play.
Well, we have explained it a little bit. Let's get to the draft table and see what we're going to be looking at as these players are getting ready. 8 players will be sitting here at the feature draft table, getting ready to get this started, and we're going to have one feature drafter as well. We do have Mike Jim at
Good
this
morning,
table.
players.
We highlighted
Hello, drafters.
Mike Jim earlier.
Congratulations for being qualified to Worlds. And thank you for participating in the first ever draft in our Galactic Championship. I know you've been drafting for a year already, but because this is important and for our friends at home, we'll just do a quick rundown of the rules. As I like to say, our goal as staff is for you to focus on one thing and one thing only in the next 30 minutes, and is to play the best Star Wars of your life. We are going to explain some rules so that you have zero doubt, zero fears about distractions, communications, hidden information, so that you can only focus on the cards in front of you. To that effect, and no hats, no sunglasses. We've already taken care of that. More importantly, no gestures towards cards, persons, or especially your leaders. Your hands, when you are holding your cards, needs to be behind the edge of the table. When you draft your cards, they will be in a single pile in front of you. Even when you go to the second booster, or if you are trying to pre-select a card. Pre-selecting is allowed, but you must not touch. As long as it touches the pile, it is considered permanently drafted. Just for visibility, your packs will be around this distance in front of you. When we draft the leaders, we will need the leaders to be always in the same orders after we complete the leader draft, which is the first one closer to the pack, the second above, and so on. This will be the pack, and during the draft, this will never move. Thumbs up if you're clear. Thank you so much. So, for a very quick description, before we touch this, there are 3 packs of Star Wars Unlimited cards in front of you. On top in the sleeves are already the leaders. For the distribution, please pick one at random. Let's do it now.
All right, so the players getting prepared for this draft. And we
Let's
will
go
be
for the leader
featuring
draft.
Mike.
So before we open everything,
this
as
draft
usual,
table.
leader draft, we are going to have a review period where we show the leaders all around the table so we can strategize. We will line the leader from left to right. Again, no gestures, no bluffing. I'll give you 20 seconds after you are all okay for the awareness of whichever leader is in the pool. After the 20 seconds, at the word draft, you touch the leader. This is the one you're taking, and you slide it on top of your pile. Let's remove the bands. Sorry again.
Getting ready for the leader
The
draft,
leaders will go on the right. First booster on the left, second right, and third one on the left.
which is absolutely critical.
The review is until everybody is aware. It's not about time here, it's about fairness. I want everybody to know what's going on around the table. Cool. Let's remove the band.
Each player will have 3 leaders here to choose from.
This leader
Start
draft
things
is
out.
very important, Josh. The leaders that you
Let's
draft
show the
have a
leaders
huge impact
in
on
line,
what decks you
leader
might end
side,
up
from
having
left to right.
available to you as options in the main draft portion of the event. And take a look at this. Mike Jim choosing here between Shin Hati, Grand Admiral Sloan, and
For
the
drafting
third one there, I
portion,
believe,
we'll
was
do it like this.
Balin Skull.
And when you draft, you slide it forward.
Now, what do you think about these 3 leaders here, Josh? I think of those
Take
3,
awareness of what is
I think
around the
I would
table.
personally lean towards either Shin Hati or Grand Admiral Sloan in this situation.
Yeah, I think Grand Admiral
have a
Sloan
thumbs
is
up when
definitely
you are
the
okay.
strongest leader of the 3 here. We will be passing the leaders to the right. So
All
we're
right,
going to
friends,
watch the leaders pass to
let's
the
have
right.
your hand on the table. I'll give you
So
a
what these
15
players
seconds
are
timer,
having to do
and when I
now
say the word draft,
is
please
pay
touch the leader
attention
you would
to
like
the
pick.
leaders
Timer starts
2
now.
seats to their right. So 2 players to your right, you need to pay attention to those leaders and pay close attention to what leaders could be passing to you from the left.
5 seconds.
Yeah, you're choosing the leader that's one of the leaders that you'll have
Trust.
access to, but you're also
Touch and slide the
sending
leader
leaders to the
in
side.
on
And take a
top
look
of
at that.
your
Maybe as you predicted,
back
Josh,
and
Mike
pass the
Jem
2 leaders
selecting
you have to
Grand
your right,
Admiral
please.
Sloan.
Grand Admiral Sloan's just so good when she is
You now
deployed, giving
have
all
10
of your
seconds.
other units sentinel.
Now Sabine Wren and
5
Moff
seconds.
Gideon are the options here. Of these two, I think he's much more likely to select Sabine. Moff
Draft.
Gideon would be redundant with
Slide the
Grand
leader
Admiral
on
Sloan in
top
terms of
of the
aspect,
first
and I
one you
think Sabine's
drafted.
ability is also
In your case
stronger.
like this,
And I
receive
do
the third
believe
leader.
that the opening
have,
pack for the player to
30-ish
Mike's right, they
seconds
had a
period
Balin,
where you can
and so Mike knew that
verify
that
what
was
is
very
around you
likely
both
going to be the
before we
first
start
pick
the
based
actual
on the leader
draft.
selection. So he passed another Balin, and it's pretty much locking his neighbor to the right on that Balin, so in villainy. And so I think this is absolutely the right call, because now Mike does have some options with both villainy
Cool.
and heroism taking that Sabine.
Okay. Before we
Strategically
enter the
speaking,
second portion
in
of
the
draft,
initial phases
once
of a
again,
draft, you often
reminder
want
of the
to
rules.
get yourself
I will
access to
use
multiple
3
different
commands
aspects.
during this
So if
draft.
you have only
The first
villainy
command
or
is
only
pick up.
heroism leaders,
At the
you
word
might
pick
find
up,
yourself in a
you
notably
take the
weaker
card
position
received
because your
from either
opponents can
side.
look to the
You
side
can
and
look at
see
them.
this guy only has access
The
to
word is
villainy
pick up,
cards,
but
let's
really the
say,
timing starts
and they'll
when you look
know
at
that
those
you'll be
cards. So it's
passing
totally
the
allowed for you
heroism
to
cards that you might
pre-grab them
receive.
as long as you do not
You can be
reveal
in a better
reveal.
spot,
But as long as you do
potentially,
not look at
by
them, right?
staying flexible with
second
options
command
of
is,
both villainy and heroism leaders
draft
and also different
when we reach the
aspects.
timer.
On the other hand,
You
if
need
you
to
really know that
immediately
you're going to
select
take
a card
one
and put
thing,
it
there
on
might
top
be an
of the pile. As I
advantage
said at the
in
start, you
taking
can
other
pre-select
leaders
as
that
long
have
as it
those
doesn't touch
same
you.
aspects and putting
And
yourself
the
into a
last
position where
command
you're
is
strongly
shuffle and
signaling.
count a certain
Like
amount
if you
of
have
cards.
3 Vigilance
It's very
Villainy
important
leaders
to shuffle
somehow,
to avoid
you know,
communication,
yes, your
and it's
opponents know what
important
you're
to
going
count
to
so
do,
that
but
there
on
is
the
no
other hand, that might keep them
issues,
off the
especially in
Vigilance
this
Villainy
draft.
cards, knowing that you'll be picking
Yes.
them. So there's an aspect of both potentially wanting to stay open to adapt to the best cards you're being passed, but
is when you
also
look at
one
your
of
card.
potentially signaling to opponents and
I'll
making
say
it
the time.
clear what you're
I will
doing
give
so that
reminders
they stay
at 10
off
or
those
5
cards.
depending.
That is an
Draft
excellent
is when
point.
you take and put on the
Now, as
top
we look to Mike
and
Jem's right,
shuffle
we
and
talked
count
about the
a
player
certain amount of
immediately to
cards.
his right on
Make
2
sure that they
Balin and a
are,
Moff.
by lines of 4 or 5,
And then as
so
we
that
go
the
2
judges can
seats down
verify
to the
as
right
well.
from Mike, I believe there was a Shin Hati, Ahsoka,
Again, I
and
know I'm
Ezra.
repeating, but hands behind the edge, especially for
Yeah,
Mike,
generally
please,
speaking,
show
I think that
our
in
friendly
the
spectators
Ashes
the
of
cards
the
you're drafting
Empire
before you
draft
put them on top.
format, of course, it's very early, you know, the set only
Everybody
came out a
ready?
few weeks ago, but generally speaking, I
drafting.
think many players
Let's
have
go.
identified
Please
the
take
same
the
Cad
first
Bane leader
pack
that
on top of your
is
pile
very
and
popular
remove
in
the
Premier
paper
as
and
also powerful in Draft. Grief Karga, also a popular leader pick, but this is generally a format where there is not one really powerful leader that you really want necessarily. You know, we have had some formats in the past of Star Wars Unlimited where, you know, if you were in like the Twilight of the Republic draft format, that Anakin Skywalker leader was considered really strong and sought after. But in this format, it seems like there's a lot of variety in terms of what you can build. There are different strategies you can go for, and we'll see what Mike Jem does here as we are preparing to begin drafting the first pack.
Yeah, the first pack of cards they will be passing to the left, and that's why we were really highlighting what leaders are being shown to those first 2 seats to the right of Mike Jem, because that's what Mike really has to pay attention to, is what does he think those players sitting to his right will be on based on their leader selection, because that is going to play a critical role in what Mike might try to aim to be in. You need to find your seat in these draft tables, and what that means, you need to find your open lane, find what aspects you should be in. So seeing what leaders each player has available, especially those players immediately to your right, since they will be passing to you 2 different times through the packs, it is very important to know. But now Mike, looking through this first pack, we know Grand Admiral Sloan is the strongest leader overall, I believe, of the 3 that he has chosen. We'll see what the opening pack does for him here. Keep in mind, Balin's Skull very likely going to be what his player to his right is going into. So Vigilance Villainy will likely not be passed to Mike at all, and that's probably something he will not look to go into.
Yeah, that's a good point, Josh. I think that there's an interesting situation. The Sabine Wren leader that Mike has access to is actually extremely strong, but suffers from being vulnerable to Cad Bane, who is one of the more popular leaders in the format. It'll be interesting to see which way Mike goes. It looks like that Justifier space unit, he's moved it to the front of the pack. That's certainly a strong card, and it's one that he is considering taking. He doesn't have access to that Cad Bane leader himself, but it's also an exceptionally strong card for Cad, so by taking this, he would deny it to other players who may be getting past the cards from this pack here. And it looks like that is his pick, Mike Gem selecting that Justifier space unit as his first pick of the draft.
Yeah, I believe that Justifier was definitely the best card in the pack. But one thing you want to do here, especially in your early packs, you are needing to select the card you're going to take, but you also have to pay attention to what you are sending to the players to your left for this first pack. And one thing that I want to note in that first pack was the Lothal E-Wing, which is one of the better 2-cost units in the format. So we'll see if that is something that ends up coming around. We need to pay attention to signals. That is critical, Tower. So seeing as we're past this first pack, what are we seeing here? We want to pay attention to the first 3 packs for signals and seeing what might be open.
That's right, Josh. And players can, of course, potentially pivot. You could start thinking you're going to do one thing and then move towards a different strategy. But, you know, you have to adapt and kind of play your seat. That's a saying that people use, where it's not just about taking necessarily the best cards, but the best cards for your position at this table. It looks like Mike Gem here is selecting that Grief Karga unit, a card that can generate Mandalorian tokens early on in the game.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So Mike taking the early Grief. It's very important, especially, it's really important in every game of Star Wars Unlimited, but in these limited formats, the turn 1 plays are so crucial. You need good, valuable turn 1 plays, and he's got an early Grief right away. As we look through this pack, notice that Corona 4, that is a very strong card, another one of the strongest 2-cost units in the format, and a Huang. So we have seen some of the best Vigilance Heroism turn 1 plays in the format already. So maybe this is an early signal to Mike that maybe this is something he should pay attention to.
Yeah, it seemed like Mike's early plays there were maybe orienting towards Grand Admiral Sloane. You know, we had a Vigilance Aggression unit followed by a command unit, but here he takes the Huyang, a card that would go very well with that Sabine Wren leader he has access to. And you know, we'll see what happens here. This is another interesting area in which players have some decisions to make. You know, on the one hand, you might want to take cards for a specific aspect combination and go really hard towards that combination. Sometimes people call this forcing. But you might also want to take cards that have a more ambiguous position and allow you to adapt into different aspects. You know, that Corona 4 that we highlighted is a very strong card, but the problem is it would lock you into a specific set of aspects, as it has both vigilance, cunning, and heroism, and I suspect Mike did not want to lock into those at this time. Here we see him considering a Strike Team Vanguard that is a 4-cost 5/5 unit in vigilance heroism. He's going for it. It looks like after 2 initial picks that were maybe leaning a little bit towards Grand Admiral Sloane, Mike may be pivoting towards that Sabine Wren leader at this time, though we'll have to see if he ends up continuing with that based on what else he's being passed.
And I think it's okay to speculate a little bit early. And what I mean by that is, of course, the first couple picks, it did look as though he was going more towards Sloane. But seeing a lot of these Vigilance Heroism cards, these good cards being passed, may signal that the Vigilance Heroism is open. So if you take a couple of these picks early, he could go either way. He's not locked into either one of those leaders at this point, and you do have some picks that you can speculate on early before you really need to commit to a specific lane. So now he's going to take the lane skib, which is really going to keep him open because that command not having the heroism or villainy tag, that could go either leader.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see. It looked like he was really considering taking that Captain Pelion ground unit and then decides to take the Survivor's Langskib, an option that stays more open. Whether he goes with Grand Admiral Sloan or maybe he goes with a Sabine Wren deck with a command base, both of those would be able to incorporate the Survivor's Langskib unit there. And the ability to select both a leader and a base lets you be even more flexible. Here we see him taking a Blurg unit, another one that's command only, maintaining that flexibility.
Yeah, once again, could be played in either Sloan or a Sabine deck paired with command.
Let's see how we do here.
You have 25 seconds.
Next pack being passed.
Lots of command in this pack.
That's
Some
right.
really strong units for making a very valid curve.
Could take another copy of Blurg, could take the, I believe it was the Fang Fighter Squadron that we saw there for a larger unit with support. There's a stolen Eta shuttle.
5
It
seconds.
looks like that Blurg might be what he's going for here. A 3-4 with support and overwhelm. That new support keyword from Ashes of the Empire has been very strong. We've seen it in constructed play yesterday. And Mike Jim picking 2 of these Blurgs to use it in the limited format as well.
The Blurg is nothing to write home about, but what Mike is doing early, and he's a player that methodically drafts a strong early game curve. He does it consistently,
5
and he's
seconds.
making sure he has strong turn 1 and turn 2 plays. And once again, the Strike Team Vanguard being seen
Shuffle
here,
and count.
a
6
great
cards to your left.
5-5 for just 4 resources. And this is continuing to show
heads
Mike
up,
that Vigilance
next timings
Heroism
are
very well
very
could
short,
be open.
15 to 10
Yeah,
seconds.
and I do think Mike is maybe tipping his hand a bit after taking a
15 seconds.
few more ambiguous plays. We saw him, it looked like he was
Oh, the
choosing-
Lothal Ewing has wheeled tower.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
gone all the way around.
That is a strong signal that Vigilance Heroism is going to be relatively open. That's a very
5
powerful
seconds.
card, and especially with the Sabine Wren leader, where her leader ability involves giving your
Shuffle and
opponent
count. 5
advantage
cards.
tokens, so it can set up this
To your
ability.
left.
While an enemy unit is upgraded,
Pick
this
up.
unit gains
You have
Restore
10
2.
seconds.
Very synergistic, and probably a signal to Mike that it is the heroism side he might want to be going for here.
That is a massive payoff. Mike rewarded for staying open early,
Shuffle and count. 4
speculating a
cards to your
little
left.
bit with the heroism cards once he
You have
started
10
with that
seconds.
third pack, I believe it was, and getting a massive payoff with Lothal Ewing going all the way around the table, and then finding another great turn 1 play on the last pick with that Pathfinder Sergeant. So he has been pretty solidified
count.
into command. It was
cards
just
to your
trying to
left.
figure out, okay, am I Sloan or am I Sabine? And it really looks like at this point we've kind of locked into Sabine, really going after these Vigilance Heroism cards.
Yeah, there was a
You have
funny
5
moment before that
seconds.
Lothal Ewing. It looked like Mike was choosing between the Strike Team Vanguard and a Forest Patroller, where they were both units that would push him towards one side. I think the
5
Strike Team
seconds.
Vanguard is a stronger individual card. Mike went with that, and I think he was rewarded for it because it does look like he's being passed strong cards for the
Pass and receive the last
heroism side in particular. Now, these last few packs are going by
We
quite
will now
fast.
enter
That's
the first
normally what
review
you see in
period.
draft
You
because
have
you have
30
fewer choices
seconds.
available.
It is
You
allowed
might
to
even
change
end up
photos
with
of
some
your
dead
card.
cards, but
Time
you
starts
don't need
now.
every drafted card to work. Now let's see Mike go through his cards, and it looks like he's trying to figure out which of the ones that he's drafted here are going to go well into the deck that he's building.
Putting down the Justifier, that was his only early villainy pick. And now he seems to have shifted more into Sabine Wren paired with Command. And what I
10
am
seconds.
curious of is how many Cad Bane leaders are on the table, because we know that Cad Bane is very, very strong into Sabine. So I'm kind of curious to know how many Cads are at the table.
Yeah, I think there was the, it looks like there was the Justifier, and in one of those late
And as a
packs, he
reminder,
was
when we
passed
go
a
to the
copy
second
of
pack,
Fateful
we
Goodbye,
don't have
which
separate
as
files
a
because
cunning
it's
heroism card doesn't
So
seem
let's
like
take
it's
the
going to be in
second
the
booster,
aspects.
remove the
Based on
rubber.
this draft, I think it's extremely likely that Mike Jem is going to be playing the Sabine Wren leader with a command base.
So in pack 1, Mike Jim getting some very strong early curve units for powerful turn 1 plays, and he got several turn 2 plays as well, getting the Blurg, which of course solid statted turn 2 play. So Really leaning into Sabine now, just trying to solidify that curve, and we'll see what Pack 2 has in store for Mike Jim, and if there's any more big payoffs coming soon.
All right. Now, having, the first pick, as we were saying earlier, towards the end of a pack, your options are more limited. It's always interesting, those first picks of each pack, you have a lot more to choose from, and we will soon see just what Mike Jim has to look at here.
Looking through the pack, doesn't appear to be any big payoffs here for Sabine Command, but there are some playable cards. We see the Marauder. You have a couple 6-cost plays that could be picked here. A Protectorate Fighter, which we also saw him pass up on a Protectorate Fighter towards the end of Pack 1. It is worth noting that he does have 2 turn 1 plays that are unique, so that could lead into a turn 2 Protectorate Fighter that gets you that Mandalorian token. Also seeing Turn the Tide in this pack, so some potential removal as well.
Yeah, overall, though, I think this is honestly kind of a disappointing pack for Mike Jim. We don't see anything that's necessarily a really exceptional standout card here that he would just love to select. And he's going through his options. Children of the Watch, an expensive unit with relatively weak stats, but it comes with 2 Mandalorian tokens. Turning the Tide is a removal option, which is often very desirable and limited, but it's not the most efficient one necessarily. And it looks like it's the Outland Protector that Mike Jim picks here.
So it's another turn 1 place. Not the best turn 1 play, certainly will not be the one he is going to be looking for in most games, but it is a Sentinel unit in the space arena. If you get in a tricky situation, you can throw that down at some point in the game for a Sentinel unit. And at some point, you do need a density of space units because there are some very viable space aggro strategies on the heroism side for sure.
Yeah. Now Mike Jim, the second pack, and it looks like he brings the Grassroots Resistance to the front. That's a pretty solid card, offers you a removal option that also provides some healing to your base. But he's also looking through the rest of the pack, thinking about his choices. He could take another Blurg or another Survivor's Langskib. That would, maybe be a solid early curve unit with either the Blurg for that support and overwhelm or the Langskib as a Sentinel. Grassroots Resistance is very appealing, but it is the Blurg that Mike Jim selects.
Yeah, once again, Mike just so methodical in making sure he has a strong early game curve, and also players here in Pack 2 passing to the right. Pack 1 gets passed to the left, Pack 2 is passed to the right, and then in Pack 3 they will be passing to the left once again. We see another Strike Team Vanguard in this pack, so could really solidify that 4-drop slot for Mike Jim.
Yeah, that Strike Team Vanguard, a 4-cost 5/5, often in limited formats, just having efficient stats means a lot. And Strike Team Vanguard has some very efficient stats on offer. It looks like Mike Jim is leaning towards selecting another one of those powerful Vigilance Heroism units.
And it's worth noting that the Sabine leader could give that Strike Team Vanguard a shield token as well. So that is something to think about. So a 5/5 shielded unit on the 4-resource turn, maybe not a bad idea.
Yeah, that could be a big problem for opponents, or even without using the ability, you can play it just as a 5/5. That might be menacing in its own right. Overall, a pretty solid card. Now, Mike Jim has another Lothal E-Wing in this pack. Could select that, but he's looking through some other choices as well. Another Outland Protector, maybe the Trexler Armored Marauder if you wanted something higher up on the curve, but I think the Lothal E-Wing is probably the choice.
Yeah, I think you have to slam this E-Wing here, really solidify your early plays, getting a bit of a payoff. Once again, Vigilance Heroism has appeared to be pretty open. I believe Mike has found his seat. And that second copy of the E-Wing is going to be a massive upgrade to this deck.
Yeah, this card is extremely synergistic with Sabine Wren's leader ability because giving your opponent that advantage token. Advantage tokens are upgrades. Now an enemy unit is upgraded, and you can attack with that Lothal Ewing for Restore 2. You know, back in the Spark of Rebellion set, we had the Restored Arc 170, which was a 2-cost 2/3 space unit with Restore 1. That was already quite solid. A 2-cost 2/3 with Restore 2 is even better, as long as enemy units are upgraded, and that Sabine Wren leader allows you to make sure that happens.
Another pack that doesn't look crazy for Mike, but we do see some very solid potential turn 2 plays.
Rebel
have the unit.
Infiltrators, a larger unit. We have Cybernetic Enhancement might be an interesting option here.
Yeah, I think that cybernetic enhancements could be very good upgrades, generally very powerful in limited formats with there being less removal options. You give something +2/+2, also replaces itself with a card. So I think that's a very reasonable play, and it's one you're also can be happy to make on turn 2.
Yeah, I think that, as you were saying, Josh, you know, in limited formats, we have less removal in general and also less upgrade removal, and upgrades can be very strong, especially on a leader. Defenders the Forest here really strong for Mike with that Sabine Wren leader. 5-cost 5/3 ambush and overwhelm unit. And with Sabine's ability, you can potentially be ambushing in with a shield, put the shield token on before resolving the ambush, and then be much more likely to survive than the defenders of the forest would be if they had to rely only on their 3 HP.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. The payoff for Sabine, if you can find a lot of these ambush units, there can be a massive payoff there with her ability. So Mike finding his, I believe, second ambush unit so far. He had a Pathfinder Sergeant in pack 1. Now he finds a Defender of the Forest, which I love to see.
What do you think about this pack here, Josh? I think maybe you go with the Nebulon Sea Frigate. The N5 Sentry Droid could be solid if he gives it a shield, but its stat line isn't very good otherwise. Nebulon C would also shore up the Space Arena, where he's mostly been in the ground, and it looks like that is going to be what Mike Gem opts to do. This is a 5-cost 3/6 unit. When played, you may heal 3 damage from a unit or base, which can be a very nice utility ability to have as well.
It can. Very solid piece of equipment to have in the toolbox. And
you got to go grassroots resistance.
You have
here
to shore up the Space Arena for sure. So I love that pick. And yeah, another grassroots. He passed up on a grassroots earlier, but now we've got grassroots resistance. Very strong removal option for these heroism decks. And it looks like that will be slammed here in this pack for Mike.
Yeah, you know, in that earlier pack where he took the Blurg over the grassroots resistance, it looked like that was kind of a close call. It looked like he was eyeing the grassroots resistance, bringing it to the front of the pack. I think it might well have been a good choice even then, and now I think he's probably quite happy to see another one and select it this time, giving him a removal option. Now, what do you think about this? Trexler Armored Marauder, Protectorate Fighter, maybe the Children of the Watch.
So I guess it's a question of, does he want to try and get some top in with something like the Marauder or the Protectorate Fighter? I like this a lot because, again, he does have multiple turn 1 plays that are unique. And if you can go turn 1 unique unit into the Protectorate Fighter, that is a very strong early curve.
Yeah, the Protectorate Fighter is an interesting one because it is an extraordinarily strong turn 2 play if you developed a unique unit on turn 1. But if you didn't, the Protectorate Fighter has very below average stats. So Mike Gem, you know, maybe knowing that he has that Hu Yang unit and that Grief Karga unit, has some of those options, takes the Protectorate Fighter, could be very powerful with the right sequence of cards.
What feels great is when we're getting later in the pack and you're finding very playable cards for your deck. So Mike finding several pieces to add to the deck, getting a late game play here with that flagship. So really like what Mike is finding here late in the pack.
Now here he opts to take a card that is out of aspect for him. He goes with the Death Trooper Squad rather than the Trexler Armored Marauder, which would have been playable. Maybe trying to deny a strong card or a stronger earlier game option to his opponents here.
That is very likely. We know we were passing, or Mike was passing to the right, and player 2 is right. 100% a villainy deck.
We're now seeing that second pack is complete. Mike's reviewing his options here, and it looks like you were saying, Josh, Mike Gem has established a really solid curve here. He has multiple units he can play on turn 1. He has multiple 3-cost plays as well. Those Strike Team Vanguards giving him some nice options at the 4-cost slot. A lot of a solid curve here. Maybe a little lacking in the high end. So he doesn't have that many units at 5 cost and above here, but his early game curve, which is very important for overall consistency, is looking quite strong.
At this point, he does have 6 turn 1 plays and 4 turn 2 plays. He probably wants to shore that up a little bit more. I think you need at least at a minimum 7 to 8 turn 1 plays. And keep in mind that Outland Protector is also not something he's really wanting to play on turn 1. So I think he's definitely going to go fishing for some more good early plays in the final pack. And also one thing I'm sure he'd like to find is maybe some removal in this final pack. Maybe he can get paid off with a Get Lost, which would be fantastic. And it synergizes so well with Sabine.
Yeah, I think Get Lost, first off, just being a solid removal piece is very good, but the fact that it is so synergistic with Sabine Wren's leader ability, Get Lost targets an upgraded unit, and Sabine Wren can give upgrades to the opponent and then punish them for having them. If you have that Get Lost, that'd be a great option here. We're going to move on to that third pack. You know, the second pack for Mike maybe wasn't that great. The first pack that he had access to in that second round, not necessarily giving him anything super strong. Let's see if he can do better with the third pack here. I think overall, though, despite not necessarily having the strongest start, Mike's probably pretty happy with how the second pack of the draft went overall.
I definitely agree with that. I believe he has a very strong curve so far. He does have a little bit of removal at this point. We know he has the grassroots resistance. As we get into pack number 3, see that legendary Luke Skywalker right in front. And maybe with Sabine being able to give out shield tokens, maybe it's a little bit easier to get the condition met for Luke.
Yeah, so this Luke Skywalker legendary unit is a 6 cost 5/5 with restore 1, which is a little bit below what you would want at this price point. But he has a really powerful ability where when played, if you control at least 4 units, and it does count the Luke Skywalker card himself, you can deal 3 damage to each enemy unit, which is extremely powerful in the right situation. The one problem is you have to have at least 3 units already in play when you play Luke for that ability to go off. That's not something that's always available, but in situations where it is, this ability can be extraordinarily powerful.
It's one of those abilities in Limited, if it resolve, it very likely is slamming the door shut on your opponent, and that is the pick. Luke Skywalker answering the call for Mike Jim.
One exciting thing about this also, the limited formats often are heavily reliant on common and uncommon cards. You don't have as much access to rare and legendary cards as you would in constructed play. So here Mike Jim has found a legendary card that opponents may not be expecting to see.
You have 40 seconds.
Definitely can be a surprise. Now we look through another pack. Look at the Vigilance heroism here. Cobb Strike Team Vanguard, and another copy of Huang. Crazy pack here for Vigilance heroism. Very curious to see what Mike wants to pick here. Again, I definitely think he needs to find some more turn 1 plays, at least 1 or 2 more strong turn 1 plays.
That Huyang looks very tempting to me. It would also be another unique unit that you could play to set up that Protectorate fighter that he drafted towards the end. It looks like he's considering the Consortium Star Viper here, though. This is another unit that can offer restore in space, but it does rely on having the initiative.
What's worth noting, he only had 4 turn 2 plays going into pack 3, so he doesn't want to miss turn 2. So maybe gambling a little bit here, hoping the Huang may wheel, taking the turn 2 play. But man, it's tough giving up that Huang.
Yeah, so I personally feel that if he had selected that, it would also make that Protectorate fighter, one of his existing turn 3 plays, stronger. I think I might have gone with the Huyang ground unit here. But, you know, Mike Jim has had a lot of success in these big limited events. And the Consortium Star Viper can also be very powerful, so it is reliant on having the initiative for its Restore 2, but we have seen Mike select several units with that new support keyword, which allows you to play that unit and then attack with something else, and those cards can often be strong for taking or preserving the initiative, so maybe he's going to rely on those to set up his Consortium Star Viper's Restore 2.
11 cards to your left.
Again, the players passing to their left here in the final pack, and Mike finding a copy of the Twins. So this 4-cost slot in this deck is really, really strong at this point. Multiple Strike Team Vanguards. He's got a Grassroots Resistance. Now we find the Twins as well. And the Twins is a unit that's very good because it can give Sentinel to other units and start healing damage from your base.
Yeah. I think this is a card that is unusually strong with Sabine in particular because it allows you to set up shielded Sentinel units, which can often be a big problem. But look at this, Queen Saruna. That is a powerful card to see here, and one that has some very solid effects as a larger unit. You know, we were talking earlier about how his high end is not so good. So this is not only a higher end unit, it also has some potential removal. You do have to be able to reveal a unit with the same cost as the one that you want to target in order to use this ability. So it's not totally reliable, but it can still be extremely powerful in the right situation. I think that Queen Saruna is a great addition to Mike Jim's deck here.
I believe you are spot on there. Removal on a unit, sign me up. Good stats as well, great late game play, and another copy of Defenders of the Forest has shown up for Mike. This is great with Sabine.
Yeah,
great ambush unit to find.
Mike Jim has found some really solid cards early on in this pack 3. I think the ambush with the Defenders of the Forest normally is, you know, they're not necessarily going to survive an ambush attack because they only have 3 HP, but maybe you would use it just to trade with something. With Sabine's ability to give them a shield when played, though, that card becomes much stronger. And look at this, like, you could potentially see Mike Jim taking a Dinosaur Turtle here. That's another card that is a vanilla, but it just has big numbers on it. We have a Covert Believers, another Protectorate Fighter. I would lean maybe towards the Dinosaur Turtle here. 7/7 for 6. Those are some big numbers to be thrown onto the field.
I do like the Turtle a lot. It's a situation where a lot of times it just puts your opponent in check, so they see the Turtle. A lot of times they just have to claim the initiative, but going for the 5-cost unit, the Covert Believers instead. So Mike feeling that he needs to shore up the 5-cost slot in the curve, taking the Covert Believers. As we see another pack here, we talked a little bit about him not being the strongest on turn 2, and there are a couple options in the pack with Buy Time and that the Crix Medine.
Yeah, and this is a funny one also. There's actually another legendary card in this pack, the Suma Verminoth, I believe. One of the most powerful units in a certain sense, but it has one huge weakness, which is that I believe that card costs 12. And generally speaking, you're not very likely to get to 12 resources in one of these games. So even though that's a very powerful legendary card, Mike Jim is going to go with a much more accessible Crix Medine here.
Now looking through the next pack, see the Covert Veteran, and I think this is a solid find for Mike. Again, he needs some more turn 1 plays. So the Covert Veteran, totally acceptable here.
Not something really flashy, not something amazing, but it is a unit that you can play on the first turn of the game, and that means a lot. I think there's much to be said for building for consistency in Limited and trying to ensure that you don't end up missing your turn 1 play. A lot of Limited events end up with a lot of kind of unit combat and stat efficiency interactions, and being down a play on turn 1 or turn 2 can set you way behind in that sort of like value and trading oriented gameplay. Here we see Mike Jim selecting a copy of the Armorer unit, a 5/5 shielded that also gives shields to other shielded units.
Now here is that pack that Huang was passed. Mike did not take the Huang, he took the Star Viper instead, and we see the other Vigilance Heroism cards there, the Strike Team Vanguard and Cobb Vanth, but someone else has snagged up the Huang. Mike was really hoping to see that come back around.
Yeah, it looks like in this case he's going to take Cobb Vanth rather than yet another copy of that Strike Team Vanguard. And here a Pathfinder Sergeant, that is an ambush option for early on. Fairly relevant here, does have some synergy with Sabine.
Cobb Vanth, another way for Mike Jim to give shield tokens to his units. And that late Pathfinder Sergeant, a great find, because I believe that really solidifies the turn 1 plays for Mike Jim. Also getting a very strong command space unit with the stolen ETA shuttle there late in the pack as well. Definitely need those space options to stave off the aggressive heroism decks in the space arena, like that find late in the pack for Mike. What are your feelings on this draft tower?
Yeah, you know, I think that I think this is pretty solid. I don't think it's like the absolute ideal, like best of the best necessarily, but I think that I think Mike Gem, like we were saying earlier, Josh, you have to play your seat. And I think we saw some very interesting stuff. It looked like early on Mike was maybe leaning towards Grand Admiral Sloan, but then started taking some more ambiguous picks, keeping his options open, and saw that he was being passed so many good cards in Vigilance Heroism that he made the swap over to Sabine Wren.
Yeah, reading the signals early in the draft is absolutely crucial, and Mike Jim is one of the best limited players in the world, and he did it really to perfection there because, again, the player immediately to his right was guaranteed to be in Villainy, and Balin, having two Balin there to his right, the player to his right, two Balin Skull Leaders, it's very likely he's in Balin, and Command is a very good aspect pairing, so if you can get Command paired with Balin, that's very good. So when the person to your right is very likely on Balin, they're on Villainy, you know, okay, if I just commit to Sloan, there's a chance that the person to my right is going to be cutting me off from the best Command Vigilance cards for 2 packs, and that is a little bit of a sketchy place to be in. He saw the early Vigilance Heroism cards, he read those signals well, and he was paid off.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance, like you said, that he would end up losing access to the best Command Villainy options to go with that Grand Admiral Sloan leader. He took a lot of Command-only cards during that first pack, you know, preserves kind of the strategic ambiguity, and then ends up seeing, I'm getting past better cards for Sabine than I am for Sloan. I got to play my seat, go with the Vigilance Heroism, even though, you know, Grand Admiral Sloan versus Sabine Wren, I think some would say that Grand Admiral Sloan might be the more powerful leader in a vacuum, but in draft, you're not playing in a vacuum. You have to play your seat and adapt to what's going on around you.
Yeah, adaptability is so crucial. Don't lock yourself into anything. You need to be able to read the draft, pick up on those signals, and adjust accordingly. Now we are going to take a look at the deck list here, the cards selected for Mike Jim. So here we go. This is the deck that Mike is registering, and I think this is a very reasonable deck. It has a strong curve. He does have some removal options. We know he's got the Grassroots Resistance, the Queen Saruna, the Luke Skywalker could potentially be removal if he gets the right board state. I really think he's also got some very strong ambush units. 2 Defenders of the Forest with Sabine can be absolutely incredible. I think he's got a very solid curve, good removal, and I think he can put some good pressure on units as well. Now, looking through here, I also like what he has in the space arena. We've got the double Lothal E-Wing, the Consortium Star Viper, you had the Stolen Shuttle. So lots of good space plays as well because, again, there's so many decks like Grief and Ezra in this format that can really push into a space aggro deck and be very viable. I think actually that's the best way to build Ezra, and there were some Ezras at the table. So having some form of space presence and being able to contend in that arena, I think, is crucial.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. You know, I've had some games where I was able to just develop some strong space units. You know, I had a draft with, it was a Grief Karga deck that I had built, and I had those Yellow Aces bombers that we were talking about yesterday. And I was able to, you know, in several games, the opponent might be stronger than me on the ground, but I, you know, develop a space unit, play a Yellow Aces bomber, attack with the other space unit. You know, with just 2 or 3 like mid-strength solid space units, I was able to overwhelm some opponents because if you focus too heavily on the ground, an opponent with a solid space deck might be able to attack pretty much uncontested.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And you talked about the deck. You didn't feel like it's the best deck. Maybe it's not even the best deck at the table, but you don't have to have the best deck at the table to at least go 2-1 in a draft and even potentially 3-0. We know the type of caliber player that Mike Jim is, and what he did, he put a good deck together. He found his seat. It's got a strong curve. He's not going to be bullied in the early game. He has the removal options, and he also has some plays in the late game to try and close out the game. So I think he has everything he needs to find success in this draft to start the main event of the Galactic Championship.
Yeah, and one other thing that I'll say about that, Josh, is that I do believe that in a situation where you might not necessarily have the best deck possible. You have to remember in draft, and especially in sealed as well, your opponents are also not running the best deck possible.
Right.
So, you might be in a situation where you think, oh man, I wish I had a few more of these. I wish I had more removal or more ambush or whatever, but your opponents are probably thinking a similar thing.
Yeah.
So, and that's part of the fun, I think, of Limited is in the constructed format, people have access to the whole card pool. You can make, whatever the theoretical most optimal thing is. In Limited, obviously the card quality that you have access to is important, but there's also an important element of adaptability and choosing what's best for your specific situation, your specific deck. And I think it's cool to see how players do in situations where, maybe they do have to adapt to slightly weaker turn 2 plays than would be ideal and so on. And the opponent likely has to do the same thing, and we'll see who can adapt better.
Yeah, whenever you draft, you don't want to dictate what you draft. You want to draft what you are seeing. You want to see what is being underdrafted at the table, what is open, find your lane. Mike Jim did that very well. And now I think the real question going into the draft rounds for Mike specifically is how many Cad Banes is he going to have to face up against? There were some CADs at the deck. I believe there was at least 2 when we had the overhead shot. I believe I counted at least 2. Maybe I missed one. I'm not.
Yeah,
not
I think there were 3.
Okay.
I don't know 100% for sure, but I believe there were 3 other CADs at the table, or 3 total CADs. And as we were discussing earlier, that Sabine Wren leader that Mike ended up on is a bit vulnerable to Cad Bane because Sabine's ability to give out shield tokens can potentially be countered by Cad Bane's ability to deal ping damage with, just doing 1 damage. That's enough to knock off a shield token. And so that's probably not the matchup that Mike most hopes to go up against, but I don't think it's unwinnable. It's just one where your leader abilities have kind of that interaction that ends up favoring the CAD player.
Yeah, there's definitely a disadvantage, but if there's anyone who can overcome that kind of disadvantage, it would be Mike Jim. We're going to step away for a very short break, but don't go anywhere. We've got round 1 of the main event coming up next. Coming to you live from Las Vegas for the Star Wars Unlimited Galactic Championship. We just witnessed an incredible draft from our featured drafter, Mike Jim, looking to make a run here in this Galactic Championship. And my goodness, do we have a treat in round one, Tower.
That's right, Josh. I think, Mike Jim, overall world #1. And, we've seen him do very well in limited events in the past. Now we saw him draft again, and we are about to see him face off against Oliver, also a very experienced player. Oliver Simons, the 4th ranking player in the world for this first season. It looks like Mike has ended up with the Sabine Wren Vigilance, the Sabine Wren Vigilance Heroism Command deck that we saw earlier, while Oliver is on Shin Hati with a command base as well.
How about round one, 2 regional champions facing off? That is what I want to see. Oliver Simmons, of course, the winner of the last regional championship in Prague that just took place not long ago. So he is coming off a great performance there in Prague. Of course, Mike coming off the incredible performance throughout season 1, winning 3 major events. I mean, I don't think we could have scripted a better round 1 feature match than these 2 players facing off. But now, what about that particular matchup, Tower? Sabine versus Shin Hati should be interesting.
Yeah, so Sabine, this is a leader that can give the opponent, advantage tokens in exchange for shield tokens on their own units. Shin Hati is an interesting one, kind of an aggro tempo leader that has a very strong ability to race, because when her units attack and damage the enemy base, she can potentially exhaust enemy units. So the area where I think that Shin Hati leader can really shine is a situation where players are attacking past each other and trying to do damage to the opponent's base quickly. Shin deploys at 6 resources, which is a little slow for an aggro leader, right. But the fact that she can slow down the opponent quite a lot herself does mean that she's potent in a race regardless. Given this circumstance, we'll have to see how Mike Jim chooses to respond. I might lean personally towards not racing and rather playing for value in order to try to gain an advantage, but we'll see what he chooses to do here.
Yeah, and I think what's going to be really important for Oliver with Shin Hati is going to be initiative, because when you can hold on to that initiative, you can kind of dictate how you're able to go about that turn and try and exhaust a threatening unit on the opponent's side of the board, right? You want to exhaust every turn if you can. So if you can hold on to that initiative, you're looking for units that have power level a bit higher than its cost, right? You want those high power early units because that will allow you, for instance, the Peridia Bandit is a 2-cost 4/1 in the cunning villainy aspects, and if you have that on turn 1 with the initiative, you could even exhaust a 3-cost unit because you're dealing 4 damage. So you definitely want the initiative, and that's going to generate a lot of tempo and could be an aggressive build. We'll see how it turns out.
Yeah, and one thing that I think will be very important for the initiative dynamic, we saw Mike Jim also draft a few cards that are initiative reliant, like the Consortium Star Viper and the Stolen Ada Shuttle. And one thing that I think is going to be really important is the new support mechanic from Ashes of the Empire. Mike had quite a few cards with support. We don't know exactly what Oliver had, but given Shin Hati's strength with the initiative, I think there's a good chance Oliver was looking for those support cards as well.
Yeah, well, now it is time to get to the feature match area and get the show on the road. The main event of the Galactic Championship here in 2026. 2 absolute giants of our game, true competitors that have proved themselves in the highest stages time after time as we get ready for game number 1.
And I believe we just saw Mike Jim winning the roll-off. I believe the higher number there, allowing him to start with the initiative, which, as we discussed earlier, Josh, could be very important in this match. Mike Jim playing Sabine Wren, leader, and Oliver Simons on the Shin Hati leader.
So Mike Jim with the initiative, as you mentioned, has to like that spot. See the blurg in hand, so we know he has a solid turn 2 play believe he might have one of those Lothal E-Wings as well. We know he picked up 2 of those, and that is a great opener.
Yeah, and I do believe, I'm not sure, but I do believe we're likely to see the Lothal E-Wing. Now, Mike could also lead off with the Covert Veteran, but it is indeed going to be that E-Wing.
The Galactic Championship round number 1 is underway. Mike Jim, Oliver Simmons, and Mike Jim will start out with the E-Wing in the Space Arena. Back over to Oliver. Let's see what kind of turn 1 play Oliver has found. Looks like might be holding on to that Fiend Fighter of Shin Hati's.
Yeah, it could potentially lead to a quick trade if that's indeed what we see, and that's absolutely right, Josh. Shin Hati's Fiend Fighter, a 3-1. When defeated, you may give 2 advantage tokens to a unit, and if it wasn't defeated by combat damage, you may give 3 advantage tokens to that unit instead. The problem here is Mike Jim could easily attack with the Lothal E-Wing, trade with Shin Hati's Fiend Fighter here, and there wouldn't be another unit to give those advantage tokens to.
Definitely a spot that Mike will have to strongly consider making that trade right away. As you said, just taking away the extra value from the Fiend Fighter.
And look at this, Mike Jim has 2 of those copies of Blurg in hand. He could play a copy of Blurg, attack with his Lothal E-Wing into the Fiend Fighter, and he would then get 1 damage through with Overwhelm.
He absolutely would, and would set him up in a good position to, of course, retain the initiative. We saw Mike really prioritizing those Blurgs early, solidifying a strong turn to play. Here's the Blurg supporting the Lothal E-Wing, and the E-Wing will attack and trade with the Shin Hati's Fiend Fighter unit, and 1 overwhelm damage to Oliver Simmons' base. Mike Jim striking first in game 1.
Oliver here playing the Outland Protector, a weaker unit, but it is a Sentinel. If Mike develops any of his space units, that Outland Protector will be able to defend Oliver's base. And it looks like the Attendant Navigator as well.
Yeah, like this play here from Oliver, getting the Protector out first, and then the Navigator able to give 2 advantage tokens to his space unit off of that when played ability. So good sequencing. Mike Jim with the initiative going into this next action phase.
Production has just informed us that they're having a minor issue with the overlays here. We may see some of that information swap around a bit before they get it locked in. Just an FYI to the viewers, if any of the cards in hand or similar are confusing. We do have
It's another Blurg. Blurg into Blurg. I like this tower. Blurg supporting the Blurg. It seems on point, and so the first copy of Blurg will attack and defeat the Navigator Attendant, taking just 2 damage back. So 2 Blurg units in the ground arena for Mike Jim, and just making sure he holds onto a good position on board. And Oliver going to play that stolen shuttle there in the space arena.
Yeah, and it looks like the advantage tokens from the Attendant Navigator that we saw earlier are buffing up the Sentinel there, which swings into base for 3. We're now seeing this could potentially turn into a ground versus space race, which is a dynamic that might favor Oliver. You know, we were talking about this earlier, but that Shin Hati leader ability is so strong in a racing environment in particular, and right now it looks like Mike has control of the ground while Oliver has control of the space arena.
And if Oliver could get a hold of that initiative, the stolen ETA shuttle would also get +2 power, so that would be a 5 power space unit that could really do some damage to the base in great tempo with Shin Hati's ability. But Mike Jim with the initiative will attack with Blurg first. 4 damage on Oliver's base. 4-3 the damage totals early in favor of Mike.
All right.
Currently just a total of 4 damage showing in the space arena for Oliver. Again, the stolen ETA shuttle only gets +2 power when you have the initiative, which right now Oliver does not have.
Yeah,
We are going to upgrade the shuttle here There is no conflict, giving the shuttle +2/+2. So now it absolutely has 5 power.
Yeah, this is definitely a situation where Oliver looks like he may be able to push quite a lot of damage in that space arena. Mike might have his work cut out for him dealing with that stolen Ada shuttle, especially because the Outland Protector is still there. So he might, even if Mike develops a powerful space unit, he will have to attack into that Sentinel first.
5 damage to Mike Jim's base with the shuttle. It's 8 damage on Mike's base as he has used up the blurg. Sabine will be deployed. Sabine deploys on 5 resources, 1 turn sooner than his opponent's Shin Hati.
All right.
Outland Protector just going to chip into Mike's base for 1.
Yeah, that Outland Protector, not necessarily the scariest unit, but it does actually still pose a serious problem here for Mike Jim, because not only is it chipping that damage in, as you said, Josh, but it's also protecting the stolen Ada shuttle, which can swing for a lot more damage.
Now Mike Jim was able to attack for 3 with his leader unit, putting Oliver up to 10 damage on base, but the Finnick Shand being played for Oliver, going to ambush and trade with the damaged blurg unit. So both 3 cost units defeated, but now Mike Jim getting that on attack ability from Sabine Wren. The next unit he played is shielded for the phase. So we've got the Clan Wren Loyalist coming out. It will be shielded, and Mike gets to go digging for a card here.
Yeah, you know, he's searching the top 5 cards of his deck for a card that shares a trait with a unit he controls. And he has several traits to choose from here. I believe the Mandalorian trait, the Trooper trait, I think that blurg is a creature trait. We'll see what exactly he ends up choosing.
Yeah, I don't love the 3/2 3-drops in this format with all of the 2 power, 2 cost units, but certainly looks a lot better, 1, when your opponent doesn't have a ground arena, and 2, when you put a shield token on it. Definitely a lot more difficult for your opponent to chew through.
That's right, Josh. And now Mike making his selection. Yeah, it looks like he has selected one of the Strike Team Vanguard units. He drafted quite a few of those, and that is a powerful 4-cost 5/5.
If I'm not mistaken, I think he got a whole play set of the Strike Team Vanguard, so he has got some great statted 4-cost units, that's for sure. Oliver is going to claim the initiative, and we could see for the first time in Game 1 where Oliver is able to take advantage of his leader ability.
Yeah, Oliver has not had the initiative for much of this game, but now he does have it, and we could easily see Shin Hati's ability being used with that buffed up stolen Ada shuttle, which is buffed further by the fact that its ability is finally active. So
this is a big swing, 7 damage to base with the shuttle. It has +4 power in total right now. Mike Jim going up to 16 damage on base, and Shin Hati's leader ability is going to be used to exhaust Mike's leader unit. The unit that you exhaust just has to cost less than the damage dealt to base. So 7 damage dealt. Sabine costs 5. Good tempo play for Oliver as the blurg goes into Oliver's base for 3. 13 damage on Oliver's base. Now Oliver will deploy Shin Hati. That's a 4/6 leader unit in the ground arena. And Mike Jim respecting it, going to put 3 damage on and lose the shield token on the Loyalist.
look at this. Mike Jim has 3 units in play and a Luke Skywalker in hand. He could potentially deal 3 damage to Oliver Simon's whole board here.
That would be pretty good. That would be able to defeat both the Outland Protector and Oliver's leader unit. We talked about that card. It has a strict condition, but if you meet it, it can be a massive play, and we're going to see Luke Skywalker unit come down for Mike Jim right now. 4 units in play, and 2 of Oliver's units defeated, left with just the shuttle. What a strong play for Mike Jim.
Yeah, very solid, and also some good sequencing there, Josh. You know, if you're wondering why Mike attacked with that Clan Wren Loyalist before playing Luke Skywalker, it's because Oliver would have been able to exhaust the Loyalist with Shin Hati's ability on attack. So by attacking first, Mike ensured that he would get that 3 damage onto Shin Hati. There was a risk that Oliver would attack one of his units instead and disable the Luke Skywalker when played ability, but Mike knows that Oliver is playing aggressively, going for the base, trying to race, so he successfully predicted that Shin Hati would instead attack the base, leaving 3 units on the field and setting up that huge play with that Luke Skywalker unit. But he is not home free just yet, because Oliver still has that very threatening and buffed stolen Eta shuttle.
Yeah, and with that attack from Shin Hati leader unit last round, it's 20 damage going into this action phase for Mike Jim. The ETA shuttle swings for 7. It's just 3 HP left on Mike's base. And now back over to Oliver. Let's see what he's got. We do have Restore 1 on Luke Skywalker as Mike Jim attacks for 5. And we'll restore 1 from base. No, he didn't attack.
That was
Shin
exhausted.
Hati exhausted. You are absolutely
yeah.
right. Yep. Absolutely. Shin Hati once again getting major value from Oliver because of that 7 power unit exhausting the 6 cost Luke Skywalker. We do have these cybernetic enhancements onto the Sabine Wren, but here comes Defenders of the Forest to ambush and overwhelm through for game number 1. Oliver Simmons closes it out. What a game.
That was an exciting one, Josh. You know, we saw Mike Jim set up that powerful Luke Skywalker play, was able to defeat the Shin Hati leader, clear out the smaller of the 2 space units, but that buffed stolen Eta shuttle was able to get too much damage through. An interesting dynamic there is that Mike Jim actually had Queen Saruna in hand, but the problem is Queen Saruna's ability can only deal 3 damage. And the stolen Eta shuttle actually had 7 total HP because it had 5 base, but was then upgraded with There Is No Conflict, which gives +2/+2 for a total of 7. So that Queen Saruna would have been 1 damage off from clearing Oliver's threatening space unit there.
And going back into that last game, it was actually crucial with that Shin Hati leader ability exhausting Luke, stopped the Restore 1, which kept Mike with just 3 HP remaining, meaning that the Defenders of the Forest was able to ambush the 2 HP unit and get exactly 3 overwhelm damage through, just enough. What an opener for Oliver Simmons. And we talked a little bit about how good the heroism space decks can be here in this draft format, but Oliver bringing out that shuttle, loading it up with the There Is No Conflict, and I mean, we saw Oliver put a ton of pressure on in space, and Mike's going to have to keep that in mind going into game 2.
That's right, Josh. Now he does have the initiative again, and the initiative is important as we were discussing, so we'll see what exactly is going to happen here. Mike Jim with initiative once more. Starts us off, same play he made last game, the Lothal E-Wing.
Lothal E-Wing for Mike Jim. Oliver Simmons to start game number 2, playing the Scout down in the ground arena. That Mandalorian Scout is a 3/3, so a good aggressive start. Does have a little bit of a drawback when it is defeated. You have to exhaust one of your ready resources. But Mike Jim holding on to the initiative. Let's see what he's got here in the second action phase. One thing that we were talking about, Tower, that we really wanted Mike to find was a Get Lost. And he did not find one through the draft. And that's a card that would be so good with Oliver playing that +2/+2 upgrade. There is no conflict. So Mike Jim's removal options a little bit limited in that regard in the space arena, as Lothal E-Wing will attack for 2. Here's Oliver going to play just a solid statted turn 2 play here. The Noti Nomad is a 3-cost 3/4. The mobile pod for the Noti Nomad, not the Nomad itself. And now we've got the Star Viper for Mike Jim. So once again, it's ground versus space. We saw this early in game 1 where Mike had the early blurgs and Oliver went to space. And this time it has shifted a little bit in game number 2.
Yeah, it's interesting here, Josh. We have Mike Gem with the space units, and both of these units have Restore 2, but only conditionally, and both of the conditions are off. So the Lothal E-Wing only has Restore 2 while an enemy unit is upgraded, and the Consortium Star Viper only has Restore 2 while you have the initiative. Currently, Oliver has the initiative and none of his units are upgraded. So while Mike Gem, in theory, has a lot of Restore that he has access to here in practice, it's not actually operational.
Oliver Simmons passing up on that attack with the scout last turn just to make sure he was able to snag the initiative. Attack with the scout first action during this phase. He used the Shin-Hati leader ability to exhaust the E-Wing. And now let's see how Mike responds. It's going to be 3 damage with the Star Viper, 5 damage on Oliver's base, 5 to 3 the damage totals in favor of Mike Gem. And once again, Oliver has the stolen shuttle there in the space arena. Gave Mike Gem all kinds of fits in game 1. They both play some very strong 4-cost units. One of the strike team Vanguards being played in the ground arena for Mike Gem.
And look at this. Oliver takes the initiative early rather than attacking with his No-T mobile pod. And that ensures that the stolen Ada shuttle there is going to be able to swing for 5 damage, which will also be potentially a big exhaust for Shin-Hati.
That's right. And again, shutting off the restore on that Star Viper because Mike Gem does not have the initiative, and swinging for 5 with the stolen shuttle. Oliver going to use Shin-Hati once again to exhaust the strike team Vanguard. So exhausting the more powerful unit here. Dealing 5, able to exhaust the 4-cost unit. So big tempo right now for Oliver.
That's right, and Mike Gem, both of his space units are ready, but both of his restore abilities are still disabled. Now he could potentially set up a play where he enables the Lothal E-Wing here if he were to use Sabine Wren's leader ability, giving the opponent 2 advantage tokens in order to give his next unit a shield.
Right
See
now,
what happens there.
just ignoring the units. Mike Gem going to attack into base with the Consortium Star Viper. It's 8 damage on Oliver Simmons' base. But Oliver is ahead in this race as the Mandalorian Scout attacks for 3. It's 11 to 8 in favor of Oliver now.
Oliver has given up a few attacks over the course of this game in order to maintain initiative, and that is allowing him to get extra value both out of the stolen Ada shuttle and out of his Shin-Hati leader ability. Mike Gem, I think, pushed into a more defensive position at this phase, though we'll have to see exactly how things go. I do know that Mike is going to be able to deploy the Sabine Wren leader unit quite soon. That could have an impact on things as well.
Mike Gem putting a Sentinel unit in the ground arena. The Survivor's Lang Skib, 4-cost 4/4 with Sentinel. Stands up nicely to the mobile pod on Oliver Simmons' side of the board. And Oliver says, I'm going to call your play of Survivor's Lang Skib. I've got my own. And that means that if that Sabine Wren does in fact deploy during this action phase, would have to attack into the Lang Skib if Mike wanted to attack.
I think if I'm Mike Gem here, I probably just take the initiative. You know, this is a scenario where, yes, you could deploy your Sabine Wren leader unit, but it wouldn't be that good. Yeah, and he does it.
I think you're absolutely right, need to get the initiative, shut down some of this tempo that Oliver is gaining. We do have the Outland Protector being played, so Oliver putting a Sentinel unit in the space arena.
I see that Luke Skywalker in hand once again for Mike Gem, and with a wide board like this, he could deal 3 damage to all of those units. That would outright remove the Mandalorian Scout and the smaller Space Sentinel up there, but it could additionally set up some of these other units to be removed pretty easily. This is a very interesting situation here. Mike Gem finally with initiative. Let's see what he can do with it.
Mike Gem was able to have a big Luke Skywalker play in game 1. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough, but here it is again in game 2. Luke Skywalker, the new legendary unit, will deal 3 damage to each of Oliver's units, defeating the Outland Protector and the Mandalorian Scout. And it leaves just 1 HP on both of Oliver's ground units, 2 HP left on that stolen shuttle in the space arena.
This also is going to exhaust one of Oliver's units here, Josh, or one of Oliver's resources, rather, because that Mandalorian Scout has a -1 defeated ability where you have to exhaust a ready resource. So Oliver only going to have 5 resources to work with this turn instead of 6. And with all those units now seriously damaged and Mike Jim having quite a wide board, this is not a very comfortable position to be in for Oliver here.
And Oliver has to decide this next action carefully. Of course, the stolen ETA shuttles now being threatened, could be defeated the very next action by one of Mike's space units.
Looks like Oliver was considering a trade with the 2 survivors Langskibs, but maybe rethinking that play. One other note here is that Mike Jim's Consortium Star Viper is finally active now that he has the initiative, and so does have Restore 2 operational right now. Oliver in a bit of a pickle here, thinking about what to do. He can still deploy his Shin Hati leader unit, but Mike can also deploy the Sabine Wren leader unit.
I do like this line from Oliver, trading both of the ground Sentinel units. Opens up the ground arena for when Shin Hati does deploy, as Mike takes the best option of defeating that shuttle. That pesky stolen ETA shuttle is attacked by the Lothal E-Wing. Both units defeated.
Yeah, that
over to Oliver.
That shuttle was a real problem for Mike Jim in Game 1, but he's dealt with it more efficiently here in Game 2. Now, Mike still has the Consortium Star Viper and the Strike Team Vanguard on the field.
Star Viper will attack for 3, restoring 2, as Mike has the initiative. So right now the damage count 12 to 11.
And Oliver's Shin Hati here can deploy, but Mike could potentially immediately attack it with the Strike Team Vanguard, then deploy Sabine Wren and use that attack to defeat Shin Hati. We'll have to see how this happens. Oh, an upgrade though.
Mike choosing to be aggressive with the Strike Team Vanguard instead. 5 damage to Oliver's base. There is no conflict, going to give Shin Hati +2/+2, as Mike Jim's leader unit is deployed as well. What do we have for Oliver? He now has a 6-power leader unit, and Oliver still feels as though he can be aggressive. Shin Hati will attack, dealing 6 to base.
That would let him exhaust the Sabine Wren leader unit as well.
It's just enough damage to exhaust Mike's leader unit. Now, Mike will claim the initiative, and Oliver's got another Sentinel unit to stand in Mike's way, a Moff Gideon. And Mike only has 12 HP remaining on base, and Shin Hati is set to deal another big chunk of damage on this next action phase.
Both bases severely damaged here. We have 16 damage on Oliver's base, 18 damage on Mike's base. Now, Mike does have a lot of restore available, so we could see the Consortium Star Viper has restore 2, that Luke Skywalker unit has restore 1. We also, I believe, have a grassroots resistance in hand here for Mike.
First action for Mike Jim is going to be attacking into the Moff Gideon Sentinel unit, defeating the Moff Gideon, but that when defeated trigger allowing Oliver to get the 1-cost Imperial unit, the Outland Protector, back from the discard pile.
That Outland Protector was able to defend Oliver fairly well earlier. Might, in this case at least, be able to absorb an attack from that Consortium Star Viper. Oliver looking at his options. Now, of course, still has some potential exhaust plays to make here.
Oliver Simmons wants to get in the 3 damage with that mobile pod while he can, because at the time being, Mike Jim's not showing a way to deal with Shin Hati in one action, but could certainly defeat the mobile pod. So 3 more damage on Mike's base. He's up to 21 damage, only 16 on Oliver's base. But as you called out, Tower, restore 3 could be an option for Mike Jim, which helps a little bit here, because 6 damage from Shin Hati is putting Mike Jim dangerously close to defeat.
Yeah, looking at the cards in hand here for Mike. Grassroots Resistance, Outland Protector, Pathfinder Sergeant, and Dinosaur Turtle. Grassroots Resistance could potentially offer even more healing here, Josh, as could that Pathfinder Sergeant ambushing in with Restore 1. But Oliver's going to get to exhaust one of Mike's units.
Every bit of ways to heal is super important, as the Star Viper was able to heal 2 from Mike's base, but Shin Hati going in for 6, exhausting Sabine Wren. So Mike Jim once again will not be able to attack with Sabine and potentially take advantage of giving a shield token to one of his units. Luke Skywalker going to attack into Shin Hati. 5 damage on Oliver's leader unit. Mike will restore 1. Here comes the Emperor's Champion for Oliver as well. It's a 3-5 Sentinel, or 3-5 shielded unit with Saboteur. Can get through the Sentinels. And there is the Grassroots Resistance that you talked about, Tower, and that is very important here. It's enough damage to defeat Oliver's leader unit and heal 3 damage from Mike's base. 21-19 in favor of Oliver, as we see Phoenix Shan being played. Will ambush and trade with the Strike Team Vanguard.
Oh, but there's that Pathfinder
another
Sergeant.
ambush. Back and forth we go.
And that's also another point of healing. So Mike was actually very close to defeat here, but managed to restore quite a bit of damage from his base.
Getting back down to 20, so the race extremely tight right now. Only 1 damage separates the 2 bases. Oliver does have the initiative. Going to attack for 3. Shin Hati, leader ability is used, exhausting the Outland Protector on Mike's side of the board. And here it is. Mike Jim finally gets to attack with his Sabine leader unit, bringing Oliver up to 22 damage on base, and will be able to have a shielded unit on this turn. The Mandalorian Scout, just another threat in the ground arena for Oliver, as he just desperately trying to close out the game. Here's the big Dinosaur Turtle for Mike Jim with a shield token.
7-7. That is a very powerful stat line here. It is not quite enough to defeat Oliver's base in 1 attack, but if Mike gets to attack with the Consortium Star Viper, the Dinosaur Turtle will be threatening potential lethal damage. However, Oliver has that Outland Protector to throw in the way.
It is enough to stop that attack from the Star Viper on this turn, but Mike Jim will claim the initiative, and that means he can threaten Oliver in 2 actions to close out the game in the ground arena.
Oliver here may be in trouble. Mike has a substantially more powerful board at this phase. Oliver is not without threats of his own, but looks to be in a disadvantageous position.
Mike Jim with the first action. The Turtle going to crash into Oliver's base for 7. 29 damage on 1 HP for Oliver. Does he have a way to stop Sabine leader unit? And he does not. There's the fist bump. We're going to game 3 in round 1 of the main event. Mike Jim fighting back to keep this match going as we get into game 3. Oliver Simmons will be starting with the initiative, which is exactly what he wants going into game 3.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens here. Mike versus Oliver. And should be pretty interesting.
And looking at Oliver's hand here for game 3, wonderful turn 1 play, having the initiative. That Shin Hati's Fiend Fighter with 3 power will be able to exhaust anything that Mike plays on this turn. First action next turn for Oliver. So here we go. Mike Jim has a Lothal E-Wing following the Shin Hati's Fiend Fighter. Game 3, the deciding game 3 in round number 1.
This is very interesting,
Underway.
Josh, because I believe this is the same set of turn 1 plays that we saw in game 1. But this time it actually favors Oliver instead of Mike, because Oliver has the initiative, which is so important. And as you discussed earlier, he'll be able to exhaust here.
And that's exactly what he does. 3 damage to Mike's base, exhausting the E-Wing with Shin Hati. The conflict within, an interesting play here for Mike Jim on turn 2, putting that on Shin Hati's Fiend Fighter, which means that Oliver is going to essentially have to pay 3 resources every single turn to keep Shin Hati's Fiendfighter ready.
Yeah, and there's one other important thing that does too, Josh. That is an upgrade on an enemy unit, and that means the Lothal E-Wings Restore 2 is now active. So Oliver, if he does not choose to pay 3, his Shin Hati's Fiendfighter unit is going to be disabled, and the Lothal E-Wing will be able to attack and heal Mike's base. I think if I'm Oliver, I might just want to pay the 3, attack with the Fiendfighter into the Lothal E-Wing. Yes, you lose your ship, but the opponent loses their restore source, and the when defeated ability could then give advantage tokens to that Noti mobile pod.
Could be a fantastic line of play for Oliver here. Going into the 4 resource turn, would only be left with 1 resource. Let's see if he does exhaust the resources here. He is not. He leaves the Fiendfighter exhausted. He wants the ready resources. So now Mike Jim with the first action will attack into base, restoring 2, with the Fiendfighter being upgraded.
Very solid situation for Mike Jim. I think the Conflict Within was a great card for him to play there and has set up a high value situation for his Lothal E-Wing. Oliver thinking here about how best to respond.
Snub Fighter Squadron is a pretty good way to respond, ambushing and defeating the Lothal E-Wing. And now Oliver has complete control of the space arena.
Also, I mean, he's the only player with units on the board at all. The downside of playing the Conflict Within is that it doesn't develop a unit on Mike's side of the board. Mike has 4 resources available. I think he could either play a stolen Eta shuttle of his own, a unit that's been very good for Oliver earlier, or perhaps the Twins.
Definitely a tough spot early in the game for Mike Jim, playing that stolen shuttle.
Does have that while you have the initiative ability. So if Oliver doesn't take the initiative here, but he does, and that does mean the shuttle is only going to be a 3/5, and Oliver may be able to exhaust it. In fact, I believe that Snub Fighter Squadron might, or no, but it only hits for 4.
Yeah, I think it would be 1 damage shy of exhausting the shuttle.
Right, I sort of think of it as a 5 damage unit, but that's only with that when played ability. It only swings for 4 damage. So the exhaust from the Shin Hati leader here is not active, and Mike Jim may in fact get a chance to attack with that stolen Eta shuttle, which could in fact take out the Snub Fighter Squadron.
I think for Oliver, you know that you are the aggressor here. Mike is the one that has to find an answer to your board. So the Snub Fighter Squadron getting in for 4 damage right away. And Mike Jim does take the Snub Fighter Squadron off the board, attacking and defeating it. We've got 3 more damage to Mike's base. Here comes Sabine Wren.
And look at this hand. The Defenders of the Forest there are available for Mike Jim. And that does mean we could potentially see the Sabine Wren leader unit attack. Next unit you play gets shielded. We could then have the Defenders of the Forest attack, get the shield before resolving ambush, and by that method they could clear out the Noti mobile pod and remain on the field to be a threat in future turns.
You're absolutely right, and it's interesting here. I believe that Oliver also has a Defenders of the Forest, so he's got to decide, do we just ambush and trade with the leader unit, or does he play a Sentinel? Because he has a couple Survivors Lane Skib as well, so can create the roadblock in the ground arena.
Oliver thinking about what to do here.
And it is just going to be the Sentinel to get in the way of the Sabine leader unit. But Sabine does attack here. 3 damage into Oliver's Sentinel unit. And now we will see a shielded unit. It is Defenders of the Forest. And the shield will be put on first. Then you resolve ambush. And that is going to defeat the Survivor's Lane Skib. The Defenders of the Forest will live to fight another day. And some overwhelmed damage trickling through as well. 8-6 the damage count in favor of Oliver, as he is able to claim the initiative.
Yeah, but Mike Jim's board here is significantly more powerful than what Oliver has access to. We have 3 units to 2, which seems close, but one of Oliver's units is very relevantly debuffed there. And Mike Jim's units overall are a bit stronger, but without the initiative, he does not have access to the buff on that stolen Ada shuttle. And Oliver is poised to potentially actually remove the Sabine Wren leader here with that Noti mobile pod. Could also potentially trade for the Defenders of the Forest. But I think there's a strong argument, if you're Oliver, for trying to, maybe you're pivoting a little. Instead of focusing just on aggression, at this point, there might be some nice value plays to be had. I think Noti mobile pod taking out the Sabine leader could be quite good.
And that is absolutely the first play for Oliver. Sabine leader unit is defeated. 1 HP left on the Noti mobile pod.
And look at that, Mike Jim has that Luke Skywalker in hand once more.
It seems to be as though Mike is a magnet for that Luke Skywalker. He has had it in all 3 games so far.
But this time, he only has 2 units on the field. If Oliver had not attacked and defeated the Sabine Wren leader, that Luke could be played and resolve its ability, but now Mike does not have enough units on field to get that when played effect. You need to have 4 units total once Luke Skywalker's played, so 3 other units when you play that. And Mike is going to need to develop his board a bit more if he wants to use that powerful when played effect.
Shin Hati leader unit is deployed. And Mike Jim was able to get in for 5 with the Defenders of the Forest. And now responding to Oliver's leader unit, the Twins coming down with that when played ability, able to give the Defenders of the Forest Sentinel for the phase.
And when another friendly unit is defeated, heal 1 damage from your base. That's exactly what's going to happen. Oliver attacks into the Defenders of the Forest and clears them with Shin Hati, but that activates the healing effect there from the Twins.
And now 3 more damage pouring into Oliver Simmons' base with the shuttle. 14 damage on his base. Oliver now finding himself in a little bit of a hole. Needs to regain composure on the board, and he will start by playing that Survivor's Lane skid. Putting the Sentinel in the ground arena is very important to protect that leader unit from the Twins. Also putting down the Mandalorian Scout.
And now we're seeing the downside of that Luke Skywalker unit, Josh. This is a situation where playing that would be absolutely devastating. It would defeat all of Oliver's units other than the Survivor's Lane skid, which would be left at just 1 HP. But Mike Jim does not have the unit count in play to get that when played effect. He needs to get something else to stick on the board if he wants to use that powerful Luke Skywalker ability.
We have seen the momentum shift multiple times already in this game, and it feels as though Oliver is starting to pull back here, but here is Queen Saruna with that when played ability. Mike is going to reveal the Luke Skywalker, and it's 3 damage to Oliver's leader unit. Shin Hati is defeated. Massive play for Mike Jim.
This Queen Saruna is a major threat at 5/7, and being able to resolve that ability again on attack. I think we've seen in hand, I believe there was a copy of Hunyang. We could potentially see Queen Saruna attack next turn, reveal that unit, and then use the ability to deal 3 damage, defeat the Mandalorian Scout, which would then exhaust one of Oliver's resources as well. Queen Saruna, probably the most powerful thing on the board in the current situation.
Oliver Simmons, for the first time since the conflict within was put on Shin Hati's Fiend Fighter, Oliver paying the 3 resources to make sure the Fiend Fighter is ready, and that allows Oliver to attack and trade with that shuttle, and that just opens the space arena back up, and the when defeated trigger means that Oliver is able to dish out 2 advantage tokens. They both go onto the Noti mobile pod. That's a 5 power unit at this point.
And now Mike Jim's units are outnumbered, but they're more powerful. However, once again, Oliver has cleared one of Mike's units and kept Mike off of that Luke Skywalker when played ability. He is off by 1 yet again.
Mike Jim going to attack into the Sentinel unit with the Twins. So just some damage being traded, but the on attack trigger very relevant, as the Twins, that's a when played and on attack ability, able to give Queen Saruna Sentinel for the phase. Which means if Oliver wants to deal with the Queen, he's going to have to throw multiple units into it. The Lang Skib going to go in first, and then the mobile pod will attack as well. So Queen Saruna defeated, as well as Oliver's 2 ground units. And at this point, Oliver just doing some cleanup. The Mandalorian Scout is able to attack and defeat the twins and remain in play with just 1 HP. A fantastic turn there for Oliver, able to regain composure, and now he has full control of the board yet again.
Mike Jim even further away from being able to resolve the Luke Skywalker when played ability. Now with no units on the field, he was close in previous turns, but now things are looking a little grim. He does have a substantial advantage in damage dealt to the base, but he needs to build his board back up following that turn where Oliver was able to clear the field completely.
Mike Jim has the initiative and going to need to see a very reasonable threat. First time I believe he's used that Sabine action ability on the leader side this match. It means that Oliver will put 2 advantage tokens on one of his units, and then the next unit that Mike plays will get shielded for the phase. So 2 advantage tokens onto that stolen shuttle. The shuttle swings for 5, 10 damage on Mike Jim's base, and it's a good payoff for Mike Jim with that Sabine action ability, able to shield up the defenders of the forest and ambush and defeat that Mandalorian Scout to regain the advantage in the ground arena. But Oliver Simmons has his own ambush unit. We've seen Fennec Shand in all 3 games, and he's able to clean up the defenders.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing there. You know, Fennec Shand with ambush and saboteur, she is not necessarily the most powerful unit ever, but in this sort of situation, Oliver is essentially trading a 3-3 for a 5-3, which is a pretty good deal. And it's an interesting dynamic here. I believe those Defenders of the Forest did also get a chunk of Overwhelm damage through onto Oliver's base, so we now have 18 damage on there, just 12 HP remaining, while Mike has 20 HP. But of the units still on the field, the stolen Ada shuttle is significantly more powerful than that copy of Hu Yang.
And here we go, just trading some attacks. That 5 power shuttle, because Oliver has the initiative, bring Mike's up to 15 damage on. Hu Yang's able to swing for 2. Oh, again, gets exhausted, doesn't swing for 2. My apologies. And we see the big dinosaur turtle. So this could be the unit that Mike Jim needs to try and close out the game. But Oliver Simmons able to play his own Defenders of the Forest, ambushing and defeating Hu Yang. And now the Imperial Loyalist coming out for Oliver means he has a Sentinel unit in the way of the massive creature unit, that dinosaur turtle.
Yeah, it's an interesting one here. You know, the Imperial Loyalist is a relatively puny 2-2 Sentinel, but the Dinosaur Turtle does not have Overwhelm. So we could potentially see a situation where Mike Jim's mighty 7-7 creature is forced to, you know, attack into a 2-2 unit and sort of waste its time here.
First action for Mike Jim. Grassroots Resistance will deal 3 damage and defeat the Defenders of the Forest while healing some damage from the base. The Imperial Loyalist was able to get in for 2. But now it's the Dinosaur Turtle just having to clear up the ground arena once again to open up that possible big swing on the next action phase. Oliver does have a 3-cost unit in the ground arena, the Forest Patroller. And now Mike Jim going to play that Star Viper once again.
Consortium Star Viper does have potential restore if Mike can get the initiative here. But look at this. It's the same combo Oliver did earlier.
We've seen it before. The There Is No Conflict onto the shuttle, getting +2/+2. And the Navigator Attendant, when played ability, 2 advantage tokens. And that was 7 damage in 1 swing. And all of a sudden, Mike Jim at 22 damage on his base does have the initiative, but Oliver's pulled just ahead in the race.
Initiative now extraordinarily important here, Josh. Mike Jim has it, and that is very relevant because that stolen Ada shuttle with the upgrade there would be actually able to swing for 7 if Oliver had the initiative. The Attendant Navigator, having given those advantage tokens on the previous turn, very relevant here. Mike now with more damage on his base, but he has that initiative. The Consortium Star Vipers Restore is now active.
And that is the play on the first action. 3 damage on Oliver's base. Mike Jim able to restore 2. It's 21 to 20, the damage totals. Now Oliver Simmons has that massive shuttle in the space arena, attacking for 5, doesn't have the +2 from the initiative, so it's just a 5 power swing. It's 25 damage on Mike Jim's base. That means that there is lethal showing in the ground arena currently for Oliver Simmons.
Mike Jim is in some trouble here, I feel, but let's see what he can do.
The Dinosaur Turtle swinging for 7. It's 28 damage on Oliver's base. Here is 3 from the Forest Patroller. Mike Jim has 28 damage on his base as Oliver restores 1.
But look at Mike Jim's hand. He has Sentinels he can develop in both ground and space. He has a Survivor's Landscape he can play to the ground, and an Outland Protector he can play to space. Mike could set up those 2 Sentinels, and if Oliver can't respond, he's protected in both arenas, could then take the initiative and win next turn with the Dinosaur Turtle.
There's the Survivor's Landscape. That shuts down the immediate threat of the Navigator Attendant, closing out the game for Oliver Simmons. Oliver has yet to use any resources, just going to claim the initiative. He has not spent his resources, and
he's banking on that shuttle,
he's
but Mike
banking
has
on the
a
shuttle,
Sentinel.
but he's got the Outland Protector, a Sentinel for Mike Jim, as you called it, in both arenas. The Pathfinder Sergeant as well is going to come out ambush, restoring 1, so it's 27 damage on both bases. And now Oliver in big trouble because Mike Jim has a lethal threat in both arenas.
Does Oliver have any way to get Saboteur? An unsanctioned patrol here would win the game for Oliver. Does he have something that can allow him to get through these Sentinels in either arena? I don't know if I'm seeing it.
Oliver Simmons looking through his hand. He doesn't have it. There's the fist bump. And the current world #1 coming into the Galactic Championship, Mike Jim off to the races. And he performs an outstanding comeback there, falling in game 1 and then takes the match 2-1. What a thriller.
Yeah, that was such an exciting final game of the match too. You know, it really looked like Oliver had the advantage, was going to take the initiative and have the ability to potentially, you know, take out Mike Jim in that space arena, even after Mike Jim had that Survivor's Landscape. But there's Sentinels in both arenas, letting Mike set things up, hold off Oliver, and ultimately win the match.
What a match. We've got more right after this. Don't go anywhere. More from Vegas coming up next. The best players in the world have traveled to Las Vegas to compete to become a Galactic Champion. We just saw a thrilling opening match of round 1 of the draft portion of the main event, and now we get ready for another match from round 1. Feature match B should be exciting as well.
That's right, Josh. We saw a thrilling match between Mike and Oliver there, really exciting one, and now we're going to see what happens in another round. And this time it is Dan Hughes versus PJ Kelly. Dan is playing the powerful Cad Bane Vigilance combination, while PJ has the same Shin Hati leader that we saw earlier, this time with a command base.
Yep, Shin Hati with command, and of course Cad Bane, one of the best leaders in the format. Most players believing this is the strongest leader in this limited format. Check
4
out
copies
the deck
of
list.
TIE Striker. So
Great
there's
opener.
a 2-1 Saboteur. He has 4 of those. This is a little known fact about the limited format. In constructed play of Star Wars Limited, you're limited to 3 copies of a certain card. In Limited, if you happen to have more than 3 in your sealed pool or in what you manage to draft, you can go ahead. So 4 TIE Striker is completely legal in this format.
Finding that Imperial Armored Commando and the Cyborg Mech as well. Great cards to go with Cad Bane, and also has a very strong top end. You can see those big spaceships on the top end, and those are going to play a big role in closing out games for Dan.
Several Sentinel units as well. We have, in addition to the Imperial Armored Commando, we have that copy of Casca Reeves, who is a conditional Sentinel. We have the Palace Chef Droid up there as another potential obstacle. And then in addition to Sentinels, we have a lot of Saboteurs here for Dan. So in addition to those 4 TIE Strikers, there's also 2 copies of the Shidop Pirate Skiff, which offers a Saboteur option in the ground arena.
And I think that 4-cost 4/5 a Saboteur, I think that is a very strong card, especially given the plethora of Sentinels in the format and shield tokens. I think that Pirate Skiff is extremely viable, and getting 2 of them makes your curve very good. With Casca and the Pirate Skiff, that 4-cost slot, that's kind of wild.
Yeah, I've even considered using that Shidop Pirate Skiff in constructed play. I think in Limited it's very strong, especially in a set that has so many good Sentinels. And as you were saying earlier, it does seem like there's more of a high end here than what we've seen from some of these previous builds. Quite a lot of cards on the more expensive sides. The Wookiee Chieftain, the Cyborg Mech, the Reinforcing Light Cruiser. We have Eviscerator, the Nebulon Sea Frigates, 2 copies there, the Na'vi White Ice Spider. Lots and lots of high end. But one thing that I'm noting here, I believe this deck only has a single 3-cost card. Earlier we were seeing Mike Gem prioritize that slot with those copies of Blurg and so on, but there's only the Pit Droid team. However, maybe the large number of 1-cost units here, maybe he can fill in with like a 2+1 on that 3-resource turn instead.
The 2 copies of Deadly Invulnerability, great as well, especially when paired with Cad, because that means Cad Bane's leader ability is dealing 2 damage to a unit instead of 1. But now let's take a look at PJ Kelly's deck list as well. Shin Hati paired up with Command. We saw Oliver just about take down Mike Jim with this same combination, and here it's again a lot of space threats. So I think this is going to be another deck that needs to be very aggressive.
Yeah, this time we're seeing another Shin Hati deck using that command base. And looking at this, we have we definitely have some threats in space. There's quite a few space units there, and PJ Kelly does have the unsanctioned patrol that would have saved the day for Shin Hati in that previous match against Mike Jim. Not only a Saboteur unit itself, but can be played and use support to grant Saboteur to another unit and immediately attack with it. Very strong card. That's one I've definitely played in constructed. And yeah, we'll have to see. I think overall this deck has substantially less in the way of top end compared to the build that we were just looking at. So PJ Kelly's probably going to want to be the aggressor and try to resolve the game quickly.
Yeah, absolutely need to be the aggressor against Cad. Those Peridia Bandits are so good. We noted those a little bit earlier. They only have 1 HP, so CAD can't hit it.
Right.
And with that 4 power, it's so good with Shin Hati's ability to exhaust a 3-cost unit. And I'm also noticing an absolute bomb at the bottom right of your screen, the Darksaber for PJ Kelly. If you can put that on the right unit, things can get out of control really fast. Just imagine Shin Hati becoming a 8-power threat in the ground arena. Could be trouble.
Yeah, and another interesting thing about the Darksaber is that you can attach it to a non-vehicle unit. I believe it has to be does it have to be a unique unit? Am I misremembering that?
Yes, it is a unique non-vehicle unit.
Right. So in this situation, I think the Captain Pelion and Shin Hati are the only valid targets, because everything else is either non-unique or is a vehicle. But if PJ were to attach the Darksaber to Captain Pelion, it actually makes him count as a leader unit, which means that he's not a valid target for certain things. Not sure how relevant that particular aspect would be, but in constructed play where people play much more removal and a lot of it doesn't hit leaders, that's a very important part of that card.
Yeah, absolutely. I think ultimately when we talk about the matchup, we're thinking about this particular matchup, PJ Kelly has to be the aggressor. CAD just wants to try and slow things down as much as possible, stabilize, and then turn the quarter with that massive late game. But we are ready to get to the feature match area once again and see how things go between Shin Hati and Cad Bane.
Yeah, this could be some classic sort of aggro versus control gameplay. Shin Hati wanting to be the aggressor, Cad Bane wanting to defend and get to those powerful high-end units that we saw in that board. And I believe we just saw Dan Hughes win the roll-off, which is pretty important. Now, it's important to note also for the viewers, we're actually going into this. This is the second game of the match. Dan Hughes has a 1 win on the board here. PJ Kelly going into this one, and he has made his resource decisions. I think Dan perhaps taking a mulligan, and now looking at these cards, we do see Miggs Mayfield, a fairly strong early play, or it can be used later with support. Nice flexible card. I think Dan setting that one aside. I'm not sure whether he's setting it aside as a resource or setting it aside as this is the one that I want to play.
Yeah, Miggs Mayfield can be quite good with Cad Bane's. A lot of damage that can be dealt with the ping, plus that on attack trigger, but looks as though he did resource it.
Yeah, I think he's set it aside as a resource. I think we might see the Palace Chef Droid lead us off here, Josh.
Here we go, Dan, with the initiative. Game 2 is underway, and it is going to be the Ewok Warriors. So get the 3-2 out there for Dan Hughes, and PJ Kelly is going to play that Peridia Bandit as Dan is able to claim the initiative.
Yeah, so the Ewok Warrior here, 3-2, could trade with the 4-1 Peridia Bandit, and we could potentially see a situation here where if the Bandit has the chance to attack, Shin Hati's unit ability could be used to exhaust that Ewok Warrior. The leader ability from Shin Hati, very relevant here, but because Dan has the initiative, he'll have the opportunity to potentially trade these units instead. Before that can happen, let's see what he does.
All right, first action for Dan Hughes. Looks like we are going to bring that Palace Chef Droid out that we saw earlier, getting a Sentinel in the ground arena. Just a 0-3, but while defending, it gets +2 power. So if the Bandit goes into it, it would be a trade, as PJ Kelly is going to shift the focus up to the space arena with that Shin Hati's Fiend Fighter. And Dan Hughes now going to base with the Ewok Warrior.
It's a funny situation here. PJ Kelly's units both have only 1 HP, which means that Cad Bane's leader ability cannot be used on either of them. So Cad Bane has the ability to exhaust to deal 1 damage to a unit that has 2 or more remaining HP, but doesn't do anything against 1 HP targets like the units that PJ Kelly has been bringing onto the field.
We did see PJ Kelly go for the trade, Peridia Bandit into the Palace Chef Droid. And now Dan Hughes once again able to take the initiative, which is important, just keeping the Shin Hati leader ability at bay.
Let's see here. Dan Hughes with that initiative, very, very relevant in these. And I would say, you know, initiative is important in Star Wars Unlimited as a whole, Josh, but extra important with abilities like this one on Shin Hati, or with some of those cards that get bonuses while you have the initiative, which are relevant in this format.
So both players just trading some damage. It's 6 damage early on PJ Kelly's base, 3 damage on Dan Hughes' base as we see the pit droid team coming out. Just a 3-3 in the ground arena, but will reduce the cost of upgrades that are played on Dan's other units. So we'll see if he has any way to make use of that as we have the mouse droid coming out for PJ Kelly.
When played the next Imperial unit you play this phase costs 1 less. And I believe that's being used here to bring out this Emperor's Champion. And Emperor's Champion here, a 4-cost unit with Shielded and Saboteur, and only 3 resources needed to pay for it thanks to the discount from the mouse droid. So PJ Kelly not only developing an additional unit here, but doing it more cheaply. However, Dan Hughes is going to use Cad Bane's leader ability to ping the Emperor's Champion, removing that shield token, then plays Deadly Vulnerability on it. If attached unit would take damage, it takes twice as much damage instead, and while the attached unit's defending, the attacker loses Overwhelm. However, one of the weaknesses of Cad Bane is that he's not action efficient. Using that ability to ping opponents often lets the opponent take the initiative. That's just what we've seen here, and it means that PJ Kelly is likely going to have the opportunity to exhaust one of Dan Hughes' units here.
Yeah, PJ Kelly finally getting the initiative, exactly what he wants. The Deadly Invulnerability on that Emperor's Champion does mean that Dan is set to make a trade with the champion using either of these units in the ground arena.
That pit droid team is only a 3-3. Does allow you to discount the first upgrade you play, but only the first upgrade you play on another friendly unit. So if you're playing upgrades on your opponent's units, it isn't that relevant. Here comes PJ Kelly.
First action, going to play Halo, and he can absolutely support here. Attacking with another unit, it is going to be the Emperor's Champion. And the champion would be attacking into the pit droid team, and it would be a trade again because of the Deadly Invulnerability. All damage dealt to the champion is essentially doubled, and that means 6 damage back in combat from the pit droid team.
I think the Deadly Vulnerability there is an interesting one, because without that, we could actually have seen the wait, I think they've actually misplayed this, though. I think a judge is intervening. The Deadly Vulnerability only applies while the attached unit is defending. So I'm not entirely sure what oh no, I'm sorry. It's only while the attached unit is defending that the attacker loses Overwhelm. You still take twice the damage. So that was right after all. Unfortunate for PJ Kelly, because if not for that Deadly Vulnerability, we would be in a situation where Halo's ability to grant a shield after you defeated the unit would be in play. I'm not sure whether he thought that would in fact be the case with that attack, and he was confused and that was what the judge was explaining, or whether they were just confirming that that's how that rules interaction worked. But either way, that is a trade and not a situation where Halo is able to confer that shield.
And with the trade, Dan Hughes likes that position because he's able to play Casca Reeves. A friendly unit was defeated for Dan, so he gets to create a Mandalorian token as well. Casca will have Sentinel. We've got 6 damage on each base going into the next turn. It's all ground versus space. Dan in the ground arena, PJ Kelly in the space arena. PJ Kelly once again with the initiative, so will have the option to potentially attack right away and exhaust something using Shin Hati's leader ability.
Yeah, it's interesting here. I wonder, well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see just what happens. We are looking at ground versus space once more, Josh. And, you know, I don't think PJ Kelly is necessarily too unhappy about that, given that he does want to rush past his opponent. But I think that copy of Casca Reeves is an awkward obstacle here. We do, I think, see an ATST Raider in hand, which is potentially an ambush option, but there's an awkward situation where The ATST Raider only has ambush while you control a non-unique unit, and unusually for limited, the only units PJ Kelly has on the field are unique. So he can't actually ambush Casca Reeves with his ATST Raider this turn.
Great point indeed.
Now, with that Survivor's Langskip, now he has a non-unique unit on the board, but he doesn't have enough resources to play both it and the ATST Raider. He can potentially deploy Shin Hati, but she, of course, is also unique. So I think the Raider is going to have to be stuck in hand here, and if Dan Hughes ends up removing the Survivor's Langskip, that Raider might not have ambush next turn either.
Lots of damage being traded on this turn. Dan Hughes goes up to 13 damage with the attacks from the 2 space units. Here comes Cad Bane being deployed. Shin Hati deployed immediately following. Cad Bane has able to trigger that ping a couple times, damaging the Langskib and the Halo. Both units 3 HP remaining. Cad needs to get through that Langskib. So the attack coming from the Cad Bane leader unit. On attack trigger, dealing 1 damage to Shin Hati leader unit. And the Sentinel unit for PJ Kelly is defeated. So once again gives a very strong position in the ground arena for Dan Hughes.
We could see PJ Kelly attack and clear Casca Reeves with his Shin Hati leader unit, but it would leave Shin on only 1 HP, and she could then herself be defeated by the Mandalorian token that Casca Reeves generated. And so it looks like PJ Kelly opted to just take the initiative rather than attack with his leader there.
Absolutely right, just claiming the initiative, so it leaves the door open for Dan Hughes to get into base with that Mandalorian token. 13 damage on each base. A substantial ground advantage for Dan Hughes as he plays the Wookiee Chieftain as well. But PJ Kelly with the initiative. Let's see if he's going to potentially drop down. Well, no, he can't. He can't drop down the ATST Raider with ambush here. There's no non-unique units in play for PJ Kelly.
Yeah, maybe PJ can play an inexpensive ground unit or an inexpensive space unit that's non-unique, and then play the ATST Raider as well to ambush, but doing that would take multiple actions. It's an awkward spot. The ATST Raider is quite a strong card, and most units that people play, especially in the limited formats, are non-unique. You don't have the same density of uniques as you would in a constructed deck, but PJ has not found them, and so that ATST Raider was kind of stuck in his hand. I believe he's actually resourced it here.
Yeah, just not a good spot for it. It would obviously be in a good position to ambush and take out the Sentinel unit, because if PJ Kelly can, he would love to protect this Shin Hati. And it's worth noting Dan Hughes is building up quite the ground arena. He's got a lot of threats on the 7 resource turn now, but as soon as next turn, Dan Hughes has an Eviscerator in hand. And that means that a big board presence could get really out of hand because advantage tokens will be given out.
Yeah, and believe it or not, I actually think Dan Hughes has lethal here in the ground arena. Now, I don't know that it's going to necessarily go off, but I believe he has exactly 17 damage, just the amount that he needs to potentially defeat PJ Kelly's base. But, you know, PJ in this situation does have the ability to get some exhausts going, with Shin Hati's ability applying when any friendly unit's attack ends, not just with the leader unit herself. So in this case, PJ is likely going to be able to exhaust some of Dan's elements, and by doing that, stave off lethal damage even if he doesn't clear units.
Casca Reeves for Dan Hughes was able to get in for 4 damage before it is now defeated. The Gazanti Assault Carrier being played by PJ Kelly, supporting Shin Hati. And Shin going to attack and defeat the Sentinel unit, but now the Ewok Warrior can clean up PJ Kelly's leader unit. So it really is ground versus space as we get into the late stages of this game, and PJ Kelly has another Sentinel to put in the way. And it is important because it's stopping a good bit of damage coming through in the ground arena. There was a possible 8 damage, and this is going to slow that down for sure as Cad Bane will attack and defeat the 2-cost Sentinel unit, the Imperial Loyalist.
Yeah, and I believe that the on-attack ability was used there to damage one of Dan Hughes' units, the Wookiee Chieftain. You might wonder why Dan did that, and the answer is the Wookiee Chieftain has grit, so now the Chieftain will be swinging for 5 damage instead of just 4. Damage is adding up for both players.
5 damage coming through. It's 24 damage on PJ Kelly's base. 20 damage on Dan's base. Quite the race here, but at this point, Dan Hughes can finish the game on the next action phase in 2 actions, whereas PJ Kelly would need at least 3 as it stands.
Yeah, and Dan hasn't used his resources this turn either. Can potentially develop further threats. There's that Shydop pirate skiff, and I think that was one of the mini TIE strikers that Dan has access to entering play as well.
All right, so PJ Kelly has the initiative.
And some of the important units for Dan Hughes in this race cost too much for PJ Kelly to exhaust unless he has some kind of attack pump. We'll see what PJ can put together, but right now it looks like the game is likely going to end this turn one way or another, and I think at this point it seems to be Dan's advantage. Let's see what PJ can do.
This is it. PJ Kelly has to win this game to force a game 3. Shin Hati's leader ability could play a role here, could do some exhausting, but at most, PJ Kelly can only deal 4 damage in 1 action with these space units, which means that PJ Kelly can only exhaust a unit that costs 3 or less, which unfortunately, that is not the threats you're really looking to hit here, because Dan is showing lethal in 2 actions with a combination of any of these 4 power or higher units there in the ground arena.
Yeah, some kind of attack pump for PJ Kelly would be very desirable, but I don't think he has one. Looks like a Captain Pelion and a Mandalorian Super Commandos.
Here it is. There's the handshake. He doesn't have it. He can't stave off the onslaught in the ground arena. Dan Hughes in 2 games over PJ Kelly. Off to the races. Good start here in the main event.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. You know, Shin Hati very strong in a race, but in that situation, we were talking about it when we saw the deck lists, Josh, the powerful higher end units that Cad Bane had available to it were able to come out, and with those units in play, Shin Hati was not able to exhaust them because they cost too much, and they were also just powerful tools in the race.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And PJ Kelly could not really get anything going in the ground arena. Cad is so difficult to fight with in the ground arena, and the space units that PJ Kelly presented, it just wasn't quite enough to get over the finish line. The ground threats really kind of overpowered what PJ Kelly was able to do in the space arena. And I also want to think back to earlier in the game. The deadly vulnerability actually played a huge role.
That was big.
Because that meant that the champion dies to just one of the units. And without the deadly and vulnerability, the Halo gives the champion a shield token back.
Right.
And not only that, even if you don't attack right there and you don't get the shield token, the champion can at least trade with both of those 3 power units in the ground arena, if nothing else, and just try to help control and maintain the ground arena. But the deadly vulnerability is so good in this Cad deck.
Yeah, I'm really curious actually whether that was an error and he thought that the deadly vulnerability only applied on defense and the Halo effect would apply. But it's kind of interesting because even if he had been able to live through that attack and get the shield, we still could have seen Cad Bane ping off the shield with the leader ability and then have the other unit trade. So it wouldn't necessarily have been an insurmountable advantage by any means, but I do wonder, you know, without that deadly vulnerability, would that Halo have allowed the Emperor's champion to be in a much stronger position on the ground?
And sometimes in these games, they're so close that every bit of damage can really add up, and that Ewok Warrior was able to stay on the board a little bit longer. It was able to chip in for some more damage, and we saw there how important the action economy was at being able to present lethal in fewer actions than my opponent. So that really plays a role when you're able to have something like Deadly Vulnerability and just clean things up.
Yeah. Very interesting situation overall. That was a, you know, Cad Bane, people talking about him as a very strong contender, both in limited and in constructed. And, you know, we just saw him pick up, you know, maybe his first match win of the Galactic Championship.
Well, that is going to do it for our round 1 of the main event, but we've got so much more to come from Vegas. Stay tuned.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2026 Galactic Report. If you're here in Vegas, we have some seating down front. Feel free to come and join me. My name is Wesley Mouri, and I am the brand ambassador for Fantasy Flight Games. It is my honor to be here with you this afternoon to share the most exciting news that we have coming up over the next year. Whether you're joining us here in Vegas, viewing the live stream at home, or maybe you're watching the playback sometime in the near future, we are glad you are here with us. Over the last 2.5 years, Star Wars Unlimited has grown into something truly incredible. What began with a spark has become a thriving global community of players, local game stores, content creators, judges, event organizers, and most importantly, fans who continue to share their passion for the game every single day. The Galactic Championship is a celebration of that community. Over the next few minutes, we'll be looking back at everything we've accomplished this year, sharing what's coming next for Star Wars Unlimited, and of course, revealing a few surprises along the way. So, let's get started. When Jim Cartwright stood on this stage just 1 year ago, he cast an inspiring vision for the future of Star Wars Unlimited. And 2026 turned out to be a remarkable year for the game, beginning with the release of our 7th set, A Lawless Time. Now, A Lawless Time represented an important milestone as the first set fully developed after the game's initial launch window. This allowed our designers to begin applying feedback from players, retailers, and of course, community events across the world. We introduced multi-aspect cards, refined our booster pack experience, expanded organized play, and continued to build on the foundation that has made Star Wars Unlimited such a success. Most importantly, A Lawless Time reminded us what makes Star Wars so special. It's not just the heroes, it's not the villains, it's the unlikely characters who come together to change the fate of the galaxy. This year also allowed our players to come together with the introduction of Twin Suns pre-constructed decks. We have been, let's hear it. From day one, we have been hearing that you want more Twin Suns. We are very excited. We have been thrilled to see the communities engage and embrace the multiplayer format, whether they're playing casually at the game store or enjoying it around a kitchen table at home. Twin Suns continues to be one of the most requested formats from our community, and we are excited to continue supporting Twin Suns in a new, consistent way as we move into 2027. But we'll have more on that in a bit. The release of Ashes of the Empire took players to a pivotal moment in the Star Wars timeline. The collapse of the Empire left a power vacuum across the galaxy. Imperial remnants struggled to hold their territory. New Republic forces raced to restore order, and countless characters found themselves shaping what the future of the galaxy would become. Ashes of the Empire brought brand new strategies, new leaders, and exciting opportunities for deck building just in time for the Galactic Championship. But now that we are all here together, I am sure you are all wondering what comes next. That one person is excited. Are we excited to hear what's coming next for Star Wars Unlimited? There it is. There it is. When we think about Star Wars, we often think about the characters, the heroes, the villains, the ships, the droids. But the Star Wars galaxy has always been defined by something even bigger: the worlds. From the forests of Endor to the dunes of Tatooine, deep in the jungles of Kashyyyk and across the fields of Naboo, these are the places that shaped the stories that we love. Our next set invites players to explore those worlds like never before. It's time to take a first look at Homeworlds. Let's hear it for Homeworlds. If you're joining us at home, I don't know if you can hear it, but the room erupted when we saw those spotlight leaders. Don't worry, we're gonna get into that information real quick. When we first began designing Homeworlds, we asked ourselves a simple question. What part of the Star Wars galaxy have we yet to fully explore? Over the past 3 years, Star Wars Unlimited has taken us through some of the galaxy's greatest conflicts. We've experienced massive space battles, fought alongside legendary Jedi and Sith. We've navigated the worlds of galactic politics and even joined the underworld's most daring outlaws. But every great Star Wars story begins somewhere, on a world. Homeworlds shifts our focus to the planets that define the Star Wars galaxy, the places where heroes are forged, where empires rise, and where ordinary people choose to stand against impossible odds. These worlds are just backdrops, aren't just backdrops to our stories. They become part of the game itself. With more than 260 new cards, 2 new token types, a brand new keyword, and some of the most thematic gameplay we have ever created, Homeworlds promises to change the way that players think about the game they love. Now, every Star Wars Unlimited set introduces new ways to experience the game, and Homeworlds is no exception. This set introduces 3 major new mechanics that work together to create a more thematic battlefield than ever before. Let's get into it. First, we have Beast Tokens. An ooh and an ah came over the crowd. These are the largest token units we have ever created. While they require a little more effort to bring into play than previous tokens, their size and strength make them a formidable force on the battlefield. Next up, we have the Fortify keyword. Now, the Fortify keyword allows players to attach upgrades directly to their bases instead of just their units. This opens an entirely new layer of strategy, allowing players to build defensive positions, create powerful combinations, and of course now think about their base more than just a target to defend. And finally, this is the one I am most excited about, we have Weakness Tokens. Now, if experience tokens help your units grow stronger, weakness tokens do the exact opposite. They give players new ways to wear down their opponent's forces, reduce their effectiveness, and create entirely new strategic decisions throughout the game. Now, Homeworlds also encourages players to think differently about the bases themselves. Each primary aspect now receives 4 new common bases representing some of the most iconic worlds in Star Wars. We have Endor, Tatooine, Kashyyyk, and Naboo. For the first time, many cards throughout the set will reward players for building around these specific homeworlds. So perhaps your creature units receive a boost on the sands of Tatooine, or your Wookiee units will hit harder when defending Kashyyyk. It's a very simple idea, but one that of course opens brand new possibilities. Now, this is the part that everybody was very excited about. Every new set, of course, begins with our spotlight leaders. And for Homeworlds, we are starting with one of the most beloved heroes in the entire Star Wars saga. We have Chewbacca. Arriving as a command and heroism leader, the Chewbacca leader's ability allows your units to attack even if they're exhausted, which means a unit you just played can immediately join the fight. It also means powerful on-attack abilities might be able to trigger multiple times. Centered around the Battle of Endor, the Chewbacca Spotlight deck utilizes Ewok and fellow rebel units to lead the charge against your opponent. Now, this is the announcement. On the other side of the battlefield, we have one of the most unique leaders we have ever created, Grand Moff Tarkin. Now, at first glance, Tarkin looks like a traditional leader. But when you reach 9 resources, everything changes. Instead of deploying Grand Moff Tarkin as a leader, you instead deploy the Death Star leader unit onto the table. Yes, the Death Star is now officially a leader unit in Star Wars Unlimited. And when it enters the battlefield, your opponent immediately has a new clock to worry about. Tarkin's entire strategy revolves around surviving long enough to unleash the Empire's ultimate weapon, with the ability to defeat a base with 10 or less HP. Use Fortify upgrades to strengthen your base, or weakness tokens to slow your opponent. You can control the game until the Death Star arrives. It is again one of the most thematic decks we've ever created, and we cannot wait to see the moments it creates around tables everywhere. Now, of course, no new Star Wars Unlimited release would be complete without a brand new line of official accessories from our friends at GameGenic. Players can expect new deck pods, play mats, art sleeves, binders, and more, all featuring gorgeous, gorgeous artwork inspired by Homeworlds. And in fact, our friends and fans here at the Galactic Championship have the chance to visit the GameGenic booth and get the first look at that Homeworlds product. So after the Galactic Report, make sure to make your way over to the GameGenic booth. Now, while Homeworlds expands Star Wars Unlimited across the galaxy, our next product expands who can experience it. Let's take a look at icons. We are so excited to bring you a brand new product. For those who haven't heard, over the past 3 years, Star Wars Unlimited has grown tremendously, and with that growth, of course, comes new challenges. How do we create the perfect place for a brand new player to begin? And how do we welcome back someone who may have missed a few sets along the way? Releasing November 20th, Icons is a brand new mini set built around fan-favorite characters, straightforward mechanics, and accessible gameplay experiences, including a brand new product, a new Icons starter box, which is the perfect introduction to Star Wars Unlimited. But please do not let this mini set's accessibility fool you. The new cards in Icons are designed with competitive power levels comparable to any standard set. In fact, we of course would like to show off a couple of cards that perfectly capture the thematic nature and powerful abilities in Icons. First, we have the Qui-Gon Jinn unit. Coming with both Sentinel and a when played ability to buff another friendly unit in play, this is the perfect example of how command and heroism aspects can bolster up your forces while also selflessly acting as a sentinel defense against your opponents. Meanwhile, the Grand Admiral Thrawn unit is the thematic opposite. This Vigilance and Villainy unit gives players the ability to buff and add Sentinel to units they may consider disposable, sacrificing them to protect their base or other more powerful units. Plus, the ability is activated when played, on attack, and when defeated, making it a very powerful addition to any deck. These iconic characters and thematic gameplay are a perfect example of what players can expect when it releases later this year. Now, alongside Icons, GameGenic will once again be releasing a new collection of premium accessories to help players protect, organize, and show off their collections, including a brand new branded player mat. When we first launched Star Wars Unlimited, our goal wasn't just to create a great trading card game. It was to create a community. And every week, thousands of players gather at their local game stores, they learn from each other, they share new decks, they introduce friends to the game, rivalries form, and they create memories that extend far beyond the table. Season 2 has officially begun of organized play and with the points awarded here in Vegas going directly towards qualification for the 2027 Galactic Championship. But there are plenty of other opportunities throughout the years to compete. The release of Ashes of the Empire brought with it new OP events. As a reminder, those sector qualifier dates are August 15th and 16th in Berlin, Germany, August 22nd and 23rd in Indianapolis, Indiana, September 5th and 6th in Fort Worth, Texas, and September 19th and 20th in Turin, Italy. Also, regarding OP, as previously announced, we are shifting to hosting one regional championship per season, with this year's taking place in Utrecht, Netherlands, October 30th through November 1st. I think we have a cohort over here that was very excited to see that announcement. You can keep an eye out, of course, for when the official Homeworld sector qualifier dates and locations are released, including our first ever large-scale event in Australia. For those who are able to attend the regional championship this year, they will have the opportunity to earn some amazing swag, including these two exclusive legendary promos. Every player who participates in the regional championship will receive first Boba Fett's Rancor, an incredible legendary card from Ashes of the Empire that has one of my absolute favorite subtitles as an emotionally complex creature. Gotta get that one. For players who advance to day 2, the Command, Aggression, and Villainy Maul unit returns from a lawless time with an amazing new treatment. This is a big announcement. We are also excited to tell you that a select number of specialty items will be available at the regional championship, such as the Twin Suns Showcase leaders, and you can keep an eye out for a full list of regional championship specific items later on. Now, before we wrap up today, I do have just two things. First, those here in Vegas, please join us for our final panel tomorrow afternoon titled What to Know Before You Head Home. Maybe what you need to know before you head to Home Worlds. That will be handled in Hall B at the panels. But of course, I'm thinking that everyone here is wondering, yes, we knew about Home Worlds, we knew about Icons, but what does the future of Star Wars Unlimited look like? Today, we will reveal what the first look of what's coming in 2027. This is the moment you all want to get your phones out. Here we go. Get ready to yell. I'm ready for you to yell. Today, we begin with Legacy of Skywalker, followed by System Overload, big fan right there. Followed by Icons 2028. And finally, Galaxy at War. Now, if that wasn't enough for you, we have more exciting news. First, we need to tell you all that the release window for each set will be shifting in 2027. We will be revealing more information about that, as well as the date and location of next year's Galactic Championship at our closing ceremony on Sunday evening. And I'm sorry, let me clarify that. We will give more information about the release timeline at a later date, but we will be discussing the date and location of the Galactic Championship at closing ceremony, all right? Two separate things. But even with that shift in release window, which we will talk about in the future, not tomorrow, both Legacy of Skywalker and System Overload will be competition legal at the 2027 Galactic Championship. All right? We understand. Legacy of Skywalker, System Overload. Lastly, this is the one I'm excited about, Twin Suns will officially become a fully supported game line in 2027. You wanted more Twin Suns, and we are bringing it straight to you, beginning with System Overload. Each set release will also feature 2 brand new Twin Suns pre-constructed decks. That is all from me. Thank you so much for joining us for the 2026 Galactic Reports. With this, we truly believe that Star Wars Unlimited is a trading card game of unlimited possibilities. Let's get back to the Galactic Championship. Thanks, everybody.
It is truly the most exciting time to be a Star Wars Unlimited fan, folks, as we are joined once again at the Star Wars Unlimited 2026 Galactic Championship. I am Main Deck Dan, joined by Grumpy Elephant. How are we doing, Grumpy?
I'm doing well, Dan. We just got some of the most exciting news in Star Wars this year. The Galactic Report here at the Galactic Championships in Las Vegas, giving us a sneak peek of what is to come in this incredible game of ours over the next year. So many heavy hitters. We're going to talk about a few of them now, but Dan, what stood out most to you?
I mean, if you were out here at the Galactic Championship listening to the audience, you know what stood out to everybody is as soon as that Death Star unit side was revealed for Tarkin in the upcoming Homeworld set, everybody lost their minds. And to me, that's one of the most exciting things I think I've ever seen in this game.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, bad news for Director Krennic, who's no longer associated with the Death Star as a unit, but great news for Tarkin and an effect that we've never seen before, Dan. That passive ability when the regroup phase starts to simply defeat a base that has 10 or less remaining HP. It's new mechanics like that that really shake the game up and push it in new and unexplored directions.
Yeah, speaking of those directions as well, the reveal that your base type line now is going to be relevant for different card effects. So you want to build around a Hoth base, you want to build around a Tatooine base, a Kashyyyk base. This is going to be a really fun time and really thematic time to like jump into the game and explore how does the deck feel to me when I'm playing it? Does it feel like I'm playing out the Star Wars adventure?
Absolutely. That ability to feel the narrative while you're playing the game, I think, is one thing that attracts so many people to this card game. And it's a question people have been asking since rotation. Why can I not play the bases, the 30 HP bases that were legal prior to rotation? Now we know your base matters, and so now a thing that many folks have been asking for, that tribal sense, I want to play Wookiees, I want to play Ewoks, I want to play Gungans, that ability to have that experience in the game will suddenly be dialed up to a new level.
Absolutely, and then following that, of course, we had, all we have right now is titles for these sets in 2027, but truly a lot of exciting stuff on the horizon, right? The Legacy of Skywalker, we can assume there's a little twin sons in the picture. If you're a Luke fan, you got to be excited about this.
I think Luke already represented across so many great cards, but so heartening to know that Fantasy Flight Games is not letting these iconic characters drop away, but is returning to them again and again. In particular, Dan, with the new Icon set, we are going to get some of our favorite characters coming back year over year in these small supplemental sets, which means I think the metas for both Premier and Eternal, as a competitive player myself, is going to be so interesting navigating these constant twists and turns.
Yeah, I want to point something out about next year's schedule as well. They, of course, have another Icons release next year, right? Like you're saying, these mini sets infusing these characters that we love, making sure they never go away. If you're a fan of Captain Rex, maybe there should frequently be one available for you to play. And I saw a Clone Trooper helmet in the logo for Icons 2027. What does that mean? Are we going to see more prequel trilogy fun stuff, or what?
I wouldn't say no to some Bad Batch themed cards. One of my favorite shows, of course, so many good animated shows in our universe, but those Bad Batch characters, we've seen a few of them so far. Of course, the iconic Wrecker from earlier sets, but always room for more.
Yeah, definitely. And then I think one thing a little low-key, the System Overload set, the second set from 2027, you look at that logo, you see droids, you see vehicles. I see a fun time.
It's a bit of a cryptic title, that one, right? Legacy of Skywalker tells you that Jedi are going to be front and center. Luke Skywalker is going to play a big role. System overload, what does it mean? What could the mechanics mean? Obviously, droids and vehicles, but how is that going to interact? And how is that going to interact with things like pilot leaders that we have right now? Love to see all of these different threads of the game coming together.
Yeah, it's going to be a super exciting time. And the last thing I want to make sure we talk about, Twin Sons releases throughout the year as well. I was literally, just before we hopped on here, we had an impromptu Twin Sons game with some of the designers in the back who just couldn't help themselves. They're like, well, we got a little time to kill. Let's jump into Twin Sons. And yeah, it's so much fun. It's such an incredible multiplayer format. It's great to know for the fans of casual Star Wars Unlimited, this is here for you.
Absolutely. One of the most common questions we've been asked at this tournament is not what are you playing in the tournament, but do you have a Twin Sons deck? And for Dan backstage just now, the answer was yes, he got a game in, but we're about to get a game in for you all as we're going to move into coverage of round 2 of the main event for the Galactic Championships.
Yeah, taking a look here at how some of the players are doing so far in the draft pod we've been following, does look like Charles Quitmeyer did ultimately take a win here at the first round. Mike Jem did as well. Dan Hughes, we got some interviews with some of these, and then Lucas as well, where we have a few other incredible players sitting at the just you know, a loss in the first round, but we do have 2 more rounds with this draft to follow with these players.
Absolutely, and what a powerful draft pod this is. Of course, Mike Jem, the leader in our Season 1 leaderboard, having to face off against another top player, Oliver Simmons, in round 1, but the road is not going to be easier for him from here. A lot of strong competitors.
Absolutely. So we're going to be heading in to our round 2 game right now, and we are following once again. I mean, we saw him drafting, we saw him playing round 1. Here's Mike Jem once more against Charles Quitmeyer. Both players up a game here, but we have Sabine facing Shin Hati in the last round and winning. Now Sabine has to face Balin Skull, her mentor.
Her mentor, and what I immediately note, Dan, is against Shin Hati, that Shin Hati was coming out on the 6 resource turn, so Sabine had a full action phase to wreak havoc on the field. This Balin Skull is going to join Sabine both on the 5 resource turn, so it'll be really interesting to see how these 2 head-to-head players navigate simultaneous leader deploys to try and get this win in round 2.
Yeah, it should be quite a fight. Let's take a quick look at Mike Jem's deck. Once again here, we've seen a lot of these cards already here today, but especially want to point out in that first round we watched, that Luke Skywalker, that game revolved around that Luke Skywalker. All 3 of them, the drop either decided the game or was being played around hitting the board because of its insane impact on the game.
Yeah, such a powerful legendary. Some hesitation, right? Are you going to be able to satisfy that condition of 4 other units on the board? But Mike really expertly navigating the tempo of those games to find those windows, sometimes even claiming early to be able to lead off on the 6 resource turn with that powerful legendary. Certainly the anchor of his draft deck. We'll have to see if it pulls through for him in round 2.
Absolutely, and let's take a look at Charles's deck list here as well. And we're going to see what Balin Skull has to offer to try and compete with the power of that Luke Skywalker legendary unit. And we do see, I see at the top end here, Boba Fett's Rancor as well.
What a classic card, that massive 8/9 for 8, the ability to do 10 damage over 2 instances to an opposing ground unit, the ability to do damage directly to an opposing base. But what jumps out to me most about this list, Stan, is to go along with that Boba Fett's Rancor, we've got a copy of the Cyborg Mech, we've got a copy of that Inspiring Scoutwalker, we've got a copy of that Star Fortress Heavy Bomber. These are 4 cards out of 30 for Charles that are able to do damage directly to one of Mike's units from hand. So there's going to be some serious board clearing happening, I predict, from Charles' side of the board, which means it might be up to Mike to make clever use of those Sabine shields. Can he protect his units from this damage out of hand from Charles?
Yeah, definitely going to be sort of the crux of the game as we jump into game 1 here. We're going to see whether or not Mike can successfully navigate himself once more in a dire situation. What do we think is going to happen?
I'm not sure. Both of these players are top players. I know that they've known each other for quite some time, so certainly probably both happy and sad to see each other across the side of the feature table on stage. I really couldn't tell you, Dan, who I think is going to come ahead. I think it will come down to who makes better use of those leader abilities, right? Balin Skull, of course, costing 1 to give a unit on his side of the battlefield +2/+2. Sabine free, but throwing out those advantage tokens. One thing I can tell you, I think this is going to be an action-packed match.
I absolutely think that as well. And we took a look at the die roll there and did see that Charles Quitmeyer is the one who gets the initiative on the first round, or the first game of round 2 here of the Day 2 Galactic Championship draft. We have opening hands, taking a look at what these players are looking for. Now, we did see Mike's draft, drafting some really powerful early drops. Now, does he have any of those in hand?
We see that Lothal E-Wing, certainly a nice start, but one thing for Mike that he's certainly not thrilled about is losing that initiative. Cards like the Consortium Star Viper, which I believe I saw in his hands just now, cards like that stolen ETA shuttle, both of those want the initiative to make maximum effect of their supplemental abilities, but because Charles is starting with the initiative, because Mike Jem's leader ability takes an action to use, unless Mike does some clever sequencing or chooses to abort a particular attack, he may not have initiative much this game game to speak of.
An initiative in the last round was definitely a very important factor because for that Shin Hati deck, initiative can mean so much, it can deny so much damage. And that's one of Sabine's weaknesses a little bit, right? Is that she kind of has to give up a lot of initiative to use that action ability on her leader side.
Very much so.
Here comes that Palace Chef droid as the first play from Charles Quitmeyer, just a solid sentinel. It gets a little extra power when it's defending, and Mike starts by using that Sabine Ren leader action ability to give some advantage tokens to Charles Palace Chef droid, which means just like you're saying, Grubby, we're gonna start trying to take advantage of shields right out of the gate.
Yeah, and I love what's about to happen. We can see in Mike's hand a copy of that Pathfinder Sergeant. Here it's gonna come, and because it has ambush, Mike has made clever use of the Sabine ability. Those 2 advantage tokens on that Palace Chef droid essentially negated by the fact that this Pathfinder Sergeant has a shield, and all of a sudden it looks like Mike has a slight edge after just the first action phase. This Palace Chef droid sitting there with 0 power on the offensive, that Pathfinder Sergeant waiting to potentially clear it cleanly as we go into the 3rd resource action phase.
Yeah, that might create a very early board exchange that just gives Mike that little bit of momentum. And again, like we were talking about with that Luke Skywalker legendary unit in the deck, it's important to try and build to that board size to be able to turn that on if it's going to be the linchpin to turning the tide for Mike.
Yep, and you know Mike is thinking about that, even though he doesn't see it in his hand. The fact that these limited decks are just 30 cards, we're going to go through a good portion of them for both players, so odds are very high that Mike will see that card every game of Limited.
Definitely, and Charles still, of course, maintaining that initiative. That's going to be one of the things to watch in this match, as Mike has to be very careful. If he ever wants to get initiative, it's usually going to be giving up that Sabine ability as well. So we're going to see Charles simply beginning with the Balin Skull activated ability to give +2/+2 to the Palace Chef droid in the ground arena, as it's the only unit in there.
Yep, followed by that Consortium Star Viper for Mike, but I like this Balin Skull ability here because it means that that Pathfinder Sergeant, if it wants to attack this turn, is all of a sudden going to force a trade, the Palace Chef droid with 4 power on defense. So the question will be, does Mike want to attack with the Pathfinder Sergeant this turn, or potentially and strategically wait until the 4 resource action phase, wait for that Balin Skull buff to wear off, and then be able to claim that favorable trade?
Yeah, I mean, this is the power of Balin Skull, though, having this ability to even take these small units and just turn the tides back into your favor here. And Charles now still, having to use a resource for that with 2 resources, just deciding what is the right action to take here. And Mike is already in the position where initiative being taken, instead of using that attack, and not falling for this kind of bait, I'm going to attack in and trade with you. Mike knowing with that initiative, number 1, that Pathfinder can cleanly attack that Palace Chef droid potentially in the next turn, as well as turning on the Consortium's Restore 2.
Yeah, and Charles, of course, also falling behind a little bit on the resource count. Using Balin Skull's ability that turn leaves him with just 2 resources for a play.
Exactly, and as the players go to their next turn, with that's just that Attendant Navigator dropped here for Charles. Charles is going to need to find a way to navigate around, especially I think that Consortium Star Viper potentially causing a problem in the space arena, because I'm not sure, do we have we have the B-Wing rear guard in Charles Quitmeyer's hand, so that's going to be a decent roadblock. It's statted really well to handle that Consortium Star Viper, but just like we were talking about, Mike begins with the initiative, first action, sending in and taking care of that Palace Chef droid, getting it off the ground.
Yeah, Mike known as one of the top limited players in this game, showing that he really understands the importance of sequencing. He understands the importance of resource utilization. He knows when to attack, when to claim, what to play. Really talented stuff. But Charles, of course, a strong player as well. As you said, Dan, that B-Wing rearguard in hand, potentially going to throw up a wall in front of that Consortium Star Viper, potentially trying to get a favorable trade. So both of these players jostling punches, going back and forth, trying to trade incremental advantage over the course of this game.
Exactly, and we do have this continuing here with the Shydop dropping. I believe we have, yes, the Shydop Pirate Skiff dropping 4/5 Saboteur. Pretty powerful stat line in that arena, and Mike not looking still to use the Sabine ability to give shields, although this 5/5 shielded Strike Team Vanguard would be very powerful, but of course the Saboteur is a great way to sort of negate that, and with the power of that Balin Skull ability, by setting up the Shydop as the only unit in that arena, very possible for Charles to turn that into a super favorable trade. So very smart of Mike, I think, to not necessarily try to shield every single round.
I agree, but look at what Charles just drew, Dan.
Ooh, that's even stronger, though. Yeah, we're going to deal 5 damage immediately to that ground unit. A non-unit ground unit as that Star Fortress heavy bomber drops, puts a 3/3 into the space arena, making a lone unit in space as well.
Yeah, now contesting that Consortium Star Viper. Unfortunately, we saw Mike Gem draft 3 copies of that Strike Team Vanguard. A really powerful 5/5 for 4, one of the best limited cards, but also cleanly answered by that Star Fortress heavy bomber. So an unfortunate turn of events there for Mike. It seems like he maybe gathered a little bit of an edge in those first 2 turns, but all it takes is 1 card from Charles to turn the tide.
And of course here we are on the leader flip turn for both players, so this is where a lot is going to happen very, very fast as Balin Skull does enter the fray in the ground arena, and a stolen ETA shuttle, a card that was extremely important in the first round of this event, often for Mike's opponent in that case here. In this case, Mike dropping this down and putting just another space unit, and actually one that pretty cleanly contends with the Star Fortress. Hopefully Mike's going to, for his sake, try and use that to get to a little bit more of a favorable position in the air while the ground is super gummed up on Charles' side.
Yeah, these players essentially splitting arenas. One thing that's challenging for Mike is he has yet to use that Sabine leader ability this game. He's actually not even able to deploy his Sabine leader this turn, finding that ground pressure from Charles simply too much for her to join the battlefield safely. So she's going to hang out another round, potentially join the battlefield on 6 resources. But with the turn of events on that 5 resource turn, it seems like the advantage in this game has shifted significantly to Charles. A bit of a surprise after those really powerful early turns from Mike, but again, that Star Fortress heavy bomber putting in so much work to keep the ground clear for this Balin Skull.
Yeah, it does feel that way. Of course, we'll have to see if Mike can use the Sabine ability to get something like that Survivor's Langskib into play as a shielded unit. But of course, like we're talking about, starts with attacking with that stolen ETA, but actually deciding racing is maybe, oh, sorry, nope, I mistook what he was doing there. Doing what we were talking about, using that ETA to deal with the Star Fortress bomber, and now having that B-Wing rearguard in play, a Sentinel for Charles as long as there's a ground unit as well. 3/5. This is a bit of a pain to deal with. It would have been great if that stolen ETA were available to attack with still from Mike, though.
Yeah, and Dan, that B-Wing rearguard is going to provide Sentinel for days because so many ground units currently exist on Charles' side of the board. And so just like that, that space arena advantage for Mike has essentially evaporated.
And there's an important thing Charles is doing here as well. Sending that Attendant Navigator in makes it so in his ground arena there is only 1 non-leader unit, meaning Balin Skull's ability will be able to be used on the Shydop as well after another action here, as we see the Sabine coming in. Again, Mike just trying to hit base with that, but setting up at least that shielded play now of that possible Langskib here. So we're going to see what Mike can do to try and turn this around in his next couple of actions.
Yeah, both players now with their leaders deployed, able to use those advantages without a resource cost. So that +2/+2 from the Balin Skull, it's going to come out onto that Skib right now, paired off against those shields from Sabine, both trying to get a little bit of advantage on the board, but one of them is going to likely come out on top.
Yeah, and especially given that the Shydop is that, again, that 4/5 Saboteur is very meaningful in the fight against Sabine and her shields, because it does cleanly answer, it would cleanly answer the Langskib, but actually the Defenders of the Forest are what came down here. An awesome card to put a shield on, as that ambush allows it to immediately get some value off of that shield.
Oh, but some unfortunate play here because of that buff from Balin Skull. That pirate skiff is able to stay alive, and then this Perseverance from Charles's hand, able to clean out 3 of that damage, and now it's a shield on Charles's side of the board. So now Charles looking like he's cemented his advantage even further. We'll have to see if he wants to attack this skiff into Mike's base. Mike already sitting at 14 with the buff from the Balin Skull. That would be an additional 6, bringing Mike to 20, or whether Charles wants to take advantage of this shield and clear one of Mike's units essentially for free.
That's a tough call. I have to call out that Perseverance. It's such an incredible card in the Balin limited decks in particular. You have that ability to temporarily buff your units, which lets them survive so many things, just like we saw here. Without that buff, the Protectors would have taken out the Shydop, but here then you get to just heal it back up. And now Mike's left having made a bunch of plays this turn, but really gaining no actual ground. And just like you were saying, Grubby, does decide with that Shydop to go into Mike's leader, taking the Sabine leader off of the board now. And Mike's left in a fairly precarious position and has sort of lost that fight to be the one with the leader remaining.
Yeah, I think that Balin Skull might have a natural advantage in this matchup just looking at the stats of these leaders. Sabine a 3/5 with a 5 deploy, Balin Skull a 4/6 with a 5 deploy. So just a little bit of an edge there, helping Charles push this aggressive pressure through, get some board control, and get that damage onto Mike's base.
Now Mike taking initiative allows that stolen ETA to come in and take out the B-Wing rear guard cleanly, so it did do pretty good work. That was a 2-for-1 on that unit, right? It took out 2 units on its own, which feels all right for Mike, but it's that ground arena where Charles is putting so much pressure on, and kind of like you were getting at, Grumpy, once you hit that 20 damage range on the base, that's when you kind of start to hear that beeping sound, the critical beeping of you don't really have a lot of action economy anymore. You're going to be forced to take the initiative as the damage comes in.
That's exactly right.
There is the imposing Scout Walker coming down as well, just another super powerful, you called this out earlier, these units that come down and immediately deal damage to ground units are providing a huge advantage to Charles here as everything is getting cleanly cleared out and that ground advantage mounts. This is, see advantage tokens on Balin as well. This is a precarious spot for Mike.
And Dan, we're already at that 7 resource phase. We see in Charles's hand the Boba Fett's Rancor waiting to join the battlefield as well, which means on the 5 resource play, we saw that Star Fortress Heavy Bomber. Then on the 7 resource play, that imposing Scout Walker. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Rancor on the 8 resource play. That is 3 plays over 4 turns for Charles that add a unit to his side of the battlefield and defeat one of Mike's.
And we did have a correction here. The imposing Scout Walker puts advantage on itself. Can't quite put it on Balin yet, but still a very imposing unit to be in play as Mike tries to defend his own forest with these defenders, dropping down, taking out the Shydop, but still, look, that just allows Balin to, well, it doesn't really matter too much, but it's pretty funny to see how large that imposing Scout Walker is this turn after that Balin attack.
Ultimately means that Shydop pirate skiff was able to take out 2 defenders of the forest on its own back-to-back. A Shydop plus a Perseverance turns out is able to defeat a full army of Ewoks, leaving Charles fully in the driver's seat.
The forest was no match for the Shydop as long as it persevered here. And Charles is taking just a little bit of damage from the consortium, but allowing him to then take the initiative. There's that Outland Protector we see one more time from Mike. It was insanely powerful in the last match here, but not really doing a lot here, just played because taking the initiative was no longer an option as players go to the regroup phase. And now we're in that tough position here, that huge ground board from Charles, and the number of resources to play Boba Fett's Rancor as well. This is looking like a scenario where Mike kind of needs to draw something miraculous here to pull out of this.
Yeah, but without the units for that Luke Skywalker from hand to blow things up, the Luke Skywalker, of course, not even in hand. Mike running out of answers and also behind on the damage race at 16 damage on Mike Gem's base to 14 damage on Charles Quitmeyer's. Charles with 4 power in that Balin Skull and a current 6 power from that inspiring Scout Walker boosted by those advantage tokens. The Balin Skull threatening to add another 2. The Boba Fett's Rancor threatening to end the game when it joins the battlefield. This game's likely to last potentially just 1 more action phase or maybe 2.
It is definitely looking like that, and Charles is not being greedy with this ATST at all, just sending it right in to deal the guaranteed 6 to the opponent. The Balin Skull still available to swing for 4 more, and then we have the Rancor potentially dropping right afterwards, or if any Sentinels were to get in the way. I know Mike is sitting on a Survivor's Langskip, but doesn't have the actions to even shield it, right? Because then the Balin just attacks in if the Sabine leader is activated. The Balin unit is poised to deal a lot of damage anyway, just goes for a blurg supporting that Consortium Star Viper for a 3 damage attack, but without that initiative, Mike doesn't get any restore either.
No, I think Mike, recognizing his back is up against the wall, wants to present this blurg as a potential target for Charles. Charles likely to not take the bait, going to send 4 to base. Mike then hoping to potentially play the Survivor's Langskip at the end of the turn to provide some wall and give him some breathing room going into the following resource phase. But we know, of course, that Rancor's in hand. It's going to come out early.
Yeah, the Rancor's coming out. I was wondering if Charles was going to wait and see if a Sentinel drops or anything like that, but you really can't give the initiative up here. You just got to put the 8-9 into play. It is going to deal 5 damage to Charles's base, and then it will deal 5 damage twice to the Blurg. So that Rancor just basically ate the Blurg for breakfast.
And it turns out, Dan, that additional text from the Boba Fett's Rancor going to be especially impactful here. On attack does 1 damage to a base for every 5 damage on your base. 23 damage on Charles' base means that's 4 damage on attack. Even if Mike deploys this Survivor's Langskib, the Boba Fett's Rancor can crash into it and deal that 4 on attack damage to base. Because Mike is currently at 27, that's now threatening lethal. Mike has to find a way not just to present a Sentinel, but to present a Sentinel that somehow stops this Boba Fett's Rancor's Charles' attack. We saw him draft. I don't believe he has that card in his deck.
Yeah, the only option Mike has, clearly noting that dropping the Sentinel isn't going to do anything here, takes the initiative from Charles and says, let me see what the top 2 cards of my deck are. Maybe I'm forgetting the crazy interaction that gets me out of this, but it's not looking like it as the players pack it up here. It looks like Charles does win game 1 with the power of Balin Skull, leader. That Rancor unit represented unarguable damage. Nothing that Mike could stop there, and steals game 1.
Really, really, really well done by Charles. And to add insult to injury, that Cyborg mech, that last damage from hand card waiting in his hand just in case Mike was able to find some kind of answer. So that's going to bring us to a close of game 1 of our feature match 2. Now, unfortunately, these players had to move off of the stage so that we could get our incredible updates from the Galactic Report. I was able to follow up with them on the floor, so we are able to report back to you the results of that match. Mike was able to mount a comeback in game 2 off the back of that Luke Skywalker. He was able to take advantage of having the initiative, develop a wide board, play that Luke Skywalker to take care of Charles's board, and then ultimately claim game 2. But Charles came back with a vengeance in game 3, was able to take advantage of initiative, just add relentless pressure, ultimately brought Mike's base to 30. Talking with Charles after the match, he said, felt great to take a win over Mike, but recognizes Mike is such an incredible player. They've known each other for some time. Says that he thinks Balin Skull has a little bit of an advantage potentially over Sabine Wren because of the difference in those leaders' stats. They're both 5 deploys, but the extra stats from Balin he thinks gave him an edge, and he's particularly excited to see if he can go 3-0 in our draft here at the Galactic Championship.
Yeah, so Mike taking a loss, obviously a player we've all been watching. There were interviews with him yesterday as well. Number 1 on the leaderboard. We don't expect anything to go start rolling downhill at this point, as though it is a very difficult pod. They're all incredible players, and Mike could easily pick that back up and keep going. But incredible for Charles there, really showing the power of Balin Skull. One of those leaders that doesn't look like it's really poised to make too much of a splash in Premier, but when you start looking at the limited, the draft formats, that's where you start to see some of these leaders really shining and really making Balin Skull look like a powerful choice in limited.
Yep, so we're going to have one more round of draft for you all when we come back. These players navigating 8 rounds today, trying to get that crucial 6 and 2 to make it to day 2 of the Galactic Championship main event. One more draft, and then they'll have 5 rounds of Premier. They, of course, did not get to choose their draft decks coming into today. Many of them may find it more comfortable to return to familiar decks, but before they do, one final round of Limited. We'll be back in a bit. welcome back to our coverage of the 2026 Galactic Championships here at the Venetian in Las Vegas. We just watched round 2 of Limited in this main event. We saw Charles Quitmeyer take out Mike Gem, our points leaderboard after Season 1. We're going to move into round 3 now to see if Charles can bring it home. Both players trying to seek out that elusive 3-0 to start the limited portion of this tournament to give themselves the best edge possible to reach that 6-2 to make the second day of competition.
Yeah, one of these fun things about watching an 8-player draft pod is that you get to follow these players as they win. We go into round 3. There are only 2 undefeated players at this point, so we're going to see if Charles or his opponent are able to take that down. Let's take a look at how this pod has shaken out over the last few rounds. There is Charles Quitmeyer versus Dan Hughes, who we also had on stream earlier, the winner of the other game in round 1 that we streamed on the Cad Bane list. These 2 players we're watching are both going to be playing powerful vigilance aggression decks on the villainy side. So they were across this pod, unfortunately sharing cards with each other.
Sharing cards with each other, which means they may see cards in one another's deck that they were hoping would wheel around the table, but essentially got snagged up by another player. We do see here Mike, of course, landing at that 1-1, hoping to go 2-1 after this draft to go into Premier. We see Oliver, Mike's opponent from that round 1, able to claw back and also end up at 1-1. So all of these players very much still live to try and make that day 2, but winning this 3rd round of draft now incredibly important.
Yeah, and when I talked to Dan Hughes, I found out Dan Hughes was an LCQ player as well. So Dan Hughes made it through yesterday's LCQ, came all the way from the UK, by the way, made it through yesterday's LCQ on jet lag and is now currently 2-0 going against the player who just defeated Mike Gem. This is going to be a very, very iconic match, I think, to set the tone for the rest of today's Galactic Championship. So let's once again look at this head-to-head. As we mentioned, Charles Quitmeyer on that Balin Skull. We literally just watched this, but if you're just tuning in, powerful leader who is able to buff up units in the arena as long as they're solo in there. Dan Hughes on Cad Bane, a deck that many players are familiar with as in the Premier format. It is truly a monstrous deck right now.
Yeah, certainly Cad the leader on everyone's lips. Turns out also an incredibly powerful leader in the limited format. The ability to just do 1 damage every single turn, beginning with the first action phase of the game, means that you're able to develop incremental board advantage. In limited, players are not able to rely on huge, powerful combos to end the game for the most part. It's about finding advantage here, finding advantage there, and Cad gives you a roadmap to do so. All you have to do is turn your leader sideways.
Interesting points of interaction I'm going to be looking for here as let's take a look at Charles Quitmeyer's deck. I was noting a few things earlier that I didn't really call out, but this Barris Offie unit off aspect, offering Charles a way to restore some damage right on the units to maybe get them outside of Cad Bane's range, as well as we saw that Perseverance being an absolute house in the last game. I could see that coming up again.
Yeah, absolutely. Perseverance, an important card to note because it could cut both ways. Of course, the ability to heal damage from a unit will be able to allow Charles units to recover somewhat from those Cad Bane pings, but then putting a shield, we know shields offer close to no value against Cad Bane. That free leader exhaust able to deal 1 damage, the perfect amount of damage to remove those shield upgrades. So some of these cards in Charles' deck, that Noti Nomad, for example, that Buy Time, which creates a Mandalorian token that comes into play with a shield, will have certainly less impact in this matchup than they might have in previous games Charles played.
Definitely. Now let's take a look at Dan Hughes' deck as well and see if there's any spicy cards that we need to keep our eyes on as we go into this match here. Pulling up Dan Hughes' deck list, we do see, as we mentioned, Cad Bane with that Vigilance base, and I am seeing some very powerful high-end space units. Look at that Eviscerator. Actually, that is the one that was pack 1 for Mike Gem. We saw him open it up and pass it, and we see who got it.
Yeah, we saw Mike choose that Justifier over the Eviscerator, valuing that 5-drop that didn't end up making it into his heroic deck, but Dan certainly happy to pick up that finisher. We also see Dan an important copy of Imperial Armored Commando, that 4/3 shielded Sentinel. Now that wouldn't be great for Charles in this matchup because Cad Bane would simply be able to remove the shield for free, but for Dan, I would expect to see that Armored Commando to put in an incredible amount of work unless Charles is able to develop something like that Skiff that came in with Saboteur. If he can't find a way to cleanly deal with that shield, we should expect to see Armored Commandos potentially put up an unbreakable wall. And looking 2 cards to the right, there's a Casca Reeves.
Yeah, some of the most powerful Sentinels in Premier in Dan Hughes' limited deck here, and as he said in the interview, he saw the Imperial Armored Commando and he said, okay, I'm playing CAD. So let's head into this match here and see between these two Vigilance and Aggression players, which one is going to be able to come out the 3-0 victor of the first draft at our Galactic Championships.
It's going to be an exciting match. We see them here both on stage now, rolling for an initiative. 5 for one player, 6 for another. It looks like it's going to be Dan on that Cad Bane taking initiative in this crucial round 3.
This is going to be such an impactful and meaningful match for these players, because any player who can 3-0 the draft gains some very important wiggle room when you're going into the premier events later on today. You're playing these premier rounds, you're able to kind of take a couple of bad matchups, right? You're able to say, okay, maybe I didn't bring the right deck for these ones, but I have the room to take a loss or two now.
Yeah, certainly 2 losses up in the air for both of these players, able to take them and still make it to game 2. Both of them would love to go 3-0 here. One thing to note, we'll have to see how these players navigate. The previous match we just saw, Balin Skull versus Sabine Wren, 2 5-deploy leaders. Can Charles take advantage of the fact that he now has a 5-deploy leader facing off against Dan Hughes' 6-deploy leader? That's going to be one action phase where Balin Skull is able to join the battlefield and wreak some havoc before Cad Bane is able to join the fray and try and stop him. And it's that action phase, that crucial 5-resource turn, when that Balin Skull ability no longer costs a resource. So will Charles be able to use that +2/+2, use that additional Sentinel text to try and get enough board advantage to potentially steamroll Dan going into the 6-resource turn? That's what I'm going to be keeping an eye out for in this game 1.
We'll absolutely have to see as the players have resourced and started their first turn of the game here. Dan putting a hand marker on his hand. Did Dan pass? I'm wondering if Dan passed right now.
It's possible that Dan passed because he thinks of himself as the control player in this matchup. Very happy to not have a play the first turn to then get to those leader deploys sooner.
Okay, but it looks like, yep, no passing here, as both players are just matching each other with these Tempest leaders going into the ground arena, and then no CAD activation either, as we're just simply going to take the initiative here and go into the next turn. Tempest Lieutenant being a 3-2 with Overwhelm, so both these players looking to potentially just clean each other's ground arena up and deal a little extra damage, but Dan's going to make it difficult as the Palace Chef Droid drops, and the Palace Chef Droid drops on Charles Quitmeyer's side as well. Again, as we mentioned, they shared cards throughout this. Either player would have probably been okay having multiple copies of these cards, but they each had to split them instead.
We see that fist bump, both players recognizing we're in the same aspects, we have the same opening, but Dan able to follow it up with that 1 drop, right, that reanimated Night Trooper. Charles instead choosing to use his extra resource for the Balin Skull ability.
There's 2 units in that arena though, right, so that Balin Skull ability unable to actually have an effect. It can be used technically, but I believe it does not then just have any impact on the game here. So instead, trading in that Tempest Leader for the Chef Droid, then the Tempest Leader trades in for the Chef Droid. So both players have cleared things up with Dan just being the last one standing with that reanimated trooper.
Reanimated Trooper, but because Charles didn't have a second play, 1 more card in hand for Charles, should be able to take care of that 2/2 Reanimated Night Trooper somewhat easily, so we'll have to see now. Charles is going to try and turn that card advantage into board advantage in these later turns. Dan going to try and use that Reanimated Night Trooper to try and get an edge and stop some of Charles' ability to develop a board as we approach 5 resources.
Definitely. We see both players looking at some decent space options in hand now as well. Onyx Cinder and now a Nebulon Sea Frigate picked up by Charles, a Razor Crest in Dan Hughes' hand, but importantly that Shydop that was so good in the last match, we're seeing it dropping once again on Dan's side.
And it looks like it's going to be a Mandalorian Super Commandos for Charles. So that Shydop Pirate Skiff coming in with a little bit more in stats, 4-5 against the current 2-5. But if those Super Commandos are able to hang around, and it looks like they will, the second that Balin Skull joins the battlefield, they're going to get that +2/+0. That ping, though, from Cad Bane, bringing the Super Commandos down to just 4 HP, making it so that if Dan chooses, that Pirate Skiff can cleanly take out the Super Commandos, even if they're buffed by Balin Skulls joining the fray as a leader would only have 4 power, and ultimately that skiff would be able to survive the exchange.
There's a tricky scenario coming up with how these players have to take actions, because of course Charles can both use Balin Skull's leader ability and put Balin Skull in as a unit now as a 5-drop leader and use it again on the commandos, but because of Dan Hughes' board, the Reanimated and the Shydop can ultimately trade off that the damage to still take out that the commandos if they want to, but that certainly would be a lot of value gained by the commandos at that point. So likely not where Dan Hughes is looking to take things here. Instead of trying to look at if there is a deploy or a use of Cad Bane here that might try to set up Dan for a cleaner takedown as we're going to that Balin flip.
And here it is. Balin Skull has joined the battlefield, turning his leader ability into a free on attack +2/+2 and Sentinel. If Charles is able to get an attack off, he could buff that Super Commandos. Dan not going to let that happen. It's that Pirate Skiff attacking into the unit that we just talked about. Even though it was buffed from Balin Skull, joining the field as a leader unit, only able to deal 4 damage in return, so giving Dan a favorable trade.
Exactly. Now Charles looking at that Balin Skull, unfortunately with no unit to give the buff to, still looking to take Balin Skull unit in to take out that reanimated Night Trooper, dealing 2 damage to it and getting the one defeated trigger here. Going to be able to look at the top card of a deck. Chooses to look at the top card of his opponent's deck and then gets rid of that Praetorian.
Yeah, the Praetorian Elite, just a strong ground unit that would have given Charles a good play, an efficient use of resources. Better to put that in the discard.
Wookiee Chieftain coming in as well, a big stat unit, 4/6 with grit, something that can be a bit of a problem for Charles to be able to cleanly deal with as the Nebulon enters the space arena here. Now Dan is going to activate that Cad Bane leader ability, dealing 1 more damage. And then the players will have Charles take initiative, going on to the regroup phase. Now importantly, we know that Cyborg mech, that even gets played in Premier. It is a key piece to this Cad Bane deck being able to handle things on board. So Dan Hughes positioned pretty well to really take advantage of its ability to damage an already damaged unit.
Yeah, that heal from the frigate, so important to keep the Balin Skull safe from that Chieftain, but it turns out that additional ping from the Cad Bane, even though the Chieftain wouldn't be able to finish off the Balin Skull, the Cyborg mech currently in hand for both players.
Both players, yeah, again, mirroring each other's plays. Here comes the Cyborg mech taking down that Shydop, and here comes the Cyborg mech taking down that Balin as well. So players have both had mechs enter the arena. These Cyborg mech units are about to be ready to do combat with each other, increase their grit, and do a lot more damage to the opponent's base as these players are competing overboard for multiple turns in a row in this game.
Yeah, but just like that, we've reached the point where it seems like Cad has potentially earned a little bit of board advantage, has been able to take care of the Balin Skull going into the Cad's own flip turn, and so now Dan, the one with a leader that's going to be able to join the battlefield. Clear board advantage to Dan at this point. It's potentially going to turn into a race for Dan, and Charles is likely going to have to be the one to find some answers to slow down some of this powerful aggression that Dan has been able to assemble.
Yeah, you have to be afraid right now of Dan's board as you see him using the Cad Bane leader ability to actually ping his own units with grit to increase the amount of damage, suddenly taking this fight up to already 12 damage dealt to Charles' base. 3 gigantic units on board that get bigger every single time that Cad Bane attacks as well, due to that ability to put damage onto them and enable the grit.
Yeah, we do see that Boba Fett's Rancor hanging out in Charles' hand, but it may be that the 5 damage it does to Charles' own base might be too much, bringing Charles closer to that 30 and only able to take care of one of Dan's units. That being said, Charles doesn't have a lot of other ways to stop some of this aggression.
Yeah, there really are not a lot of options right now for Charles to be able to get through this, but I think I agree with you, Grumpy, that damage to base is just so perilous right now, and Dan Hughes getting poised to also follow this up with the Nabi White Ice Spider on the next turn as well, or on this turn as well, if you'd like to. A hidden gigantic 5/7 unit, another threat that's going to potentially put Charles into a check to checkmate position.
Yeah, unfortunately for Charles, when he uses that Balin Skull leader ability, when Balin Skull is in the leader zone, it gives the +2/+2, but it does not give the Sentinel. So even though he's just increased his Cyborg mech stats from a 3/7 to a 5/9, Dan able to swing through with that Chieftain for a boosted grit attack.
And yeah, that's this Rancor, even if it could drop, is still just a turn too late to really impact the board. The mech does come down and actually get the Chieftain off, so that's one threat dealt with, but still, Cad Bane, and this is the advantage of having 2 grit units in play for Dan, Cad Bane is going to be able to also attack, put a damage onto the Cyborg mech, but Dan's going to start with that Nabi White Ice Spider as well, that hidden unit that is going to give an advantage, a couple of advantage tokens to itself as well. This is just an already lethal board built for Dan Hughes, while Charles, with the hand currently available, doesn't have any real ways to impact this.
That's exactly right. Now, Dan, I want to call out one interesting interaction that's going to unfortunately go poorly for Charles. Normally, that Cad Bane leader is only able to deal its ping to a unit with more than 1 HP. That Cyborg mech on Charles' side of the board with 6 damage has 1 HP remaining, but it's been buffed by the Balin Skull. So when Cad Bane checks it out, the Cyborg mech will have 3 health remaining. Cad Bane will be able to deal that ping, and it will die at the end of the turn unless Charles does exactly this.
You see the way of the Mandalore drop. No, this is a +2. Oh no, Grumpy, I wonder if that's going to be the linchpin here as this Cad swings in. I think you're exactly right. What a call out here. Putting that 1 damage on here is going to mean, even though that Cyborg mech has gone the way of the Mandalore, it's soon going to go the way of the Dodo at the end of the turn when we hit that regroup phase.
Yeah, unfortunately, I thought Charles was about to play the card Faith in the Empire, which would give a +1/+2 and bring the Cyborg mech back into living range, but Mandalore was the wrong choice of allegiance here for that mech. As you suggest, it's going to go poorly for Charles.
And here comes that Cyborg mech dealing more damage to base. We are in at this state now. If the audience watching this has to notice that this is going to be essentially a check for Charles here. Dan has declared it with this board. There are multiple units that are going to be capable of pushing in the lethal damage here, and Charles has basically 1 action to get out of the situation, cannot, as he scoops up game 1. Game 1 going to Dan Hughes on that Cad Bane Vigilance list with some incredibly powerful units leading the charge.
And we saw, of course, Charles play a somewhat sportsman-like play, chose to play his own Boba Fett's Rancor to deal that final 5 damage. A bit of a joke for both players, but they're able to shuffle it up. Game 2 will be the grand reset. Charles will start this game 2 with initiative.
And I do think we've seen this initiative being pretty impactful throughout this limited environment. Grumpy, as a very experienced limited player, how do you feel the initiative plays into the Ashes of the Empire limited meta?
I think it can absolutely make a difference because, as we were talking about before this game started, Dan, limited is so often about finding tiny bits of incremental advantage, a favorable trade here, right, escaping an opponent's removal event there. And so if you're able to control the pace of the game by being the first to take an action, the first to spend resources, the first to attack, you are setting the stage for which units will trade, which units will go to base. It is much harder to find favorable trades when you are reacting as opposed to being proactive.
Yeah, that has been my experience as well, and especially for certain leaders, I find that initiative just to be absolutely one of the most compelling things, one of the things where you need to be considering constantly about how you can take that. Of course, in the set, we have those support ability units. Not a lot in this current matchup, but they're ones that really help these players take the initiative and maintain it. Now, taking a look at the hand here, Dan Hughes starting with a couple of TIE Strikers, actually maybe showing that this is going to be a very differently played out game, just going into Space Arena, going wide potentially in this first turn and trying to utilize that CAD to set up a little bit of control on the ground while that damage mounts in space. But we'll see with Charles' hand if there's anything to try and contend with that. I do see that Star Fortress for a later game play, but what is Charles' early game looking like?
Yeah, those players perfectly mirroring each other game 1 with those Tempest Lieutenants into the Palace Chef droids. This double TIE Striker unlikely to be found in Charles' deck, so we may, as you say, see a bit more of a standard race. I do think our standard race might benefit Charles because of that earlier leader deploy.
The simple Imperial Loyalist coming down as a small 2/2 Sentinel in the ground arena where Dan Hughes thinks, you know what, that's all right. I'm just going to put 4 damage into the space arena and put a ping onto your Loyalist and otherwise ignore you here. One of the fun things about CAD is when you aren't going to, likely take the initiative anyway because you want to use that CAD ability, you can go wide and you're not penalized at all.
Yeah, this 4 power in the space arena on par with what some of the best premier decks can do in the space arena, right? Across 2 units threatening to get in for 4 damage on this 3 resource turn, and not a lot of answers to a go wide space approach. I don't think we saw any space sentinels for Charles in his deck, so he's going to need something quickly to contest these TIE Strikers, otherwise they might get out of hand.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Charles might be looking just to go a lane dodge here, try to utilize Balin Skull and the Axe Wove that's likely to drop right now as that Axe Wove comes down to try and mount a sort of ground offense to contend with Dan Hughes' attacks from the TIE Striker here. Of course, that Axe Wove has the ability to get advantage when cards are drawn, so it is going to put out a pretty good amount of damage. But Dan Hughes is continuing with the 3rd TIE Striker, followed by this Flare Star as well. This is a ton of space damage. Dan just saying, I'm just going to steal this game in space if you're not going to go here.
Yeah, I think Dan was a little bit jealous of the most popular deck from yesterday's Last Chance qualifier, that Darth Vader pilot leader, able to start out with so many small vehicles in the space arena. Dan said, I can do the same thing in Limited with this Cad Bane leader. What a cool twist to the game. Would not have expected this start from how we saw game 1 play out, but it may very well turn out to Dan's advantage, because we've gone from 4 power in the space arena on that 3 resource turn to a whopping 9 power, threatening to crash through on the 4 resource turn.
Here's the thing that's so crazy about this right now, Grumpy. Charles did pick up a B-Wing rearguard to try to stabilize things, as Dan can't control the ground arena right now, but 3 of the units in space have Saboteur.
Can't stop those TIE Strikers, and not only that, the second a Space Sentinel joins the battlefield, that Cad Bane ping will start to chip it away. So even if Dan needs to get through a single Space Sentinel, he has the tools to do so.
And these players are just trading attacks right now into base. Charles attacking on ground, Dan attacking in space, still sitting on that Flare Star here. The one thing that can't get through the B-Wing rearguard on its own, but with the power of Cad Bane, might look like it's just going to take it out cleanly. 3 damage, then putting the advantage onto here. No Cad Bane first, so yeah, this is just going to be sending the 2 space units in to take out that B-Wing rearguard instead, following it up with the Razor Crest as well.
Just another space unit. This onslaught in the space arena from Dan, that Razor Crest adding 3 power, but if he wants to, can discard a card from his hand to give it +2/+0 for this attack. And as you noted, Dan, those TIE Strikers with Saboteur, the Razor Crest also with Saboteur. So now a total of 7 base power, all with Saboteur in the space arena for Dan. That advantage token adding an 8th power on one of those TIE Strikers. Looking at damage on base, it's relatively even going into this 5 resource turn. 8 on Charles, 7 on Dan. The one saving grace for Charles is he's going to add a free 4 power with Balin's Skull this turn.
How did we not notice, looking at this deck list, Grumpy, how many TIE Strikers that Dan Hughes has in here?
A 4th, was that a 4th in hand that I saw?
It was discarded to the Razor Crest on the attack here, though, just to punch that extra damage in right now, as Dan Hughes wants to set the pace of this game as we're getting the Balin's Skull flip turn, knowing that that Balin's Skull does come out, and the damage does certainly start to mount for Charles, but Dan not contending with the ground at all, is actually denying Balin's Skull's buff ability, as Charles has 2 other non-leader units in play, so it is being held off just a little bit by Dan's committing entirely to space.
And unfortunately for Charles, we see in this hand he has 3 different copies of those cards that deal damage to units from hand. The Boba Fett's Rancor, the Star Fortress Heavy Bomber, the Cyborg Mech. All 3 of those cards, Dan, can only deal damage to units in the ground arena.
We do know that in this limited format, removal is definitely at a premium. It's tough to get things that actually deal with your threats cleanly, and a lot of them are so specific, as they can, for example, only deal with ground damage here. Dan just simply goes for an activation of Cad Bane, once again dealing 1 damage to that Balin's Skull, and setting up for a potential removal of the Balin's Skull on the deployment of Cad Bane unit on the next turn. Here comes that Star Fortress Heavy Bomber, to no actual effect, a 3/3 for 5.
No, Charles, just saying I need to have something in the space arena to start taking out these TIE Strikers, but that's going to leave that Wookiee Chieftain to join undamaged. Not, of course, that Charles would want to deal 5 damage to the Wookiee Chieftain. 5 damage would have turned it from a 4/6 with Grit into a massive 9/1.
Had things gone differently, dealing 5 damage to the Chieftain and then letting Dan take initiative would have been a very, very lethal line for Dan in particular. So this is quite a fight developing here, as these players are both attempting to contend, but mostly Charles right now trying to just hold back the onslaught of space, but you can't discount how much damage Charles has dealt in the ground arena. This is still a match that can turn on a dime for either player.
Yeah, and the fact that this Star Fortress Heavy Bomber, even though it didn't get its wind plate ability, is now the sole unit in the space arena able to be buffed by the Balin's Skull. Of course, that Sentinel will do nothing because of the Saboteur and all 3 of Dan Hughes' space vehicles, but the +2/+2 potentially useful in a race as he brings Dan Hughes to 20.
Yeah, and Dan Hughes being at 20, I mean, this is getting very, very close to lethal as well. These players have to start deciding. One of these players at some point has to pull back and say, okay, hang on, I need to control this or I'm going to lose the game.
I believe that Charles has exactly lethal on board right now. 5 from the Bomber, 2 from that Sentinel in the ground arena and another 3 from the Axe Wolves. That's 10 damage across 3 units, which means he's got lethal in 3 actions. If we look at the power on Dan's side of the board, there's 4 from the Wookiee Chieftain, 4 from those TIE Strikers, 3 from the Razor Crest. That's 11 total, 4 more from Cad Bane. Also lethal for Dan Hughes. So if they go for the straight race, it looks like Charles will likely win, but Dan potentially has the available forces to both stop some of Charles' damage and finish the job himself.
This is remarkably tight here, and every single action matters here. I was actually wondering if Dan was going to pitch this Casca Reeves to take out the Star Fortress, but then that Casca, of course, can be a great Sentinel if you have a token unit, though, and Dan hasn't been able to engineer a position to have a unit die this turn to create the Mandalorian token. So this is a tough scenario where Dan actually sends the Cad Bane into the Balin Skull. Oh no, into the Imperial. Oh, and the Loyalist has to go into something off the board. Yeah.
And I was wondering why Charles didn't attack with the Sentinel first, and the reason he didn't is because that Fortress Heavy Bomber, a 5/5, would have been defeated if Dan attacked with the Razor Crest and discarded the card in hand. So Charles choosing to value that 5 damage over from the Heavy Bomber over the 2 from that little Sentinel, but it means the Sentinel is going to be defeated by that Cad Bane attack.
Yeah, and if you're looking at this board right now, if you take out the Loyalist, can Charles be lethal this turn? Then you have 9 damage here, plus the Wookiee Chieftain. So Dan is really aiming to try and take the line right now. Kind of flying a little close to the sun, but this line does potentially result in Dan Hughes winning on this turn if Charles can't put anything else in the way.
Yeah, I see, though, a copy of that Pegasus Tri-Wing from Charles could defeat the advantage token on that Axe Wolves, turn that 3-power Axe Wolves into a 2-power Axe Wolves and a 3-power Tri-Wing. That would be the 5 damage he needs to bring Dan Hughes to lethal, but of course that Pegasus Tri-Wing would be vulnerable to an attack from any of those Saboteur ships.
And that's exactly what Charles does, gets that Tri-Wing in. Now it threatens one of the space units. Dan Hughes no longer needing every single attack right now to deal the requisite damage to close the game off, chooses to trade the Razor Crest into, or I shouldn't say trade, use the Razor Crest to take out the Pegasus Tri-Wing, allowing it to survive. These TIE Strikers available. Here comes the Axe Wolves swinging in as well into Dan's base. Yes, I thought so. Dan's base taking the damage there. These players are on such a tight race right now.
Yeah, Dan now with just 8 ready damage across 3 units, no longer able to bring Charles to lethal this turn. Charles having gotten Dan to 27 means both the Balin Skull and the Star Fortress Heavy Bomber and the Axe Wolves, when it gets the advantage token from Charles's draw next turn, will all be lethal. Dan forced now to figure out a way to clear Charles's board this turn.
And exactly what I was thinking here, where the TIE Strikers can go in and take out the Star Fortress Heavy Bomber, and then the Casca Reeves can drop as a unit's been defeated on the ground arena, putting a Sentinel into ground as well. This does set Dan up for a position here to be able to not be in an immediate danger, have at least a little bit of a roadblock in the way of Charles' board, which has developed very favorably as it was looking very Dan favored early on. Charles has navigated into a position now where Dan is on the back foot.
Yeah, that early Balin Skull leader coming out a full turn earlier, adding 4 damage to Charles' side of the board, plus another +2/+2 when it attacks, may have tilted this race into Charles' favor despite that triple TIE Striker start from Dan Hughes.
The Chieftain does clear up the Axe Wolf unit off the ground as the Casca Reeves unit does enter now, gets a Mandalorian token, has Sentinel. The Wookiee Chieftain now with 2 damage on it, has Grit, representing even more damage. We have the potential 5 from the Razor Crest in space, the 5 from the Wookiee Chieftain on ground. So that right there is lethal on its own with that Casca Reeves holding things back. But the damage is, when we get to the regroup phase, of course, we will clear off that Star Fortress Heavy Bomber as the +2/+2 from Balin does leave. And that is going to put Dan into the position where every draw matters right now, having no cards in hand.
No cards in hand, but for Charles, that Balin Skull will be able to clear the Casca Reeves Sentinel, which will leave that Cyborg Mech threatening lethal immediately. That 3-power, 7 HP on Charles' side of the board, a must-answer threat for Dan to deal with, but it looks like Dan may have drawn a saving grace this turn. That Nebulon C frigate possibly able to come down from hand, heal 3 damage from Dan's base, which means that that Cyborg Mech no longer lethal, just barely.
I was trying to grab one.
Just barely by exactly 1 HP as that Nebulon drops, and is exactly what Dan's, like I said, Dan's top deck was so critical here, and this is the one card right now that can actually make sure that Charles doesn't have a way to end the game unless something crazy drops from hand here, and that is putting Dan into the potential driver's seat going into this game too.
But Dan, Charles has Sentinel on that Cyborg mech because of the Balin Skull, which means it's going to clear this Wookiee Chieftain, and that Mandalorian token is not going to be able to deal 2 damage from base. The Razor Crest may be able to deal 5 damage if Dan chooses to discard his reanimated Night Trooper, but because of the grit on that Cyborg mech, it's got a total of 6 damage, would threaten to deal 9 damage to base, enough for the first action next turn. But because Charles chose to attack into that Chieftain, it's possible we'll see this Mandalorian token attack into the Cyborg mech and clear it this turn.
It's very, very possible that we see that happen. So Charles is not in a position here where taking the initiative is an option, does need to commit something else to board here to be able to actually accurately threaten Dan.
But I don't think Charles can, because that Razor Crest is threatening lethal first action next phase for Dan. The ability to immediately discard a card and swing in for 5. Dan has gotten Charles to that crucial 25 HP breakpoint.
Yeah, like we talked about earlier, you start to hear the critical beeping. You get to this much damage on your base. There's just not a lot you can do, but Charles simply has to play something here. As it's played, initiative's taken, and then Dan does take it all the way from the UK, fighting off that jet lag. Dan wins on the Cad Bane Aggression Vigilance deck.
What an incredible game 1. What an incredible start for Dan Hughes, making it out of the last chance qualifier yesterday, starting off with this Cad Bane, going to N0, and now taking this game against the Balin Skull.
Balin Skull is such a threatening leader. The +2/+2, the Sentinel, there's so much to get through, but that 4 TIE Striker strategy that we saw Dan employing did push a lot of damage away from the Balin Skull, away from his influence, and it really led Dan to get to that position where, through clever maneuvering the board, he was able to steal it away from another extremely skilled player.
Absolutely. Well, we are going to hear from the man himself, the man who made it out of yesterday into the main event and turned that into a 3-0 start to draft. It is our winner interview with Dan Hughes.
What's up, guys? I am here with Dan Hughes, a player from the UK who just secured a win with Cad Bane Vigilance. Dan, how does it feel?
A little bit shell-shocked knowing the pod that I was in to be able to go 3-0 on kind of first draft main event. It's great, yeah, thanks.
Well, congratulations. That is an impressive result. What made you go with Cad Bane for this draft?
I was stuck with Mandalorian and Bo-Katan as my other 2 leaders. They are not the strongest leaders in Limited. I've got a pool of about 6 I'd be happy to play. Cad Bane was in one of the top 4, so yeah, it kind of felt natural to go with it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Were there any cards in your deck that did especially well for you over the course of those games?
So I managed to open 4 of the 2/1 Saboteur, Aggression, Villainy shit. The TIE Striker. So I went, the deck was very aggressive. It was not very controlling. It was very much about flooding the board and then going with the I had the Villainy Aggression ship that gives out the advantage token to the end, so wide board, lots of advantage tokens. It worked really well.
Well, congratulations. You just secured 3 wins against a very strong field. You're in a great position going into the rest of the event. Back to you.
Absolutely incredible to hear from Dan there. And as he mentioned, 4 TIE Strikers. What a way to start your event. What a way to start your first full day of the Galactic Championships. And what a story to be able to tell people, no matter how the rest of the event goes.
And one thing for Dan Hughes, he has to be somewhat confident in his Premier abilities, because yesterday, of course, was 8 rounds of Premier. So he's looking at a perfect 3-0 limited start. And for the rest of today, it's going to be 5 rounds of Premier. He's going to return to that deck that turned out to be tried and true for him yesterday. So best of luck for Dan as we are about to transition after a break into round 4 of the main event. It's going to be 5 rounds of Premier to close us out for today. We'll be back in a bit with more coverage soon. We are back with live coverage of the Galactic Championship here in Las Vegas. I spoke too soon moments ago. We have one more feature match of our limited portion of this Galactic Championship. We just saw Dan Hughes take down a perfect 3-0 start to his day, but we have one more match to watch in our featured pod. So we are going to turn to those players shortly.
Yeah, let's head in and see. Of course, I'm excited about this to get some more limited action. This is where you really get to see the nuts and bolts of Star Wars Unlimited hit the table as these players have to draft incredible decks, have really good game sense, game knowledge, understanding of not only that premier format that we saw all day yesterday, but this limited format, Ashes of the Empire, what's good, what's bad, and how do you navigate these board states of these simple cards to be able to become the victor?
That's exactly right, Dan. And one thing that I've loved is we've seen these players play a variety of leaders. A nature of the draft format is that you only open 3 packs. You choose a leader, you pass 2 along, which means all of these top players, certainly they might have chosen to all go Cad Bane, all go Grief Karga, but the cards didn't line up that way. And so we've seen these top players have to navigate Sabine Wren, Balin Skoll, Cad Bane, really the best of the set all going head to head.
Absolutely, and actually what we're going to be looking at this round is not the same draft pod that we've been following, the one where we followed Mike Gem's draft. We're going to go to a different draft pod. Let's take a look at who our players are for this one. We have Valerio Chica versus Keegan Byers here, and we are going to see that Shin Hati once again that we saw in the first round, but this time under the Vigilance base against Ezra Bridger. Here we have aggression and cunning, a lot like those premier decks that you see, kind of like with the Cad Bane in the last round. Is still a powerful leader in this color combination.
Very much so. Ezra Bridger, I think a leader that many players were hoping to open in this draft, comes out on that 5 resources. We've seen the power of those early deploy leaders, comes out with that Saboteur keyword. We saw Dan take advantage of so many of those Saboteur ships, and paired with cunning, I would expect to see Valerio put together somewhat of an aggressive, potentially space-focused deck. So this may very well be a match where we see 2 aggressive decks try and outrace each other.
Now this time I'm looking right away at the quantities of things. I don't want to miss anything, like 4 TIE Strikers here, and I do see 2 Inspired Recruits, which is an excellent early game card for Ezra Bridger, because of course the name of the game with Ezra, dealing 3 damage. If that's the magic number to hit to start to turn the rest of your deck on. And Grumpy, I see that Sabine Wren as well.
That is the card, Dan, that jumped out to me straight away. That Sabine Wren, able to exhaust an opposing ground unit whenever an upgrade is attached to it. Of course, she has that shielded keyword, able to exhaust 1 opposing unit right off the bat, thereby dealing a little bit of a Shin Hati impression. Of course, Shin Hati going to be doing some exhaust, but that Ezra Bridger leader ability synergizing so well with Sabine Wren. Every time Ezra Bridger is able to put an advantage token on Sabine Wren, Valerio will be able to exhaust another ground unit of his opponents. So we're going to be expecting to see that Sabine Wren potentially take center stage if Valerio can draw it in time.
Yeah, and a couple more quick hits here. Green Leader, a great rare from the set. This unit can absolutely control a space-based deck. And I gotta say, I love R5D4. I think this is an incredibly strong support card in the set, dealing with a lot of upgrades multiple times as you get it on the support attack and its attack as well.
Yep, doing 2 powerful things in one tiny droid. The support keyword doing an important job of action compression. Initiative, as we've talked about, so important in this limited format. So if you can combine playing a card from your hand with taking an attack, you get a little bit of an edge in claiming that initiative. And as we've seen time and time again, upgrades are crucial here in Limited. They're able to close the game. They're able to deny your opponent favorable trades. So R5D4 being able to do both might give Valerio an edge in this matchup.
Now let's take a look at Keegan Byers' list and see if that edge is really going to be there, as we're looking at another Shin Hati, but under that Vigilance. And now Shin Hati herself, one of these powerful Sentinels that Keegan was able to grab here. And we're looking at the list. We're seeing a couple of Tatooine Sand Beasts. These are extremely powerful units that very quickly put the opponent into a position where they have to take initiative, because that hidden on it makes it very difficult to deal with.
Now, you mentioned, Dan, that the magic number for Ezra Bridger was 3 damage to base, and you get an advantage token. It's less obvious for Shin Hati, but I would argue that the magic number is also 3. We're looking for 2 drop cards that have 3 or more power, because Shin Hati will be able to exhaust one of Valerio's units if one of her own units connects and does more damage than they cost. So I see that Shin Hati's Fiend Fighter, a 3-1 in the space arena for 2. If Shin Hati's able to take initiative, that Fiend Fighter will be able to connect to base and exhaust the opponent's turn 1 play. I see that pretty already a bandit. That 4-1 in the ground arena, able to exhaust what an opponent is doing as well. Less strong start would be those 2 flanking TIE interceptors, the 2-2 for 2 with that support keyword, but less likely able to exhaust any of Keegan's opponent's units. But look at the bottom of the list, Dan, 2 Mandalorian scouts. So we've got a number of 2 drops for Keegan buyers that are going to be able to deal that crucial 3 or more damage if Keegan can start with the initiative.
Yeah, and last thing we got to mention too, that get lost off aspect. So that could come up, that could be crucial because you know Ezra likes to put advantage tokens on things. So we're going to be heading into the game here right away, and we're going to take a look at who's going to win the initiative, because I think that's going to be a really important part in this matchup for both of these leaders.
Here's the roll. It's an 8 from one player. It's a 7 from the other. What a close call, but it looks like it's going to be Ezra Bridger with the initiative. That's Valerio getting potentially a little bit of an edge in this game 1.
Yeah, Ezra Bridger, more like Edra Bridger. Am I right? I'm sorry. I had to do that one. It was right there. So Valeria taking this Ezra Bridger, going to try to get that aggressive start. One reason that you really want to take the initiative away from Shin Hati is, like you were saying, Grumpy, her ability to start to just exhaust your entire board and deny you damage. And against Ezra in particular, that's the last thing he wants.
No, Ezra going to be trying to come out of these gates swinging, try and turn that into a powerful flip turn. If Ezra Bridger can join the battlefield, he's no longer limited to once per turn for giving out those advantage tokens, but rather every unit that connects for 3 or more damage. So we can see absolutely explosive flips from Ezra Bridger. That's what Valeria is going to be aiming for.
Looking at the starting cards there, Poe Dameron looking like a pretty good early unit to play here for Valerio. See a pretty bandit on Keegan's side, though. Of course, that is going to be a powerful card, but often with this Shin Hati deck, you're kind of looking to lane dodge. I was going to say exactly that, where that Shin Hati's Fiend Fighter comes down on Keegan's side, which is going to make it so much easier for Keegan to actually control some of the damage coming in, but not likely until the next phase, because we're going to need to take initiative to be able to really start to pump that damage, or to push that damage away as the damage comes to base from Keegan.
We do see, of course, though, in Keegan's hand, a flanking TIE Interceptor, that support keyword able to compress the playing, the unit, and the attacking, potentially looking to shift initiative as soon as this turn, but it's not going to be the Interceptor.
And here's the thing that I love about the Vigilance version of Shin Hati here. Cybernetic Enhancements has proven to me to be a very strong simple upgrade that gets certain units out of range, as well as just draws a card, digs you a little deeper into your good cards in your deck, and replaces itself.
Crucially for Keegan, though, it's going to make that Fiend Fighter have 5 power, which means Valerio will start the 4 resource turn with initiative again, but will only be able to attack with 1 of those units, which means the Fiend Fighter crashing in for 5 will finally be able to get a Shin Hati exhaust on this 4 resource turn.
Definitely, and that Fairy Droid as well is going to represent a lot of damage, likely Valerio's potential first attack here to at least get that Ezra Bridger leader to trigger, get that Poe Dameron unit to get an advantage token on it, and set Valerio up to try to punch some more damage through going forward.
Yeah, just 1 big swing from the Fairy Droid, though. Of course, those 4 advantage tokens going away after the first attack. So Valerio choosing, do I want to push this damage through now or potentially save it for later?
It could be saved. You know, there is an option to save it to deal with the Shin Hati on the flip or something. That's an interesting option, but it's so controllable as the opponent can attack into it or exhaust it in this case as well. So decides to send in that Fairy Droid, dealing that damage, getting that advantage onto the Poe Dameron. And just like we said, the Shin Hati's Fiend Fighter attacks into base for that hefty 5 damage. I mean, this clock is so threatening from Keegan's side right now. Plus, keeping Valerio off of having the same pace, as that is going to cause the Shin Hati exhaust on Poe Dameron.
That exhaust from Shin Hati, so powerful in a race. Valerio, recognizing this, needs to find a way to take care of the Fiend Fighter, and here it is, Dan.
There's the Pegasus Tri-Wing coming in with that 3 damage, gets to ready itself by defeating the advantage. This is one of the key cards you're looking for in both the Ezra Bridger and Grief Karga decks in Limited. So it's right here, and it's doing its work, as Keegan did see the writing on the wall, threw a Mandalorian Super Commandos onto the ground. That will allow the Shin Hati's Fiend Fighter to get some advantage tokens onto it and continue to try and push the advantage that Shin Hati has.
But it's going to be a race. Valerio saying, I actually don't need to clear your Fiend Fighter.
Okay.
We've seen this before in Limited, Dan. Both players believing that they have the edge to outrace the opponent. One of them is going to have to cave eventually, but will it be this turn, the 5 resource turn, when Ezra Bridger joins the fray and Keegan realizes, ooh, an early leader deploy throwing advantage tokens around on multiple units means that I'm going to lose? Or will it be next turn when Shin Hati joins the fray and Valerio realizes all of this exhaust from Shin Hati is making me lose the edge?
Yeah, and you have to respect that Ezra Bridger deploy, but Keegan's going to come in and attack for 5 again, once more to base and exhaust that Tri-Wing. So it's the Shin Hati's Fiend Fighter is planning to live another day unless Valerio were to have a second Tri-Wing or some other way of removing that. I do see a Heroic Purgle, though. That's definitely a very valid option here if Valerio does decide to, like you said, Grumpy Cave. But here comes first. This we talked about, one of the key cards in Ezra that is going to give Valerio that edge in controlling that race.
This I love because the Sabine Wren comes in with a shield, because Ezra Bridger is going to join the battlefield this turn. Valerio will have the agency going into the 6th resource phase to add an advantage token to that Sabine Wren essentially at will, which means if Keegan tries to have Shin Hati join the battlefield as a unit, Valerio can simply put that advantage token on the Sabine Wren and exhaust her.
Yeah, this isn't Premier. We don't have the Sintakaz plot to be able to get that attack in with the Sabine first or anything, so that's all we've got. But we do have the Foundling Rescue, a really nice card here, taking care of that Tri-Wing, then putting a Mandalorian shielded into the ground arena as the Ezra flips out from Valerio. And Valerio gets to just simply go to town now as Keegan takes initiative, coming in with the Ezra, starting to play that advantage onto other things. The Poe Dameron comes in for additional damage. That unit is dealing 4 now due to that advantage. And then 1 more from the Ferry Droid, because why not? We don't have initiative, so let's just deal the extra damage.
And just like that, Valerio has been able to leverage this early leader deploy into a little bit of an advantage in the base race. Now 18 damage on Keegan Byers' base going into the 6th resource turn, just 15 on Valerio's, and clear board advantage, I would say, at this point for Valerio because of that Sabine Wren unit, because every advantage token will turn into an exhaust effect for the Ezra Bridger.
As someone who loves large numbers, though, I'm so excited to see if this Master Stroke in Keegan Byers' hand comes into play. And now Valerio picking one up as well, as these players are basically trying to go around each other, just ignore each other and deal damage to base. Master Stroke becomes more and more powerful. At this point for Keegan, it's stronger than Surprise Strike was in Premier.
Yeah, Master Stroke giving +1/+0 to a unit for every unit that your opponent has in the same arena. In this kind of race situation, 2 aggressive decks going up against each other, that kind of last turn pump to sort of steal the game with 1 final action can make a huge difference.
There's an interesting play that Keegan could do, which, couldn't do because Valerio has nothing in the space arena. If only he could use that Master Stroke on the Shin Hati's, he could actually exhaust the Sabine, but that's not an option. Just attacks with the Shin Hati's Fiend Fighter, deals 5 and exhausts the Poe Dameron unit, now giving Valerio the first option here. How is Valerio going to contend with the board right now? Lots of options available.
Lots of options available. Looks like there's just 4 power right now for Keegan. Will become 6 across those 2 units when the Shin Hati joins the battlefield, +4 from the Shin Hati. If Valerio chooses to do nothing but pass for the rest of this game, Keegan will have lethal on board, but at the same time, Valerio may also have lethal on board. Keegan currently at 19. There's 3 more from the Bridger. There's 1 more from the Ferry Droid. That's 4. There's 4 more from the Sabine. Valerio currently falling just short of lethal because of those exhaust effects. Although, of course, as you mentioned, we have those Master Strokes. So either way, it's very hard to tell which player is going to sneak out this win. It's going to be incredibly close, and it's going to be probably this action phase.
Yeah, very, very likely it's going to be decided, or at least maybe pushed to the next one. It's very possible, too. Keegan can deal a little bit more damage to base and try and control the board just enough to get a Tatooine Sandbeast down, because a Master Stroking Tatooine Sandbeast is going to easily take Valerio from something like 19 all the way to lethal. We do see that Ezra Bridger unit dropping down, supporting the Sabine Wren and getting that swing in and getting to minus as well on the commandos. So this is a huge swing in the favor of Valerio as far as this damage race is concerned.
Yeah, a really beautiful play, saving damage from one of those possible attacks. Not able to put that advantage token on the Sabine Wren herself. Of course, Valerio would have loved to do that to then exhaust the unit that didn't get debuffed from the Ezra Bridger. So it's going to have to go on either the Ezra Bridger or the Ferry Droid.
Yeah, a little bit tricky to try and make sure you're managing your what goes on another, what can go on this effects here. And we've already seen multiple top players actually putting things on the wrong unit earlier on here because, of course, this limited environment is just so fresh, but we're seeing these players in such a short amount of time really finding a lot of mastery in the format and learning exactly what the best play patterns are.
Yeah, now I think Valeria may have opened the door for Keegan here. A Master Stroke from hand onto that Mandalorian token would be +5, +0. That would be 7 damage to base. Oh, but the Shin Hati is already exhausted. I was going to say could potentially exhaust the Ezra Bridger. Not able to do that. And so may need to use this Master Stroke defensively, potentially throwing a unit into the Ezra Bridger.
Yeah, and here's the issue. Even if that Shin Hati flips out now, even though the Ezra Bridger ability is used, the Master Stroke from Valeria's side can cause the Ezra Bridger to clean up the Shin Hati. So there are some really tricky scenarios these players have to keep in mind as they're choosing how to play around each other. But that Mandalorian comes into base now. That Ezra Bridger unit comes into base as well as these players are pushing and pushing. The Shin Hati looking to potentially flip onto the battlefield as that ferry droid is just the last thing remaining here from Valerio, who is completely exhausted resources, just a 2 damage unit.
But that 2 damage unit, all he needs because Keegan Byers is at 28, except of how advantage token work.
Yes.
Advantage tokens work. Keegan able to defeat the advantage token on Valerio's side with that attack, even though it had been debuffed by the Sabine Red attack from the Ezra Bridger.
And that means the Shin Hati enters the fray here, and just like we called out, that's 2 resources. Here comes a Master Stroke play, +5 on the attack. Better than a surprise strike, a massive swing into Valerio's base, taking game 1 for Keegan Byers.
Really incredible stuff there. A master use of Master Stroke, a card that some people were interested in for Premier, but really, really shining here in this limited format as both players simply attempted to go wide and crash into base. And so Keegan able to take this game 1 off the back of that upgraded Fiend Fighter, dealing 5 damage a turn. I believe it did 15 or 20 damage over the course of this game, exhausting all of Ezra's units, and then ultimately able to finish the game with a pump.
It's really, really difficult to race Sabine Wren. Sorry, not Sabine Wren, to race Shin Hati, although Sabine Wren on Ezra's side is the one thing that allows Ezra to race that as well. Both of these players have ways to put significant roadblocks in the way of the opponent. Ezra can go super fast, and now this time with Valerio having initiative going into game 2, is just going to, I think, look to put the pedal to the metal here and try and push through, because Valerio was so close in that last game.
Yeah, I really want to shout out the sequencing from Keegan in that game 1. That Sabine Wren was threatening to exhaust the Shin Hati leader if Ezra Bridger could put an advantage token on her when the Shin Hati had deployed. But Keegan was patient, waited and waited and waited until all of those attacks from Valerio had been exhausted, and then was able to deploy the Shin Hati into an exhausted battlefield and finish the game.
You really saw the mechanics of Ashes of the Empire come into play in that match. We saw support being super meaningful. We saw advantage tokens being very fascinating in how they were used across these different decks, punching up, dealing extra damage, and then even being used for the Pegasus Tri-Wing and getting removed, taking advantage of that ability, like you called out, Grumpy, to simply attack in and take that lethal damage off the board. It's really fun to see how every set in Star Wars Unlimited, these different mechanics create a totally different tapestry of play.
That's exactly right, and what a fun matchup for us to end this limited format with these 2 all-star aggressive leaders really making some of the best use of these new mechanics. We're going to jump now into game 2.
And here's that Flare Star attack shuttle coming down from Valeria, immediately being dealt with. Unfortunately, that 1 HP liability as the battered Hallcraft comes in, takes the damage to immediately deal a damage to it. Keegan, like we were talking about, wants a 3 damage attacker right away, but this doesn't feel bad at all.
No, couldn't ask for a better start. A clean answer to your opponent's turn 1 play. Ezra Bridger not able to then take advantage of that leader ability this turn with an attack, forced to simply deploy a unit to the ground. It'll be a little bit of a slower start, which could be exactly what Keegan Byers needs to get to the Shin Hati flip again and claim game 2.
As much as I love that R5-D4, just deploying it to an empty ground arena, this unit is unable to do his very cool thing. He's unable to pop off and get rid of a ton of upgrades. Just going to be a body on board, but importantly a 3 damage body to allow Ezra to start to do things as his battered Hallcraft comes in for 2. It's going to be a little difficult for Keegan to set up, starting to exhaust things, but this ferry droid can be a key part of doing that, as it has just such a massive first attack. Unfortunately, R5-D4 does very cleanly check the ferry droid as well.
Yes, R5-D4 may get its moment this game. likely causing Valerio to avoid base for a little bit and take care of those advantage tokens, although that may be part of Keegan Byer's plan, right? Keegan Byer's able to so clearly answer that Flare Star attack shuttle from Valerio, able to get a little bit of an early advantage in the space arena, chipping some damage on base, maybe totally fine using this fairy droid as a little bit of a decoy, right? Attack this droid to feed these advantage tokens, save my base for later. That's exactly what I need to get to my 6 deploy leader flip and finish the game once again.
A 1/5 Sentinel, which is what that technically kind of ends up being, isn't a lot worse than some of the best Sentinels in Premier, so I don't feel too bad about that. Here we have Valerio with that first action again, exactly what we're talking about, kind of taking that, saying, okay, you know what, I'm not going to turn this down though. Attacks with R5D4 unit into that fairy droid, which on attack defeats the advantage token, so only 1 damage dealt back to R5D4, 3 to the fairy droid. So fairy droid's advantage has been disadvantaged at this point, and now just a simple 1/5 in that ground arena. So Keegan's stats, not really phenomenal for any of the units here as Valerio has handled that, giving Valerio this opportunity again, leading into very soon that Ezra Bridger flip turn to try and set up to really push the pace back in his favor.
Yeah, Valerio now with a space unit of its own. It's going to be this Helix Starfighter coming in with a shield token because of that battered Hullcraft. But Dan, I wanted to call out one other effect of that R5 attack into the Fairy Droid means Ezra Bridger on this 4 resource turn, again, not using the leader ability. Neither player able to exhaust their leaders in this match so far. We're going to go into the 5 resource turn with neither leader ability being used, instead just units going head to head.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the worst if neither player has their leader ability. The real problem is when one player does and the other doesn't. Here comes a Death Trooper squad. Just a big stat, 5/4 unit in the ground arena, as then Keegan just throws a couple more attacks in after Valerio took that initiative. Now the players go to the regroup phase. We see the Ezra Bridger unit drawn from Valerio, which looks pretty nice. A Shydop as well. Man, we've seen Shydop doing so much work in this limited format. Such a workhorse common.
Great stats, that 4/5 for 4. Great keyword, that Saboteur, in a world where shields are pretty common. The question for Valerio this turn, Ezra Bridger will be able to join the fray. Does Valerio have memories of that game 1 where he continued to go to base and ultimately fell just short? Is he going to try and make up for that and do slightly faster of a race this time? Or are we going to see a slightly different tact? Are we going to see this Helix Starfighter go into the battered Hullcraft? There it is.
Exactly that. You know, utilize that shield token while you have it before your opponent has a way to kind of operate around it. And we do know Keegan had things like that get lost that can clearly remove upgraded units. Valerio also has, importantly, a Pegasus Tri-Wing in hand, so I wouldn't be surprised this time to see that R5D4 swing in, set that advantage up, and try and set up for a pretty nice aggressive line for that push in as Keegan swings in with his units just to start to deal damage to base and take advantage of that Shin Hati's exhaust. That does shut down that potential line from Valeria as well, needing to use the Ezra leader if he wants to set up that Pegasus Tri-Wing.
Yeah, another great display of this support keyword, able to use that action compression to get damage to base, to exhaust the R5D4, and now Ezra Bridger on the flip, only able to do so much, likely just a single advantage token to be distributed on this leader deploy.
Exactly, and we do see that Remnant Night Trooper joining the fray. Again, just a 2/2, a simple stat at a body, but something that can be useful for Keegan to eventually throw the damage in. But of course, these extra units are liabilities. We saw the Master Strokes in the last game. Now here comes that Pegasus Tri-Wing again, getting rid of the advantage, just like we talked about that Ezra set up to be able to get some additional attacks in.
But we see Valerio saying, I don't need to change a thing from my game 1. I'm going to send this Pegasus Tri-Wing to base. I'm going to develop this green leader in space. I'm going to throw all of my energy towards getting your base to 30. I think I can do it this time, even though game 1 I fell just short.
Yeah, it's really, even though Keegan has been kind of controlling this turn, you see the power of that leader flip turn for Valeria as these players enter the regroup phase. Suddenly so much more stuff on board, and really a 10-6 damage differential is not that bad on these bases, and something that definitely Ezra can overcome. The problem is Keegan's going into their flip turn as well, and looking at Keegan's hand, Shin Hati, a crazy Sentinel, Fennec Shand, a powerful ambusher, or the Tatooine Sand Beast, a way to say, pretty soon I'm just going to win the game and close things off.
Yeah, and I'm also inclined to think about the fact that this Shin Hati flip turn could lead to a double exhaust if Keegan wants 1 from the Shin Hati leader, 1 from the Shin Hati leader unit once she's joined the battlefield. That's pretty good for slowing down the aggression from the Ezra Bridger. Of course, Ezra Bridger could put an advantage token on a unit after attack. Shin Hati could respond and exhaust.
And there is the 5 damage to base from the Death Trooper squad, getting the exhaust of, importantly, that green leader, the thing that can take down the unsanctioned patrol on its own. That patrol doing so much work getting that support, allowing that that key advantage for Shin-Hati, for Keegan here, in trying to control the pace, where Valerio just wants to go as fast as possible, using the Ezra Bridger unit to get that support. Ezra Bridger supporting Ezra Bridger as the unit comes in, deals that damage here, and then sets up to also minus the power of the unsanctioned patrol.
I like this a lot, and now the advantage token from the Ezra Bridger onto that Helix, giving it 4 power, could make for a clean trade into the debuffed unsanctioned patrol, now just hanging out as a 1-4, that Helix Starfighter currently hanging out as a 4-3, but no, it's gonna be base.
Gonna be, I mean, base is the place right now as the Shin-Hati joins the fray. The Helix Starfighter hits, the Shin-Hati hits back, and now it's another exhaust of that Pegasus Tri-Wing. This is both players just exchanging back and forth these punches as they're both punching their damage up to the point where both players believe, I will have the advantage at the end of this action phase, and whoever takes the initiative is certainly going to be in a pretty good spot.
This 2 from the reanimated Night Trooper, of course, going to base, would not even consider sending it to a unit at this point. That's going to bring Valerio to 21. 9 HP to play with, neither of these players having seen their copy of Master Stroke, the kind of pump that could end the game in something like a single action, but both players getting close to the danger zone.
As Valerio takes the initiative, now Keegan swings in with the rest of the units, and are we going to see the Sand Beast hit the field here? I think we are, because this gigantic unit will be a real problem. Keegan kind of has to deal with that because it on its own is going to be a single lethal attack. The 8-4 hidden, that's just so large.
Yeah, of course, Valerio currently with the Ezra Bridger, able to give a -3, -0 debuff, so that would bring the Sand Beast down to 5, meaning Keegan will require at least 2 actions to close this game. The question for Valerio with initiative is, can he finish in 2 actions? Something like that Follow Me, 7 damage from the Ezra Bridger, putting 3 initiative tokens on another unit would potentially give him lethal in 2.
Yeah, the lethal in 2 is really exactly what these players are going to be looking at. Who can set that up first? The players are just going right to base. This point, Grumpy, would you say the board has built a little too much to try and control it?
This is one of the largest and widest limited boards I've ever seen. This is what happens when both players believe they can win the race, not just on the 2nd turn or the 3rd turn or the 4th turn, but we are now in, I believe, the 6th turn of the game, the 7 resource action phase. Neither player has blinked.
And this is basically where both of these players intended their decks to end the game, right? Like, neither of these players wants to be messing around with the board into the deep parts of the game. Let's get to the 7 resource turn, find the lethal line. And now they're both doing the math, thinking through which line is lethal for me and not my opponent. And Valerio says, well, follow me on this one. The Ezra Bridger unit attacks into the base, deals that damage, just like you called out perfectly, Grumpy. The minus on the Sand Beast, disabling the lethal line from Keegan outside of finding a Master Stroke. Certainly something that Valerio has to be thinking, oh, that would actually be, no, Master Stroke would do it. That would do it, right? -3 from the Ezra, I believe. So this is such a tight, scary line to have to take here, but that Follow Me then going to send the advantage onto the 2nd unit, which then makes that 2nd unit potentially lethal, but you have to be careful with that Shin-Hati exhaust available too.
I'm worried about those advantage tokens. Okay, it was 1 to the Tri-Wing from the Ezra Bridger, and that's correct. The 3 to the Ezra Bridger, it was important to put them on the Ezra Bridger because the Ezra Bridger costs 5.
Yes.
Right now with that debuffed Tatooine Sand Beast only able to deal 5, the Shin-Hati leader ability not able to exhaust the Ezra Bridger. So now all of a sudden, Keegan Byers in a spot of trouble. The advantage tokens from that Ezra Bridger giving it the 6 lethal power it needs to bring this game to a close. With no Master Stroke in hand, Keegan on the back foot could do something like a preparation on the opposing Ezra Bridger to exhaust it to buy some time, but that would just give Valerio the window to attack with something like the Pegasus Tri-Wing to deal 5 to bring Keegan even closer to lethal. It seems like that Follow Me, that single resource play on the 7 resource turn might have been the trick that Valerio needed to cinch this game 2 and force a game 3.
I can't tell you how many games of Star Wars Limited I've played where I go to the last turn, I know it's the last turn, I'm looking at the top cards of my deck, I'm saying, I hope there's a surprise strike in here. And in this case, Valerio finding that Follow Me is close enough to a surprise strike, while Keegan hoping for a Master Stroke but not finding it. These players just needing that one key card to turn the race into their favor. And in this case, Valerio looks like they put Keegan between a rock and a hard place here. There aren't a lot of actions that both push the damage onto base required to push this game into their favor, while also dealing with the two lethal threats in play.
Yeah, somewhat fitting that it may be Valerio's Follow Me that wins this game 2, when it was the master stroke from Keegan that won game 1, which means if we do get a game 3, Dan, I'll be very curious to see, does either player blink first?
And it looks like we do get a game 3 here as Keegan packs it up and says, all right, you've got it, Valerio. Valerio taking it with that Ezra Bridger yellow deck in limited. Still an extremely fast deck. Just because it's Shin Hati doesn't mean you're going to lose that race.
No, both of these players fighting for their perfect 3-0 record to start this limited tournament. It's exactly what they want to give themselves the best chance of success to make it in day 2, and ultimately, if we're looking in the long run, into that crucial Galactic's top 8. But one important thing to note here as we go in game 3, Keegan has the initiative once again. Thus far, our first 2 games have been decided by initiative. Keegan Shin Hati claiming, or no, am I wrong? Did Ezra Bridger have initiative? I believe Ezra Bridger had initiative game 1 and the Shin Hati won nonetheless. So this is the first game of our 3-game series where Shin Hati has the initiative, which means if Shin Hati can start with something like a Fiend Fighter, some 3-power, 2-cost unit, Keegan will be able to potentially get an early momentum advantage by exhausting whatever Valerio develops. I'll be excited to see how that plays out.
Yeah, that's exactly right, and I'm really curious looking at this hand, what Keegan is planning to try and do here. Looks like the Remnant Trooper might be the start here as the Valerio is sitting on that Poe Dameron start, and look, already seeing several incredible key cards to Valerio's deck. Master Stroke, R5-D4, maybe, Sabine Wren, definitely.
Keegan must have passed here.
Yeah, I
no
guess.
turn 1 play.
True, yeah, not ready to. Keegan, I assume Keegan Mulligan in this case, because starting with a unit seems good, but actually no, you have initiative. You have initiative here. Yeah, you're just missing those early drops, not what you're looking for.
No, especially when Valerio's looking at pretty close to a perfect curve, just drew into that 6-cost Ezra Bridger unit. So long as Valerio is able to find something to play on the 4 and 5 resource turn, we'll be very, very happy with the cards his deck has chosen to give him.
And the Super Commandos coming down at 2-5 again. Just this isn't what Shin Hati is looking for in this matchup. Though you want higher power units, you want to use Shin Hati's ability as Valerio just gets that support from R5-D4, swinging in with the Poe Dameron, getting the damage to base, triggering the Ezra Bridger, and setting up to have a continued superior board presence. I think we talked about in the last game, Grumpy, both players just not getting to use their leaders for several turns. And I did say, well, if one player gets to and the other player doesn't, that's a huge advantage. And that's exactly what Valerio is experiencing right now.
Yeah, this is not how Keegan wanted this game 3 to go. Was able to take that crucial game 1 off the Ezra Bridger. Game 2, such a close race, came down to that pump follow me, and then not like this, not having a turn 1 play, having a 2-5 turn 2 that's ultimately not able to exhaust either of your opponent's first plays. Really tough way to see this game 3 develop.
Yeah, this is definitely not how I wanted things to go. Just getting you're using the keep them talking to exhaust a couple of these small units. Now it is a way for Keegan to start to slow down Valerio's roll just a little bit here, but the problem is spend 2 resources on this. Now what are we playing here with the Mandalorian, right? We're just getting a little bit more damage on the board as Valerio continues to develop stronger and stronger units. This Mandalorian scout is not finding a lot for Keegan here as far as advantage.
No, those exhaust effects so important in races when you have board parity or are slightly ahead, when you're trying to find that extra damage in that last turn. When you are using it defensively on the 4 resource turn, it means you're not able to develop your board. It means that this Mandalorian scout is pairing off against now a Gallifrey transport, a 3-5 uncontested in the space arena, and it means that Valerio is going to enter that 5 resource turn, the Ezra Bridger flip turn, with 3 healthy units on the board. We're going to likely see some advantage tokens start to fly, and crucially, as we noted at the start of this game, a Sabine Wren in hand. That Sabine Wren could come down and exhaust the Mandalorian scout, meaning that the Shin Hati would not be able to exhaust any unit this turn.
Exactly, and I was thinking, well, you have to attack with the Poe Dameron first, right, to make sure you get that before it gets exhausted, but then when you play that Sabine Wren, you simply exhaust the Mandalorian scout. Now, on the side of Keegan, Keegan has nothing available to get the Shin Hati leader ability exhaust, and is simply reliant on flipping Shin Hati on the next turn to try to start to get exhaust, turn on maybe the power of the Super Commandos at that point. But Keegan is looking at this hand, I think just finding an Unsanctioned Patrol that doesn't look like it's doing a whole lot on this turn. The Remnant Troopers can deploy, can get a little bit more power, but there's just, the options for Keegan are so light because it was so tough to get out of not starting with anything powerful.
Yeah, Keegan probably debating right now, do I need to use this Master Stroke simply to turn on the Shin Hati exhaust? But then we end up in a situation exactly like the 4-resource turn where that Keep Them Talking was used to spend some resources and stall some pressure. Here the Master Stroke would essentially have the same impact, but ultimately leave Keegan's board less developed than Valerio's. Not a great position.
The Super Commandos do come into base, not using the Master Stroke, just dealing a little bit of damage as the R5-D4 unit swings into base as well, uses those advantage tokens up, but passes one using the Ezra Bridger leader ability onto Poe Dameron. Poe Dameron getting ready to swing again after that Ezra flip, likely continuing to pass these advantage tokens around. Here comes the Remnants, just another Grit unit, something that can do some damage, but, or excuse me, a hidden unit, something that can do some damage, can't be attacked this turn, but Valerio wasn't looking to attack this anyway. At this point, Valerio's got such a powerful advantage in this race as the Ezra swings in, puts another advantage onto Poe Dameron. 5 more to base from Valerio, passing the advantage onto the Gallifrey. 4 more damage to base. Absolutely huge swing of damage onto Keegan and putting the race firmly in Valerio's favor.
Yeah, and to add insult to injury, Valerio holding onto that copy of Master Stroke already. 3 ground units on Keegan's side of the board. If that Shin Hati joins the fray on the 6-resource turn, that would be 4 ground units, a +4/+0 pump for just 2 resources. With Keegan already at 19, we may see this game come to a close in just a couple of action phases, and not to mention that Sabine Wren still hanging out. If Valerio, for any reason, needs a break in case of emergency exhaust effect, all he has to do is throw an advantage token onto that Sabine Wren, and the Shin Hati leader is exhausted, those trooper cores are exhausted. Keegan in so much trouble through no fault of their own, might we mention, right? Sometimes you shuffle up your limited deck and the cards just don't cooperate.
It's not the cards you're looking for. That's one of the struggles of every card game. You get a lot of games right in the middle where you have fantastic games, but sometimes you get one of those games where your deck just does not cooperate, does not deliver what you're looking for. Keegan doing an admirable job of trying to play out of a bad situation, trying to set up any sort of advantage, take advantage of using Shin Hati. The problem is just Valerio has not let up at any point.
No, when your deck draws poorly and your opponent's deck gives them the perfect curve, sometimes it's just the cards and the luck saying today wasn't your day. Will be totally fine for Keegan even if they drop this match. We'll end with 2-1. We'll see how this last action phase plays out.
Here's another interesting thing here too from Valerio, the Galvanized Leap. Even if Keegan starts to decide to attack anything on board, that allows a ready of a damaged unit. So there's a lot of potential here for Valerio to present a huge amount of lethal damage here as the swings start coming in to base. Poe Dameron putting advantage onto that Sabine, just like you were saying, Grumpy, then exhausting that Mandalorian scout, so that is out of commission as well. Keegan's at the point where that Shin Hati really just needs to deploy to board to get the Super Commandos to be anything close to threatening, giving another free action to Valerio to continue to push more damage in, and of course you're going to see that Ezra Bridger swinging into base as well, putting some more advantage tokens out. Here comes the Shin Hati swinging in for 4. That is not, you know, great. Oh, sorry, exhausting because that advantage was put onto the Sabine. So exhausting the Shin Hati. Valerio in the full driver's seat in this turn.
And we are now 1 Master Stroke away from this round being concluded.
The Unsanctioned Patrol does get the damage in with the Super Commandos to be able to exhaust that R5-D4. So not looking at the Master Stroke closing things quite yet because in the Space Arena that Gallifrey can only get up to 4. What's Valerio going to do in this case? This is starting to feel like it's time to take the initiative here and just actually scoop it up. There's nothing that gets out of that one. That is cleanly where Keegan needed to, where Valerio needed the game to go, as Keegan could not find enough to get out of that one, with Valerio taking it 2-1 in an incredible match between 2 very aggressive decks.
Congratulations to Valerio. Well played by Keegan. Really hard to see a deck sort of not cooperate on stream, but nothing to be ashamed of. Navigated especially that first game in that series so well, right? That game of chicken, neither player willing to let up, and that crucial Master Stroke at the end of the first game. paired then by that crucial follow me to close out game 2, and then game 3, an absolute slam dunk for Valerio.
Yeah, players were going so back and forth. It was so nice to see that very fun race between the two characters. Cards like Master Stroke really coming to bear there, and Follow Me, a card that really can be surprising for players a lot of the time, pushing that advantage tokens along, especially when they're allowed to just have kind of free reign. The opponent took initiative. Let's start attacking. Let's just do a ton of damage. So these players played it really well. Just that unfortunate luck right at the end there, but did end up with Valerio as another 3-0 that we saw today going into the Premier section of today's event.
And as a reminder, we've got 5 rounds of Premier coverage coming your way shortly. All of these players trying to reach that crucial 6-2. That is the threshold that's going to unlock the second day of the main event for them, then trying to make ultimately the top 8.
Yep, let's see where that goes. Stick around. We'll be back with Premier really soon.
Back at the close of our limited portion of this 2026 Galactic Championships. We had 8 strong players face off against 3 rounds in our featured draft, starting with Mike Gem, our season 1 leader in terms of points, but ultimately it was another player who took the 3-0 from this pod.
Yeah, seeing Dan Hughes come all the way from the UK, fight through that jet lag, fight through that last chance qualifier, get into draft, and 3-0 after that. Definitely a player we're watching to see if we have a new surprising up-and-coming riser here who's going to steal the spotlight away from such incredibly renowned players like Mike Gem. But I got to hand it also to Valerio Chica in that other match we watched there. An incredible showing of some aggressive playstyle with Ezra scoring another 3-0 in draft.
Absolutely. And to close our limited story, we're going to turn now to the results from that featured pod to see how these players shook out. It was Dan Hughes ending with a 3-0, but we can see right here, Mike Gem able to claim his 3rd round win to end this limited pod 2-1.
This is such a fascinating new addition to the Galactic Championship this year, where previously we just relied on Premier. Premier was how these players showed their skill, but now we see all these players having to showcase their skill not just at picking good decks and playing them well, but building good decks in this draft format, being able to contend with the other players at the pod and navigate their way to victory. And this really creates such a robust skill set, and we get to see these players rising and falling in different ways.
Yeah, one way that I think of it is Premier, you're required to evaluate every card against every other card. You are not limited in your choice of how to construct your deck. Limited requires a different evaluation sense. You are evaluating cards against a much smaller pool, so it forces a lot of micro decisions, forces a lot of consideration of cards you wouldn't blink twice at when you're building a Premier deck. So very, very cool to see these players navigate it. Congratulations again to Dan Hughes, starting this Premier portion with a 3-0 record. We're gonna see how he navigates the next 5 rounds. We're gonna come with you shortly for coverage of round 4.
We're looking at some interesting events, transpiring here as well as Mike Jem with 2 wins and 1 loss. We're going to see now going into Premier, Po-Chang Chu versus Dan Hughes in our head-to-head for our first Premier match of the day. We'll catch up with Mike later on. It's just been fun to watch all day, but these players are taking a key matchup from the Premier metagame to the tables once again. Po-Chang Chu on that Ahsoka Vigilance deck, very aggressive deck, very huge pop-off turn. Dan Hughes, who we're watching in Limited now, with that Vader yellow deck. Now looking at Po-Chang's list, Grumpy, what are we seeing here? Anything unique that strikes you?
Anything unique? We of course have the classic Ahsoka tricks of combining those plot effects, the Jar Jar Binks and the Naboo Royal Starship. We see, for example, a copy of the Mandalorian. That's a somewhat controversial choice in a metagame where Cad Bane is able to ping shields. The same thing with 2 copies of that Cobb Vanth there at 4, able to add 2 damage to itself to add a shield to another unit. In a world where shields have potentially never been less impactful, may be difficult to get value from those shields, but otherwise looks like a pretty standard Ahsoka list, trying to develop some early pressure using that Ahsoka leader ability +2/+0 to a unit on attack and transition that into a devastating flip turn, combining those plots to push dozens and dozens of damage over the course of a single action phase.
One card I'm going to watch is Galen Erso in this match, because as we are going to take a look at the Darth Vader list as well, we'll see if the Galen Erso is the card to watch, or if Watch This shows up here as one of the key ways to deal with that Ahsoka's gigantic turn. Now that's been a really popular card in a lot of these lists, but we don't see it being played here by Dan Hughes' version of Darth Vader Emperor's Observatory, and we're going to see how Dan Hughes tries to navigate dealing with that flip turn, because if there's one thing Ahsoka can do, it's race Darth Vader to that finish line. Even though Darth Vader puts out so much damage, you need to be able to stop that Ahsoka flip from killing you.
Yeah, now one thing that will be crucial for this Darth Vader is what happens on turn 1. Darth Vader has 2 branching openings that they can pursue. Looks like Dan Hughes is choosing to prioritize some of these 2-drops a little bit. The Black Sun Patroller 2/2 shielded, that Emissary Sheathapede. We do have some 1-drops in that First Order TIE Fighter and that Outland Protector, but I'm not seeing the traditional full suite of 1-drops. Oftentimes Darth Vader players choose to play that 1/2 Raid 1 A-Wing. Because of this, Dan is more likely to start this game with just a single turn 1 play rather than a double turn 1 play. That may give Ahsoka the damage advantage to push through enough damage to finish the game on the flip turn. That being said, Darth Vader is not without plots of his own. That Chancellor Palpatine and that lurking snub fighter hanging out in the left side of that middle column are able to do 2 things simultaneously. Chancellor Palpatine's going to deploy a couple of Sentinels in the ground arena, able to stop some aggression, and that lurking snub fighter able to potentially exhaust that Ahsoka leader after she flips but before she attacks. So it'll be really interesting to see if the 6 resource turn in this matchup becomes a game of chicken on its own, with neither player wanting to commit their resources to the flip until they know exactly what their opponent is trying to do.
I think that's quite possible, but we're going to have to head into the match here and see what these players actually end up doing, how they start. I think you have a good call out on how is Darth Vader going to start and contend with what Ahsoka is doing, or will Ahsoka just be able to kind of go do what she wants to, deal all the damage that she needs to be able to secure it before Vader can get that pilot flip turn. Let's head into the match and see as these players are going to have the roll off for who gets a crucial initiative. That's 11 for Ahsoka Tano in this case, and 6 for Dan Hughes on Darth Vader. So we're going to get Ahsoka with the initiative going into game 1 for Po-Chang Chu. That could be huge.
Now, one thing I can tell you, Dan, this match may very well be 2 ships in the night. We did not see a lot of space presence from Po-Chang Chu's Ahsoka list. And for Dan, the only ground presence to speak of is that Chancellor Palpatine unit that's going to come out on the flip turn, which means outside of exhaust effects from Dan, these players will most likely not be able to interact much with what their opponent is choosing to do.
Yeah, exactly. And Dan Hughes having those exhaust effects is going to be one of the key points, right? Those hold for questionings, for example, an extremely powerful way to not only keep your opponent off of dealing damage, but kind of deal with some of their next plays. But as these players fist bump, we're going to see what Po Chang's start is, and we're just going to get the Han Solo unit deployed to the ground arena. No Neil in sight this time to allow it to attack right away, unfortunately.
It's going to be that Black Sun Patroller from Dan Hughes to start off for the Vader pilot leader. Just what we were talking about, Dan, it's not the double one-drop start, it's just the 2-power unit, which means when we look at relative board strength, these players are starting at parity. A 2-power attack from the Han Solo, a 2-power attack from the Black Sun Patroller. Po Chang Chu has the opportunity to change up that parity, though, if they're able to use the Ahsoka Tano leader buff before that Han Solo attacks.
I think that's a really interesting point, Grumpy, because I think we're going to see as these players declare these initial attacks from Dan Hughes, setting up to use that Vader Victor Squadron leader ability to be able to put some TIE fighters into play. Dan Hughes effectively adds 1 damage to the board every turn, while Po Chang adds 2 damage, but not that carries over turn to turn every single turn that Ahsoka activates. So there's a kind of there's an interesting dynamic in the pace that both of these players are going to be able to play this game at. Po Chang gets that +2/+2 on Ahsoka Tano. From the use of the Ahsoka Tano leader ability, allowing that Han Solo to immediately attack for 4 damage as the experience counter is gained on attack, and that is a pretty significant push in. But we did see Dan also develop that stolen AT hauler. That's going to be something that is going to be a huge source of damage for Dan going forward.
Yeah, just like we saw in our incredible last limited match, both of these players are going to be facing a race that they believe and hope they can win. Unlikely we're going to see either player blink. Rather, it's going to be base is the place for both players. In the space arena for Dan, the ground arena for Po Chang. Little bit of advantage early for Po Chang with that 2 extra, but as you say, that TIE fleet is going to grow, and we see in Dan's hand a copy of Clone Combat Squadron. That, if anything, is the unit that's going to turn the tide for him.
As well as Victor Leader in Dan's hand, Dan has kind of found all of the combo pieces he would like to have, I think, to be able to push the damage even faster. Now the question will be if Po Chang has been able to find the important cards for Ahsoka to be able to plot to push the damage right back. Once again, the activation of the Ahsoka ability as Dan Hughes is just sending space units into the base, and now Han Solo once again, this time for 5 damage, coming into base as well. And the fact that Dan has attacked with all these units tells me that looking at that Clone Combat Squadron dropping right this turn, not the Victor Leader, but the Victor Leader might come down a little later to push that lethal line of damage. Now Po Chang gets to get the Mandalorian developed in the ground arena, so both players not slacking in putting powerful units into play. It's just a pure, just like you said, Grumpy, 2 ships in the night, attacking base, seeing who is faster.
Now this turn, though, is where that damage parity race may start to shift. Po Chang's play was the Mandalorian, that 5-4 shielded, but Dan's was that Clone Combat Squadron. Because of those 4 ships already, the Clone Combat Squadron threatening 7. That is the kind of damage shift that Dan needs to threaten to take the lead in this damage race. But we do see Po Chang with one of the few pieces of interaction in this Ahsoka deck, that copy of Kill Switch. Are we going to see a Kill Switch on the Clone Combat Squadron to stop that massive crash in? Or is Po Chang instead going to go full speed ahead, trying to continue to push damage, playing something potentially like the Queen Amidala?
It is really tough to guess. The Han Solo is also it's very close to the amount of damage that the Clone Combat Squadron is dealing on his own, as well as that Ahsoka leader ability keeps being activated to give the +2/+2 to the Han. And of course the Han is at the perfect spot right now still to continue to get those buffs as we have multiple large units in play on Po Chang's side. I mean, you have to do your math really carefully here in both player spots to figure out when do I have to actually start to interact with your opponent. Dan Hughes getting ready to use a craving power, as well as Po Chang having that kill switch, like you said.
Such a great point. This matchup might look straightforward, but the math is so incredibly complicated. It's easy to watch and feel like these players are choosing the only possible line, but in reality, both of them are likely doing tons of mental math in their head. Po Chang ultimately deciding that the threat of that Clone Combat Squadron connecting with the base too much, using that kill switch to buy some precious time.
And that does mean Dan Hughes likely to respond by just pushing more damage instead with that Victor Leader dropping in play. And I was going to mention earlier, but we just had to get into the fight here, but Boba Fett pilot, not something I see a lot in the Vader decks, and might be poised right now to jump onto that AT hauler and do a whole bunch more damage.
Yeah, normally used to deal 1 or 2 damage to an opponent's unit, but here likely to just be a 2-cost pilot that's going to add 2 power to the board. When we add also that space arena wide buff from the Victor leader, all of a sudden Dan is threatening to crash through a ton of damage, and it may not matter that the Clone Combat Squadron wasn't able to connect this turn.
And here we have the Han Solo attacking on Ahsoka's side. Ahsoka still has the leader ability to use on the Marines if she'd like, and very likely she wants to, unless initiative is the reason to hold on. And of course, Ahsoka is kind of looking for certain damage thresholds sometimes as well, where she can safely take initiative and pop off, but it is so dependent on whether or not her plot cards that she needs are in those resources right now. And I have to admit, I haven't quite caught if we've seen them, because sometimes these players see it, like you're playing Ahsoka, you see it, you go, yep, that's going there, and you don't even get to see it hit the hand.
Yeah, for those wondering, the combination of Naboo Royal Starship and Jar Jar allows Ahsoka on 6 resources to add 4 power to a unit, and then combine that with the support keyword on the Ahsoka unit side. That means something like that Massassi Group Marines, currently a 4/4, would be able to crash in for 8 damage, all compressed into a single action. The Massassi Group Marines, if it connects with Dan Hughes' base this turn, would bring Dan Hughes to 22. All of a sudden, that double plot is lethal on the first action of the 6 resource turn. That is how fast these Ahsoka decks can go, using that +2/+0 every turn, using that Han Solo that grows every turn. We usually think of Darth Vader as being so fast, but is Dan Hughes going to scoop it up?
Dan Hughes just simply scoops it up, I think Dan Hughes says, even if you don't have that plot, I don't know if I can deal with your board. And that is game 1 going to Po Chang Chu on Ahsoka Vigilance.
Really, really wild to see that kill switch apparently making enough of a difference, saving Po Chang that 7 damage, meaning that Dan Hughes just fell too short in the race. It's possible that rather than play that Victor leader, Dan should have thought about using that craving power, but it made sense. He saw the opening, he saw Po Chang on the defensive, using that kill switch, said let's go full steam ahead with this Victor leader, this Boba Fett pilot. But turns out Po Chang wasn't truly on the defensive fully, just needed that one tiny piece of interruption to ultimately claim the lead in the damage race.
Going into game 2 here, looking at Dan's hand, a hold for questioning found this time as well. We have a nice Sheathapede as a reasonable turn 1 play into space as a 2/4 unit to put a decent stat line there. And that hold for questioning could certainly be a very impactful card to deny some of that Ahsoka early chip damage that takes Dan into the threshold where she becomes lethal, like we had in the last game, plus the ability to get a key card out of Po Chang's hand. We have the Sheathapede developed into space by Dan, and then the Leppy Lookout 3/1 shielded overwhelm into the ground arena for Po Chang. So once again, Po Chang kind of putting the superior threat into play on turn 1, but Dan, of course, will build that better board. But I'm not seeing currently things like Clone Combat or Victor Leader, the things that really push Vader's damage into critical thresholds.
Yeah, Dan will need to draw something to give him a little bit more momentum, but one challenge is the way that Dan has built this deck again, starting with these 2 drops rather than the double 1 drops means that he's falling a little bit behind in the damage race early, so important for him to find cards that allow him to catch up.
And here comes that Beguile, another card to give tempo into the favor of Dan here that's going to send the Leppy Lookout to hand and allow Dan to take a look. And now the reason this is so good is obviously knowing what your opponent has is extremely useful. But in addition, these Vader decks run the Garindan plot, which allows you to then name the key card. You know it's in your opponent's hand and cause it to be discarded, similar to the way Po Chang's going to be potentially using these Galen Ursos to shut off key cards as well. Obi-Wan Kenobi dropping into the ground arena for Po Chang to continue to put something in there to start to fight with.
Yeah, I really don't mind that Beguile from Dan. Even though he didn't develop another threat, he ends that 3 resource phase with a damage advantage, 2 damage on Po Chang's base to 0 damage on Dan's. But because Po Chang's follow-up play was just that Obi-Wan Kenobi, the players are now tied at 3 damage each, 3 power each on their board. So now in game 2, it seems like slight advantage for Dan. We'll have to see if he can capitalize on that.
Here's an interesting advantage that Dan has as well, is that looking at Po Chang's hand, there's nothing that beats the power of Obi-Wan Kenobi, so there's no chance for Po Chang to even use that Ahsoka ability. Just swings with the Kenobi into base directly, and then the Sheathapede comes in for Dan, setting up Vader to be able to use the Vader leader ability. The TIE Fighter comes in as well for 1 more damage as a Leppy Lookout is dropped by Po Chang, and 1 more Leppy Lookout, just going double Lookout, double rabbits. They're multiplying here as Dan Hughes then exhausts the Darth Vader leader to put another TIE Fighter into play, continuing to develop that Space Armada.
What a difference from game 1. Po Chang able to use that Ahsoka leader ability on the Han Solo every turn of the game. We're going to go into the 5 resource action phase, and Ahsoka has not turned sideways once.
And in this case now, Dan really taking advantage of having those flexible low-cost units. Drops a stolen AT hauler, followed by the First Order ties as well, for adding 7 more damage to this board. Really starting to close the door on the game. Well, I wouldn't say close the door yet, but basically has grabbed the handle at this point and is getting ready with the right drop to just shut it immediately. Oh, but then we see a direct hit, a sideboarded card from Pocheng here, allowing that stolen AT hauler to be cleanly defeated. Defeats a non-leader vehicle unit. Now Pocheng will be able to actually play that stolen AT hauler out of the discard pile as well, giving Pocheng something to contend in space with, as a lot of these Ahsoka decks are so greedy, they don't put anything into space, just say, I'm gonna race you on ground, and Pocheng's deck is really no exception.
Crucially, Dan, the ability to replay that stolen AT hauler, if Pocheng chooses to do so, will give a 4-power unit in the space arena. That would turn Ahsoka Tano on and be able to buff either the Obi-Wan Kenobi or the Leppy Lookout.
That is a really good call out here. Looks like Pocheng not quite going for that here though, just attacking into base and now waiting as many actions as possible, I think, to put that AT hauler out so that Dan can't find a clean way to steal it back out of this game. Pocheng now thinking whether it's worth taking the AT hauler, potentially giving it back to Dan later on in the game, or just take the initiative. There are a couple of options here. Looks like Pocheng just chooses to take the initiative, says, all right, we don't need to keep stealing back and forth this AT hauler. I'm just going to take the initiative. You do what you need to do.
It does mean, though, that Pocheng continues to fall slightly behind in this damage race, ending with 9 damage on Dan Hughes' base. This Boba Fett pilot going to come out on that Emissary Sheathapede, going to buff it to 4 power, 4 more damage crashing in, bringing Pocheng to 14.
Kind of interesting, Dan did put the Boba Fett pilot onto the Sheathapede as well, getting this, when played as an upgrade ability, dealing 1 damage to the Leppy Lookout, taking that shield off of it. I am very curious if that's going to matter on something like a potential second Boba Fett play later on. There are some cases where that could be relevant.
Very, very true. Last turn, we also saw Fennec Shand crash into the other Leppy Lookout. That's why it ended up in the discard pile. So one thing that we're seeing that's very different from game 1 is a lot more interaction. That direct hit from Pocheng, that ground ambusher from Dan Hughes. Both of these players trying to slow the game down a little bit.
Oh, and I want to point out something in Dan Hughes' hand too, that arrest. Definitely a good call from Pocheng to not play the stolen AT hauler out of the discard pile, because arrest is the key way that this deck just takes it back by capturing under the base and then getting it back at the end of turn.
A great point. So we are now, I believe, arrived at the 6th resource turn, which means both of these leader deploys are now live. Of course, that Emissary Sheathapede with a Boba Fett pilot on it, not going to be a target for Vader, but 4 other ships at the ready.
But is a target for this Nothing Left to Fear, which drops on the Obi-Wan Kenobi enough damage to take that Sheathapede off of the board, and then Sheathapede's on when defeated ability resolves, gives Pocheng 1 more resource, and I think that's really clutch, because if there's a Jar Jar Binks in those resources, still, it's not the ultimate Ahsoka flip turn, but it is a powerful one nonetheless.
And of course, you have the +2/+2 from the Nothing Left to Fear, which means with the +2/+2 from Jar Jar, Obi-Wan would be threatening to attack in for 7 damage. That would be enough to give Ahsoka Tano the +2/+0 buff to her leader unit.
Yeah, exactly. Dan Hughes does need to get a little bit more damage coming out here, and unfortunately having to flip the Vader pilot onto such a small ship, that First Order tie, but really following it up with saying, you know what, I want to be the plot master in this game. Here comes the Lurking Snub Fighter plotted, followed by the Chancellor Palpatine being plotted as well, which is going to allow Dan Hughes to get a lot of ground as those Sentinels come into play. 0-2 spies, but from the Chancellor Palpatine's ability, they gain Sentinel for this phase. Now there's suddenly a bunch of stuff in Pocheng's way, and not a lot of units to clear those Sentinels with.
And not only that, because Pocheng chose to use the Nothing Left to Fear, not enough resources to bring out that Naboo Royal Starship, which means the Ahsoka Tano leader is not going to have Overwhelm, which means she's going to have to spend her turn crashing into one of those spies rather than putting any damage on base. But that leaves Dan Hughes, even with his Vader on that small tie, to crash in for 8 damage. All of a sudden, Pocheng is in check.
Yeah, exactly. Pocheng has no real ability to flip the Ahsoka leader this turn, because Dan Hughes having initiative is going to spell game for Dan in this case. So while it was looking so dominant in the last round, in this case, Dan has successfully navigated to a really solid board state, taking advantage of those plot lines to be able to make sure that if Pocheng can't immediately deal with this giant Vader pilot, things are going to go south very fast.
Yep, and Dan choosing to claim just to ensure the initiative says you have 2 resources up. Nothing you have can possibly turn off this 8-power leader swing on the first action of the 7-resource phase. That's going to be guaranteed game for Dan Hughes.
Yeah, I think Pocheng felt like there was nothing left to fear, but the thing to fear was in fact Darth Vader himself as the pilot dropped onto the TIE fighter and the unit swings in for lethal for game 2. That's Dan Hughes taking it on Darth Vader yellow as these 2 players are going into game 3 in our first round of Premier today at the 2026 Galactic Championship.
Yeah, really interesting change in tenor between game 1 and game 2. Game 1 was a story of neither player doing much interaction, just testing the waters and seeing how fast their respective decks can go, and Pocheng won that damage race pretty clearly off the back of that single kill switch. Game 2, Dan says, I didn't like how game 1 went. I'd like to spend more of my resources disrupting what you're doing. We saw that turn 2 Beguile. We saw later on the Fennec Shand ambushing into one of the Lebby lookouts. We saw that powerful flip turn disruption off the back of that lurking snub fighter and that Chancellor Palpatine with his 2 Sentinel spies. So if you're Dan Hughes, I would expect game 3, you want to include more interaction as well. You're going to be looking for ways to slow Ahsoka down as much as you're looking for ways to increase your own damage pressure.
Absolutely, and Pocheng with the initiative here does have a little bit of an advantage here in this race as these players are going to be once again deciding, am I going to race to face? Am I going to try and control what you're doing? Looking at Dan Hughes' hand, a couple of very decent ships though. It's going to be a little tough to fully disrupt Dan from getting started. Well, on Pocheng's side, we have the Gunji that we're seeing, and importantly, that kill switch that might be a defining factor once again.
The kill switch important, but what I worry about is that Gunji has no friends with which Ahsoka can buff him, right? Just a 2/5. Pocheng's going to need to draw into a 3-power unit off the top of the deck if they want to buff that Gunji to swing in for 4 on the 3-resource turn.
Gunji does hit play as well as the Black Sun Patroller, the 2/2 shielded for Dan Hughes in the space arena. Now the players go to the regroup phase and figure out, did Pocheng draw anything? There it is, the Marines, just like they were looking for, the perfect card to mentor that Gunji into dealing even more damage, where Dan says, actually, I want to play this Victor leader right now and start to buff my board.
Yeah, both players adding damage to their board. It's going to be 3 to Pocheng's base. It's going to be 4 to Dan Hughes' base. Of course, Dan's going to be able to create a TIE fighter this turn and start to generate this wide board. But with that Victor leader, if there isn't going to be an answer, these TIE fighters are going to add 2 power rather than 1. But look, Dan, we can see in Pocheng's hand a copy of the Tree Remembers, one of those removal spells that could come in clutch because Victor Leader is a 3-cost unit. The Tree Remembers provides a clean answer and would once again shrink Dan Hughes' board back to that baseline 2/2 and 1/1.
It does look like Pocheng is going to need to take advantage of the cards available to them to try to slow down Dan Hughes once again, but it worked in game 1 and it might work again in game 2 as the Tree Remembers is used on the Victor Leader unit, taking it off the board, and now Pocheng is in a great position to once again use the Ahsoka Tano leader ability, mentor Gunji into being stronger, and punch in for 8 more damage, pushing a lot of damage onto Dan Hughes' base as Dan Hughes needs to just redevelop additional power going into the next turn.
Yeah, and it might be an underwhelming turn for Dan Hughes here. We do not have that Clone Combat Squadron. It's just likely going to be a couple of 2-cost cards, but look at this.
Dan Hughes is actually going to take a little bit of the pace initiative back, simply arresting that buffed up Gunji to prevent some of the damage while developing another Black Sun Patroller, another TIE fighter from the use of the Darth Vader leader ability, and now at the end of phase, the regroup phase, the Gunji comes back into play under Pocheng's control. So some damage effectively denied from Dan Hughes at the cost of a card, but as we know from this Darth Vader deck, it just doesn't care about its hand size. It's a resource. Let's use it all to deal as much damage as possible.
Yeah, both players with plot options for that 6-leader deploy means even if their hands are empty, if their decks have cooperated, they will still be able to use all of their resources pretty much every turn of this game.
Exactly. Dan Hughes now hoping that Pocheng doesn't find exactly what they need on the plot turn, just like game 2 went. It would be perfect for Dan to find that line once again, but Pocheng's going to start off by punching to 12 damage on base with the Marines, still set up to use that Ahsoka ability, but now with that 5-resource turn, once again, it's a real potential punish with the Craving Power if the right damage is on board, but it's not, right? We only have 2 2s on Dan Hughes' side, and the Craving Power actually can't do enough to take that Gunji out here either until the leader flip happens. Where is Dan Hughes going? Maybe another double deploy as both players are attacking into base?
It's really tricky. Poacheng with that early edge, because Ahsoka Tano has been able to use the buff every single turn on that Gunji, able to get Dan Hughes to 16. Dan Hughes a little bit farther behind, just 9.
Ooh, and this is going to really push the pace back in Poacheng's favor here as well. The Queen Amidala unit is one of the best units in the Ahsoka deck. It is so hard to get rid of. It has so much damage attached to it, and it works so perfectly with that wonderful Ahsoka flip, which we've talked a lot about, but haven't really seen happen at all in this match so far.
No, but if we are going to see it, it might be this next turn. That Queen with 5 base power, if Poacheng has both of those plot cards, the Jar Jar and the Naboo Royal Starship, that's going to be a 9 power swing off of the Queen. That would bring Dan Hughes to 25. The buff from the Queen could go on to the Ahsoka leader herself or any of the other units, and Poacheng would essentially be threatening to action lethal. Dan Hughes would then need an equally powerful flip turn, something like multiple lurking snub fighters to exhaust multiple units on Poacheng's side of the board. So the big question for us now on the 6 resource turn, how many plots did Poacheng draw?
What are these players plotting? I did know that Poacheng did pull a Luke Skywalker answering the call unit into hand. Really interesting card against Vader, very powerful, but there are so many shielded units. But here we do see that Ahsoka Tano deploying to board. There's the first plot. It is the Naboo Royal Starship. That is the only plot here, so that support is going to go on to the Queen Amidala. That is going to be a pretty hefty swing of 7 damage, then buffing the Ahsoka Tano with +2/+2 from Ahsoka's own ability as well.
Now, it's possible Poacheng had the Jar Jar, but it's choosing not to plot it to keep up 2 resources for that kill switch. Because when Darth Vader jumps onto one of those ships, a kill switch from hand could save Poacheng an immense amount of damage, which means even if Dan Hughes has the disruptive plot turn of his own, potentially exhausting that Ahsoka Tano leader, Poacheng can disrupt the Darth Vader flip, and then the Ahsoka, because of the buff from that Naboo Royal Starship, +2/+0 and raid, is threatening lethal first action next phase. Such a good position for Poacheng right now.
It is. Dan's deck has so many exhaust sources that could disable the Ahsoka from being the lethal swing that she currently is, but doesn't have any in hand, and they would have to be in the plot. You need that exact plot that Dan had in the last game, the Chancellor Palpatine for the Sentinels to stop multiple attackers, plus you want that snub fighter to exhaust one of them as well, or even a double Chancellor Palpatine just to put 4 Sentinels in play might be the key needed and might be the reason Poacheng held onto that kill switch, Grumpy.
Unfortunately for Dan, multiple Chancellor Palpatines is likely not to do the trick because of the overwhelm from that
because
Royal
of the
Starship.
overwhelm.
That Ahsoka Tano was just buffed by the Queen, and then the overwhelm. Dan says, I don't have it. I don't have the plots. I don't have the exhaust. Congratulations. We see Ahsoka Tano take the victory. Poacheng leads 2-0 over the Darth Vader.
Absolutely awesome to see the Ahsoka flip turn happen. Sometimes these players scoop it up before it actually takes place, so it is really fun to get all those numbers, all that damage. But both players 3-0 from the draft now. We have Poacheng picking up the first Premier win as well. In Poacheng's position, you have to feel pretty good about yourself.
Absolutely. 4-0 to start off day 1 of the main event. Remember, these players are trying to get 6-2. That is the ticket to day 2. With 4 rounds of Premier left, a 4-0 start means you can go a 2-2 split. Obviously, our players would like to do better than that. Everyone with an eye potentially towards that crucial top 8, wanting to make it to the final part of our playoffs of this Galactic Championships. But a 4-0 start, also the best you can do to inch towards that milestone.
It's definitely a great spot to be in, but let's hear from Poacheng themselves, what they have to say about that round. We're going to head to an interview with them, so stick around. Let's check that out.
All right, I am here with our round 4 feature match winner, Poacheng Chu. First off, Poacheng, huge congrats on that win. You are off to a terrific start, 4-0 in the main event so far. It's been great. How are you feeling halfway through day 2?
It's like unbelievable, I think. Yeah, because I have a very small local group in my country, so I feel like, wow, it's crazy to play in front of so many people. Yeah.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of people. It's a big stage, and you have conquered the big stage here in round 4. Now, you are on Ahsoka Vigilance, and a lot of players coming into this event, they felt the meta was pretty wide open. There was a lot of options, so I'm just curious, what led you to choose Ahsoka Vigilance for this tournament?
I feel like Ahsoka basically have game against everything except for Vader, but I just have the kill switch tech, so I feel it's playable now.
That was actually one of the things that you and I had discussed before the interview started. That kill switch in the matchup really seems to turn things in your favor against Vader. Is that what you have found in your testing?
Yeah, I feel, yeah, it's kind of, oh, I see the card and wow, that's it. I just feel like that. And it's really good to play it on flip turn because you can like plot out Nabooship or Galen +1 kill switch. So that's really good on the curve.
That's huge. What turned out to be a big play in game 1, which led you to victory in game 1, and then you took it in game 3. So again, huge congrats on the win. You're off to a great start. Best of luck throughout the rest of the tournament. I hope to see you in day 3, the final day of the Galactic Championship. Again, congrats. We will go ahead and send it back to you.
Grumpy, I think you really know your stuff. Exactly what you were talking about, that kill switch, is what Pocheng called out. It's an incredibly creative play that really helps those Ahsoka decks manage what the opponent's doing on that flip turn.
Really cool to see Pocheng building such a fun deck. I can admit to you now, Dan, if I were playing in this tournament, I would be on an Ahsoka Blue myself. What a fun deck to see. Congratulations to Pocheng. We're going to take a brief break, but when we come back, we'll have slightly more coverage of round 4 as we go to our backup match.
Star Wars Unlimited fans, I have great news. You are in the right place. Welcome back to the 2026 Star Wars Unlimited Galactic Championships here in Las Vegas. The hottest action, the best players for the best game. You are here joining us, Main Deck Dan and Grumpy Elephant. We watched some incredible draft this morning. We watched some amazing premiere just now. We got a lot more on the table.
What a fun setup for this Galactic Championship. These players having to navigate multiple formats, 3 rounds of draft this morning, now shifting to the premiere portion of the day, 5 rounds total, 1 round under our belt, now turning to another constructed match.
Yeah, another constructed match, and we have a pretty interesting one. I didn't know if we would see some of this action going on earlier in the day, but here we go. We're going to head in and take a look at our matchup here for our second premiere match of this, the first round of premiere today, the 4th round of the day. T. Stetler versus Christopher Armstrong, and we have the Tobias Beckett leader, who is in Vigilance, Cunning, and Aggression. Pretty, this is a deck people explored in a lot of this time. It's a pretty fun one. to play.
Absolutely, some absolute combos that can come out of this deck. Tobias Beckett being able to generate credits by giving units to your opponent, normally something that you wouldn't think you'd want to do, but then on that flip, Tobias Beckett able to defeat those units and generate even more credits. So some absolutely explosive potential here, facing off against what's probably the boogeyman of the weekend, the leader that was on everyone's lips, this new Cad Bane, still faster than you, pairing some of the most powerful aspect combos together, that villainy, aggression, vigilance, so many powerful cards, so many powerful sentinels, so much powerful top end. This is going to be a battle for the ages.
Yeah, let's see how these two scoundrels face off against each other. Taking a look at T. Stetler's list. Now we're seeing a lot of things that we expect from the A Lawless Time variant of this deck that did see some good success in Premier as well. The name of the game here is giving your opponent a bunch of stuff and then taking it back.
And then taking it back. And so, of course, we see things like Val can give that to an opponent. If you defeat it, then the shield comes back to your side of the battlefield. Things like that stolen AT hauler. Normally, you don't want to give your opponent a 4/5 unit in the space arena, but that Tobias Beckett flip turn, able to just defeat it in an instant and then bring it back to Tobias Beckett's side of the field. And then we pair that Tech Dan with some top-end aggression. We see powerful closers like Finn and Chrysanthemum able to just slam down onto the battlefield, have an ambush effect get in, and then present massive threats turn after turn.
Yeah, we have some interesting tech in here too. Clearly this player prepared to deal with the Cad Bane decks in the room with cards like the System Shock here to be able to deal with upgrades, deal with shields, and deal damage, as well as Ascension Cables for Saboteurs. So let's take a look at Christopher's list and see if Christopher's Cad Bane list has what it takes to handle what Tobias Beckett is bringing.
Yeah, this list, I think, looks like what happens if you put together all of the best cards in Star Wars Unlimited at the current moment. So much good stuff going on here. Merrick, that new 2/6 Sentinel for 3, absolute monster of a stats, but not to be outdone. At 4, we have that Imperial Armored Commando, 4/3 Sentinel shielded for 4. That's where those cards like Ascension Cable are going to come in clutch for this Tobias Beckett, trying to get around rather than through some of those Sentinels. But to pair with those Sentinels, this Cad Bane has some excellent top end.
I think what I'm really interested in is with this version of Cad Bane, everyone kind of builds to a different point in the game. This is definitely a more aggressive version of the Vigilance Cad Bane list, where we're seeing cards even like War Juggernaut alongside these Hunting Assassin droids to create some serious threats, some actual damage on the opponent. And we see lower top end stuff with only 2 Pre-Vizslas, 1 Chimera, 1 Devastator joining that top end. Cad Bane wants to end the game a little sooner than some other Cad Banes try to.
And I do think that might serve Christopher well. We're going to expect this Tobias Beckett to come out of the gates swinging, probably try and end the game quite quickly off the back of some upgrades on that leader. But because this Cad Bane list is a little bit lower to the ground, there might be some more agency, some more card choices and autonomy than a Cad Bane deck that's looking at a hand of cards that all cost 7, 8, or 9 when their opponent is racing them down.
Yeah, we'll see if that Cad Bane is really still faster than the Tobias leader as we head into this match. We're going to see who has the initiative, who gets to draw first, right? And who ends up taking the game if that ends up playing into it. The players taking the die roll here, and we have Tobias getting a 5, while our Cad Bane player getting the 7. So it is still faster than you, in this case, Tobias, losing the initiative to Cad Bane.
At least for turn 1. Important to note, both of these players coming out of the draft portion of our tournament at that crucial 3-0, so they've bought themselves a little wiggle room, but would love to end this first round of Premier at 4-0. Only one of them will be able to go undefeated.
Absolutely. Looking at these opening hands here, of course, he's looking for a lot of the cool cards to give over to Cad Bane to gain that clutch credit advantage as soon as they're able to defeat them. Christopher looking to make sure that everything that needs to stand in Tease's way does so, gets on the board. Those cards like Merrick, those cards like the Commandos, a lot of very, very powerful cards to be able to slow the opponent down.
Now, one interesting interaction to watch out for is the Cad Bane's going to be turning sideways to deal damage to Thesis units. But if a unit gets too close to defeat, the Tobias Beckett can just throw it onto the other side of the battlefield for a credit.
Exactly here, and we see Christopher starting off with an HK-47, powerful, just solid 2/4 unit with the Rancor Keeper coming down on T's side, and then the activation of the Cad Bane leader to put 1 damage on it, giving Tease the opportunity to take a nice little initiative here.
And also, because of the text of that Rancor Keeper, 1 damage onto Christopher Armstrong's base, giving this Tobias Beckett a little bit of an early start. 1 damage on the first turn.
Yeah, the Rancor Keeper has really shot up in playability after Cad Bane became so popular because there's a lot of damage that flies around. You might as well increment a little bit while you're at it. Going into the next turn here as the players ready everything, Christopher's hand looking like the Hunting Assassin droid, likely the play here to be able to start to develop a little bit more of a board, and of course very easy to turn on that aggressive extra damage by damaging your opponent's units. He's still deciding on the resource though.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. We see, of course, that stolen AT hauler might want to play this for 3 resources. We see that Rio Durant so powerful in combination with the AT hauler, able to replay it with a shield. So definitely choosing to keep those combo pieces in hand alongside that mastery. I would expect that mastery to land squarely on the Tobias Beckett leader unit when it joins the field on 5 resources.
Yeah, the powerful thing with Tobias is how much you can do on that flip turn. The Tobias comes out, you can have already spent all your resources and still end up playing more things or build up to something later on the next turn. But looking at T's deck, it looks like a lot of what he wants to do is just get a lot of credits and then plot things on, make Tobias an absolute monster and steal the game away.
Yep, we call that the Voltron approach, and oftentimes it can bring games to a close incredibly quickly.
And here comes the Rancor Keeper dealing some damage to base, and just like we said, Hunting Assassin droid coming down on Christopher's side, starting to try and threaten to race T's out of the game. The stolen AT hauler drops as well. Again, like you were saying, Grumpy, one of the best Trojan horse gifts you can kind of give to your opponent in this Tobias deck, and not a lot that they can really do about it happening here. Whereas T's then, exactly like you said again, takes some damage onto that Rancor Keeper, 1 to base, and then sends it right over, gives it to Christopher and says, that's okay, you can have it for now, but you're not going to have it for long.
No, an important move there because that HK-47 droid would have been able to take out the Rancor Keeper and ultimately would have gone to Thies's discard pile. Thies saying, I'd rather have the credit. You can take that 2 power. It'll get in maybe 1 attack before, as you noted, Dan, that Tobias Beckett joins the battlefield. But it does look like from the get-go, right, 3 units now for Christopher Armstrong, just that stolen AT hauler for Thies. I wouldn't expect that situation to last long.
No, it won't, and that's what's so fun about this Tobias Beckett leader. Honestly, one of my favorite leaders to see play because it just operates so differently. Well, it actually didn't last long at all. That's crazy because here comes the Rio Durant, who is just going to return the Rancor Keeper to hand and then immediately replay it with shielded. So now it's right back here. Now the shielded's not that great against Cad Bane because as we see, Cad Bane can very quickly just ping those shields off of things, but still kind of funny to see this happening where Tease is able to just get that extra credit value and then take it right back.
Exactly, and so 1 extra credit now going into the flip turn. Christopher is going to need to use that Cad Bane to throw a damage onto one of Thies's units because he wants his Assassin Droid to get that boost, that +2/+0 from the Raid 2 when an opponent's unit is damaged, but first it's going to be a Hana to join the battlefield.
Yeah, T's really denying that Raid 2, which is really nice. Swings in with the stolen AT hauler as Hana comes in. Hana can be a real monster here though because that Restore 2, Raid 2 makes it a huge, a 7-point HP swing every time it connects with a base, which might be super, super relevant if Tease wants to end the game before Cad gets to those late game plays.
Yeah, we've seen time and time again players having to navigate when they're in the role of the aggressor. Do you focus exclusively on base or do you take a little bit of a detour to try and deal with an opponent's threat? That Hana is a bit of a must-answer question, right? That 7 HP swing, including that crucial Restore 2, that might buy Christopher enough time to get to that Cad Bane leader deploy and to get to some of those larger cards in his deck.
Absolutely, and we do see Cad activating, dealing the damage to the stolen AT hauler, then the Rancor Keeper triggering 1 damage to base, followed by the Hunting Assassin droid swinging in, now getting that Raid 2, so punching a lot more damage back. By the end of that phase, Cad Bane has equalized the life totals again, 9 damage on each base. So there is still a lot of room for this game, but we are going into the Tobias Beckett leader flip turn, and things are about to get spicy.
Yeah, this is the moment where Thies is going to have to capitalize. He's got just 1 credit right now, but he's likely going to be able to gift that stolen AT hauler and claim it right back after the Tobias Beckett deploy. So likely a couple credits to play with, likely looking at possibly 7, maybe 8 resources on this turn. What can he do with that?
I mean, you can get Christopher remarkably close to lethal at this point. If I've seen this deck play out enough times to know how much damage that Tobias is about to deal, as Christopher continues to race to base and believe that not worried about it. I'm not going to quite have to worry about it yet. Looking at Christopher's hand, though, I mean, there isn't a ton to do. There is a no glory, but yeah, I mean, what if you can't no glory the stolen AT hauler? That certainly doesn't feel good.
No, unfortunately, a bit of an awkward draw for Christopher. He would have liked at this point to have something like an Imperial Armored Commando and then have these not draw into one of his Ascension cables, but the draw doesn't line up, so he will probably have to no glory something this turn. It might just be one of those 2-power units, but that's going to leave a largely uncontested Tobias Beckett, likely boosted by a Mastery, likely supported by that reclaimed stolen AT hauler, bringing Christopher very, very close.
And here comes that big Tobias Beckett flip. That's going to take the AT hauler off the board, letting Tobias draw 1 card, make 1 credit. This can get crazy when he hits more things, but right now it's just the 1. But still, then that stolen AT hauler is in that discard pile and available to be replayed as well due to its bounty. So this is a pretty cool situation for Tease now, getting ready to start to put damage on, but I don't see any sudden ferocities.
No, and Christopher, not even blinking, continuing to add damage to base, is able to get Thies to 21, so the question will be, Christopher currently at 11, how much power can Thies assemble? I think you're right. I don't think we saw a sudden ferocity, so there might not be a plot this turn.
Yeah, that was the big thing. I was wondering how many sudden ferocities does Tease have? Like, how far can we go with this? Unfortunately, yeah, just that 1 mastery, but still, maybe in a, oh, the no glory does get played here on the Rancor Keeper just to get that off the board. That does give a clean attack available to the Tobias Beckett now in the next phase. The question is just, can you actually hit face right now if you're Tease, or do you need to get the board clear?
Yeah, and a bit of an unfortunate interaction for Thies because that no glory brought the unit onto Christopher's side of the battlefield before it got defeated. It's not going to turn on the Casca Reeves. The same thing happened with the stolen AT hauler. It was sent over to Christopher's side of the battlefield and then defeated by the Tobias Beckett flip, which means this 4/4 Casca Reeves, which would have otherwise been a potentially great use of Thies' resource, generating that token and then presenting a Sentinel to stop some aggression from Christopher next turn, would just come down as a vanilla 4/4. Thies currently with 7 power on the board from that Tobias leader, plus another 2 from that Rio Durant. That's just 9. Is actually falling short on the damage race this turn.
Yeah, it really is. It all kind of came down to how many sudden ferocities were there as the AT hauler does replay into the Space Arena. Cad Bane activate happens, dealing 1 damage to the Tobias Beckett, softening it up and setting it up for that obvious cyborg mech on the next turn that might come down and continue to threaten Tease's kind of main win condition.
Yeah, both players believing that they can win the race ultimately. Thies, I have to imagine, wants to send this 7 damage into base. Sending it anywhere else means you're going to be so far away from running yourself. There it is, bringing Christopher to 20, but we've now arrived at the Cad Bane flip turn. Might be a close one.
Yeah, this is looking very close, but as these credits start to get used, Tease can start to try and hold things off. We see a Rider Azadi coming down, unfortunately not sure what card is being named, but you're the expert here, Eric. What are we seeing?
What do I name on 6 resources? Probably a Sentinel, probably something like Imperial Armored Commando or Merrick, because looking at this board, Thies does have lethal in 2 actions. Tobias Beckett to 27, that stolen AT hauler to 31, but unfortunately for Thies, Christopher also has lethal in 2 actions. That Hana to swing in for 526, that Hunting Assassin Droid for 5 to 31, but crucially that Hana Restore 2, we talked about it when Hana joined the battlefield, would bring Christopher out of range of a 2-action lethal from Thies outside of some pump, except for, look at this, Thies drew into the aggressive negotiations.
Oh my goodness, when you see that aggressive, that is absolutely nuts right now. So Christopher's first action with that initiative is attacking with that Hana. Now, looking at Tobias Beckett, we're looking at currently 7 power, aggressive pushes up 4 more.
It's 1 short.
It's 1 short. Unfortunately, if only, oh, and actually, Thies chose not to resource seeing that aggressive.
And Thies can't even attack with the Rider Azadi with Restore 1. It would bring him from 26 to 25, but that Hunting Assassin Droid would still be lethal.
Because there's 1 damage sitting on Tobias. I'm really impressed with the Hunting Assassin Droid right now from Christopher. That has really created a dominant threat in this matchup that has allowed that race to be just 1 hair in Christopher's favor right now.
Yeah, Hunting Assassin Droid probably at its worst in matchups where you're trying to control the board and units are going into units. Relatively easy to get a favorable trade into that 3-4 base stats. But in a matchup like this where both players say that base is the place, it's ultimately a 5-4 for just 3 resources, which turned into a 5-5 from Hana, that raid 2 with the restore 2. Really, really efficient use of resources for Christopher in generating this race potential.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where Tees can go right now. You need something to die to turn on Koska Reeves, making that Mandalorian, to get a Sentinel in the way of these things. There is the possibility of swinging the Tobias attacking into that hunting assassin droid to clear it off, but that doesn't then give you the kill for the Koska. None of the math lines up nicely for Tees right now. Decides, I was just getting here, the aggressive negotiations on Ryder is actually the only thing I think that clears that, while allowing the Tobias still to push the game into a check position for Tees.
Yeah, Tees now has lethal in 3 actions. An attack from that Tobias, that Rio Durant, and the Stolen ET Hauler will be exactly enough, but unfortunately for Tees, Christopher Armstrong does have some disruption in hand, has another copy of that no glory only result, which can be used to stop some of the damage from Tees.
No glory again. Very funny. The best target for it would be the Stolen AT Hauler if it didn't allow Tees to put it back into play again and delay the problem. But delay might be all Christopher needs in this situation. Of course, getting to the Cad Bane flip turn here, there is still the unflipped Cad Bane unit that can come down and close things for Tees.
Yeah, Christopher having Tees' base at 27, that Cad Bane now threatening lethal. So Christopher armed with ready resources, armed with disruption from hand, armed with a leader that's ready to deploy, seems like he should be able to put the pieces together to bring this game to a close, even though it's likely to be incredibly close.
I think the Tobias just needs to wait for the Cad Bane right now, which is why Tees is going in for this attack on the Stolen AT Hauler onto Christopher's base. Now Tobias, with just enough power, should be able to take the Cad Bane out.
Unfortunately, a claim, though, from Christopher might then mean Hana is lethal.
Yeah, that's true. It's a tough situation. There's the Koska Reeves with no Sentinel.
No Sentinel, potentially making Christopher ask whether he knows the rules, and it turns out Christopher knows what that card does, sends the Cad Bane straight over to base.
Yeah, I think at that point, as this first game ends in Christopher's favor for the Cad Bane, that was just absolutely, I'm going to play Koska Reeves and hope you forgot that I need a token to play to have Sentinel. And I do like that. I mean, sometimes you just have to play and be like, if my opponent is not locked in right now, I can still steal this away.
I think that's a great competitive point, especially at a tournament of this level. These are going to be long days. Yes, the opponents are going to be very talented players, but do not concede prematurely. You often can say, well, my opponent might make a mistake, and very often in this tournament, your opponents will make a mistake. But for Christopher, no mistake there, able to take game 1, and we're going to go into game 2.
That was a tough position to be in, such a close race as the Tobias almost pulled it out there, even though Cad Bane had a little bit of a clunky turn on that Tobias flip turn, not really being able to do as much as I think they'd like, or have any of those powerful Sentinels that could have gotten in the way at any point. Christopher still had so much damage, was so aggressive with the hunting assassin droids, and I'm sure just looking to repeat that performance as Tees gets the initiative, starts again with the Rancor Keeper, this time an Onyx Squadron Brute, entering the space arena for Christopher.
Yeah, players taking a different approach this game, splitting arenas. That Onyx Squadron Brute potentially able to offer some additional help against something like a Stolen AT Hauler. That plus a few Cad Bane pings might be enough to stop some of that aggression from these. But as we saw from game 1, Christopher's not in the business of controlling this matchup, so potentially less happy to see that Onyx Squadron Brute. Would have potentially rather had something more aggressive on the ground.
Well, notably, Christopher is choosing this time not to ping the Rancor Keeper on the last turn, and maybe thinking, combined with the things like the Onyx Squadron Brute, the restore, the extra pings, maybe just deciding, you know what, this is maybe ultimately a race. I don't think my opponent has a top end. I'm just going to try to get it to the point where I can close the door.
And he saw what happened when he did ping the Rancor Keeper. That damage to base followed just by a gift from Tobias Beckett that turned out wasn't much of a gift at all.
Not even a little bit here, as the Bears Offie now joins, one of these key cards that people are starting to adapt to deal with the Cad Bane deck. Get that extra healing onto your other units so that you're able to sort of fend off some of those combined action lines that take units off the board. And Christopher now on their side dropping a Ryder Azadi as well, and going to deny certain key plays from Tees.
Yeah, this is a tricky one if you're Christopher. Do you look ahead to the next turn, the 4 resource turn? You could think you saw the Casca Reeves from game 1, potentially you name the Casca Reeves, hoping to somewhat neuter the 4 resource turn, or do you look ahead to the 5 resource turn? Do you name something like Stolen AT Hauler that works so well with Tobias Beckett? Do you name something like Sudden Ferocity? Do you name something like Mastery? We're not sure what Christopher is called. We'll have to see if it comes into play and impinges on what FaZe is able to put together.
Yeah, this is a position now where he's also actually looking to, obviously that rider is fairly impactful. If FaZe is looking to attack this Barris into the Rider Azadi unit and actually try and get it off the board, I'm starting to wonder about that Casca Reeves exactly.
That would be my guess, but unfortunately for Christopher, does have to send that Rider Azadi back into the Barris, and if it was naming the Casca Reeves newly unlocked, and the defeat of that Barris unit will activate the Casca Reeves additional text.
Exactly, so the Onyx Quadra Brute comes in, and now exactly that Casca Reeve unit hit the board. We have the Mandalorian token entering play with that shield token on it. That was 6 power for 4 resources. It feels pretty busted, honestly, when you play this card.
One of the best cards I think that they've printed. If you just look at it in terms of sheer stats for value, you are getting 6/6 for 4. You are getting 2 units for 1 card. Historically, that's been such a powerful effect. And you are also getting a Sentinel, all in one.
And here the Imperial Armored Commando from Christopher as well. Another very powerful 4-drop Sentinel. One that does contend very well with the Casca Reeves unit as well. But Tease, let's see if Tease has a way to kind of deal with that and push through it.
Yeah, this would have been one of those moments where Thieves would have hoped to draw into something like an Ascension Cable, either to just take out the Armored Commando and its shield all in one fell swoop, or to suit up something like the Tobias Beckett Leader so it can simply go around the Commando and connect with base directly. Thieves, however, does not have it. May have something like a Sudden Ferocity in the plot, or may just be developing units this turn. Either way is going to have to navigate his way through that 4/3 shielded Sentinel before he can continue adding damage to Christopher's base.
Absolutely. Even something like the system shocks that we know Tease runs in the main to be able to deal with these things, paying that shield off still can turn this into a bit more of a favorable position for Tease to be in. Looking at the hand, I do think that Finn is actually a pretty strong ambushing unit, one that is definitely, I think, solid to find here, and represents something, even though these at just 5 resources from those credit tokens, can get to playing it as well. So there are some plays here, but the Commando is commanding the board presence right now, commanding its attention, as everyone needs to try and kind of get through that before that Tobias even feels like a good play.
Yeah, and for Tobias to have a credit this turn, Thieves will have to choose to give away one of his units. Could be this 2/1 Mando token, ultimately would lead Thieves to have 2 credits, 1 from the giveaway, 1 from the defeat, but Christopher's gonna say not today.
Denied entirely as the Justifier comes down and justifies its slot in this deck, dealing 1 to that Mandalorian token, taking the board from full of units at the start of this phase to totally empty for Tease now, and Tease needs some kind of a gift to give over to Christopher to be able to actually do things with this Tobias leader.
Yeah, not sure he even wants to at this point. Like, he just spent 2 resources on that Toydarian Technician, could give it to Christopher, could then flip the Tobias to Beckett and defeat it, but you've then essentially spent 2 resources to turn into 2 credits and a card. Somewhat underwhelming for this 5 resource flip turn when you're trying to put forward as much aggression as you can.
Exactly. When Tobias can't give gifts away, Tobias is a 4/6 leader. Then that's kind of the end of the text, right?
A 4/6 leader with one important limitation: no access to heroism or villainy.
Exactly, exactly. So this Toydarian Technician here, not crazy, but I mean, we have to figure out what these players are going to decide to do, how Tease can possibly navigate through this, as Christopher's built out a respectable space force here, and Cad Bane is getting ready to flip on the next turn and start to control the ground. How's Tease going to contend with all of this?
Yeah, that Cad Bane lining up so well with the 4/6 leaders, a ping before you deploy, followed by an attack, would be able to deal with the Tobias Beckett, but he's not without options completely.
Yeah, just deciding, all right, well, a 4/6 leader with no other abilities That's going to be good enough for me because plotting the +3/+0 sudden ferocity onto it does mean a 7 damage swing coming in. He's saying, I don't have much, but I do have some damage on your base.
Yeah, the 7 power, of course, now from the Tobias Beckett, boosted by that sudden ferocity, would be enough to make a trade if Christopher tries to use his own Cad Bane leader to deal with the Beckett. And because Christopher doesn't have anything like the Cyborg mech in hand, a ping from the Cad Bane plus the 5 from the Cyborg mech would have been enough to deal 6 to Tobias Beckett. If Christopher wants to deal with Tobias Beckett this turn, it's going to have to be with his own Cad Bane leader.
And we are also at the Finn turn. This 6/5 ambush that can give a shield token to a non-unique unit, so the Toydarian Technician could get a shield for what it's worth. It's a very minor thing, but here comes that War Juggernaut dealing damage to everything. Christopher just saying, yeah, I want all of the things here to have damage on them except the Juggernaut, allowing the Juggernaut to be able to attack right now for 7 damage starting on the next turn. Possibly more, possibly less. We'll see how the rest of this phase shakes out.
Yeah, it might be tempting to put that Mastery on the Tobias Beckett. It would bring it up to a total of 10 power. All of a sudden, that's lethal in 2 actions. The only question is, does Christopher have enough damage to deal with that suited up leader? A Mastery would bring Tobias Beckett to a total of 9 health. It has 1 damage from that War Juggernaut that just came out. That's 8 remaining. 1 from the Justifier would be 7 remaining. 1 from the Cad Bane would be 6 remaining. A flip from Cad Bane would be 4, plus the ping from Cad Bane would be 5 more. Looks like Tobias Beckett may be able to squeak through this turn with 1 single health remaining, which means Thies has potentially put himself in the position of putting Christopher in check and guaranteeing that his leader has survived.
Yeah, that very well might be the case here. This is getting very tight as I think, like we said, Thies didn't have the actual gameplay of the deck going on, so just says, well, there's one thing I can do. It's put damage on your base and try and win that game that way. Already getting Christopher to 22 now. As long as Tobias makes it, just like you're saying, Grumpy, that's going to be where this game is going to turn. It's going to be completely dependent on whether Tobias makes it to the next turn with initiative.
And you see T's doing that exact math right now. There's 1 damage available from the Justifier, 5 more from Cad Bane. Christopher has used all of his resources. He's counting 1 plus 5. That's 6. He's looking at the Tobias Beckett health remaining. It has a total of 9 HP. That means there's 7 health remaining. Christopher is going to be 1 damage short.
And Tease takes the initiative, says, I don't need those Toydarian for anything right now. I do not believe that you can kill Tobias. And we might see Tease stealing it away here as we get to the end of this phase. We're going to see Christopher punching that damage in, trigger on the on attack on Justifier, dealing 1 more damage to Tobias here, and might as well, since we don't have initiative, attack with everything else. Going to the regroup phase now, the players draw the cards with Tease ready to punch in for 9 more with that Tobias.
Really, really wild stuff. An empty board on the Tobias Beckett flip turn led to squeaking out the win off the back of double upgrades.
That is game 2 going to T. Stetler on the Tobias deck. I am shocked actually because of how non-useful Tobias was in those early turns. The deck wasn't kind of doing its thing, but just like you said, Voltron, right? This idea, I'm just going to put upgrades on my leader and push damage. That was all that he's needed to do to steal the game away.
I do think that's a principle that we saw play out in some of our limited rounds. Sometimes a match just comes down to which leader joins the battlefield first. Tobias Beckett as a 5 deploy leader, 4/6, those stats are nothing to scoff at. Right outside of that Boba Fett from the Spark of Rebellion, 4/6 for 5, some of the highest stats we've seen in terms of aggressive potential. That's all Thies needed here.
Yeah, that 4 power especially on that 5 flip, not something you get with every single leader. And when you get to stack on powerful plot cards, sudden ferocity, which by the way, we already see in T's hand in this 3rd game now, obviously dropping right into the resources here. Actually looking like a pretty nice start. We have the Warrior Clan Ordo as well. A nice, solid early drop for T's to be able to get that aggression on. But that aggression is not going to last long. If you look at Christopher's hand, you see the Merrick into the Imperial Armored Commando. A lot of Sentinels will be on the way after this. HK-47 drops to put a little body on the board. Ooh, wait, Chow Fein coming down turn 1 instead for Tease. potentially draw some cards here if we want to. It's a risky play, though.
Yeah, but T's very much looking to set up, I think, an explosive, aggressive negotiations to finish off this game 3. That is why you want to build your own hand size. You do not care what your opponent's hand size is if your aggressive negotiations is hitting for a +6, +7, +8. But unfortunately for T's, as you mentioned, Christopher's deck seems to be cooperating in this game 3. Some of those Sentinels that we highlighted at the start of this round are going to come into play. Christopher is going to be able to present an absolute wall. FaZe is maybe going to need to draw into one of those Ascension cables. We mentioned it at the outset of this round, and we haven't seen one yet.
Yeah, the Ascension cable might be the card to watch for here. Thankfully for these, we're going to be drawing a lot of cards on these Chow Fein. Oh, is the Ascension cable drawn off the top on the Chow Fein attack? That is very fortuitous for these right now. Kind of exactly what they're looking for, and slowing things down with the droid laser turret as well when the HK hasn't gotten the attack off yet. This is going to buy D's a little bit more time to fight through what Christopher is dropping, and getting to the point where the Tobias might be absolutely insanely stacked up.
Yeah, a combination of that sudden ferocity that we saw put into the resource row, +3/+0, plus the stats from that Ascension cable, +1, +3 Saboteur. And look at this, Dan, just in case Tobias survives that turn, there's also a Mastery in hand waiting to add another +3/+3. We might be looking at another Voltron game, and to make matters worse, the second sudden ferocity has joined the fray.
Absolutely, and I want to point out one kind of interesting thing to think about here as well. The sudden ferocity doesn't have to go on the leader, and when Merrick has an upgrade on it, it loses Sentinel. So there are some actually really interesting ways to get these to get a lot of units through, not just that Tobias potentially as well. Things that these is going to be thinking about going into that Tobias flip, but is going to want to develop some credits for sure to be able to get enough plays on that flip turn.
Absolutely. Christopher, of course, is going to remember the game that FaZe just essentially stole that game too, and he's going to remember that upgrades made the difference. We see that Outer Rim Constable at the bottom of his hand. He's going to be clinging to that 2-cost unit for dear life. It turns out if FaZe can put that Ascension cable on, the Outer Rim Constable can take it away just as easily. So watching these players navigate the dance of the 5 resource turn, or maybe for Christopher, he holds the Constable for the 6 resource turn, I expect we're going to potentially see a Voltron leader plus potentially an upgrade removal answer. Will that be enough for Christopher?
Yeah, I think we're going to get a lot of the back and forth that has made us fall in love with Star Wars Unlimited, as these players are going to trade actions navigating this chess-like game, or maybe a hollow chess-like game, as these players need to get in the right position for their leader unit to crack through and take the game into their favor here. And we're going to get that Rio Durant dropping right away. This is a clever play, one of the flexible things that the Rio Durant unit can do. Returning, in this case, that droid laser turret back to hand and replaying it with shielded once again, so that we've effectively reset the shield and put another little roadblock in the way of Cad Bane. Now, Cad Bane's so good against dealing shields, but it still is more actions and more attacks that need to be used to get through it.
Yep, turns out that 1 health is the weak point for Cad Bane. That shield is not going to be able to be pinged away, and so that droid laser turret is going to have one incredibly important job: protect Tobias Beckett.
Exactly. Tease is actually navigating into a pretty decent spot, although I think wanted to give that Chow Fein maybe to Christopher was something that was, I'm sure, on Tease's mind, again, to set up those credits, to be able to set up the play to get Tobias to really pop off here, and Christopher denied that entirely, just getting it off the board.
Now this is an interesting choice from Christopher. Had the option to send both of those units into the droid laser turret, would have taken it off the battlefield that turn, would have of course removed the HK-47 as well, but that Merrick would have stayed alive with 2 HP, instead choosing to leave the turret alive and deal with it this turn.
Yeah, that's very true. Christopher really, I think, trying to preserve the HP on the Merrick as Tease is sending units into it just to get it kind of softened up and start to get it prepared to get out of the way. It's a tough dance right now as Christopher wants to keep a reasonable board, because again, it's a more aggressive Cad Bane, not a Cad Bane that can win late, and especially watching Tease pop off with all of those upgrades on the Tobias Beckett unit, knows that the game just isn't likely to go late unless full control is established here. So this board, and especially protecting HP on the Merrick, might be key right now.
Yeah, this Merrick, an absolute wall at the moment. That Ascension Cable waiting in Thies's hand to let a unit through, whether it's the Tobias Beckett or another unit he currently has. Most likely the Tobias Beckett is the kind of leader unit you want to suit up, but Christopher still holding on to that answer in his hand, that Outer Rim Constables. Thies currently choosing how to spend resources on this turn. Probably doesn't want to send either of his units into the Merrick, so the question is it going to be a flip, or is he going to try and navigate some sort of Trojan horse gift to give himself a couple of credits?
Right now, 5 resources, no credits because nothing was given, nothing to defeat, means that that is perfect for a Mastery and Ascension Cable play, but you're looking at a 3-action play, a flipping leader, Mastery, Ascension Cable, and that's before you can even get the attack off. Lots of room for Christopher to play around things, and only 2 units in play, so with this sort of parity of attacking units right now on the board, Thies can't even really, well, definitely can't, given the Cad Bane ability, weave into the point where Christopher is forced to take some actions and use some resources, and it becomes clear for Thies to flip. So players just need to carefully navigate this, and here comes the attack from the Rio Durant into the Merrick, followed by the Justifier getting the final ping off on that droid laser turret, clearing it out of the way as well.
Yeah, now makes sense why Christopher wanted to wait until this turn, was able to clear that droid laser turret without losing a single unit of his own.
Exactly, and this does still preserve the Merrick. The Merrick's in play, the HK-47's in play, getting pings on base as well. Christopher is getting to the point now where aggression is starting to get pretty possible. Start to punch in on Tobias, is just worried about how do I navigate around Tobias flipping? How do I make sure I can handle it now? Importantly, Justifier took all of Christopher's resources. So despite that Outer Rim Constable in hand, it's not going to be able to be played on this turn.
No, but the good news for Christopher is he's currently sitting at 0 damage on base, so even if a massive Voltron Tobias Beckett enters the battlefield, it'll get through 1 attack before that Outer Rim Constable could slam down on the 6 resource turn, take away that Ascension Cable, and then force Tobias Beckett to face down the Merrick before it can attack base again.
Yeah, that Merrick is proving to be a problem. Again, that stat line is just so large, 2-6. There's so much that needs to be done to be able to punch through it, and it looks like the thought is happening. You know, one thing I think Thies has to think about here is, do I give the Rio Durant to Christopher just to get the credit? And it looks like decides to do that. The credit and the card, to be fair. The card could be very important as well, but that gets the credit on the gift plus the credit on the flip here, as it looks like Christopher has taken the initiative now. That's going to defeat the Rio Durant as the Tobias Beckett unit enters play. That is going to create another credit, draw a card for Tobias, and now set up for any other additional lines here. Are we going to see a plot? Are we going to just start to see the Mastery deployment, the Ascension Cable? I think that's where we're going, because I think the plot would be revealed at this point.
Yeah, 7 resources to play with, not enough to do all 3 upgrades. Sudden Ferocity, of course, costing 3, Mastery costing 3 because it would go on a unique unit, and Ascension Cable costing 2. That would be a total of 8. So Thies going to have to choose if he wants to go full Voltron, choosing between that Mastery and that Sudden Ferocity. The Mastery probably the better choice there because it adds some crucial health to that leader unit.
Yeah, the health was obviously the important point of the upgrades in the last game, where just like you did that math so spectacularly, found out that no matter what, that Tobias was going to survive all of the attacks, in exactly the position that Thies wants to get set up in to have for himself once again, where that Tobias might be unassailable. Can it get to the point where it can be lethal without getting taken off the board?
Yeah, now a question for the judges. My guess would be the question might be about the ordering of the Tobias Beckett leader flippability and the timing window of plots. Can Thies now choose to reveal a plot after he's used the Tobias Beckett leader ability? That would be my guess, but we're not sure. Some judges in conversation about the specific text of that leader, and for the meantime, our players are going to hold, leaving Thies a little bit more time to think about how is he going to spend these crucial 7 resources. He's up against essentially a wall on Christopher's side of the field. That Merrick, the Justifier in the Space Arena, 2 other units facing down a Cad Bane leader deploy next turn. This is an incredibly important turn for Thies to navigate. He needs to make the correct choice about which cards to spend.
A tense situation where you can't count the players out of what's happening here. As we're hearing from the judge here, we're getting the final reckoning about how this needs to be resolved with these plot triggers, potential plot triggers, as well as the when deployed ability of the Tobias Beckett as well. And oh, I thought we had initiative for Christopher, but no, it was not. It was just a perhaps even just a pass waiting for the Tobias to flip into play. And there we see the Ascension cable as the next action placed on the Tobias Beckett, giving it the important Saboteur, sending in the HK-47 from Christopher into Tobias to add 2 more damage to it. Christopher saying, I'm not going to let you get away with this like you did last game. I want to put as much damage on this Tobias as possible before the next turn begins.
Yep, we see Christopher adapting in real time. Lost to a Voltron leader before, just being 1 HP short, now deciding to use his resources to prevent that from happening a second time.
I think maybe this game is one where we do see that Finn come into play, but here actually, this is not the Mastery. This is the Barris Offie healing that damage off of the Tobias and then putting 2 advantage tokens onto that Tobias as well. So still pumping up the swing on this turn, but keeping that Tobias a little bit farther away from being taken out. The Tobias unit is going to be the problem for Christopher. It's on Christopher to deal with that Tobias unit, as then the initiative is taken, and then the Toydarian Technician joins the fray as well.
Yep, one thing to keep an eye on if you're watching, or if you're both these and Christopher, is how much health does Tobias Beckett have left. That is the mini game we have now entered. Tobias Beckett currently has 9 maximum health, 6 from the base leader, 3 from the Ascension cable. Potentially going to add more through that Mastery. We're going to see that number certainly go down via attacks and a Cad Bane ping. Christopher trying to get that health down to 0, these trying to keep it at least 1.
So important play from Christopher now going into the first action of the next phase, that Outer Rim Constable that you called out a long time ago, Grumpy. Here it is, getting rid of that Ascension cable. Importantly though, Tease has built up enough stuff to get rid of the Merrick, can attack with one of these other units to take it out, but that still is losing some stats and losing some HP on the Tobias, making it easier to deal with. In fact, it's in Cyborg mech range right now. It's something that is a little bit scary, so it means Tease is going to want to end this phase with something else on that Tobias for sure. But we did see Tease pick up the aggressive negotiations, one of their key routes to being able to potentially steal the game away, just like they did in Game 2 as the Toydarian Technician comes in and deals with the Merrick unit.
Yeah, unfortunately for Tease, Dan, you know what goes well with a 2-cost Outer Rim Constables? A 4-cost Imperial Armored Commando. And with that Ascension cable hitting the discard pile, there's going to be nothing that Tease has to ease his way through this 4-3 shielded Sentinel. Just 2 units ready. Looks like Fees may not be able to connect a single additional damage to Christopher's base this action phase.
An unfortunate spot for Tease to be in here, as Christopher still hasn't deployed the Cad Bane leader. It's going to come down onto that side as well, and I think sequencing is going to be pretty important here to make sure the Tobias Beckett is dealt with cleanly. Have to figure out what the right way to send damage into that is, but having the Hana with the advantage on it as well is looking pretty solid for Christopher. Lots of options available.
Yeah, Hana waiting in the wings, could choose to crash into the Tobias Beckett. It would be a trade giving up that restore engine for Christopher. Or Christopher could say, you know, off the back of this Imperial Armored Commando, I'm no longer anywhere at risk of losing this game, just 7 HP on my base. It's time to send Hana to the base.
By attacking the Imperial Armored Commando there, Tobias is now set up with just 1 HP remaining, which does take it away from Cad Bane pings, but not Justifier, right? So there's a little bit of a dangerous spot to be in here. Then the players are just attacking back and forth. Now here comes that Finn that we talked about. Is that shield going to drop onto the, do we have not, Toydarian's the only option, right? The shield on the Toydarian Technician, the only non-unique unit in play.
The Cad Bane ping coming out, wants to use it on the Finn with just 1 HP remaining. Of course, not a legal target. Only targets are the Barris Offie or the shield on the Technician. Chooses the Barris Offie. These not out of it yet. The Sentinel cleared, has 4 units on the board. All of many of his units left with just 1 HP, the Tobias Beckett and the Finn. But as you noted earlier, Dan, that Justifier waiting in the space arena. My guess is at the end of this action phase, These's board is going to look much smaller than it currently does.
Yeah, there is a lot of stuff right now, but it's going to change in a blink of an eye here. Maybe still faster than you might think, as the Cad Bane drops down here very shortly. But first, an attack from the Barris Offie unit, just dealing a little bit more damage to base, softening up that base to try and find a route to take it out. We do see things like Chrysanthemum here, another solid statted unit that can enter play, but here that Justifier attacks in, gets the ping off to take the Finn off the board. Christopher maneuvering continuing to maneuver into a solid position. Cad Bane, leader, finally deploys. That unit attacks in, pings onto the Barris Offie, and that's 4 more to base. Christopher really likes his odds in the race as this game is starting to head towards a finish.
Yeah, Christopher really starting to pull away here. I would say board advantage, Christopher, 4 units to 3. Most of his units are completely healthy. That Cad Bane leader with no damage, the Justifier uncontested in the space arena, and Christopher also with the base damage advantage because of those Sentinels, because of the Outer Rim Constables able to take care of that Ascension cable, because of the Merrick into the Imperial Armored Commando. These has been able to just connect 8 damage so far. 8 on Christopher Armstrong's base to 18 on Fee's. That's just 12 HP remaining. Seems like Fees is very much back up against the wall.
Definitely, and we do see a resource this turn. I was kind of wondering if Tees was going to or hold on to an extra card in hand with that aggressive negotiations, but wanting to get, I think, to the Chrysanthemum play, wanting to get that to end up being something useful, but just trades the Tobias Beckett in with the Hana to get that off the board, because these units have to leave. You can't just leave Christopher with that board as the Cad Bane comes back into base. That's 4 more damage plus 1 more damage dealt to the Barris Offie unit. There is a lot of damage flying around, a lot of red tokens in play here as that Justifier is really menacingly sitting in the sky, threatening to clear off anything left with just a single damage left.
Yeah, Christopher now with lethal technically on board, 3 from the Outer Rim Constables, 4 from the Justifier, that's 7, but a 5th from the advantage that the Justifier can generate if it finishes off the Barris Offie. Fees has an answer to the ground arena, at least because the Tobias Beckett was defeated, that Koska Reeves can enter with a Sentinel. You could also use that Darting Technician. You see him flirting with that to take out the Outer Rim Constable and defeat it. But either way, this Justifier is threatening to be lethal in just 2 attacks.
The Barris Offie swings in to take that Outer Rim Constable, so denying that lethal line that you just cleverly pointed out there, Grumpy, was the Justifier comes in to the base and pings off the shield on the Toydarian Technician, setting both players up with mostly exhausted boards here and starting to get to the point where plays need to be made, but especially I think that Koska Reeves is something that needs to happen now, whereas that final unit on the board does get exhausted. Christopher is at player pass moment here. It's time to start dropping what's in the hand, and there I see everything getting gathered up for the 9th Sister dropping in, and that is going to call it for Christopher Armstrong, winning the first round of the premier side of the 2026 Galactic Championship.
Really, really excellent stuff from Christopher. And a thing I think, Dan, that made the difference, we noted this when we looked through the players' deck list, Christopher Armstrong had a much more aggressively oriented Cad Bane than some of the other lists we've been seeing. And it turned out it was those lower to the ground cards, the Hanas, the Hunting Assassin droids, right? He ended the game with a single 9th Sister. That was the largest costed unit we saw him play. We didn't see a single Chimera. We didn't see a single Prey Vizsla. It seemed like his version of Cad Bane may have been particularly well suited to handle that Tobias Beckett, and so I bet Christopher is feeling pleased with the deck building choices he made going into today.
Absolutely, but I can't count out how impressed I was by that Tobias flip, especially after getting no value in Game 2 on the Tobias leader ability, but still that unit gets piled up with upgrades and is extremely threatening. It's very clear to me that Tees knows this deck very well, brought a rogue deck intentionally to the Galactic Championships with the idea of just saying, well, I don't think you guys are tech prepared at all ready to deal with this deck. So we're gonna have to watch both these players because that's just a single loss, and both these went in with full 3-0s in the draft portion.
Yeah, we love to see it. Fees now sitting at 3-1, Christopher of course 4-0. We wish them both the best of the luck as they navigate our last rounds of Premier for today. For the meantime, we're gonna cut to a break. We'll be right back with you.
4 rounds completed in the main event of day 1 in the Galactic Championship. We've got another 4 rounds of Swiss still to come. The action has been thrilling, and we have so much exciting things happening today throughout the convention hall. I'm Josh Snyder, joined by Tower Number 9, and we've got a special guest with us this time. We've got Joe O'Neill to share some information about the Galactic Open.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here, happy to talk about it. It's been a fantastic experience here, fantastic event. Really cool watching all these games. There's been some really exciting moments.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, no, we've had some great games so far. Now, the Galactic Open, this is something that these players have really put a lot into, because if you're not in the main event, there's still a lot to play for with the Galactic Open. I mean, there's a lot of prizing on the line, a lot of points on the line as well. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. So like the main difference between the main event and the Galactic Open is the Galactic Open is the first event of Season 2. And the main event is the last event of Season 1. You can get points to start qualifying for Season 2 events. You can get a lot of prize wall tickets if you're here. I know a lot of people participated in the last chance qualifier, didn't quite make it, and they still have a 2-day tournament that they can participate in and have that same experience here at the Galactics. I've been looking at some of the data from the Open versus the main event, and there's some interesting differences there, and I think people are treating the two events in a little bit of a different way. We know that the Cad Bane leader is very, very popular in the main event, and the top 5 in the Open right now is number 1 is the Boba Fett leader from Jump to Lightspeed. Number 2 is the Ahsoka leader from Ashes. Then we have Darth Vader, and then from Jump to Lightspeed as well. And then you have Cad Bane. Okay. So it's number 4 on the list, and then followed again by the Luke Skywalker from Jump to Lightspeed. So there's a lot of pilots showing up. There's people are still doing like strong meta decks, but I think they're also getting a little bit more creative. And I have some few cards that I'd like to highlight that I've noticed are probably popping off in this this interesting little meta.
Yeah, absolutely. So as far as you talk about the meta, what cards are really popping off right now, you think?
Yeah, so the number 1 deck, like I said, the most popular deck in this event was Boba Fett. So the Lake Country base, if we could show that up on screen, I think is one of the reasons this deck is so good. You get so much extra HP. This is not that big of a downside in Boba Fett because you're running so many aggression cards anyway, that missing aspect is not a big deal. And last I checked in too, there was a Grief Karga running this base that was, I think it was the top performer or one of the top performers at my last check-in. So it's really exciting to see those more interesting spins on popular meta decks, because we have seen a lot of Grief Karga paired with aggression or with command, but I haven't seen this yet. So good on you if you're the one running that. Another big one, I think, is the Naboo Royal Starship. Ahsoka is doing great in both the Open and the main event, and this card is so key to that explosive deploy turn that she gets. You get the plot, you get the raid, and then you get to transfer that raid over using support on the Ahsoka, and so many things are happening at the same time. It's just really cool to see cards from older sets get new life as new sets come out.
Yeah, that's a great point. In the last match yesterday, we had one where the Ahsoka player brought out not only the Naboo Royal Starship, but also that Jar Jar Binks with plot.
It adds up so perfectly.
Applied all those buffs. It was huge.
Yeah, and the math on that, getting the 4 resource plus the 2 resources with Ahsoka's 6 deploy turn, it's so nice to see it all work out so cleanly. Then the last card that is, again, going to be everywhere is Chimera. This is kind of the big, scary control threat that will get you to stabilize, and Cad Bane decks love this card. Playing Pre-Vizsla after this is such a potent combo that can really help you turn the corner. So I know a lot of people are expecting this to be kind of the biggest player in the meta. So
yeah, and that's totally fair. That combination, that curve of Chimera into Pre-Vizsla, it really is tough for a lot of decks to come back from that in certain situations. We saw it happen on stream yesterday in the last chance qualifier. It's this new package that Vigilance Villainy has. It's really brought them towards the top where they have the pieces they need to really compete.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's so many interesting decks that have been entered into this event where there's only one ofs. And I'd like to call out a few of those where I've seen like Kit Fistos or Rose Ticos and people trying to do interesting different things in the open that I think is a little bit more freeing than the pressure of the main event.
Yeah,
That's a good point.
absolutely. Well, it's exciting to have so many different events to compete in. The Last Chance qualifier, so many people traveled to compete in that yesterday, and not having that not having the main event to advance onto, being able to have the Galactic Open, I think is huge for these
fantastic.
players. I had a lot of players that I talked to yesterday, and they said, yeah, I didn't make it, but I'm ready. I feel good about my deck. They only missed by 1 or 2 games.
Yep.
They were going to run the deck back, maybe make a few tweaks. They were super excited about the Galactic Open. So I think it's a huge deal for a lot of players.
Yep, I very much agree. I had a lot of people yesterday telling me the exact same thing, just how excited they were and showing me their deck techs. It's the best.
Yeah, that's a big part of an event like the Galactic Championships. It's not just about the Galactic Championships itself. There's so many side events, so many other tournaments. The Galactic Open is the biggest of those, and it's a very cool event in its own right. But we also have people going and playing drafts. We have Twin Suns, all kinds of stuff going. So this really is an event that people from all sorts of different Star Wars Unlimited backgrounds can come and enjoy.
Yep.
Yeah,
I've been having a ton of fun seeing all of that and participating in that. I've drafted 3 times already and won't stop.
Nice.
There you go. Well, I believe, are going to take a look at some graphics here showing the standings after 4 rounds here in the main event. And we've got several undefeated players and some names there that we have seen and some names that we aren't as familiar with, but at the end of the day, Christopher Armstrong up there at number 1, and he was just on stream, just took down that Tobias Beckett with Cad Bane.
Yeah, we have quite a few different nationalities represented among those top players. Also, the Galactic Championships is an international event, not just players from the United States, where the event is being held. Here in the top 32, we have several others as well. Several players making it all the way from from Europe or potentially even further to come and compete.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Players have traveled from all over the world to compete in this Galactic Championship. And again, 4 rounds completed. There's still 4 more rounds of Swiss today, and these players needed to get to a total of 18 match points to advance on to day 2. So, as Tower mentioned earlier, we could see a 5-0-3, right? You could have the 3 draw, 5 wins, move on, but ultimately, most of the time, you're going to have that 6-2 record or better. That's what these players are looking for to get on to day 3. All right, now let's take a look at our head-to-head. We're going to be getting back into the main event. We've got Director Krennic and Grand Admiral Thrawn, Mariana Aldelco versus Michelle Cavazan. And this should be an exciting matchup, a matchup, Tower, where we could see maybe another grindy matchup here. 2 decks that are not particularly aggressive. They're going to have some big late-game threats like those Chimeras or the Pre-Vizslas that we just talked about.
Yeah, I think historically speaking, matchups between 2 different Vigilance villainy decks have often been kind of control versus control, and those are definitely the kinds of matchups that sometimes lead to, very long games and sort of intense, drawn-out conflicts with some of the higher-end units of Star Wars Unlimited seeing a lot of play. So it should be exciting to see whether or not that is what we are going to have here. Director Krennic versus Grand Admiral Thrawn.
All right, well, now we are going to get to the feature match area.
Let's see which of these players will end up being able to prevail here in the 5th round of the Galactic Championship. Now, we're looking at the round-by-round records here, and look at that, Josh. There are not a lot of losses in that results table. Of course, these players are both 4-0 in terms of matches, but it looks like Mariana has only lost 1 game.
That's absolutely right. Mariana is on fire to start this run in the Galactic Championship. Some very formidable opponents as well. We see Mackenzie Voss there, someone who has had a lot of success in competitive play. So great run so far for Mariana Aldelco.
Yeah, absolutely, Josh. And here is Michelle who has also had a very strong run. You know, has one more game loss, but still 4 match wins and a very impressive 8-2 game record. These players are both doing very well. Both started off going 3-0 in their draft pods, won the first round of Constructed, and now we're going to see what happens as these players face off in round 5.
Now let's take a quick look at the deck list. We've got Mariana's Director Krennic deck, and this deck wants to ramp, Tower. It wants to ramp and get these big bombs out early, and it does that by making credit tokens with the Director Krennic action ability, and it also has things like the Expendable Mercenary and other ways to ramp, such as the Resupply Carrier. So it has ways to generate permanent resources, and then of course the credits go a long way as well.
Yeah, and we see some units here that have relevant when defeated effects, which synergizes with Director Krennic's ability to defeat your own units. So cards like Owen Lars, the Imperial Door Technician, the Expendable Mercenary, an excellent ramp card for these Krennic builds, that Enoch unit, and the Director Krennic unit who synergizes with those when defeated effects. So there's a lot of synergy going on in Mariana's build here.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. There's some explosive plays, things with that Enoch, that when defeated trigger. You're able to get Enoch out early, of course, because of Director Krennic. You could potentially use that credit on the second turn of the game, get Enoch out, and then once Enoch is defeated, if you deal that 6 damage to your base, the next unit costs 3 less. So you could see like a super early pre-Vizsla, right? You can see some really crazy plays with that Enoch, so we'll see if Mariana is able to put something like that together as we take a look at our other deck list here. Michelle on the Grand Admiral Thrawn from Jump to Lightspeed paired with Cunning. And Tower, the big story of this one, it's the Legacy run.
Yeah, Legacy run. This is a unit that synergizes incredibly well with the Grand Admiral Thrawn leader from Jump to Lightspeed. There's an extremely powerful interaction. When defeated, the Legacy run deals 6 damage divided as you choose among enemy units. That's already kind of strong on its own, but at 5 cost, it's a little pricey. However, Grand Admiral Thrawn can double that effect by exhausting the leader card there, and then you're dealing 12 damage divided as you choose among enemy units, which is incredibly powerful and often leads to an outright board wipe. Plus, you have a few other cards in this deck that can be used to activate a when defeated ability without actually losing your unit. The Chimera, you know, we talked earlier about Chimera, a frightening reality, but there's an earlier version of Chimera from the Jump to Lightspeed set that's also in this deck that when played can use a when defeated ability on another friendly unit. We also have One Must Destroy to create a new event from Ashes of the Empire that similarly, I believe that one destroys your unit, but then you can immediately replay it. So in that case, you can similarly have Legacy run in play, use One Must Destroy to create, defeat your own unit, do that massive 12 damage to wipe out your opponent, and then you get the Legacy run back in play to potentially do it again.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of crazy. And one thing that actually stood out to me in Michelle's deck list was all of the discard package. Garandan and the Remnant Lookouts from Ashes of the Empire. And there was also a Rio Durant to potentially bounce those units, essentially replay those units for free and attack your opponent's hand again. So I'm very interested to see how that plays out as we get ready for game number 1 of round 5 of our main event at the Galactic Championship. Mariana versus Michelle, Grand Admiral Thrawn, and Director Krennic. It's going to be Mariana Aldelco with the initiative to start things out in game number 1.
All right, let's see what happens here. One way or another, I kind of suspect this is going to be a prolonged game. As we were discussing earlier, the players will have to play fast if they want to get a full 3-round match in. If you're playing a more aggro deck, you know, paradoxically, that actually means you can take it a little slower and think about decisions more if you know the game will be over in a smaller number of turns. But for something like this, you may need to play quickly in order to have the match come to its natural conclusion and avoid running out of time. The players probably both want to avoid draws at this phase, even though, as you mentioned earlier, Josh, a player could potentially have a record of 5 wins, 0 losses, 3 draws, and still make it in.
Well, here we go. Game number 1 is underway. And it's going to be the Ant Droid for Mariana, and Michelle is going to play Garandan on the opening turn here.
What card
What
will
do we
he
name? That's the question.
Name a card, look at an opponent's hand, and discard a card with that name. There's the hand, and
Oh, he hits. The Expendable Mercenary was what Michelle named, and that Expendable Mercenary is discarded from Mariana's hand. Now, Mariana will draw a card to replace that card, but that is exactly what these Director Krennic decks want to do. They want to put that Expendable Mercenary down on the second turn of the game.
now I believe that Garandan actually does not replace the card. There are some effects that do, but with Garandan, as long as you can guess correctly, you get to get rid of their card and not replace it.
I was thinking of the Remnant Lookouts, the other discard card in Michelle's hand. That's the one that it would allow Mariana to replace it. So yeah, this is actually even worse for Mariana because the Garandan just stripping the Expendable Mercenary.
Now,
Mariana is able to put the Owen Lars down as well.
Yeah, and we do have a bit of recovery here because even though that card was removed from the hand, you know, we have that copy of the Ant Droid. And the Ant Droid, when defeated, does allow you to draw a card. So essentially, Mariana here uses Krennic's ability, defeats the Ant Droid, gets a credit token, and gets to draw a card to replace the one that Michelle was able to remove with Garandan.
Yeah, getting the ball rolling with the credits, getting those online as early as possible. It is Michelle with the initiative going into turn number 2. Garandan is going to be attacking into that Owen Lars, so both units still in play, just 1 damage to Owen Lars as we see another copy of the Ant Droid, so another way for Mariana to get some value out of the when defeated trigger when Krennic clears it out to create the credit tokens.
Yeah, I think attacking into the Owen Lars unit there makes sense because that Garandan unit could deal 1 damage to the base, but Owen Lars has Restore 2. So an attack to the base from the Owen Lars unit would quickly revert any damage that Garandan could get there, and Michelle perhaps thinking it's more productive to put damage on the opponent's units here. And there's those Remnant Lookouts we were talking about earlier, Josh.
Yeah, once again, Michelle going after Mariana's hand. No Glory Only Results is discarded, and this time Mariana does get to draw a card in replace, or to replace that No Glory Only Results. And once again, it's that Krennic action ability, defeating the Ant Droid. So Mariana gets a credit token, also draws a card.
Yeah, you know, we've definitely seen some good synergies there with the Director Krennic deck here already. Getting those credit tokens going early on. Neither player with an extremely strong board right now. Michelle's board is a bit stronger, I would say, with the Garandan and the Remnant Lookouts both able to at least attack and do damage, unlike that Owen Lars unit. But I have a feeling that Mariana is actually going to sacrifice that Owen Lars unit at some point in order to get that other when defeated effect going and potentially search up a Jedi unit to add to the hand, or a Force unit rather.
Michelle with the initiative. Both players just really positioning early. We have Michelle going after the hand of Mariana. Mariana just trying to get the credits online to start setting up some of these bigger plays. And we are going to see once again Garandan's when played ability is coming online because it's the Rio Durant is essentially allowing that Garandan to be replayed. It's returned to Michelle's hand. It gets replayed for free, and it's also going to get a shield token in the process. So Michelle just going after the hand very early here and stripping one of the resupply carriers.
Yeah, you know, you might wonder, how does Michelle know what's in hand? And the answer is, if you have multiple of these effects, you can use the information that you gained previously to make a more informed decision on your next one. So that Remnant Lookouts revealing the hand gave Michelle the information that he needed to replay Garandan with the Rio Durant units when played ability, and once again discard a card from Mariana's hand. Now, Mariana's deck, though, has the card draw to recover from something like this, and we'll have to see how this dynamic continues. Right now, it seems like Michelle has been more interested in attacking the hand than he has been in attacking Mariana's base.
Michelle does finally get into base here with the Remnant Lookouts. First base damage of game number 1 here in round 5. It's 3 damage to Mariana's base, and now we do have that resupply carrier coming into play. Mariana able to ramp up an additional resource here with that win played ability, using the credit tokens to get that resupply carrier out, reducing the resources needed to play the resupply carrier. Michelle once again will have the initiative.
Yeah, and I believe that Owen Lars' unit was also defeated with Director Krennic's ability last turn, and I think you know, these uses of the Director Krennic ability are economically efficient in terms of leading to these when defeated triggers, drawing cards, gaining credits, but they have not helped Mariana establish a board in that ground arena. We're looking now at a situation where there's a little bit of strength in numbers going here for Michelle, but Michelle is also playing units that, as I mentioned earlier, are primarily focused on attacking the hand. So there's not a ton of power, even though there's 3 units in play on the ground. I think 1 swings for 1, 1 for 2, and 1 for 3.
Yeah, very minimal offense so far for Michelle, but it is the Remnant Lookouts getting in once again for 3. And that resupply carrier on Mariana's side attacking into Michelle's base. First damage on Michelle's base here in game number 1. So the damage starting to flow a little bit here now, as Mariana still has a credit token available. And Mariana is going to play the 4-cost Enoch unit. That new unit out of Ashes of the Empire with that very relevant when defeated trigger in this Krennic deck.
When defeated, you may heal up to 6 damage to your base, or you may deal. I said heal, but it's very much the reverse.
That would be, wow, that would be crazy, wouldn't it, Power?
It deals damage to its base, and the next unit you play this phase costs 1 less for every 2 damage dealt this way. So you can potentially lose this unit and then take some damage and bring out a powerful late game unit earlier than you would otherwise be able to.
Mariana 1 resource ahead of Michelle because of the resupply carrier. And now Michelle is going to play no glory only results, taking control of the Enoch unit and defeating it.
Oh, and now Michelle gets to resolve that when defeated ability and potentially resolve it twice with Grand Admiral Thrawn. This is an interesting moment. It looks like he did.
It looks like it was 4 damage in total dealt to the base, so the next unit would cost 2 less, which means that Michelle is able to put down that Night Sister Warrior for 0 resources because it's reduced by 2. And Mariana just going to try and refill this hand with a card we haven't seen a lot of in the Premier format, putting a team together. It allows Mariana to search for an aggression, vigilance, or cunning unit. And look what Mariana has found, Tower. The Lawbringer.
That is a powerful unit.
Absolutely.
When played on attack, choose an aspect, give each enemy unit with that aspect -2/-2 for this phase. Although, looking at Michelle's board, that Lawbringer ability doesn't necessarily line up that cleanly with it. You could potentially remove the Night Sister Warrior, that would only lead to Michelle himself drawing cards. And none of those other units are in range, although of course debuffing their power would still mean less damage was flowing towards Mariana's base.
So going into the next action phase, our damage totals, it's 9-8 in favor of Michelle. And right now it's just the resupply carrier in play for Mariana, but it is important to have a unit in play in case she does need to deploy Krennic, would have the ability to deal some damage. But Michelle, a plethora of units in the ground arena, really starting to put on a little bit of pressure. It's not a ton of damage between these 4 units, only showing 8 damage, but nevertheless, putting on pressure. And we can see Grand Admiral Thrawn deployed on this turn as well, so this could be an impactful turn for Michelle.
Yeah, it could definitely be a big turn. Let's see Michel with the initiative, contemplating the resource choice, and now we'll see just what he's going to do with that initiative token and the ability to take the first action this turn.
Michel does have another Remnant Lookouts in hand. We have seen Michel be very aggressive at targeting Mariana's hand in this game, so will be interesting to see if Michel tries to maybe rip out one of these large threats as the Night Sister Warrior going to attack into Mariana's base for 2, so 11 damage on Mariana's base, and that will continue to climb as Rio Durant gets in for 2 as well.
That Night Sister Warrior also, when defeated, does draw you a card. Not necessarily the most threatening unit in terms of combat stats, but the when defeated ability can of course be doubled with this Grand Admiral Thrawn Leader's ability. And drawing 2 cards would be, you know, a substantial increase in hand size here. You only have 3 to begin with, so 2 more would be very nice. Mariana actually may not want to remove the Night Sister Warrior here.
It appears as though Mariana just continuing to pass here, so Michel with the green light in the ground arena has put Mariana up to 16 damage on base. Now the resupply carrier will attack, and that is going to be another 4. So 12 damage on Michel's base. 4 of that damage so far self-inflicted using the when defeated ability on Mariana's Enoch.
Yeah, it's a very interesting situation here. Michel continuing to pressure, but not with a ton of pressure. It's just a 1 damage attack here. And I wonder if there's a bit of a big game of chicken being played here, Josh. It seems like neither player necessarily wants to be the first one to commit their leader.
We see, I think you're absolutely right, because we see that craving power in Mariana's hand. You also have the Lawbringer. We saw the Lawbringer being found off of putting a team together last turn. And I'm wondering here if Mariana is really looking for Thrawn to deploy first so that Mariana could then deal the damage to Thrawn with the Krennic deploy, but not going to have that line. Krennic will go ahead and deploy now, and first light is going to be played using plot, and we will see a total of 5 damage being dealt to the Remnant Lookouts. So the Remnant Lookouts defeated as Michel plays the legacy run, the MVP, the all-star of these Grand Admiral Thrawn Cunning decks.
Yeah,
but look at what Mariana has in hand, Tower.
No glory, only results. We could see Michel suffer the same setback now that Mariana did earlier. No glory, only results takes control of an enemy unit before defeating it. So while that legacy run ability would be devastating if Michel gets to activate it, it might be Mariana who gets to fire it off instead, just like the dynamic we saw with the Enoch unit that Mariana had played earlier, only to be hit with a copy of No Glory, Only Results from Michel.
Mariana, after seeing that legacy run, really forced to claim the initiative, so Michel able to get in for another 4 damage with the leader unit, Grand Admiral Thrawn. It's 21 damage on Mariana's base. Here's the No Glory, Only Results. Mariana will take control of the legacy run and defeat it. So the when defeated trigger will be resolved by Mariana, and it will be 6 damage to Michel's units. We'll see where the damage goes. Of course, can't double it. Mariana doesn't have her own Grand Admiral Thrawn ability, but it is 6 damage nonetheless. So the Night Sister Warrior defeated, shield token popped, and 3 damage onto the Thrawn leader unit.
Yeah, now that does mean that Michel will get to draw 2 cards here, because we could have the when defeated effect on that Night Sister Warrior being doubled, but it's definitely a significant setback. You know, Michel was potentially in a position where he could almost entirely wipe Mariana's board with that legacy run, attacking into one of these space units for 3 damage and then doing an additional 12 damage, or we could potentially have seen that one must destroy in order to create combo that we were talking about earlier, when Michel could have played that, resolved the 12 damage, and kept legacy run on the field to potentially fire off again. But instead, it was Mariana's No Glory, Only Results that took control of that, and now Michel maybe has to reconsider what the game plan is for this turn without access to his most powerful card effect here.
Now, on the bright side for Michel, he has dealt 21 damage, now 25 as the Grand Admiral Thrawn leader unit gets into base once again. So Michel is so close to closing this game out. Still has 2 more ready units in the ground arena as Mariana really forced to deal with the Grand Admiral Thrawn leader, attacking with her own leader unit.
Yeah, the damage is adding up on Mariana's base. You know, it's sort of the death by 1,000 cuts here, Josh. Michel has been attacking with a bunch of, you know, very weak attacks. That Garandan unit is still in play from, I think, the first turn of the game and has been swinging for 1 damage here over and over, but that damage does add up. And we are now looking at only a few hit points remaining on Mariana's base, just 3, I believe, after Rio Durant unit makes an attack there.
Now, Mariana does put a restore unit in play with Owen Lars, but Michel has Fennec Shand, the new 3-cost ambush unit. And now Michel contemplating either ambushing Owen or the Director Krennic.
Yeah, or maybe Michel would even want to develop the unit and not resolve the ambush. I think there's an argument for not defeating Owen Lars because the search might give the opponent a powerful card. Ultimately, though, it looks like Michel has decided, I do want that Owen Lars off the field. I don't want my opponent to have access to Restore 2, even if it means Mariana might get the chance to draw something, and it looks like she missed.
She has missed. No force units in the top 5 cards of the deck. Garandan attacking for 1. 28 damage on Mariana's base. That means that 2 of these ground units for Michel represents lethal in 1 action. Let's make that 3 ground units that is lethal in 1 action. It's the Remnant Lookouts as Mariana has 2 cards left in hand, the Lawbringer and the Craving Power, and Michel says we have to get rid of the Lawbringer. Now, Mariana will draw a card to replace it, but Mariana has a lot of work to do to find a way to claw back in. Has she drawn anything off the top that can rectify the situation? The answer is no. Michel will take game 1 here in round 5.
Mariana might have had control of the space arena there, Josh, but even with that no glory only results play, reversing the when defeated effect of Legacy Run and resolving it on Mariana's side of the board, it was not enough to stop Michel. He's going to win game 1, and now we're going to be moving on to the second game of the match. Mariana with initiative here.
Before the match started, I was very interested to see how all of the discard package would work out, and I think it worked out pretty well for Michel because Michel attacked Mariana's hand multiple times and was able to get rid of ramp and some very valid threats. So I think it paid off in game 1. We'll see if the discard package will work the same here in game 2. Michel going to play that Onyx Squadron Brute. And for Mariana, it's actually a double Android turn 1. Director Krennic action ability used to defeat one of them. So 1 credit is created for Mariana and getting a card to replace that Android.
Yeah, those androids are a very efficient economic piece for the Director Krennic leader that we're seeing here. You have the ability to, I mean, the fighting stats on this unit are very poor. I believe it's a 1-2 unit. But that's not really what you play the android for. The android is something that you're going to defeat in order to get a credit, and then in later turns, you might have economic value from that credit, and you also have that card draw, so it replaces itself in your hand, and you're not incurring a lot of card disadvantage by playing that effect.
I like this play from Michel, playing Fennec Shand, ambushing and defeating the android. So Michel saying to Mariana, if you want to get the credit token from Director Krennic, it's going to have to be another unit you play this turn. And now we do see a couple units coming down for Mariana. It's the Director Krennic and the Imperial Door Technician that actually didn't cost any resources, thanks to the ability from Director Krennic. And the Leader Krennic action ability is used to defeat the Door Technician and get another credit token for Mariana. So Mariana up to 2 credits at this stage.
Yeah, it's a very interesting scenario here. And oh, look at that! That Saboteur keyword comes in handy here.
Absolutely. I like the quick claim from Michelle, not attacking with the Onyx Squadron Brute, just making sure to get the initiative so you could trade and get that 2-cost Director Krennic unit off the board. Mariana playing another Enoch. We saw Enoch answered with no glory only results in the first game. We'll see if history repeats itself. Michelle going to attack for 2 with the Onyx Squadron Brute. And that's our first base damage in game number 2.
Oh, here come those remnant lookouts that we've already seen several times. Once again, Michelle looking at Mariana's hand, going to be able to choose a card here to be discarded. But of course, Mariana will draw a replacement card, and it's a no glory only result.
The no glory only result, certainly a viable event in this matchup to put a stop to the legacy run shenanigans. So the first no glory only results has been staved off here for Michelle.
Yeah, and look at those hands. It looks like Michelle actually has 2 copies of the Legacy Run in hand. So I believe he's kind of trying to prepare the field here, use those Remnant Lookouts to make sure that Mariana doesn't have access to the Legacy Run's hard counter, no glory only results. And given that there was in fact one in hand, this seems to be paying off. We'll see whether or not Mariana can find some other answer here.
Mariana with the initiative will attack with Enoch, defeating those Remnant Lookouts. And I like this call from Michelle. I think it's a good meta call to have the discard package, because if you're a deck that is really focused on that legacy run, you need the when defeated trigger. It's so important to be able to strip those no glory only results. We know that CAD's the most represented deck in the format, so no glory only results is everywhere. But Mariana making a pretty big play, an early first light off of the credit tokens. So the first light coming down, ambushing and defeating that Onyx Squadron Brute to really take control of this board, as Michelle just fires back with the Desperate Commando in the ground arena. So right now the board presence slightly tilted in Mariana's favor.
Now that's interesting also. I believe Michelle could have played one of those copies of the Legacy Run, but chose not to. It was the Desperate Commando instead who took the field. And let's see what happens next here. Not sure if Michelle is trying to wait for there to be juicier targets for the Legacy Run's ability here. Often you kind of want to play it into a wider board from your opponents, so you don't end up doing overkill with all the damage it can dish out.
Now here we go. Mariana, first action, defeating the Enoch with the Krennic action ability to get 1 credit token.
I don't think, was damage added to the base there?
I believe it was 2. I
damage.
believe so. So 1 resource reduction, I believe, unless I missed it. But the Desperate Commando does get in for 2, and I do believe Mariana did pay the full 6 resources.
Yeah, I
so
think that must have been damage from another source. I think it was just being defeated there for the credit, perhaps.
I think she did make that waving motion with the hand, opting to not use the Enoch when defeated ability, not putting the damage on base, but importantly, getting the resupply carrier means that she gets that extra resource, and Director Krennic can be deployed on the same turn as Grand Admiral Thrawn. Michelle does deploy Grand Admiral Thrawn, immediately met with Director Krennic being deployed, and that when deployed ability is going to put 5 damage onto Grand Admiral Thrawn. First Light has 5 power. So it's another friendly unit dealing damage equal to its power to the Thrawn. And Director Krennic is able to clean up Thrawn, not after Thrawn attacks though, so it is 10 damage on Mariana's base. But here is the Legacy Run. You talked about it, Tower. Could have come out last turn, but it comes out now, as First Light is going to attack it right away and defeat it. And because Grand Admiral Thrawn was defeated this turn, he is exhausted, and Michelle cannot double up on that when defeated trigger.
Yeah, very good point, Josh. This is only going to be a single activation of the Legacy Run's ability, so there's 6 damage that can be dished out, but that's not going to be enough to clear the whole board here. It looks like we have the Director Krennic leader unit there, I believe, with 5 HP remaining. The resupply carrier has 5 HP itself, and then First Light. So I think what we're seeing here is 5 damage to defeat the Director Krennic ground unit, and then 1 damage onto First Light, I believe, leaving it with just 1 HP remaining.
But what it does leave for Mariana is still 2 solid threats in the space arena. Mariana also going to add the Owen Lars unit to the ground arena, and great positioning now for Mariana. You've gotten through the Grand Admiral Thrawn. You have board control currently. See if Mariana can keep the momentum in her favor. Trying to force a game 3 here in round 5 of day 2, the main event at the Galactic Championship. Michelle will have the initiative going into this next action phase. 2 Chimeras in hand, the new Chimera, another copy of the Legacy run also.
Yeah, it's interesting here. Mariana's position on the board is a lot stronger. That Desperate Commando is a decent unit, but nothing too crazy here. So let's see if Michelle can rebuild some position.
Michelle going to attack into Owen Lars with the Desperate Commando. That's 2 damage on Uncle Owen. And now back over to Mariana. 5 damage to base with First Light. Mariana finally striking Michelle's base here in game 2. 10-5 the damage totals. And with Owen Lars in play and with Restore 2, going to restore a couple damage. Back down to 8 damage for Mariana. And Michelle up to 9 as the resupply carrier attacks as well. But here is another copy of the Legacy run. And right now, Mariana does not have that no glory only results.
Yes, and this time the Grand Admiral Thrawn leader card is ready. So Mariana could defeat the Legacy run here. We could potentially see Chimera, a Frightening Reality, being played from hand. Mariana could then defeat one of the other units, maybe that Owen Lars, to defeat the Legacy run. But 12 damage would then head Mariana's way, and I believe that would be enough to wipe the board completely.
Yeah, 12 damage in this spot. Not what Mariana wants to see. 1 no glory only results in the discard pile already, and Mariana has yet to find another.
We could potentially see, I believe there's 8 resources for Mariana, so we could potentially see, it's a little hard to tell, but I believe we could potentially see the Pre-Vizsla, which could defeat both of these units. Then you would take the 12 damage though. So, but it would give you 2 Mandalorian tokens. So at that point, I think something of the board would survive, and it looks like that's exactly what's gonna happen here. Let's see where Michelle is gonna send that damage from the Legacy run.
You are spot on. Something will survive. So the Legacy run and Desperate Commando are defeated. So 2 Mandalorian tokens created from this Pre-Vizsla when played ability. And let's see where that damage goes. First Light will be defeated for sure.
Yeah, I believe that was the -1/-1 from the Desperate Commando that was being used to defeat the 1 HP First Light. Now we're going to see the Legacy run, and it's going to be 12 total damage when Grand Admiral Thrawn's ability is used, defeating, looks like Pre-Vizsla, both of the space units, and Owen Lars, but those Mandalorian tokens generated from Pre-Vizsla remain on the board.
Everything else wiped thanks to Desperate Commando and Legacy run. But Mariana retains the board, has the Mandalorian tokens. Just 2 2s, but they have the shield token as well. And at this point, Mariana's actually ahead in the race. I believe ahead in the race for the first time in this match.
Yeah, we're ahead in the race and ahead on the board. Now I do think, I believe Mariana did not manage to find a force unit with Owen Lars there. I don't know if Owen Lars has hit all match, Josh.
I'm starting to wonder. There's just not many force units in this particular build, right? And at this point, Owen Lars, even without hitting a potential force unit, it has Restore 2, which is important. It's something that can come out early. You're okay with that kind of unit being defeated with the Director Krennic action ability. So I think the Restore 2 comes into play quite a bit as we see the Night Sister Warrior for Michelle. And it's Mariana that will be aggressive now with the Mandalorian tokens.
Those Mandalorian tokens are each 2/2 ground units with a shield token, and that means that the 2 Mandalorians are able to deal 4 damage this turn. In addition, that Night Sister Warrior is not very threatening to the Mandalorian tokens. It would not even be able to trade with one of them. If the Night Sister Warrior were to attack one of Mariana's units, it would be defeated, and all it would get was a shield token.
Shield tokens are pretty good right now. Putting a team together is Mariana. And once again, finding the Lawbringer unit off of that event. We saw this play in the first game. We see it again here in game number 2. And the Lawbringer is able to defeat that Night Sister Warrior with the when played ability, giving it -2/-2. If the Vigilance aspect is called. We see the Casca Reeves coming out for Michelle.
But I don't think a unit was defeated on Michelle's side of the board this turn, so that Mandalorian token is not generated by the Casca Reeves ground unit.
I'm wondering there the reason why Mariana didn't want the Night Sister Warrior to be defeated, maybe not wanting Michelle to have those extra 2 cards right away, because of course the when defeated trigger, you draw a card, and Michelle could have doubled up with the Night Sister Warrior. So just getting essentially a 7 power space unit for Mariana, but now Michelle bringing upon a frightening reality. It's Chimera. The Night Sister Warrior will be defeated, as well as Mariana's Lawbringer. 2 cards drawn off of the Night Sister Warrior, thanks to the Grand Admiral Thrawn allowing it to trigger once again. And now we will see the Chimera effect come into play of also healing damage from the base. 2 damage will be healed each time one of Mariana's units is defeated.
Chimera, a frightening reality, a card that we've highlighted on the stream earlier on, I believe both today and yesterday. One of the strongest cards in Ashes of the Empire, and it is one here that Mariana has in her own hand. So we could potentially see a copy of Chimera hit the field for Director Krennic and be used to remove the Chimera on Michelle's side of the field.
Seems like a pretty good trade if you ask me. Michelle going to use both Mandalorian tokens to defeat Michelle's, or Mariana going to use both of those Mandalorian tokens to defeat Michelle's Casca Reeves. And now comes the Chimera after Owen Lars was played. So Owen Lars is defeated on Mariana's side. And on Michelle's side, it is Chimera. Is it a hit this time for Mariana? The answer, well, we know the answer to that tower at this point. The answer is no.
Yeah, I think we are 0 for 4 on Owen Lars finding a force unit with that search the top 5 effect, but that's not the most important aspect of that play, Josh. The most important aspect is getting Michelle's copy of Chimera off the field. Now, amusingly, it appears that Michelle has another Chimera in hand, but at this point, because Michelle does not have another unit to defeat with Chimera's effect, if he were to play Chimera, he would have to use it to defeat itself if he wanted to defeat one of Mariana's units, so we could potentially see it used to trade for the opposing Chimera, but it's far from the most powerful use of that card.
Going into this next action phase, Michelle extremely far behind on the board, does have plenty of cards in hand. And the start is a Night Sister Warrior, potentially setting up that Chimera. Let's see if Mariana reads that there is possibly a Chimera coming. I think she absolutely does. It's the Mandalorian token that will trade for the Night Sister Warrior. Now, once again, Michelle able to draw 2 cards thanks to Grand Admiral Thrawn, but a very, very strong read from Mariana on that possible incoming Chimera.
And it is also worth noting that with Mariana's Chimera still in play, we're going to restore 2 HP from Mariana's base, going from 10 damage to only 8 on there now.
Remnant lookouts once again for Michelle, and lots of options here in Mariana's hand. She has 6 cards in hand.
And look at this, Josh. This is some good gameplay here by Michelle. He's seen the cards in Mariana's hand, and because it's a large hand, he doesn't necessarily know if he can remember all of those. So he takes out his notepad. Note-taking is allowed in Star Wars Unlimited tournament play, and I believe he's going to be writing down what cards are in that hand so that he doesn't have to hold everything in his memory and can still have some good information on what options Mariana might have available in future turns.
And Michelle will have Mariana discard a Craving Power. as the Mandalorian token gets in for 2. It was a condemn that Mariana drew in place of the Craving Power.
Looks like Mariana's reconsidering that move, maybe not swinging with the Mandalorian token at this phase. Craving Power.
Yeah, 2 copies of Craving Power were in hand, so this Craving Power going onto Chimera to defeat the Remnant Lookouts. 8 damage dealt to the Remnant Lookouts. Another 2 damage healed from Mariana's base. And she continues to have great positioning here as Michelle, having the Garandan in hand, had the knowledge, just played the Remnant Lookouts, knows exactly what Mariana has in hand and what to call with Garandan. So it's the no glory only results being stripped from the hand in case Michelle gets in a situation where, hey, maybe we need another legacy run to get us out of a sticky situation. Now Mariana continuing to put the pressure on. 2 more damage with another Mandalorian token, the Chimera attacking for 8. All of a sudden, Michelle has 19 damage on base, 19-6 in favor of Mariana right now, and Enoch is developed as well for Mariana. Mariana in the driver's seat late in game number 2 of round 5, looking to force a deciding game 3. And it is first action. Chimera for Michelle will defeat Garandan on his side, and it's Chimera on Mariana's side. And now Michelle gets some healing online as well, going back down to 17 damage on base.
Mariana still left with the only units in play in that ground arena. We have a Mandalorian token, that copy of the Enoch ground unit, and it looks like putting a team together being played here by Mariana, finding a copy of Pre-Vizsla.
Putting a team together has been remarkably good for Mariana so far in this match. Finding Lawbringer a couple times, now Pre-Vizsla, and Pre-Vizsla is exactly what you want to defeat Michelle's Chimera. And now it is a massive ground arena for Mariana. There is Lethal being represented for Mariana on board. Michelle, what do we have in store? Is there any way to climb back in this game?
There are 3 copies of Pre-Vizsla in Michelle's hand, but as good as Pre-Vizsla is, being able to defeat 6 HP worth of enemy units is simply not enough here.
No,
Mariana
it's not.
Has too much damage.
Too much damage, couldn't take enough damage off the board, and Michelle will fall in game 2. Mariana forcing a game 3, and that's exactly what we want, Tower.
That's right, Josh. I love seeing these 3-game matches where things come right down to the wire. You know, Michelle with the advantage in our first game. Mariana wins the second game, and now we're going to see what happens in the fateful game 3 here in round 5 of the Galactic Championship for Star Wars Unlimited TCG.
Michelle starting with Director Krennic, being able to reduce the cost of those units with a when defeated ability. And Mariana putting a team together once again. Let's see what she finds this time.
Oh, the Imperial Door Technician, it looks like, Josh, and that is a cheap unit that can potentially take the field here. I think Mariana didn't have a unit that could actually be played originally on that first turn, but putting a team together found one. And now we see a quick Director Krennic trigger as well, defeating the Imperial Door Technician to generate that credit token.
I like that a lot. Didn't have the early play to get the credit token from Director Krennic's action ability, so putting a team together, finding exactly what Mariana needed to do just that. Michelle has the initiative and will send 2 damage into Mariana's base. It is the Ant Droid for Mariana, but Michelle has the Fennec Shand to ambush right away. Mariana gets the when defeated trigger and draws a card, but not able to get a credit token from that Krennic action ability, and that's certainly what Mariana wanted.
Yeah, you know, you might wonder, is it worth it to ambush an opposing unit that has a beneficial when defeated effect like that, and isn't that important? And in this situation, I think the answer is definitely yes, Josh, because by ambushing and defeating that Ant Droid, Michelle prevents Mariana from using Krennic's ability to defeat it, which would, you know, yes, the unit would still be off the field, and Michelle would not have taken the 1 damage, but Mariana would have a crucial credit token.
Now Michelle answering that Ant Droid, but Mariana with the initiative in the first action, slamming down the new Shin Ha-Ti unit. It's a 6-6, and while it's the only friendly non-leader ground unit, she has Sentinel, so Michelle has to work through a 6-6 Sentinel here. Starts the work with the Krennic.
Now wait a minute here. Oh, of course, that Fennec Shand unit has Saboteur, so is able to attack past the Shin Ha-Ti ground unit into the base. The Saboteur keyword coming in clutch once again. I think earlier we saw that being used to defeat a Director Krennic through the shield token. Now it's being used to sneak past a Sentinel and attack the base.
Michelle was able to develop Casca Reeves, but not getting the Mandalorian token. Shin Ha-Ti taking out the Director Krennic on Michelle's side, but it's the Stranger coming out and ambushing and defeating Shin Ha-Ti. And with 6 damage on the Stranger, that is a massive unit with grit, but it's another copy of Shin Ha-Ti for Mariana, and it's another 6-6 Sentinel unit.
What a situation here. The Stranger is a very cool unit. You can choose to have the opponent damage the Stranger first when attacking, and someone might think, well, why would you want to have the opponent hit you first? The answer, the Stranger has grit. So by allowing the Shin Ha-Ti Sentinel there to deal her damage early, the Stranger is then powered up enough to defeat her with one hit in the in the next phase of the combat, you might say. So a very efficient answer there to some higher statted units.
Michelle with the initiative has a great answer to the Shin Ha-Ti, playing Lost and Forgotten to defeat the Sentinel unit. And now that Sentinel cleared out, Michelle has a wide open ground arena, but with the resupply carrier bringing Mariana up to 7 resources, Krennic can deploy, and with that when deployed ability, it allows Mariana to deal 4 damage to the Casca Reeves unit. So Casca is defeated, and Krennic is still ready, so Krennic could absolutely clean up some more of this ground arena.
Yeah, interesting situation here.
Just going to go to base instead, so Krennic will put the first 4 damage on Michelle's base here in the deciding game 3. But a lot of damage right now on Mariana's base because the Stranger with grit has a massive +6 power right now. So swinging for 7, and with the first action will attack for 7 again. It's 22 damage on Mariana's base.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that the Stranger wasn't targeted there rather than Casca Reeves, who I don't believe was a Sentinel at that time. But Mariana's a very experienced player, might have something else in mind. And here we see a Chimera being used to eliminate the Fennec Shand unit that was still ready there.
It is 2 damage healed off of Mariana's base, which is crucial at this point. Now the Director Krennic goes into the Stranger, but not after the Stranger was able to do a lot more damage. With the Stranger defeated, Mariana will heal another 2 damage from her base, back down to 18, as the Legacy run is in play for Michelle, and that does spell potential trouble for Mariana, but Mariana has a no glory, only results in hand. She'll claim after Grand Admiral Thrawn is deployed. A Night Sister Warrior coming out as well for Michelle, but 4 more damage brings Mariana back up to 22.
Now the good news here for Mariana is that you have a lot of healing available in this situation. If you can, there are 3 opposing units here, and defeating them would potentially allow Chimera to heal multiple times. The little wrinkle in that, though, is that no glory only results takes control of the unit before defeating it. That's both what allows it to be so powerful against this when defeated effect, but it also means that Chimera will not heal Mariana's base when the Legacy run is defeated, because it will be a unit leaving the board on Mariana's side rather than one on Michelle's side. But if Mariana chooses to defeat that Night Sister Warrior, that would trigger Chimera's ability for 2 healing. It just wouldn't be 4. And it looks like that is exactly the plan. 2 damage clears the Night Sister Warrior. The remaining 4, I believe, sent to that Grand Admiral Thrawn leader unit, and that does heal Mariana's base for 2.
Back down to 20 on 10 HP remaining. Michelle has the next action to take. A ready Grand Admiral Thrawn, but it's going to be Pre Vizsla coming down, defeating Mariana's Chimera. A Mandalorian token is created, and the healing offline for Mariana. The leader units will trade, and Owen Lars in play to the ground arena for Mariana. But Mariana in trouble here, staring down 8 damage in that ground arena. And Michelle with the first action, having the initiative. It's a quick 6 damage to base. 4 HP left for Mariana.
Yeah, it's interesting. Looking at the hands here, Mariana does have access to... Now what's happening?
Oh, it's a salvage. A salvage to play the Chimera from the discard pile. It will take a damage, but Owen Lars for Pre-Vizsla is essentially the trade. Mariana will heal 2 damage from base. A very strong play and one that was necessary.
At this point, I'm really asking myself, are there even force units in this deck? I'm genuinely uncertain because I think we're 0 for 5 on that Owen Lars search.
Shin Hati.
Oh.
That's the one, but she never found it. Oh, and Michelle has a Chimera again. Chimera will clear out Mariana's. Down to 2 damage on base is Michelle, and the 6 damage in the space arena represents lethal. Mariana has the first action with the initiative, and I do believe she has an out tower.
Yeah, there's a Pre-Vizsla in hand. That's going to clear Chimera and generate a Mandalorian token. But look at Michelle's hand. There are 2 copies of Pre-Vizsla for him. These players have found some of the most powerful cards in the Ashes of the Empire set and can potentially just trade them here, and that's exactly what we're seeing.
It's a Pre-Vizsla war, and it's one that Mariana is not winning. Yeah. Michelle able to slam down another Pre-Vizsla. Mariana once again left with just that Mandalorian token and 1 action away from defeat with Michelle's Pre-Vizsla.
Now, Mariana has drawn another Chimera. So we could see Chimera hit the field. Oh, but there's also a Pre-Vizsla.
Get out of town. Pre-Vizsla for Mariana will defeat Michelle's Pre-Vizsla. This is just madness. It's 2 Mandalorian tokens now for Mariana. 2 more damage healed.
Now the smaller units from Michelle here are taking their toll. And look at that.
This is just madness. What are we witnessing? Mariana's Pre-Vizsla down, and now Michelle has a Remnant Lookouts after the Pre-Vizsla to potentially strip something that can stop this, like that Chimera.
No, wait. It looks like maybe he'd miscounted the resources.
He did, yep. Okay, and that's why he stopped it and looked away, yep, because Mariana started to show the hand, and we saw the gesture there.
Yeah, we saw that gesture from Michelle saying, no, making
yeah.
sure that he had the resources. He didn't, has to take that back. Can't remove that Chimera from hand. Now Mariana gets to play it. Man, what a crazy
Chimera
situation.
Taking out Michelle's Pre-Vizsla unit once again, back down to 26 damage on, as Michelle plays a Fennec Shan.
Now that Fennec Shan could have ambushed and defeated the one that still had its shield token there. That might have been a bit of a better option there for Michelle, but I think the players are low on time here. We may be playing quickly, trying to bring this match to its natural conclusion before running out of time. We see the shielded Mandalorian attack and defeat Michelle's unshielded Mandalorian, and that is going to be another 2 points of healing here for Mariana. Very interesting situation here.
But then right back up to 26 damage. Craving Power will be played for Mariana on Chimera. That defeats Fennec Shan. So Mariana heals 2 damage once again, back down to 24. The players playing at a blistering pace right now, trying to avoid the draw. One of them would love to have this game come to a conclusion. It's Michelle that's so close to crossing the finish line here.
Yeah, there's something being discussed there with a judge. It looks like, I'm not sure exactly what. Maybe they're just making sure that we have the right base HP totals. And it looks like an intense situation here. Both of these players have fired off so many copies of Chimera and Pre-Vizsla, 2 of the absolute best cards in the game and the best cards in the Ashes of the Empire set. But neither of them has secured a decisive advantage. Mariana is certainly on the ropes here a bit, but the game is not over.
And now Michelle will play the Remnant Lookouts, taking a look at Mariana's hand.
Yeah, I think we
Dim
see
Lawbringer and the Trask Walker.
Yeah, there's a Trask Walker. I think, yeah, it's gonna be. It looks like it's gonna be the Lawbringer that gets removed from the hand there. Mariana does get to draw though.
Oh, it's another copy of Remnant Lookouts for Michelle. We'll take a look once again. It was Android drawn off the top for Mariana.
Trask Walker removed from hand this time. Mariana gets another draw to replace it. Boy, this is a crazy match.
Michelle trying to take away that potential healing. Mariana did draw into another Trask Walker. And Mariana does have the initiative here. just 4 HP remaining. So it's 26-2. The damage totals right now in heavy favor of Michel.
But every unit of Michel's that is lost is another 2 points of healing to Mariana until Michel can clear that copy of Chimera. So at minimum, Mariana could begin this turn by attacking with Chimera to clear the Onyx Squadron Brute and heal 2. Not sure if that's going to be the play. Mariana looking through the discard pile here to see what cards we've gone through, and it's quite a few of them, Josh. Let's see what the first move is on this turn.
It has been another very long game. Lots of great back and forth action. Mariana will attack into that Onyx Squadron Brute first. Michel able to heal back to full. No damage on Michel's base, but 2 more damage importantly healed off of Mariana's base. 6 HP left for Mariana.
Now the ground arena looks like more of a problem here for Mariana. Yes, Mariana has a Mandalorian token, but it has lost its shield. There's the no glory only results from Michel. It's going to defeat that upgraded Chimera. The board now heavily favors Michel. In addition to the base HP totals, we know Mariana has that copy of Trask Walker that was drawn this turn. That could be a key additional source of healing, or it could be used to get one of those powerful units back into hand. But at this point, we have Lethal on board.
Lethal is in the ground arena for Michel. The Trask Walker will very likely need to heal some damage. There's 8 damage being shown for Michel, just 6 HP remaining for Mariana.
We could potentially take one of those copies of Chimera or Pre-Vizsla and put it on the bottom of the deck, essentially refilling the deck to play those powerful cards later if the game goes that long. Now, in some situations, you'd like to take one of those cards into your hand directly, but Mariana doesn't have enough HP. And it looks like it's actually going to be an Owen Lars sent to the bottom of the deck and 3 HP healed, bringing Mariana just out of range of the 8 damage available in that ground arena.
Yeah, it left Mariana with 9 HP remaining. We do have Remnant Lookouts getting in for 3, but Mariana's going to slam Condemn on the other copy of Remnant Lookouts.
I believe, Josh, that the cards in hand for Mariana do not have a villainy aspect.
That's right.
The Condemn is not active. So if Michel calls the bluff here and attacks with that Remnant Lookout, the damage will get through.
And the Android coming down means that Mariana only has 1 card in hand. Michel is going to go for it. Michel will get the 3 damage in. 29 damage on base, just 1 HP remaining for Mariana. Here comes a Casca Reeves. The Mandalorian token created. And now Michel so close to victory, and it looks like that is going to do it. What a wild game that was, Tower.
Yeah, Josh, that was really, really something. The we had a situation there where both players were throwing down extremely powerful cards. Now, to me, there's one question remaining here, and that is, did Michel win that? Was Mariana conceding, or did they run out of time? I actually don't know for sure. It looks like the judges are discussing something with the players here.
If any of you want to concede, you're okay. If not, the game ends in a draw. And that's it. That's the end of the question.
Yeah, the game, that's exactly what they're talking to the judge about. It would end in a draw here.
It looked like Michel had a chance to win on that next turn, but it wasn't certain. You know, we could potentially have had Mariana lead off with the Trask Walker, attacking and defeating Casca Reeves. And in that situation, we would then have also been able to heal again, getting out of range of a 1-action win on the other side of the board, and then who's to say what else would have been drawn, but I don't know for certain. So whatever way that ended up going, it was a very intense and interesting match between 2 decks that kind of play for the long game, and we saw some long games there, Josh. I am being told now that it was a draw there, I believe. We did not have time to close that game out normally, so the players are both still undefeated going into the next round with, I believe, records of 4 wins, 0 losses, and 1 draw.
That's right, remaining undefeated, and we've talked about it already today. You could get into day 3 with a 5-0-3 record, so no losses for the day on these players. They get that 1 point from the draw. So what a match. What a long match that was. Was great to see the back and forth, the Pre-Vizsla wars that we witnessed. A lot of fun. That's going to do it. We're going to cut to a short break, and we'll be right back with more action from the Galactic Championship right after this.
And we are back here at the Star Wars Unlimited 2026 Galactic Championship. We are in the main event officially. We've seen some rounds of draft, we've seen some rounds of premiere, and it has been a very fun journey thus far. I am Derek Charmer Oswalt, joined on the desk by Tower as well. But we have a very special guest, none other than Tyler Parrott himself. How are you doing, Tyler?
Hello, friends. I'm feeling great. We just got to announce so much cool stuff earlier today.
Yeah, absolutely. I could hear the crowd going wild.
Oh, they were absolutely losing it. It was very fun. So we got some graphics pulled up. Let's talk about it.
Yeah.
Earlier today, Wes announced a bunch of stuff coming up, starting with Homeworlds. We knew the set was coming out, but now we get to talk about what it is. This is our set all about the planets of Star Wars and the alien species that live on them. So you're going to see Gungans, you're going to see Ewoks, you're going to see Tusken Raiders, you're going to see 4 different planets that matter mechanically, and that's 16 bases for those keeping track at home. So an interesting new draft format.
So 16 bases, 4 for each of these planets. Is that what we're looking at?
Yep. Because we had to make sure that if you wanted to draft a planet, you could actually get the same
right
aspect that
planet.
you needed. Exactly.
Wow.
But that's not all we got. We also got some new mechanics in the set. We got Beast Tokens, which is a 3/3. We got Fortify, which is a keyword that lets you put upgrades on your base instead of units. And we got Weakness Tokens, which shrink units instead of grow them. Note that because Weakness is in the set, that means Experience isn't. So, you can think about what that might mean. This set, of course, has 2 new Spotlight decks, starting with Chewbacca. This was really the Spotlight deck that started the whole deck, because, of course, if we're going to do a set all about planets and alien species, we're going to start with the Wookiees. And we also have Tarkin, and this was the one that really got everybody going.
Yeah, the crowd was loudest when that Death Star Icon of Tyranny leader unit appeared on the screen.
And while it doesn't look like a lot, having 10 less base HP on your base really ends the game quick. So,
yeah, I know that ever since the game debuted, one of the things that I've personally been excited about is the exploration of some of the design beats that this particular set hits. So for me, having the bases matter, it's been there since set 1. It was kind of prefaced. I call it the Chekhov's gun of design, right? Hey, this might matter someday, and it finally matters. And then also, I think, again, since the game was announced, people have been clamoring for a kind of alternate win condition centered around the Death Star, and this thematically nails it.
Yep. One of the things we found was that it was weird for the Death Star to be attacking for a lot of damage, because either it needs to be like very little or all of it at once.
Yeah.
But this gives kind of a looming threat that your opponent has to be afraid of before they lose the game.
Yeah, and at the same time, they might have the opportunity to deal with it if they had a big space fleet of their own to try and attack the Death Star. Very thematic.
You can do 12 damage, right?
Yeah. I think this is also another thing that players have been curious about for a while. I remember way back in the very early days, the jump to light speed set was pretty big. Everybody was saying, oh, there's going to be leaders that deploy into the space arena, but there was kind of a curveball there with the piloting mechanic not quite being that. But with this Grand Moff Tarkin and the Death Star, we have the first leader that actually deploys to space.
Yep. It's exciting new space for us to explore. We also, and we even talked about it back in Jump to Lightspeed design, and elected not to do it then, but it was on the back burner.
Yeah, very cool stuff.
But that's not the only new set that's coming, because we also got Icons. Icons is a set that is originated conceptually as an entry point for new players. Of course, one of the big features of the set is the new starter decks, helmed by Darth Vader and Princess Leia. But it also has good stuff for existing players, because all of the rare and legendary cards in the set are new. They are all units, and they're all unique, iconic characters from the franchise, and they're all a lot of them are pretty good.
Nice.
So we don't have cards to show off here. We've already shown some of them off. They showed off Qui-Gon Jinn and Grand Admiral Thrawn earlier. But know that it's coming because it's going to have a lot of exciting stuff. It's also a mini set, which means it comes in smaller booster packs than normal at a lower price.
Nice.
Also, we talked about the organized play season 2, there are 4 sectors, just like there were before. I think we had announced these locations and dates earlier, but this is the recap of where they are. They're similar to how you've seen, although we've changed up some of the prize wall a bit now that we finally got to add Twin Suns cards.
Nice.
I've been angling for that for ages.
There are some sweet cards in those Twin Suns decks.
Yeah. And also there is a regional in Europe, which is in the end of October, I think. Yep. So this is going to be the big event in the Netherlands. When this was announced, there was like a small pocket of cheers in the back of the room, and I was like, those must be the guys from the Netherlands.
Yeah. So there should be some fun tournaments on the way for Season 2. Really exciting stuff. You know, technically Season 2, I think, started this morning.
I was just going to say, technically it starts at this event, but there's a lot more to look forward to.
Absolutely.
And of course, the big reveal that everyone was looking forward to was the roadmap for 2027.
Yeah.
Legacy of Skywalker, System Overload, another Icon set, and Galaxy at War. I obviously can't talk about how much excited I am for these, but you can probably guess at some of the themes.
Yeah, and I think, you know, looking at those logos, there might be some speculation we could make as to what those sets might contain. You know, we'll leave that to the viewers at home, but very interesting to see what's coming next year for this game.
Legacy.
I was going to say, I'm glad that you mentioned the logos, because if you looked at the Skywalker one, at the very bottom, there's like a little Twin Suns.
The little Twin Suns, yeah.
And that's important because we also saw the Twin Suns here on the bottom as well. So tell me about that Twin Suns format thing under those bottom 2 sets.
Yeah, so first I'm going to dispel any confusion that people might get. So there are new Twin Suns pre-constructed decks that will be releasing alongside System Overload and Galaxy at War.
Nice.
They won't be releasing alongside Legacy of Skywalker. I know there are 2 suns in that Skywalker logo, but that's not relating to the format. And yeah, like we had a batch of Twin Suns pre-constructed decks that came out this year. They were really popular. We wanted to do it again. This time we wanted to shake up a little bit when and how they were being distributed so that we could get the cards into players' hands at more opportune times.
And are those new Twin Suns products going to contain some spicy new Twin Suns and Eternal Only cards?
Absolutely. You bet they will. You know. Yeah, that's one of the things that we really like to do with those Twin Suns decks is provide new cards that are designed with that format in mind so that players can optimize the fun of the experience for themselves.
Nice.
I know that I am really looking forward to the Twin Suns stuff, but let's be honest, also the competitive side. And speaking of the competitive side, we've got an event going on here this weekend.
Yeah.
And I have some standings that we can showcase. And while we take a look at these, we are also, I believe, going to be bidding adieu to Tyler. So thank you for joining us.
Yeah, hey, I always love getting to come on, talk about some of the stuff we got coming up.
It looks like an exciting schedule.
Yeah, it certainly does. And speaking of excitement, we have our players that are currently lossless. Here in 15 and 16, you do see some players that have not lost, but they did have a draw. However, a lot of players well on their way to securing a spot in day 2 of the main event, essentially day 3 of the Galactic Championship. And if you are not familiar with the requirements, or perhaps you are just now joining us on the broadcast, you have to get to 18 match points, which means 6 wins, or theoretically 5 wins and exactly 3 draws. If somebody does that, then they should buy a lotto ticket. But all of these players are chasing that 6th win to guarantee their spot in the event tomorrow. Here, going all the way down through the top 32, we have players that are still in the hunt. Again, if you go 6 and 2, you still make tomorrow. So they are trying to continue on that path.
Yeah, it's a very exciting event, and a lot of the players are still in contention to make it to the final day, and then the field will be winnowed down even further as we move towards the final 8, who will then play in the elimination rounds, and we'll be covering all of that for you here tomorrow. But we have a few more rounds for you today as well.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, we've got a head-to-head matchup ready to get started right on deck. I believe these are 2 players that are currently 4 and 1, so they are in that 1-loss bracket, and we have Garrett Schwitala taking on Tees Stetler, and we're going to get to see that cool Tobias Beckett list.
Yeah, Tobias Beckett is a little bit of an unusual leader for Star Wars Unlimited. Unlike most leaders in this game, he does not have one of the sort of moral aspects. He's neither heroism nor villainy. Tobias Beckett offering, I believe, the vigilance and cunning aspects.
Yes.
And TS has accentuated that with an aggression base. So has access to 3 different colors here, but none of them are heroism or villainy. So the cards that this deck has available are going to be a little unusual. Should be an interesting match here. And here we have Garrett's deck.
Yeah, this is Garrett on the Leia Organa deck paired with Data Vault, and we saw during the LCQ yesterday as a player that was on a similar list trying to do some of the things that our Ahsoka players are doing in the event, but because you're not relying on that big combo turn, you're instead relying on typically bursts through aggressive negotiations, and that's also a great way to ensure through the disclose mechanic that you can give out those experience tokens.
Yeah, there's an interesting synergy here where the out of aspect aggressive negotiations is not only a great closer card, but it's also a card that you can disclose in order to pump up any of your units with Leia Organa's leader ability. So very cool design here, and we see, we highlighted this card earlier in the stream, the Yellow Aces Bomber, a card that works very well with a leader that can give experience tokens to your units and set up that on-attack ability. Very cool stuff. Also running Neil the Cutest Boy, a 1-cost, 1/4 ground unit that potentially allows you to bring other units into play ready. They have to have a low power, at least to begin with, but that can lead to a unit growing quickly with something like that Han Solo Hibernation Sick. Lots of cool options here.
Well, speaking of cool options, let's take a look at that Tobias Beckett list being piloted by Tease and see what they are cooking, because as you had pointed out, there is going to be no heroism, no villainy. This is just aggression, cunning, and vigilance.
And look at all those multi-aspect cards we have here.
Yeah, you are certainly trying to maximize your power by playing some of these cards like Kersantin, for example, that is both aggression and cunning, like Finn, that is cunning and vigilance, because, again, without one of those primary heroism or villainy aspects, you run into situations where you have to find the power where it's available, and these cards that were introduced, many of them in A Lawless Time, are the best ways to do that.
Yeah, Lawless Time brought that multi-aspect mechanic into the game, really, and it's been really interesting to see how it's gone. Very many of the cards in this deck use that, and we have some very cool choices here as well. Both of these decks using a fair number of upgrades, and we could see aggressive negotiations playing a role in both of them as well. A card that was extremely prevalent in the Lawless Time meta, despite being released earlier on. It allows you to attack with a unit, and for the attack you get +1 power for each card in your hand. That can actually be very synergistic with Tobias Beckett, because you can potentially set up a bunch of these units that your opponent gets control of, and then when you finally deploy Tobias Beckett and carry out the big heist, those units become a source of card draw for you. So that can be a good way to set up a big hit from aggressive negotiations, and I think it's going to be very interesting to see these decks take one another on.
Yeah, this is, I think, an interesting matchup in particular, because these are 2 decks that are not what you would describe as meta.
No.
They're not necessarily unfamiliar to players, but most players in the room are expecting to run into a bunch of Cad Bane, potentially Darth Vader, Ahsoka, Boba Fett. These are decks that, if you're playing them, you probably tailored it to beat those decks. So the Tobias Beckett, for example, it's running Rancor Keeper, and I think that's a great card that kind of punishes Cad Bane for wanting to do what Cad Bane wants to do. But against a Leia Organa, suddenly all of the tech choices that you've included don't matter as much, because it's another off-meta deck. So whoever, I think, understands the fundamentals the most will be able to really hit this hard.
Yeah, and now we're going to be moving to the gameplay here. Looks like the players are setting up on the featured match table, and here comes the die roll.
You kind of have to.
And I believe we just saw our, I believe it was the Tobias Beckett player there who won that die roll. There's the fist bump, and we are about to get started. Leia Organa versus Tobias Beckett. Not necessarily what you would expect to see here, as we were just saying. but still should be some exciting gameplay here in the Galactic Championship Round 6.
Both players are going to be looking for strong early game plays on the Leia side. Cards like Hu Yang are of a lot of value. Again, as you had pointed out, if you can find that combo of Neil and Han Solo, those units are also fantastic openers. Meanwhile, on the other side, if you are Tease, you're probably looking for like a Chio Fane, a Rancor Keeper, you know, one of these strong 2-cost 2/4 units that get you off into the races.
Yeah, on Garrett's side, I think we do see that copy of Neil over there on the left-hand side, but I'm not sure. I don't think Garrett has that Han Solo hibernation sick unit to go with it. So we might see something different, maybe, but you know, we might also just see him play Neil anyway and hope to get bigger value out of it later. Let's see just what's going to happen. TS is going to lead us off. Toydarian Technician, I believe, the first unit here, a 2-cost 2/3 raid 1 restore 1.
Is correct.
And then it
Toydarian
is
Technician, and then the Neil.
Neil without, it is going to be Neil without a 1-cost unit, but this is Leia Organa. You can spend that additional resource anyway, and that's just what we're going to see, revealing the aggressive negotiations to give a +1/+1 counter. So we now have a 2/5 unit in play for Garrett.
Yeah, and if you are wondering at home why Garrett chose this option as opposed to that Hu Yang that did go to the resources, you net yourself a 2/5 instead of the 2/4 by going this route, and Hu Yang is going to get less value here because when you see Tobias Beckett, you're not usually thinking, well, I'm going to run into a bunch of upgrades, whereas against other decks in the meta, perhaps ones with pilots, etc., Hu Yang gets more value.
Yeah, that's a very good point, and Neil's ability is itself very relevant. It doesn't look like Garrett has any cards in hand that benefit from it now, but that could easily change later. We do see the yellow aces bombers in hand for Garrett. Could be very relevant. I think Tease is still maybe deciding what to resource here or maybe what to play with that first action and the initiative counter.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned those yellow aces bombers, because the other thing that you gain by putting this experience token on Neil is the ability for those to trigger when supporting Neil.
That looks like that's
I believe that's exactly what we're going to see.
Yellow Aces Bomber uses support to attack with Neil. The base is the target, but it inherits that on-attack ability from the Yellow Aces Bomber, dealing 2 damage to the base because it is upgraded. Tease responds with the Stolen AT Hauler, certainly a powerful card, and exceptionally powerful for Tobias Beckett, who can potentially give it to the opponent, then defeat it on the flip, and then play it back on their own side with the When Defeated ability.
Now, Garrett does have the initiative here. And given that the Stolen AT Hauler is on the side of Tease, it would not surprise me if Garrett starts this turn by putting an experience token on that Yellow Aces Bomber so that it does not immediately get defeated. It would also turn on that when it attacks ability and sets up potentially playing that second Yellow Aces Bomber.
That's true. That seems like a potential good combination, and I think Garrett is thinking the same thing as you here. There's that aggressive negotiations revealed once more from hand, and an experience token goes right onto the Yellow Aces Bomber.
And now Tease is saying, what do I do here? Tease also with an aggressive negotiations in hand, along with that Chio Fane I mentioned earlier, a great early game drop of Val. Val is going to be developed. This is a unit that is good at all stages of the game, but again, one of those very strong 2/4 bases.
Yeah, and I think another one that's very synergistic with Tobias Beckett's abilities here, you know, one that you can potentially send to the opponent's side of the board, then defeat it, and when defeated, you give a shield token to an enemy unit, but when the opponent has control, you can essentially get 2 shields out of Val, one when played and one when defeated on their side. There's the Yellow Aces Bomber from Garrett, as you predicted, swinging on in there with support on the other Yellow Aces Bomber, but the second one, not buffed by Leia Organa, is then removed by the Stolen AT Hauler.
Yeah, that's the patience of Tease paying off there, and then the development of the Chio Fane to the ground arena as well will end this particular turn, and players are going through the regroup phase. We're going to be heading into the 5 resource turn, which is
An important
turn for Tobias Beckett, because that is when Beckett can be deployed. Leia Organa has to wait one more turn.
Yeah, and it looks like Garrett has managed to deal a substantial amount of damage to Tias's base. We have 12 damage on that base, 0 damage on Garrett's base, but at this phase, Tias has a significantly stronger board. Garrett's opting to try and change that, attacking with the buffed yellow Aces Bomber to defeat the damaged stolen AT hauler there. The on-attack ability does an additional 2 damage to the opponent's base. And then it looks like it's going to be an attack to Garrett's base from Tias with a Toydarian Technician, and then Garrett brings out Bo-Katan's Gauntlet here. Very interesting card, and one that might be a bit of a counter to Tias's ability to give Garrett abilities and then defeat it, because if Bo-Katan's Gauntlet is in play, each other friendly non-token unit gives you a Mandalorian token when it is defeated.
Yeah, this Bo-Katan's Gauntlet space unit, as you pointed out, is a bit of a thorn in the side of what Tobias Beckett wants to do from a overall deck archetype standpoint. The good news is this Tobias Beckett list also just runs enough quote-unquote good units that you can avoid having to do any sort of real trickery. You can just rely on the value you're getting. And speaking of value, we've got some attacks into the base. And now I believe this is going to be a commandeer of the Bo-Katan's Gauntlet.
Yeah, Bo-Katan's Gauntlet. Tias takes control with Commandeer. It readies. We then see the Gauntlet attack into the yellow Aces Bomber and defeat it. And at the start of the next regroup phase, which will be at the end of this turn, the Bo-Katan's Gauntlet will return to Garrett's hand. So Garrett essentially with a completely empty board here.
And I believe that return to the hand happens regardless of who owns it.
Yes, I believe so.
Or controls it, excuse me, at the end of the turn. So I would expect a donation from Tobias Beckett. Tobias Beckett pre-deployment here is going to first donate Val to get that credit token, but then should potentially have another trigger as well when Tobias Beckett eventually attacks.
And this is interesting. It looks like Tias opting to, or I'm sorry, Garrett controls the ability. So even though Garrett has to give a shield token to Tias's side of the board, Garrett chooses to give that shield to Bo-Katan's Gauntlet, knowing that it will leave play from the Commandeer. It is a little interesting to me there.
And Tobias Beckett, the leader, does finally attack the base. That's going to end this turn. Players will move to the regroup phase. And as you had pointed out, Garrett will begin this with no units in play. This is the deploy turn, though, so if Garrett is going to make up some ground, I would expect the attempt to be now.
Yeah, here we go. It's going to be Leia Organa deploying to the ground arena. But a droid laser turret quickly hits the field to get in her way. A 2/1 shielded Sentinel from Tias. Very annoying card to deal with if you don't have a Saboteur or some means of getting past it without doing direct damage.
And Garrett's going to end up using a Protect the Pod to get rid of the Val, I believe that was.
Yeah, that Protect the Pod, or I think it was the Tobias Beckett leader unit. Val,
yes.
Yeah, Val was defeated when Beckett flipped. Protect the Pod with Leia, able to deal enough damage to clear Beckett out. And now we're just left with the smaller units in play for Tias. And I believe a Mina Bonteri enters play for Garrett. We're looking at 13 damage on Garrett's base, 12 damage on Tias's base, but it's important to note that Garrett's base has 33 total HP. So even though there's a little bit more damage on Garrett's base, Garrett is actually ahead in overall HP remaining.
Well, Tias is going to cut into that a little bit more here with yet another attack, and we're going to see Garrett follow up with a attack from Leia Organa. Did also disclose to put the experience token on it.
But unfortunately for Garrett, that attack ends up just taking out the shield there on the droid laser turret rather than hitting the base for 5. So that shield token very efficient, and the droid laser turret still on the field. Garrett will probably have to dedicate another attack or some other card to removing that turret and clearing the way for his units to attack Tease's base.
Yeah, and Garrett does have the initiative here, so the end of that particular turn was Garrett taking initiative, and Tease developed a stolen AT hauler, which is very relevant as the only unit in the space arena for either player. And then Garrett's going to begin this turn with an attack from Mina Bonteri, which will get rid of the Sentinel unit that you were referring to, as well as restore one for Garrett.
Yeah, that droid laser turret off the field. Tease now, you know, maybe a bit weaker in the ground arena overall, I think. In fact, we only have 2 relatively small units here for Tease. Tease does control the only space unit in that stolen AT hauler, but it's aggressive negotiations being played, and there are quite a few cards in hand. I believe that was 6 cards. So the Toydarian Technician, I believe, swinging for 9 total damage to that base. We are at 24 damage, and I believe that means we are in range for another aggressive negotiations with the stolen AT hauler that could end the game in 1 attack.
Well, right now, Tease also still has the opportunity to attack with that hauler, and then if Garrett takes another action, even though that Chio Fane is there, could just take initiative to try to set that up. It's going to depend on...
I think it's live right now.
Oh, yeah, you are
There's
correct.
a credit token there.
The credit token is enough. 2 resources plus the credit token will get the job done, and Tease takes game 1 in a very impressive fashion after back-to-back aggressive negotiations.
Yeah, you know, we were talking earlier about how aggressive negotiations was an important component to both of these decks, and we saw that right here. Garrett showing the aggressive negotiations over and over for Leia's ability, while Tease was able to play 2 copies of that powerful event to close out this game. We have a win for Tobias Beckett here, and we're about to move on into game 2. We will have to see whether or not Garrett can win this one and bring us to game 3, or whether Tease will achieve a 2-0 victory to move on to round 7 with a 5-1 record.
Now, in game 1, we did see Tease kind of accomplish what I was referring to, which is, yes, you have some fun things you can do with Tobias Beckett, but you also can just run really good units. There were a number of these early 2-cost 2/4 units that were deployed, and it resulted in Tease kind of overwhelming Garrett on the ground. Garrett did finally, as you had pointed out, you know, gain control of the ground arena, but it was a little bit too late because Tease was within striking distance. We will see if Garrett can get off to a better start this time. Garrett was very aggressive out of the gate with those yellow Aces bombers, but that unfortunately left Garrett's board a bit depleted when Tease started trading into them.
Yeah, interesting situation. Garrett kind of came out the gate faster, but then was sort of slowed down in the mid game. Towards the end game, Garrett was gaining an advantage on the board once more, but Tease had those aggressive negotiations to close things out fast. Looks like Garrett has resources in play. The decisions have been made, and I believe Tease going for a mulligan here. We'll see whether or not this second hand can be more appealing.
Well, whether it's appealing or not, after your mulligan, you gotta stick with it anyway. I believe I saw a Val, though, so there will be at least one early game play.
Val, I think there's a Rancor Keeper as well. There is one of those aggressive negotiations, which I'm sure Tease is happy to see. Stolen AT hauler, and I believe a droid laser turret as well. But it's going to be Garrett who leads this game off with a Leppy Lookout, a 3-1 shielded with Overwhelm. Very solid early play.
And that's answered by that Rancor Keeper that you had called out before. I think Rancor Keeper is a great card in the current meta with so much Cad Bane floating around, and while Garrett is not on Cad Bane, the 2/4 stat line also means that the Rancor Keeper will still likely get at least 1 activation before it's gone, unless, of course, Garrett decides to utilize the Disclose mechanic to put a token on this lookout before trading in.
And look at that. On the overlay there, 2 copies of aggressive negotiations once more available for Tease. This is a very aggressive hand. The 2 aggressive negotiations and 2 stolen AT haulers. We could easily see Tease decide to try to push damage in the space arena very quickly this time. Let's see what happens.
And Tease took quite a while to choose the resource. Both players actually did, but Tease did settle on sticking with just one AT hauler and then kept the 2 aggressive negotiations, probably because that most recent game is fresh in the mind and you can see the power of having back-to-back negotiations in the late game, but Tease does have to make it there first. And as I pointed out, if you want to get that trigger from the Rancor Keeper, you needed to do it before an experience token landed on the lookout, so Tease attacked into it.
Yeah, that's right. So the Rancor Keeper removes the shield from the Leppy Lookout, takes 3 damage back, triggers its ability for 1 damage to Garrett's base. Then we're going to see Garrett, I believe that was a copy of Protect the Pod being disclosed there to buff Hu Yang. And now the stolen AT hauler for Tease hits the field. And I believe Garrett has opted to take the initiative rather than to make an attack with that copy of Leppy Lookout here.
And yes, Garrett did take the initiative and is going to start with a Protect the Pod once again, this time targeting the stolen AT hauler. But I believe, yeah, I was going to say, I believe that is enough to get it done because of the experience token on the Hu Yang, so they were just confirming.
Yes, and then we see the Rancor Keeper from Tease attacking and defeating the Leppy Lookout. Garrett attacks Tease's base with the buffed copy of Hu Yang, doing 3 damage there, and Tease then plays a copy of Hana, a unit with a 3/5 stat line, Raid 2 and Restore 2, very relevant in a potential racing situation if both players are playing aggressively. And the Hu Yang there is certainly a fairly powerful unit, but doesn't necessarily line up very well into this copy of Hana. But Garrett does have the initiative, so we'll have to see what he does to counter here.
Yeah, Hana, of course, one of those dual aspect cards we were referring to earlier from A Lawless Time. This one being Vigilance and Aggression for the additional stat line and keywords. But shout out to Hana for also having one of my favorite subtitles in the game. The official card title is Hana Oink Squee for this unit.
Yep. And hey, there's a very solid answer to that Hana unit coming out from Garrett here. It is nothing left to fear. This Vigilance Command event gives Hu Yang +2/+2 and then allows you to defeat a non-leader unit with power equal to or less, clearing the Hana unit off the field. Tobias Beckett deploys only to be immediately hit for 5 damage by Hu Yang.
That's right. And then because Tobias Beckett, even as a leader, does count as a unique unit, Mastery is deployed as an upgrade on to Tobias Beckett. So while that unit had 1 HP remaining for a short bit, it now gets a +3/+3. It's a bit more stout once again.
Now I do see one flaw in this plan for Tease, which is simply that the Hu Yang unit that Garrett still controls here can debuff an upgraded unit on attack. And with Garrett having the initiative here, I think the Mastery on Tobias Beckett, you know, that damage saves Beckett from being defeated by this attack, but Hu Yang's on attack ability is live, and so Garrett is able to attack Tease's base and at the same time give a punishing -4 power to that Tobias Beckett leader unit.
That's right, -4, -0 on an upgraded unit is the on-attack trigger for Hu Yang. And after a trade of attacks from both players, we're to the development portions, and Garrett plays a Mina Bantera unit, and then we see Tease ambush in with Finn. This Finn unit, again, one of those dual aspect cards we'd called out earlier.
Yeah, this Finn unit, Finn looking closer, has ambush on attack. You may give a shield token to a non-unique unit. Now, Tease doesn't have a non-unique unit on the board to shield here, so that part isn't relevant, but the 6/5 ambush stat line is still enough to get Hu Yang off the field.
Garrett did answer by first deploying Leia Organa. That leader is in a much better position this game than it was the first time because Garrett has kept up on the board state, but then answered with a Casca Reeves, and because of Finn ambushing earlier, that did create the Mandalorian token as well.
And look at this, Leia Organa is able to attack and defeat Tobias Beckett, only taking 3 damage in return because the on-attack ability from Hu Yang was still debuffing that Beckett, and I think Tease has opted to just scoop it up.
Yeah, that makes sense here, simply because Tease is so far behind in the board state that I don't think there's a good way for Tease to come back. You have to understand your deck, right?
Right.
Tobias Beckett is not a controlling style deck. There's not many large late game bombs. Yes, there are some removal options, but not mass removal options. And so if you fall a bit behind, it makes sense to concede and go to this game 3 just to ensure that you're going to have enough time to finish. We have seen some draws across the weekend, and I think players are trying to ensure that they don't run into one.
Great point. I think time management can be an important tournament skill at an event like this. And I think we saw, based on the cards that were kept in plan, I feel like Tease had a pretty clear game plan. I think his game plan was, I'm going to sneak this win through with the double aggressive negotiations, just like I did last time. And unfortunately for Tease, Garrett was able to put up stronger defenses, keep that board small, get the debuff going on the Tobias Beckett leader unit with Hu Yang. Ultimately, Tease wasn't able to make much stick. I think there was a unit left on the field, but with the Casca Reeves there as a sentinel, it didn't seem like Tease was getting through anytime soon. Opts to have more time for game 3, conceding game 1, or I'm sorry, conceding game 2, and now Tease will have the initiative as we move into this next round.
Yeah, and as you were pointing out, right, there's the information on the board in the form of, you had the Casca Reeves with the Sentinel, Garrett had a ton of units, Tease knows there's only one unit on the board for him, as well as being stuck with 2 aggressive negotiations in hand. And yes, that worked out in game 1, but those are not things I can develop game 2. But the icing on the cake, the psychic damage, if you will, is that Garrett was revealing Protect the Pod to buff things.
Oh, great point.
So Tease knows that even if I develop something, it's probably just going to turn around and die. So if I don't have a critical mass of threats to develop to the board, let's just go to game 3.
Yeah, that is a very good point. You know, we could have seen, you know, maybe Tease would have drawn us the 3rd stolen AT hauler, but if he had, it would have been taken out very fast by that Protect the Pod. So let's see what happens here. Looks like we have the Rancor Keeper, Casca Reeves, Finn, and Barris Offie in hand here for Tease. Garrett with a Mina Bonteri as the likely play. We do see that Rancor Keeper, and there's Mina.
I'm very excited for this game because I am unabashedly a big fan of Sabine Wren, the character. One of my favorite cards in Star Wars Unlimited is Sabine's Masterpiece, her spaceship as a unit, and I see that in Garrett's hand, and this is a great card to include in this Leia Organa list where you're wanting to have many aspects on the board anyway. It's something that gets additional on-attack triggers based on the number of friendly aspects that you can identify, so I hope we get to see that in action here, but as we start turn 2, Tease with the initiative will begin with just attacking the base of Garrett with that Rancor Keeper.
And there's that card you were just discussing, Sabine's Masterpiece on the field. This 3-cost 3/3 space unit has a very interesting on-attack ability that gives various different effects based on the aspects that you have in play. So in this case, with Mina Bonteri, a command unit in play, an attack from Sabine's Masterpiece would be able to give an experience token to a unit.
And Barris Offie's unit will be developed to the ground on the side of Tease. You know, we saw that Commandeer in game 1. There is some interesting stuff that has the potential to happen here with Sabine's Masterpiece because the modes would change. Oh, and we see a Commandeer picked up now. I was just thinking that Sabine's Masterpiece has certain on-attack triggers while Garrett controls it, but if it goes to Tease's side,
different triggers.
It has a lot of different potential triggers because of the way this Tobias Beckett list is built.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Ironically, Sabine's Masterpiece might be more effective on Tease's side than it would be on Garrett's. Right now, if Tease were to end up, I mean, the Commandeer can't be played this turn because it does cost 5 resources. But Sabine's Masterpiece on Tease's side would actually be able to activate 3 effects, while on Garrett's side, it can currently only activate 1.
And I don't think that Commandeer is going to be resourced here because the other thing worth mentioning is Tease currently has no presence in the space arena and no options in hand. So I think this is why this is such a tough decision. Tease knows that the Commandeer likely has to be saved for next turn to potentially slow the Masterpiece down. Oh, and with Chewbacca piloting it now, that's going to make things more difficult because Commandeer, I believe, specifically says an unpiloted vehicle.
Yeah, a vehicle without a pilot. Chewbacca here as a +3/+3 in the attached unit games. This unit can't be defeated or returned to hand by enemy card abilities. This Sabine's Masterpiece is suddenly a big problem for Tease here. the Commandeer no longer an effective answer. And Sabine's Masterpiece also able to attack. The on-attack ability live here uses it to give an experience token to Sabine's Masterpiece itself, and now that space unit hits for 7 damage. Tease is going to need to find an answer to this pretty quickly, or that Sabine's Masterpiece space unit could go out of control.
And that's not even counting the potential for disclosing onto it. The nice thing about Sabine's Masterpiece is it is simply heroism.
Right.
So something like the Nothing Left, or even the Leppy Lookout that was just drawn by Garrett, would still allow you to do the disclose, and that's what we're going to see here.
Now, there's one small silver lining here for Tease, and that is with the Barris Offie ground unit attacking and defeating that Mina Bonteri unit for Garrett, Sabine's Masterpiece no longer actually has a command unit in play to give that experience token on attack. So even though Tease can't attack the Masterpiece directly, he's debuffed it a bit by clearing up this field. However, Garrett has added another experience with Leia Organa's leader ability. So that Sabine's Masterpiece, I believe, is currently at 8-8, and that is not something that you like seeing on the other side of the board.
No, it certainly isn't. And there are a couple more units that can be developed by Garrett this turn. That Leppy Lookout is a very cost-effective way to turn on 2 new aspects for the Sabine's Masterpiece, and it is shielded, so it would likely take Tease more than 1 action in order to get rid of it, kind of opening up that window. But
yeah,
Garrett, with initiative here, I think does have some decisions to make, because there is, of course, the Nothing Left that you could use as a removal for one of these ground units. This is the Tobias Beckett deploy turn, so that has to be factored into your play patterns.
Yeah, and it is also worth noting, Tease was able to play a copy of the Casca Reeves unit, but there wasn't any Mandalorian token generated, and now that unit's leaving play with nothing left to fear from Garrett, which is also going to buff. Oh, but there's the Outer Rim Constable. When played, you can defeat and upgrade so that Pilot Chewbacca is off the board, and this actually also means Tease could potentially use Commandeer again in a future turn.
Yeah, that's going to open things up for Tease to potentially get some value from the Masterpiece, as well as just bounce it back to hand and slow it down, because so far the Space Arena has allowed Garrett to pull ahead in the damage race with 14 damage on the base of Tease, as opposed to just 8 now on the Data Vault of Garrett.
Yeah, we do see some of Tease's ground units getting damaged through, and now Tease is going to send his Rancor Keeper over to Garrett's side of the board, then flip Tobias Beckett, defeat his own unit in order to get the credit stuff going and draw. So a little bit of advantage there. And there's the Commandeers
with the credit tokens.
Those credit tokens.
That is a
big,
very fun play, especially because the +2/+2 from the event should still be live. So this is going to be an attack for 7.
Right, it goes back 7 damage on the other side.
Plus multiple triggers, because we have Tobias's Cunning, Barris's Cunning, Tobias's Vigilance, but then there's also the Outer Rim. So 3 triggers.
Yeah, so the Cunning unit trigger is to exhaust or ready a resource. So I think we see a resource readied on Tease's side. The red one is 1 damage to a unit or base from that aggression aspect. So that's actually probably going to be 8 damage to the base. And then additionally, Tease can heal 2 damage from his own base. That is a massive play, and suddenly Garrett went from being in a very strong position to really being in trouble that turn. What a sequence of plays from Tease Stetler.
Yeah, and I believe the overlay will be updated shortly, but it should be now 12 damage on the base for Tease after the restore,
and 20 for Garrett
on Garrett's Data Vault. And this has suddenly become a very interesting Game 3 of the series. It's mirroring what we saw in Game 1, where Garrett started out pretty strong, but then Tease wrestled away control of the board. This is the Leia Organa deploy turn, so that's how Garrett starts things off.
Now, unlike what we saw in Game 1, we don't have those aggressive negotiations in hand for Tease to really try to bring about a premature ending to the game. However, we do have 2 copies of Mastery, and I think we're going to see one of those hitting the field here as an upgrade to the Tobias Beckett leader unit, +3/+3, so now a 7/9. Let's see what Garrett does to respond.
And depending on what Garrett does, we could see a situation where Tease just plays a second mastery on Tobias Beckett and
absolutely
makes this a very difficult leader to get rid of. The neat thing about mastery is it's cheaper to play on unique units, but it's not unique itself, so you can pile those upgrades on if you want.
Garrett brings out a Leppy Lookout. A very efficient unit early in the game, but at this phase, I'm not sure it's what he needs in order to try and regain control of this match.
Yeah, not at the exact moment. If Garrett had a little more health to work with on the Data Vault, it might make sense because it is shielded.
Right.
And that means it is typically very good at trading with other units and sticking around. It kind of gives you that long-term attrition value. But with only 13 damage to spare on your base and staring down a lot of damage that is yet to attack on the side of Tease, it becomes a bit more risky.
Now, Tease, I think here, maybe contemplating, there's actually 2 upgrades that could go on Tobias Beckett here. We have the Mastery and the Ascension Cable. The Mastery is much more stats, but the Ascension Cable grants Saboteur. If Tease were to play the second Mastery and Garrett then played a Sentinel, Tease probably wouldn't be too happy.
Yeah. I think based on the attack that we just saw, which was an attack from Barasafi to the base, Tease was actually trying to figure out how to stall and get Garrett to spend resources so that it's safe to put one of these upgrades on. Because the other thing that you don't want to happen is to make your Tobias Beckett really, really large only for it to get exhausted by some random option, for example.
Yeah, and it looks like we see a yellow Aces Bomber allowing Leia or oh, and there's the second Mastery. And Garrett just concedes.
Well, that's going to be it because...
Oh, yeah, that's enough damage. It's over.
That is enough damage.
He has nothing that can stop Tobias Beckett. The double Mastery. What great gameplay we saw from Tia Stetler that round. That Commandeer sequence on the previous turn was awesome. Really exciting stuff.
Yeah, I have went to graduate school. I have a master's degree, but I don't have a double mastery. I am not as good as that Tobias Beckett leader unit. Impressive play from both players. Tease, I think, navigated it very well. Both players playing, I think, fun off-meta decks, but that Tobias Beckett one, specifically utilizing some of those really strong cards from A Lawless Time, is surprising me.
Yeah, that was such a cool game, and it was a really impressive comeback, too, from Tease. After that buffed-up Sabine's Masterpiece with the Chewbacca pilot and the experience tokens looked to be posing a huge threat in the space arena. Really cool stuff.
Yeah, I am curious to know more about what Tease thought with that matchup. Obviously, very well navigated. So we have a player interview, and we're going to send it over to that now.
Welcome back from the main stage here at the Galactic Championships. I am joined by Tease, who we just saw take down round 6 in the main event. Tease, huge congratulations. We saw you win on stream with Tobias Beckett. The question on everyone's mind, why Tobias Beckett?
Like in theory, I thought the deck was really good because you have a lot of good sideboard options against space aggro, so you're able to raise pretty much every race matchup. And I was able to adapt the Cat Bane matchup to a close to 50-50, so I thought like that's the best thing I can do, and I felt like no one was prepared, no one tested against Beckett, so I might have an edge here, yeah.
Certainly an out-of-the-box choice, and it's been working well for you. As you're looking to get just one win in the next 2 rounds, what is your signature card or secret tech that you think is going to pull you over the edge?
I think like Berries, the new free cost, blue-yellow, that can heal 2 and give 2 advantage token, can catch people off guard, especially the cats when they start with early pings. So I'll see if I catch some more people with that.
Fingers crossed for you. I hope it goes well, and we hope to see you tomorrow in the main event. Thanks for now. Back to you.
I love that Star Wars Unlimited is a game that rewards specialists. And there we got to hear Tease talk about how bringing Tobias Beckett potentially surprises people because they weren't planning to play against it, and it's showing.
Yeah. You know, I think there are some sequences you can do with that leader that are really outside the box, really take people by surprise. And as Tease mentioned, people probably are not really testing too much for Tobias Beckett at this phase, and they are even more likely to be outmaneuvered by that tricky deck and player. Very cool stuff. We're going to go to a quick break, but stay tuned. We'll be back soon with another match from this round.
And we are back here in Las Vegas for the 2026 Star Wars Unlimited Galactic Championship. The competition has been tight all day long as players are trying to secure their spot in day 2. I am Derek Charmer Oswalt, joined on the desk by none other than Tower number 9. And we are still in the middle of round 6, but we are not done. We have some more action on the way.
Yeah, I believe this is going to be an exciting matchup. I believe we are going to be joining them in the middle of the match. Their game 1 has already been completed. So we're going to be moving to game 2. And I believe that we are going to have a very interesting matchup here.
Yes.
Trevor Burge with the Mandalorian and Sean McCravey with Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yes, this is the Mandalorian leader unit. We can't keep running. And then, of course, the Obi-Wan Kenobi, Courage Makes Heroes. This is the one from our Force set. Going to be very interesting. We are looking at very unorthodox leaders. Like, I'm almost baffled. When I was pulling this up, I said to Tower as we were getting ready to call this match, we are really in for a banger if I heard this correctly.
That's right, Charmer. You know, it's an interesting situation. This has been, so this Mandalorian deck, I believe, I haven't seen the exact composition here yet, but I believe that this Mandalorian deck list from Trevor Burge is likely going to be a little bit more control oriented. We've seen this going around in the community recently, this idea of a Mandalorian deck where you're actually playing a little bit more defensively. You know, often in this game, it's been the case that heroism decks are aggressive and the villainy decks are the ones that play for the long game. But that may not be what we see here, though. Of course, we'll have to see just what's going on. Now, the game is beginning here. Sean McCravey, who is also our Game 1 winner, is going to lead off with Secretive Sage, and Trevor Burge is simply going to take the initiative, immediately activating the Mandalorian's leader ability to draw an additional card.
Yeah, and as we take a look at Trevor's hand, I think that you are onto something. We see the Hana there, which obviously gives a source of restore, but we also see that aggressive negotiations. And when you pair that with the leader ability for this Mandalorian leader, it very easily fills your hand for these big bursts. So we very well could be seeing a situation where it's a lot of Sentinel, a lot of Restore, maybe some events that remove opposing units until you've got a big fistful of cards in your hand, and then those aggressive negotiations hit like a truck.
Yeah, and we're seeing the droid laser turret from Trevor, and that's interesting here. The Secretive Sage attacks into the droid laser turret and they trade shield tokens, and then Sean plays Lots Razi using the when played ability to deal 2 damage to that droid laser turret and get it off the field. Then we additionally see Sean use Obi-Wan Kenobi's leader ability to use the force token that was generated by that attack from the Secretive Sage and give a +1/+1 buff with an experience counter on Lots Razi.
Yeah, and I think we might be seeing exactly why Sean took game 1. These force units that Sean is playing, with the shields and with this kind of like early ability to trade easily, it's very likely that they're hard to remove. And if this is supposed to be a more controlling game plan from Trevor, that could be where the struggle comes from. We just saw, let's call it War, get rid of the Secretive Sage and remove the shield token, but Sean is continuing to play units, and it's not slowing down anytime soon.
Yeah, very interesting situation here. The Trevor was able to get 1 unit off the field, but Sean just played 2 more. You know, we have that copy of Han Solo Hibernation Sick, the unit that can keep giving itself experience with each attack. We also have the Rider Azadi unit here, and that is going to name a card, and Trevor cannot play it. So Trevor left with an empty board here, facing off 3 units on Sean's side, not necessarily where you want to be.
Now, Trevor does have a large number of cards in hand. We also see a couple of units that might be options this turn. Obviously that Hana there, but we also have the Zeb Aurelios, and it does look like the Hana is going to be the one that comes down, trying to get that restore going so that Trevor can stave off any aggression that does go toward the base. But I also would not be surprised if we see Sean continue to just kind of establish board control. We're going to see Sean deploy the Obi-Wan Kenobi leader here.
Yep, and that could represent even more experience being given out. Look at how many units are entering the field.
Yeah, Trevor has already taken the initiative, and so Sean is just plowing through a number of actions. 2 more units deployed, and now we're going to see some attacks on base. This Han Solo Hibernation Sickness getting another experience token. And then the Rider and the Lots also all going to the base of Trevor.
Yeah, I believe we saw Sean play both the Gunji ground unit and a copy of the Yaddle ground unit there. So those are also more units that can get him the Force token. Trevor's Hana is certainly a relevant unit, but this board state looks incredibly unfavorable for our Mandalorian player here. Let's see what he can do to potentially try and stabilize things.
Yeah, looking at the options, it's not looking great for Trevor at the moment. There is a crushing blow, there's a system shock, and there's a number of units, and then of course 2 aggressive negotiations. But just given the sheer volume of units that Sean McCravey has played to that ground arena, it's going to be really hard to slow them all down. Sean, after drawing up for this turn, does have a Protect the Pod and a Yoda's lightsaber. The lightsaber, depending on how the turn sequencing goes, could just represent additional burst damage. We've seen Trevor take the initiative early in a lot of these turns because when you don't have many units, you can't take many actions. So Yoda's could come down from hand and just represent more damage.
Yeah, it looks like Trevor is going to deploy the Mandalorian using the support keyword there to attack with Hana. Hana is going to attack and defeat Ryder Azadi. Now, to me, that indicates that Ryder Azadi might have named a card that Trevor really wants to keep. Maybe the aggressive negotiations that's in hand as his potential closer. Not entirely sure. We do have the Mandalorian potentially able to attack himself. The hand size there for Trevor is getting huge, and the 2 copies of aggressive negotiations do mean that Trevor could potentially turn a large hand size into a ton of damage on base very quickly here, but Sean has a big board of his own. This is very interesting. 15 damage on Trevor's base, and Sean's base is still untouched, but an aggressive negotiations here, would it be +8 damage there? There's
Yes.
so many cards in hand.
You are correct. So a single negotiations would be +8. So if you were able to resolve both on 2 individual units, it's a +15. That does seem like a lot. And yes, these force spaces do start at less than 20, but it's still not quite enough for Trevor to just start ignoring these units. So I think trading into them to slow things down makes a little bit of sense here.
Yeah, let's see how this one goes. Looks like the Mandalorian is going to attack and defeat, I believe it was the Yaddle unit that was defeated there. And then Sean is keeping up the aggression. His Obi-Wan Kenobi leader unit attacks to Trevor's base, doing an additional 3 damage and giving out an experience token, I believe, to the copy of Gunji. And it is worth noting that Han Solo Hibernation Sick unit can itself attack and get another experience token. So this field is already pretty scary on Sean's side of the board, and it can get even stronger here.
Yeah, I think the other thing that's kind of working against Trevor at the moment is that even if Trevor does want to try to sequence this double burst, you tip your hand when you play the first one.
Right.
So if Trevor with initiative here, let's say, were to open with, I'm going to attack the base of Sean McCravey with an aggressive negotiations on the Mandalorian, right? If I'm Sean, I'm saying, okay, they ignored what I was doing. They bursted my base for a ton. They have 1 other unit. Let's just get rid of that unit so that I don't have to take perhaps a second one. And so because of that, Trevor's in this weird spot where Trevor really needs Sean to take the initiative and then do the burst. But because Sean has so many units, there's just not a window for that to happen.
Yeah, it's a tough dynamic here for Trevor Burge. And yeah, Sean still has multiple ready units. Now, Trevor has a huge number of options. Look at all those cards in hand. But none of them, I think, really cleanly answer this board of mini mid-sized units. Okay, so it looks like that's Zeb Aurelios, the ground unit from A Lawless Time. When played, deals 3 damage to the Han Solo unit, removing the shield token there. But Sean simply responds with Protect the Pod, defeating that Zeb Aurelios, getting that Sentinel off the field. And now poised to do more damage with some attacks. Trevor plays a System Shock, which is enough to defeat Lots. Razi there defeating an upgrade, the experience token attached to Lots, leaving her at only 1 HP, and then the 1/8 damage from that card removes her from the field, but Sean McCravey still has some real threats.
Yeah, and that Yoda's lightsaber that I'd called out before is going to come down now because Trevor has spent all of the resources, all of the units were exhausted. Had not yet taken initiative, but Sean felt it was safe enough to assume that this was the open window. And again, that just represents more damage. Not quite enough to get the job done, but does get all the way up to 28 damage on that 30 health base of Trevor Burge. And essentially, Trevor now has one action to answer multiple threats because any one of these units with a single attack is enough to finish the game.
Yeah, and I think we do have the Bith Brute in hand. I mean, the problem with this is that Trevor has a lot of things that can easily answer one unit.
Yeah, even if there was a massive giant sentinel that could come down, there's also that development of the yellow aces draw from Sean.
Oh yeah, that's 2 damage just for attacking with an upgraded unit. That means a sentinel wouldn't actually stop Sean from winning the game.
Correct. I was just looking and I was thinking, okay, even if Trevor had like a big wall that could be deployed, the yellow aces bomber would still be enough to finish things off. So Trevor caught between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, that copy of Hana could that unit could attack and clear one of these units maybe and also heal at the same time, but I don't think it's healing enough to get out of range of some of these threats that Sean McCravey has access to. Very difficult spot for Trevor Burge. I don't think he's going to be able to do it, but let's see. Maybe there's something we haven't thought of here.
Yeah, the Hana would just restore 2.
He could play the Leia Organa and then use her support ability to attack with Hana, deal a damage to Hana. That's 2 more healing. Does that get him out of range?
That does potentially get him out of range as long as he's also removing
one of those threats.
One of the larger threats. That Gungi, the issue here is that Gungi with the Yoda's lightsaber.
I think that's 7 HP, so that can't be removed by that one attack. It could clear Han.
Yeah, it's just too large. Now, it could clear Han, but the Gungi is, I believe, still threatening lethal with the Yellow Aces bomber.
Oh, good point. That Yellow Aces bomber may be too much of a burden for Trevor to deal with here. Even if we saw something like the Leia Organa large heal or the immediate Bith Brute, the Yellow Aces extra 2 damage might be too much, and I think that's what we're going to see. Trevor Burge plays the Bith Brute. There's the Yellow Aces bomber, and the on-attack ability wins the game. Sean McCravey takes it.
Yeah, the choice for Trevor, I think, was just down to, is a Sentinel enough, or, you know, with the Leia support ability, as you'd called out, maybe with the Restore, is that enough? But ultimately, the Yellow Aces bomber was a wonderful pickup, and we've just seen that card wreak havoc so far in this event. So a great addition from Ashes of the Empire.
No question, Charmer. You know, I think some of the flashier, maybe cards with more aspects, cards with a higher cost, we've seen Chimera, we've seen Pre-Vizsla. Those cards are really big, but the humble Yellow Aces bomber, a 3-cost heroism-only unit, has dealt some huge damage as well. This set has some very cool cards at a range of costs and a range of kind of strategies they enable.
Yeah, with that in mind, we're going to be taking a short break, but don't go anywhere. There's going to be far more Star Wars Unlimited action coming your way when we return. round 7 of today's day 1 of the Galactic Championship for Star Wars Unlimited is right around the corner. But before we get into round 7, we have some very interesting things to cover with you all. I am Derek Charmer Oswalt, now joined on the desk with none other than Grumpy Elephant. And you've been on the broadcast, you've been off, you've been back on. How are you feeling?
It's been a great day, Charmer. There's been some fantastic Star Wars Unlimited going on, people playing all kinds of exciting decks, but one thing that makes the game better, I think, is the high quality of the materials that we get to use. We are so lucky that GameGenic does such an incredible job for us. Tokens, boxes, pretty much anything you need to make your Star Wars Unlimited experience complete. So we are lucky right now to get to hear from a representative of GameGenic about all of their incredible offerings. Let's take a look.
Hey folks, every Star Wars Unlimited fan knows the game is so much better with GameGenic accessories. We have our brand new set, Homeworlds, coming out later this year, and I am honored to have Adrian Alonso, head and founder of GameGenic here, to show us some new products. What do you got for us?
So we have some cool products coming from Homeworlds, as you said, and you're the first one seeing that. So the really first one touching that. Look at this new deck pod that we're presenting. This is our new all-over print deck pod version that we are doing that has same functionality. And on the one side, on this one, you have this very iconic Darth Vader, but look on the other side.
Wow.
We love every Star Wars movie. And part of the Star Wars movie, of course, you have the Ewoks.
The Ewoks, iconic.
So we have them now as part of the deck pods, which I think is pretty cool. These are the 2 deck pods that are coming. And we have also some news about our sleeves.
New sleeves.
We will have a bunch of new sleeves. This is the Chewbacca one. Our customers have asked for a long time for sleeves that on the backside are black. And finally, we have them.
Amazing.
So this is a new, completely new upcoming sleeves will come like that. We have a new formula that allows us to do it with high quality colors with a black backside. We ourselves at GameGenic are huge fans of Star Wars as well. So what is missing right now in the galaxy of Star Wars accessories?
I don't know, what?
Jar Jar Binks, look at that.
I should have guessed.
Finally, Jar Jar Binks is coming to the accessories world. Of course, the token holder, the token box. And on top of that, we will have, of course, Jar Jar Binks sleeves as well. Look at this. I'm seeing already a lot of people on one side yelling yes, and on the other side yelling no. We will be bringing as well a new iconic lamp.
Can I help?
That is completely shiny, and look how cool this looks.
Oh, you can see the motion of the TIE Fighter.
I have it literally on my desk and everybody wants to steal it. I need to show this one because this one is very iconic, beautiful.
Wow, that's amazing.
And on the back side, you have the Ewoks as well.
Perfect.
Like also cut out of the movie. So I really love this one. It has also shiny surface, high quality print. I really recommend.
It is always great to see product from GameGenic. It got me even more excited for Homeworlds. I know I'm gonna get a bunch of them. Keep an eye out for when they release later in the year.
Thank you. See you next time.
I had the pleasure of actually seeing some of those out in the hall. They did the big reveal today when I was on break. I took some photos, immediately shared it on social media because it looks so good in person, especially the all-over print of the deck box.
I will be purchasing that Ewok deck box. The Ewoks are so cute, and getting to show them off on your deck box before you even pull out your cards. What a cool opportunity.
Well, speaking of cool opportunities, one of the neat things about the Galactic Championship is, of course, that we started with our last chance qualifier. Yesterday, there were a number of players who were unable to qualify throughout the normal competitive year, so they staked it all on the weekend. They came out, they didn't know if they'd be able to make it in the main event, and then they battled all day long. And we have an update on how some of them are doing today, matched up against those more known players.
Fantastic. Yeah, of the almost 1,500 people who tried their best yesterday, a small number, I think about 50 or 55, made it today. And some of them, Derek, looks like they're doing quite well.
Yeah, we have a number of players that are still in it to make day 2. Again, you have to get 18 match points, which is equivalent of 6 wins. And so all of those players that are 4-2 or better, including those 5-1s, Joel Tan and Scott Egan, are still in the hunt to make day 2 of the Galactic Championship. And I love a good underdog story.
Absolutely, and of course, shout out to Dan Hughes. Started off undefeated in draft today, now 4-2, still very much live to make it to tomorrow.
And speaking of the last chance qualifier, One of the other things that I always take an interest in is the things that make your deck better, the things that give you that little bit of an edge. So we went ahead and we looked at what cards were overperforming from the last chance qualifier. What this graphic is showing is cards that when they were included in a deck, they produced more match points, essentially. So the decks running Strike Force X-Wing, for example, were doing better than the decks that were not running it. And the one that really jumps out to me here is Trace Martez, likely because of the expected Cad Bane meta.
Yeah, that ability on attack to heal 2 total damage from any number of units, very much a great answer to the free Cad Ping, which does 1 damage at a time. I understand that one of the decks that found some success yesterday was an Armorer deck, that new leader from Ashes of the Empire, giving up either heroism or villainy to instead combine multiple colored aspects into one. And there was a group of folks that built, I believe, an incredibly aggressive Armorer deck that made good use of Trace Martez as a pilot, throwing her for just 1 resource onto a small ship, maybe an A-Wing, to devastating effect.
And then, of course, we see that Stygian Spire there. That's one of the bases from A Lawless Time that's allowing you to splash in some of those aspects that your leader and base combo don't necessarily include. And that's an interesting inclusion as well, because that is clearly decks that are, not Cad Bane, who already has the aggression.
Yeah, the one deck I'm familiar with running that Stygian Spire base is Thrawn from Jump to Lightspeed, oftentimes paired with that cunning aspect because of the power of one specific card, Legacy Run. And so if you pair instead Thrawn with the aggression aspect but use that splash base, you can play all of the powerful blue-red villain combos, but then add that one powerful cunning card in Legacy Run.
Yeah, and I just love that, again, we have these players who, they showed up, their weekend was kind of unplanned, they took one last shot, and they are still in the hunt. And speaking of the hunt, let's take a look at our standings of the event overall. So again, this is day 1 of the main event, and all of these players with at least 6 wins are guaranteed they are locked in for day 2.
And just look at how far these numbers have fallen. We started with hundreds of people, just 7 of them arriving at that crucial 6-0 to guarantee their spot. Another 3 can claim the title of undefeated, going 5-0-1, but just 10 people yet to pick up a loss over these first 6 rounds of Swiss. And Charmer, over the next 2 rounds, that number is likely to have and then have again.
And one thing that I want to point out about these standings is that this is the Galactic Championship, and I love seeing so much international representation. This is players literally coming from all over the world and finding success, whether you're coming from Poland or Brazil or Italy or even our neighbors to the north. We have a lot of players that are showing out on the biggest stage that they have.
And what better way to justify the cost of a plane ticket than to start your day 6-0, going strong and guaranteeing yourself a showing in the second day of the main event.
Yeah, I just love that we have had so many great games already in this event, and I'm really looking forward to the continuation of those games.
That's exactly right. We've got 2 full rounds of Swiss left to go today. We've done 6 rounds so far. Going into our 7th round, it's going to be a head-to-head between Yenjay and Andre, 2 villain leaders. We've got a Cad blue on the left facing off against a Thrawn yellow on the right. Charmer, this looks like it might be a bit of a control slog.
It looks like it might be a bit of a control slog, but it's one that I'm personally excited for. I don't hide my bias in my love for these Thrawn decks. I think that they're very fun to pilot, but I also think that they are an underdog selection for the meta. If you expect a lot of Cad Bane in the room, and they're going to be trying to kill your units with his free leader activation, what better way to battle against that than to just play units that want to die anyway?
I think that's right. I think Andre's going to be looking to generate incremental value over the course of this matchup. Things like Night Sister Warrior, things like Legacy Run. And I think Yenjay's going to have a difficult choice that you suggest. He, of course, is going to try and probably be a little bit more aggressive to try and end the game before Thrawn can get too much value. But the question will be, does he go solely to base, or does he take time to clear some of those units that will only give Andre that card advantage engine he's looking to start?
Yeah, well, let's take a look at Yenjay's Cad Bane list and see whether it's one of the more aggressive ones or a bit more late game. And one of the things that jumps out to me here is this does have a slightly lower curve than some of the other ones I've seen. Yes, you have the heavy hitters, the Chimera, the Pre-Vizsla, but cards like that HK-47, the Rancor Keeper, they can get underneath and generate some of that early pressure.
Absolutely. We've got, of course, those solid cards up the curve as well. We're seeing Merrick on 3. We're seeing Armored Commando and Casca Reeves. But the one thing that I think sort of sets this Cad Bane firmly in a slightly, not necessarily more control, but willing to go longer setup is that choice to include the 3 Chimeras and the 3 Pre-Vizslas. We saw a Cad Bane Blue earlier on stream that was running, I believe, just 1 Chimera and just 2 Pre-Vizslas. That being said, Yenjay's made the choice to include just a single Ninth Sister, a card that we often see 3 of. So shows that even though so many players have agreed that this Cad Blue deck is potentially the best in the format at the moment, there's disagreement over the right way to build it.
Well, perhaps the most important card in this matchup will be that no glory only results, because it negates the when defeated abilities of this Thrawn list. So let's take a look at this Grand Admiral Thrawn beast that's going to be trying to take out the Cad Bane. Andre has, of course, brought the version that combos with Legacy Run. We see, you know, the Jump to Lightspeed Chimera in this list, along with the new Chimera from Ashes of the Empire. We see the Pre-Vizsla. One thing that I don't see, though, and it makes my heart a little sad, is Hellgate, at least in the main deck.
Yeah, Hellgate not going to be throwing around those advantage tokens. I really like what Andre has done here. This is a unique spin on Thrawn because of 2 cards that I want to call out. There's 3 copies of Garandon in the main board, but there's also 3 copies of Remnant Lookouts. That's a little bit of a mini discard package that Andre has put together, likely looking to use those Remnant Lookouts to look at his opponent's hand, take a card, discard it, and have them redraw. But that gives him full hand information, which means if he can follow those Remnant Lookouts with a Garandon, he could potentially successfully take out an important answer, such as that No Glory you mentioned, and then the next most important threat that Yenjay's developed.
Also pairing very well with those 2 cards is the inclusion of 2 copies of Rio Durant. Rio being able to return them to hand, replay them to re-trigger some of those discards. But the other cool thing that Rio does into Cad Bane in particular is it makes it so that if the leader activation is slowly whittling the health down, you kind of pseudo heal the unit by bouncing it and replaying it.
I think that's a great point, and it means thinking about how Andre's built this deck. Usually when we think about Thrawn, we associate it with the win defeated keyword, but Andre's combined the win defeated keyword with a really strong win played package. And what that means is every single one of his cards is adding value in one way or another.
Well, we are going to go down to the table now so we can see whether the value from this Thrawn list will be enough to overpower what many believe to be the strongest deck in the meta currently, this Cad Bane list piloted by Yenjay.
One way or another, though, this game is likely to come down to the single most powerful card in Thrawn. That's the Legacy Run we talked about, the ability to spread 12 damage across all of the units on Yenjay's side of the board. So what we'll be looking for is, 1, does Andre draw those Legacy Runs at the right time? 2, does he draw a way to turn on those Legacy Runs? And by that we mean cards like One Must Destroy to Create or that Chimera from Jump to Lightspeed. And then 3, does Yenjay have the answer to that Legacy Run at the right time, potentially something like a No Glory only results?
You know, you talk about ways to activate those when defeated abilities. One that I am personally a huge fan of and I think is wildly underrated is, of course, that Morgan Elspeth as well. Has a really cool on-attack trigger that allows you to defeat one of your friendly units. Right now, to start the game, we have the Onyx Squadron Brute being played by Yenjay, the Night Sister Warrior developed by Andre, and we're moving on to turn 2.
And look at this, no ping from the Cad Bane leader. Could have sent that Night Sister Warrior from 2 to 1. Yenjay assuming if I'm going to deal with that Night Sister Warrior, it doesn't really matter whether it has 1 or 2 HP. Nothing in my deck deals just a single damage. I say that, but maybe there's something like that IG in hand where 1 HP would have been nice. Either way, Yenjay holding off for now.
And Yenjay's going to start turn 2 with the development of our friend 000, the translation droid.
And a desperate commando to answer from Andre. Another win defeated option. The ability to double that -1/-1 means that even though it's just a 2/2 for 2, has the ability to trade evenly into that 000 if Andre wants.
Yeah, the Desperate Commando is a card that I'm a big fan of in the current meta because if you run into these Darth Vaders that are in the room, it can allow you to take out multiple TIE fighters because when you double it, you get to choose each target individually. I also noticed that there is a no glory only results in the hands of Yenjay. Again, that's a very powerful card in this matchup. We'll have to keep an eye out for it. But one of the things that I really like about Andre's list, as we were talking about with that discard package, is Andre might just be trying to fish away those no glories. That might be the entire intent of the inclusion.
Oh, I think absolutely. I think Yenjay will be holding onto that no glory only results for dear life. There's some temptation, of course, to use it on something like a Night Sister Warrior that would give you the win defeated effect of the warrior and allow you to draw a card, and that way it feels like a 2-for-1. But Yenjay's going to know that he cannot be baited by that smaller win defeated effect. He must avoid getting blown out by the 12 damage from the Chimera. Or from the Legacy run.
And as you had predicted, that Desperate Commando goes into the 000 unit, that translation droid, and the when defeated ability was doubled from the Thrawn leader, which defeats it cleanly, and Yenjay will answer with an activated Casca Reeves.
Yeah, one of the most powerful cards from this most recent set. Going to be a Fennec Shand ambushing in. What's so nice about this ambush is the Saboteur allows her to actually bypass the Sentinel from that Casca Reeves, taking out that shielded Mandalorian token. The Casca Reeves then, without a token to grant it Sentinel, remains as just a 4/4. That being said, a 4/4 is certainly more than enough to continue pushing damage either to Andre's base or to take care of these ground units that Andre has developed. No clear rhythm here, I would say. No player choosing to break out and start pushing damage towards base. It seems that over these first few rounds, they're feeling each other out a little bit. Both have a sense that this match might go the distance.
All right, that IG-2000 unit is now deployed to the space arena, and Yenjay might start getting that chip damage with the sole player having units in the space arena.
And Yenjay now with a total of 9 power on the board to Andre's 0, but Andre able to rebuild.
And Andre develops the Stranger with that ambush ability, is going to take out the Casca Reeves. Earlier, that Fennec Shand, I just want to point out, that's a very unassuming looking unit. It doesn't look flashy, but in this Casca Reeves dominated meta, it's so effective at just bypassing what it does.
Well, and in particular in this meta that's defined somewhat by Imperial Armored Commando, that 4/3 shielded Sentinel, yes, you're not going to use the Saboteur to bypass the Sentinel, you're going to use the Saboteur to defeat the shield, and all of a sudden you have a 3-cost answer to a 4-cost unit.
Well, with the draw from this turn, suddenly Andre has an option of several Legacy runs.
Legacy Run 1, Legacy Run 2, and Legacy Run 3. It looks like one of them may have joined the resource pile. Andre saying, I don't need all 3. We'll see if that's the right choice. This game could go quite long, in which case he might run out of that very, very powerful when defeated effect.
Yeah, this is a tough spot because almost everything in the hand was useful, and so I can relate to Andre saying, hey, if I get to the point where I needed all 3, then maybe I was losing this game anyway. Let's stick with some options in hand.
Yeah, players trading damage on base here. The Stranger with Grit going to crash in for 5 damage. Yenjay going to respond by throwing that IG-2000 for 3 to base. Base totals is now going to be 7 apiece with Yenjay. A little bit of advantage in the space arena, facing off against Andre's boosted Stranger, the only unit for Andre to speak of.
And I think there's going to be quite a bit of decision making here from both players as far as sequencing, because this is the deploy turn. Players are at 6 resources, and after Yenjay attacks with that Onyx Squadron Brute, we're now going to see an activation of Cad Bane as well to deal an additional damage to the Stranger.
It's going to leave the Stranger with just 2 health remaining, but it's also going to power that Stranger up slightly further now with 6 power in total because of that Grit keyword.
However, if this Cad Bane is just looking to trade into it, getting the damage on it means that Overwhelm would help go over the top. And oh no, Andre did not check the hand with any of the discard effects before deploying this Legacy run. It has been played to the space arena, but Yenjay does have that no glory only results Right now, the Cad Bane is attacking as we had kind of predicted before, but at some point I have to believe that Yenjay is going to be playing this No Glory.
Yeah, could put Andre in a pickle if he chooses to deploy his Thrawn now after that Cad Bane attack. A No Glory would absolutely wipe the board, but Andre, foreseeing this, chooses instead to claim initiative. There's going to be the No Glory that you talked about, Charmer. It is going to take care of that Legacy run. It is going to take care of that Stranger, and we're going to go into the 7 resource turn with Yenjay in full control of this board.
Yenjay has all of the board presence as well as 13 damage now on the base of Andre Potop. Andre does still have the ability to deploy Thrawn, as you had pointed out, chose to take the initiative there, did not deploy the leader, likely sensing that it was a bait, a trap, if you will.
Yeah, I do think if you're Andre, though, this is one of those moments where you maybe wish you had your 3rd Legacy run still in hand. The first one was a whiff and served only to clear your own Stranger. You're going to have a second that you can develop. Legacy run, of course, the great equalizer, one of the best come-from-behind cards in the game, but he's just got a second shot at it now. Once this second Legacy run does its job, either clearing the board or backfiring again, that's it for Andre's deck. Yenjay will be able to breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that the largest threat from Andre's deck to clear his board has been taken care of.
Well, Yenjay doesn't know that the 3rd one was resourced, but Andre, learning from the previous turn that maybe I should check the hand before I play this Legacy run, does smuggle this Garindin, or plot the Garindin when the Grand Admiral Thrawn is deployed.
And it turns out Yenjay did have that second copy of No Glory, so Andre avoiding getting a second blowout. Still, though, has those 5 resources up because he waited for his Thrawn deploy to the 7 resource turn, which means we could see a Legacy run to follow this Garandan shortly.
Now, there is still a little bit of danger in the sequencing for Andre, because if you're looking to get the doubling effect, your Grand Admiral Thrawn leader unit still has to be alive. If Yenjay has a way to defeat that unit, because it goes back to the leader zone exhausted, Andre would not have the option to double.
That's exactly right. Yenjay going to need some careful sequencing to navigate around the Legacy run and Thrawn combo if Andre chooses to develop it here. He is falling pretty behind on board. This Merrick going to present a 2/6 wall, protect the Cad Bane from the Grand Admiral Thrawn. Andre needing something to catch up. Legacy run would be a good first step.
Yeah, looking at the rest of the hand, I'm not sure that there is any other choice but to windmill slam this Legacy run on the table. Andre agrees and does deploy it to the Space Arena.
Now it looks like Yenjay has a total of 7 health currently in the Space Arena. He's got 13 health across his 2 units in the Ground Arena. That's a total of 20 HP spread across 4 units. So even if this Legacy run attacks into the IG-2000 for 3, adding 12 from the Wind Defeated, will not be able to clear Yenjay's board. But Charmer, it looks like there's a Morgan Elspeth in Andre's hand. It's possible that Andre is going to look to combine the Legacy Run attack with that Morgan Elspeth support, would give Legacy Run the ability to give a -2/-2 when it was defeated. Wouldn't be able to double both with Thrawn because you're limited to 1 effect, but that might help clear the board a little bit and stabilize when at this point Andre's ending the turn with a total of 22 damage on his base.
Yeah, Andre is on the cusp of being able to stabilize, but has suffered a lot of damage as a result. If Andre can clean up some of this board pretty effectively, there is also this Chimera still in hand. Being able to develop that would potentially trigger some healing. There is also a situation where maybe playing the Chimera and just using that to defeat the Legacy Run, even if you're not clearing the full board, would give you enough burst healing to maybe feel a bit safer.
That's almost certainly better than using the Morgan Elspeth. The Chimera would not only be able to completely defeat a single target, could look at that Merrick hanging out with 6 HP in the Ground Arena, but then that Merrick, in addition to every unit defeated by the Legacy Run, as you suggest, would be an additional 2 heal, which means Andre could be looking at healing 6, possibly 8 damage from that single play, and then have that Chimera in play to potentially offer continued healing going forward. The one challenge to that Chimera's longevity, of course, would be the Prey Vizsla in Yenjay's hand, the ability to come down, defeat a unit with 6 or less HP, and turn it into a Mandalorian token.
And Andre agrees, does deploy the Chimera, is choosing the legacy run, and then as you pointed out, that Merrick on the side of Yenjay to get rid of the unit with the highest HP. And there's going to be a doubling effect, so 12 damage to distribute amongst the units.
One of the most satisfying feelings as a Thrawn player, choosing how to distribute that much damage. Very, very few effects in the game give you so much agency over how to deal that damage to your opponent.
All right, so it looks like the targets are going to be 7 total on the Cad Bane unit. The first one just put all 6 on Cad Bane, the leader unit. Then the second activation, or the doubling effect, is doing 1 on the Cad Bane to finish it, and then 4 on that IG-2000 unit in the space arena, and I believe the 1 left over on the droid in the ground.
It's going to be another 4 heal then for Andre on top of that original 2. A total of 6 damage removed from his base, bringing him from 22 to 16. Definitely an important step towards stabilizing this match.
And as you pointed out, the kind of counter play is going to be this pre-Vizsla from Yenjay. And now I think for Andre the question is, do you continue to take actions thinking that Yenjay will do so as well, or do you just take initiative here, sacrificing damage on base to ensure that your pre-Vizsla to start the next turn can answer the one that was just played against you?
Pre-Vizsla, of course, a great answer to Pre-Vizsla, can turn any number of Mandalorian tokens on the opponent's side of the battlefield to yours, but Andre needing to play a little bit of cleanup here still, going to throw that 4 damage into the BT-1. It looks like it's Yenjay who's decided to claim, probably choosing to value the 6 damage attack from his own Pre-Vizsla to bring Andre back to 22 before Andre can respond in turn.
Yeah, and that was kind of that dynamic that I was anticipating, which is Andre did want to clean up more units, but in doing so left that window where Yenjay opted not to swing with the Onyx Squadron Brute, for example, but just recognized, hey, if I take initiative, this guaranteed damage is more important, and as you had pointed out, it's going to be 6 damage on the base.
It also does a great job of forking Andre. Andre wants to remove the Pre-Vizsla as the highest priority target, but it's already attacked this turn. So Andre now forced to choose, do I spend my valuable removal, something like my own Pre-Vizsla, to remove that single largest threat, or do I try and prevent Yenjay from attacking now with these smaller units? If I focus too much removal on these smaller units, that Pre-Vizsla will be ready again next action phase to get in for 6 more.
There is, of course, the concern of whatever else Yenjay deploys here. All the resources still available, 2 cards in hand, so if you're Andre and you use this Pre-Vizsla now, whatever else comes down later could be just as scary. We could see a situation where perhaps instead it's a combination play of something like No Glory to answer the Pre-Vizsla, and maybe even looking at this Rio Durant on the Garandon to take a peek at the hand if you're worried about something in particular.
Absolutely could try and snipe something. I'm eyeing also this Lost and Forgotten. You're at 22. A restore 3 from that event would bring you back down to 19. The 4 power on Yenjay's side of the field would bring you back up to 23. You'd be in a bit of a pickle still, but you'd essentially have bought yourself a turn while removing the largest threat on the board. Andre, though, deep in the tank, thinking through all of his options. He knows that his back is up against the wall a little bit. Not where you want to be in this matchup with 22 damage on your base, facing down 3 threats. All of your legacy runs now expired.
And it does look like it's going to be that Morgan Elspeth with the support trigger that you had called out earlier.
That Garandon then, through that support trigger, going to be able to take care of that Mandalorian token for the most part, likely the first -2/-2, and it seems like Andre potentially giving that second -2/-2 to the Pre-Vizsla, hoping to clear it with his Thrawn leader. That would leave the Thrawn leader with a single HP, but it looks like he's about to be punished.
Yeah, the Cyborg mech comes down and has that when played ability to deal 5 damage to a damaged ground unit. And unfortunately, the Grand Admiral Thrawn leader unit did have some damage on it. Andre's going to play the Garandon from hand because there was a second one there to take a peek at whatever this last card is.
This seems like a close to the worst case scenario for Andre. He was not able to take care of the Pre-Vizsla that turn, which means Yenjay with initiative is likely going to crack in for another 6 damage immediately. That would bring Andre up to a massive 28, just 2 health remaining.
Yeah, and this almost assuredly means the Lost and Forgotten is going to have to be played on the Cyborg mech. Otherwise, Yenjie just has enough damage represented on the board to finish the game.
Yeah, right now both that Ankh Squadron Brute and the Cyborg Mech threatening lethal. That Lost and Forgotten that you noted, Charmer, gonna heal 3 back. Andre back down to 25, so is at least safe from this attack from the Ankh Squadron Brute, but is gonna have to deal with that Prey Vizsla as well as anything else that Yenjie develops this turn.
And because a unit has now died, Yenjie could, if he chooses so, play this Casca Reeves in the hand, which would generate additional units. I think the decision that's being made is it worth it to take one more action and play the Casca, or do I just trust that the Prey Vizsla is enough and take initiative because that represents an immediate attack for the win on the following turn? But I like the Casca line here.
Yeah, it looks like Yenjie's going to agree with you. The Prey Vizsla did need a little bit of protection because of that Morgan Elspeth on Andre's side of the field. Although she can't take it out on her own as just a 5/6, the win defeated ability from the Morgan Elspeth to give it -2/-2 would have been able to trade with the Prey Vizsla, except for this Casca Reef Sentinel that has now joined the fray. This puts Andre in a pickle because he cannot get to that Prey Vizsla. He's already used 3 of his resources. He's got 4 up. He's already used 6 of his resources. He's got 4 remaining. We are on the 10 resource turn. That 4 could play something like that Rio Durant from hand, but that's not going to answer the Prey Vizsla and stop it from cracking through for lethal first action next turn.
Yeah, and Andre, unfortunately, just doesn't have a great way to trigger any of these when defeateds, whether it's the Morgan Elspeth one or even just something like the Onyx Squadron Brute in hand, because if Andre had the ability to play that and defeat it, you could double the healing gain from it and maybe buy some time, but 4 resources up and no self-sacrifice effects means that Andre has to navigate this puzzle, and it's looking pretty difficult.
Yeah, if that Morgan Elspeth could have attacked into the Prey Vizsla, she would have been defeated, but because she'd be forced to attack now into the Casca Reeves, she wouldn't be defeated. Only 4 damage, not enough to finish her 6 health off. And so Andre, I think, looking through the options, but we're likely to see a game 2 in our near future.
And Yenjie, after Andre takes the initiative, attacks for 2 on base, develops the rider, and I think Andre is saying, there is nothing in my deck that I can draw that will finish this off. Let's go to game 2.
Yeah, for a matchup that could have gone quite long, both of these decks with a plethora of removal options, Yenjie actually made pretty quick work of Andre. I think the ability to use that No Glory on the first Legacy run, the ability to punish that play from Andre by using the Cyborg Mech to defeat the Thrawn leader, ultimately protecting his Prey Vizsla. Some absolute blowouts there from the CAD side of this matchup, leading to a relatively fast game 1 for what I would expect. So we'll have to see if Yenjie can repeat that performance for game 2 and finish this match with time to spare.
Yeah, I do think the story of that first match, as you pointed out, was the successful No Glory only results. Because Andre didn't have any of those hand-peeking cards, whether it was the Lookouts or the Garandin, it kind of was a blind attempt. Now, Andre this time around has a great opening hand, has the Night Sister Warrior, but also already has in hand a Legacy run, a No Glory only results of his own. We'll see if things can go a little bit better for Andre in the early goings. Yenjie begins the first turn with a Rancor Keeper.
And Yenjie choosing to shake things up a little bit in game 1, did not use the Cad Bane leader to ping the Night Sister Warrior, this time saying I am going to deal that 1 damage. He's got the IG-2000 in hand, so potentially wanting to prepare that 2 health unit to be defeated on the 4 resource turn.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of that and also just a change in initiative. In game 1, Yenjie had the initiative to start, and so the ping would have meant sacrificing the initiative, whereas here Andre already had it, so when Andre takes the initiative, it's just a free ping anyway. Here we do have, again, the Lookouts coming down, and Andre being able to take a look, and you have to assume the No Glory is, well, there was a Vanguard that was tapped there, but if I see a No Glory and I'm playing Thrawn, I would be hard-pressed not to choose it. There we go.
Yeah, it's a difficult choice. Andre does choose the No Glory. It's going to protect his Legacy run in a couple of turns, but the reason that TIE Dagger Vanguard is so tempting is because of what Yenjie's doing right now. He's using the Cad Bane to deal 1 damage to the Remnant Lookouts, and then that TIE Dagger Vanguard coming down for 3 resources to finish the job. It's possible that if Andre had chosen the TIE Dagger Vanguard, Yenjie would not have been able to spend any resources on that 3 resource turn. Every every other card in his hand cost more than 3 resources, but instead made the principled choice, said I win this game or I lose this game on the basis of triggering a legacy run twice. Let me take care of the only answer. It's okay if I fall behind on board before 5 resources. What matters is that my legacy run sticks.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Andre, after the one was sent away from Yenjay, okay, I was going to say, I think a second one was just drawn based on the hand tracker, but it was just not updated yet.
Yeah, just a slight delay there. So it seems like we're only on 4 resources now. A legacy run could be safe to come down on 5. And looking at Andre's hand, once again, we've got multiple legacy run options. So even if the first doesn't finish the job, there could be a second to follow behind it.
Now, Andre will be taking some damage this turn because of Yenjay already having a pretty established board presence. This droid will come down with Sentinel and Shield to slow things down a bit, but again, Andre looking to get one of these legacy runs on the board the following turn and then stabilize after the fact.
Yeah, Yenjay choosing to play this 000 instead of the IG-2000 because there were no units for Andre, for him to ping on Andre's side of the field. Andre responding with this shielded droid laser turret. The shielded Sentinel going to be doing a good job of preventing some damage from base, starting off the 5 resource turn, soaking up an attack from that 000 and staying on the battlefield because of its shield.
And now Andre has kind of a choice because this droid could just trade into the Rancor Keeper in case Yenjay has something that could deal with it. If you anticipate something like an IG-2000, and Andre did see that played in Game 1, so it's known information that it's at least a possibility. That could have been it. Instead, Andre opts to just get rid of the 000, but that means that the Rancor Keeper does still get a successful attack in, and that's 2 more damage on the base.
Yeah, the sequencing here very dangerous. Andre wants to put this legacy run on the field, but if he does it too soon, for example, if he plays it right now, Yenjay gets the opportunity to use the Cad Bane ping to deal 1 damage. The TIE Dagger Vanguard could then finish off the legacy run, and ultimately the legacy run would be only clearing the Rancor Keeper. Andre wants to make sure that his legacy run has a greater impact than that, so it looks like he chooses to pass there instead, baiting the attack from the TIE Dagger Vanguard, and then deploying the legacy run safely, making sure that it can start out the next turn.
And Yenjay answers with a Casca Reeves, and the when played will trigger because of the 000 that had perished earlier was defeated again by that droid.
We're now looking to get maximum, Andre's now looking to get maximum value from this legacy run. If he can defeat it right now, he's got a couple options in hand. He could use a no glory only results on his own legacy run. He could play a second legacy run and defeat one of them to the uniqueness roll. Either way, that's going to trigger the full 12 damage from Thrawn. Going to be able to clear the TIE Dagger Vanguard for 2, the Rancor Keeper for 2, the Casca Reeves for 4. That's 8 total, more than enough to ping off that shield from the Mandalorian token and ultimately deal the 2 final damage. This game is going much better for Andre. It seems like he set himself up to create board parity in the 6 resource turn.
Yeah, and I think the real difference maker is, of course, the fact that those Remnant Lookouts were able to look at the hand earlier and get rid of that no glory only results that Yenjay used in Game 1 to turn things on a dime. So Andre was able to protect this combo. The question, as you pointed out, is now how is it going to be triggered? Whether it's a legacy run into a legacy run triggering the uniqueness rule or something else.
Yeah, he would have really liked to see a Chimera from the Jump to Lightspeed set or something like a One Must Destroy to create something that would allow him to keep the legacy run on the field while also activating its when defeated effect. He's not so privileged to have those answers, but 12 damage is better than none.
And instead, we're just going to see the second one because of the uniqueness rule. And if you're not familiar or you're new to the game, when you play 2 cards that have the unique icon, you get to choose which one you keep, but one has to go away. So Andre is choosing to keep the one that's readied, and the other one will perish, but then, of course, the when defeated will trigger.
I think just a discussion about whether the Rancor Keeper is going to activate has the ability that allows Yenjay to deal a damage to Andre's base if a unit takes damage and survives. So Andre likely choosing how to distribute that 12 damage in a way that makes sure no unit is defeated over the course of 2 instances of damage.
Yeah, and I think that based on the pointing, the real question was the shield, whether that counts, because if it's doubled up, 1 damage first has to go on the shield, and then the second trigger would be enough to take it out.
And here we have the shield ruling. Shields say that if a damage would be dealt to a unit, you prevent that damage. The prevention of that damage is also going to prevent the Rancor Keeper from activating, because the Rancor Keeper must see the damage in order to activate, but the shield has prevented the damage in the first instance.
Correct. It has to take damage and survive, and the shield says you don't take damage. But we're going to have Yenjay activate the Cad Bane Leader ability and put 1 damage on that Legacy Run unit. The Legacy Run will attack the base of Yenjay, and Yenjay will now deploy his leader.
Yeah, a really tricky position for Yenjay. Still facing down a Legacy Run on the battlefield, wants to redeploy after that board wipe, and so is going to have his Cad Bane leader join the fray. Has some options from hand, a Cyborg mech if Thrawn chooses to join the battlefield as well, but anything he plays is potentially going to be wiped the next turn by the Legacy Run that remains.
And Yenjay is going to opt to attack the base, but then use the on-attack trigger to put 8 damage on the Thrawn, likely setting up that Cyborg mech that you were talking about. Andre will attack Yenjay's base with the Grand Admiral Thrawn leader unit, and we'll see if the Cyborg mech makes an appearance, and it does.
Not enough to defeat the Grand Admiral Thrawn, left with just a single HP on base, and so Andre's going to have a choice. Is he going to trigger that Legacy Run immediately? Yenjay's done a good job of developing a tall enough board, the 7 health from Cad, the 7 health from the Cyborg mech. They cannot be cleared completely from that 12 damage, but an attack from Thrawn first into one of those units would weaken them enough such that a Legacy Run trigger would clear the board. That being said, Andre again continuing to search for either that Chimera unit or that 1 must destroy to create. Doesn't have it, and so his only choice for defeating that Legacy Run this turn is going to be either the Lost and Forgotten on his own Legacy Run or the No Glory only results on his own Legacy Run.
There could be an argument or a situation where the Lost and Forgotten could just be played on the Cyborg mech, kind of stalling the activation of this Legacy Run. If you're going to activate it, it has to be the first action that you take, because, again, if Yenjay defeats this Grand Admiral Thrawn, it's also, at least for 1 turn, removing the ability for the doubling effect to occur, because again, it either has to exist as a unit or you have to exhaust it if it's a leader, but because when leader units are defeated, they go back to the zone exhausted. If Andre doesn't utilize it immediately, the risk then exists where the Legacy Run would not allow it to be doubled.
That's a great point. He's not able to use the Grand Admiral Thrawn leader unit to soften up what Yenjay has. It's going to be an all or nothing right at the beginning for this Legacy Run. So the best choice for Andre might just be to buy some time with that Lost and Forgotten that you said. Use that on the Cyborg mech, restore 3 damage from your base, drop from 16 to 13, and then look to trigger that Legacy Run potentially next action phase.
Now we could see a situation where if Andre is going to commit to perhaps playing this Lost and Forgotten, they might soften up the Cad Bane leader by attacking into it with Thrawn, kind of signaling to Yenjay, I have something else to finish it, and then if Yenjay attacks with Cad Bane, you answer the mech and deny that damage. It's kind of a cat and mouse play, but we'll see whether or not Andre wants to go that route, or again, just take advantage of this Legacy Run option.
Yeah, the second game certainly going better for Andre than the first. Avoided a blowout of his Legacy Run, but still feels a little bit on the back foot. The Cad Bane deck able to get the Thrawn yellow up to 16. That's 14 health remaining, and has been able to develop a board tall enough to resist a Legacy Run trigger. Andre very much having to solve this puzzle. Yenjay very much trying to present continued aggression.
All right, and as I had pointed out, Andre, I think, knows that this Thrawn is not long for the world, does attack with the Thrawn leader unit into the Cad Bane leader of Yenjay. Yenjay attacks the base and deals the damage to the Legacy Run, but now Andre does have that opportunity to perhaps Lost and Forgotten the mech
certainly could do that. It looks like what Yenjay is trying to set himself up for. He threw a second damage onto the legacy run with that Cad Bane leader unit, potentially wants to take advantage of clearing this legacy run when the Grand Admiral Thrawn leader is exhausted. That Justifier from hand would deal the last damage needed and limit that legacy run to dealing 6 rather than the full 12.
So instead of utilizing the Lost and Forgotten yet, likely saving that for one of these larger threats like a Chimera or a Pre-Vizsla, Andre decided to play a Casca Reeves, and now the Justifier is going to come down for Yenjay.
Yeah, that Justifier going to finish off the legacy run. Andre going to have to choose how to deal the 6 damage. Can deal the 6 damage to immediately defeat the Justifier with 1 damage to spare, potentially going on that Cad Bane leader unit, but crucially that Cyborg mech with 7 health is going to survive the legacy run even if all of the damage is directed at it. So Yenjay's going to go into the next action phase with some ground presence still alive and 2 legacy runs disposed of.
Yeah, and this is, again, very heads up from Yenjay, understanding this window of opportunity. Because the Thrawn goes back to that leader area exhausted, it's only going to be 6 damage that Andre gets to distribute. And it would make sense, I think, to deal damage to the Justifier just because there's no presence in the space arena.
And of course that Casca Reeves that Andre chose to develop with Sentinel currently because of that Mandalorian token, which means it's presenting a nice wall, except for, look at this, because the Justifier defeated the legacy run using its wind plate ping, Yenjay able to distribute 1 advantage token to a unit, throwing that advantage token onto the Cyborg mech, raising it to 4 power, now enough to clear the Casca Reeves this turn.
Yeah, and I think that that's what they were speaking to the judge about, was just the sequencing. I think Andre wanted to know where the advantage token was going before placing the damage. And so now we're going to see, I think, Cad Bane finished off instead of the Justifier. And I don't dislike this either. And then the rest, it looked like, was going to go to the mech, hoping that that means it trades when it goes into this Casca.
Yep, just 4 HP remaining on that Cyborg mech.
Fennec is going to be played, but not ambushing because it would not be enough to defeat the mech. So just developing it for future board presence.
Yeah, I like the use of the legacy run there to defeat the Cad Bane leader, as you mentioned. The fact that Andre has some removal events in his hand, is holding onto that Lost and Forgotten, is able to deal much more easily with non-leader units on Yenjay's side of the board. Getting rid of that Cad Bane leader, the 1 unit that Yenjay can develop that can't be targeted by some of these removal events, means that even if you take a little bit more damage in the short term, you have greater potential to ultimately fully clear Yenjay's board and stabilize to the point where you're no longer at risk of losing through attacks.
And Yenjay, even though the Cyborg mech was still ready, opted to take the initiative there. And Andre was out of actions, so they are moving to the next turn, and Justifier is going to kick things off with an immediate attack on the base to continue pressuring the health total of Andre.
Yeah, bringing Andre to 24, not quite in check yet. That Cyborg mech does have 7 power, 3 base, 3 from the grit, and 1 from the advantage token, but that Casca Reeves doing a great job of stopping the attack from getting through because of the Sentinel.
And Andre says, I think this Casca Reeves is not long for this world. Attacks base. Yenjay is then going to answer that play with a Chimera from Ashes of the Empire, getting rid of the Justifier, but also getting rid of the Casca. That removes the Sentinel that was in the way of this mech, and now Andre has to use one of these actions to deal with it.
Yeah, really, really nice play there from Yenjay, developing a lethal threat in the space arena, even as he has now a lethal threat in the ground arena, forces Andre to deal with this Cyborg mech, but even if Andre deals with the Cyborg mech this turn, that Chimera is threatening to hit for 6 in the space arena first action next turn, unless Andre has a way to deal with it.
And I said it had to be an action, but instead Andre made me a liar, developed Morgan Elspeth, but used that support ability to have the Mandalorian token trade into the Cyborg mech. The Admiral Thrawn, even though it's just going to go away, was still doubled and put the extra minus on the Chimera, but now the issue, the concern is that Yenjay has initiative, and this Chimera is just going to finish it.
And there's the laugh, and there's the handshake. Really, really well done by Yenjay. So smoothly navigating what can be an incredibly tricky matchup. Those multiple legacy runs. We saw multiple legacy runs both game 1 and game 2, but Yenjay showing that he clearly understood the threat that that card posed, prioritizing the no glory only results, prioritizing that window where the Thrawn leader was exhausted so the legacy run couldn't be duplicated when defeated. Really, really well done. Congratulations to him.
Yeah, absolutely. You can tell that even though Thrawn is not a meta deck, Yenjay understood what to do against it because really the legacy runs were just not doubled, and that is so important to what this Grand Admiral Thrawn deck wants to do. And when you can't double your legacy runs, when you're sacrificing health on your base that early, you're going to run into problems.
Well, we've got a treat. We are going to hear from Yenjay himself about his experience with this deck and about his success so far.
All right, folks, I am here with Yenjay, the winner of round 7 of day 1 of the Galactic Championships. How are you feeling, Yenjay?
Very good, 7-0. Yeah, can't complain.
That's awesome. What was your preparation like getting ready for this event this weekend?
Right, so I've practiced quite a bit, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. But this week I didn't play too much. I came to Vegas on Monday and it was mainly sightseeing, having fun. Resetting my brain, yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, you got a nice refresh in there, and clearly it served you really well. 7-0, insane record. You're already on your way into doing really well, potentially, in this entire event. So what would it mean to you to win Galactic Championships this year?
No, it would be awesome. I want to keep it in Poland. It's very important for us. No, it would be awesome. The game is so much fun, and yeah, it would be amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping we'd get to that. You know, you got to keep it in Poland. So I love fighting for that. We're going to be watching you, seeing how you're doing. Obviously, you know what you're doing. You're doing a great job. Thank you so much. Congrats on the win. And we're going to throw it back to you guys right now.
One of the things that I have found in my long history of playing card games is that Poland has some phenomenal card game players. And we are seeing that once again on display this year.
Absolutely. Starting 7-0 in this main event, the 2026 Galactic Championships, is no joke. And because of the new format of this championship, that means Yenjay went undefeated in his draft this morning, going 3-0 to start the day, and then took his choice of deck, Cad Bane Blue, a deck that almost every good player in this field has certainly prepared for, to a 4-0 start to end 7-0 with 1 round left for the day.
Yeah, and it really shows, I think, in Yenjay's fundamentals because the sequencing was crisp. There were several times during that series where there was the opportunity to take more actions, but Yenjay understood the importance of initiative, sacrificing attacks with the Onyx Squadron Brute instead to ensure additional damage from a big pre-Vizsla, for example. So I do think that that lends to performing so well at this event, but we've got more action coming your way. We're going to be taking a break. Don't go anywhere. When we return, the Galactic Championship still continues. Day one of the main event of the Galactic Championship for Star Wars Unlimited is almost over. We have one round of Swiss left, but that does not mean that we are anywhere close to giving you some fun stuff. I am Derek Charmer Oswalt, still on the desk with none other than Grumpy Elephant himself, and we have some other content that we would like to share about competitive events.
Absolutely. The Galactic Championships really is a celebration of Season 1 of Star Wars Unlimited, everything that we've grown and learned over the past year. But if you're feeling sad or nostalgic already about the event coming to close tomorrow, do not worry. We have more Star Wars excitement coming your way with Season 2. We're going to be joined now by two community icons, Wes, our brand manager, and Jack, our community manager. We're going to hear them talk about what you have in store for you over the next year.
What is going on, everybody? We are here at the Season 1 Galactic Championship. My name is Jack. I'm the community manager here at Fantasy Flight Games, and I'm joined by Wesley Mouri, our brand ambassador. Wes, how are you feeling today?
I'm great. There is no better place to meet than in the cockpit of the Millennium Falcon here at the Galactic Championship. We should have all our meetings in here, I think.
This is pretty surreal. Yeah, if we could bring this back to the office and just have all of our meetings, this would be perfect.
As we know, of course, this is the culmination of Season 1 of competitive play for Star Wars Unlimited, but I've been really excited because it also is the launch of Season 2 of organized play for Star Wars Unlimited, as all of our competitors here are able to earn points going directly towards Season 2. So people in our Galactic Open, in the Eternal Opens, as well, of course, the main event, have the opportunity to earn points to qualify for next year's Galactic Championship.
Yeah, what's really exciting, we're also even seeing the new philosophy implemented here, because everybody who makes Day 2 for the main event automatically gets an invite. They get 100 points, so they can be here at the Galactic Championship next year. So it's really exciting to see players competing for each and every round to try to get that invite.
It feels like it really upped the stakes as you walk through the hall this year. You can really feel that energy bubbling, and, you know, there's been some great wins. There's also been some great losses, but that's how it goes, you know?
Yep.
Beyond the Galactic Championship, of course, we have a lot more in store for Organized Play Season 2. Do you want to chat about some of those other things that are going on next year?
Yeah, one of the things we really want to be intentional about is bringing this game to countries and territories that haven't quite had that support just yet. And so one of the most exciting points in Season 2 is that we'll be having a sector qualifier in Australia. It's been so exciting to see that player base really rally around the game. Their planetary qualifiers have been well attended. Players are buying booster boxes, excited to play Star Wars Unlimited, and that's something we want to support. And as we mentioned, the Galactic Report, the regional championship will be in the Netherlands. We'll have a sector qualifier in Poland, which we can shout out to the Galactic winner last year.
Yeah.
Maybe had some influence on that, but same thing. We've just seen those players in those countries really take to the game and just be so excited. We've seen those player bases exploding, and it's so exciting to see that. We want to bring large events to those areas.
I don't know if you knew this, but we actually have players and competitors from 6 of the 7 continents right here at the Galactic Championship this year. So
that's awesome.
We're seeing things expand across the globe. We're so excited to support that. And maybe you can't make a sector, maybe you can't make a regional championship, but don't worry, we still have a lot of in-store support, right? So there's a lot of things happening there. We're trying to expand the way we're supporting different formats. What else is going on in store?
Yeah, we've just been really happy with some of the changes we made, especially with the release of A Lawless Time. We changed the border of the organized play cards, the weekly play, the store showdown, planetary qualifier, because we just want players to feel excited to go into their store each and every week, compete on a friendly, casual level, but still be able to walk away with cards that you were excited to open, to put into your deck, to show off. And what's cool is that it's supported in so many different formats. You could show up to your weekly game store, you could play Premier, but you could also play Twin Suns, you could do Draft, or Sealed, or Eternal. It is so exciting to see how players can engage at their local level.
Listen, if I get a choice, I'm always choosing Twin Suns. What about you?
Yeah, I'm probably the same level, and it's because it is the deck that I always put my shiny and fancy cards into now. Both leaders have showcases, so it's the deck that I'm most excited to put together every time we go to a large event.
And also, as you saw in the Galactic Report, if you missed it, just so you know, starting with next year's release of System Overload, we are actually releasing brand new Twin Suns pre-constructed decks with each set release. So don't worry, we have a lot more in store to support not only in-store play, but all those different game lines. So we're really pumped.
Very, very excited. The design team continues to crush it for that, and it'll give ways for stores to keep engaging with that format and that game line. It's going to be very exciting, and I'm hoping that stores continue to latch onto it, because it is really helping just the player base feel energized.
Well, I think it's time for us to get back into the action of the Galactic Championship. We are so close to finding out who is going to be our Galactic Champion, so stay tuned.
Man, these competitive events sure are fun, and I'm excited for what we get to see in Season 2. Season 0 is a real treat. This being the culmination of Season 1 is certainly nice, but the fact that they continue to get better and continue to iterate makes me so excited for the future.
One of the highlights, I think, of Season 1 for so many players was the introduction of our player leaderboard. For the first time, players could track their progress against every other player in the world, with the top 32 players ultimately being invited to join us here at the Galactic Championships via travel and lodging. And to no surprise, Charmer, many of these top players find themselves doing incredibly well in today's tournament. Let's take a look.
Yeah, these are players that participated in our qualifier events, your planetary qualifiers, sector qualifiers, regional championships, or even last year's Galactic Championship. And as you had said, they are doing incredibly well. We see the top 16 players that are still in it to win it because, again, you just need to get to those 6 wins. And so I believe that everybody except for poor John Morris there at the end is in contention for day 2. That is a great list of players. I see names that I definitely recognize, such as Ophir Merrim, a stalwart and a top 4 finisher from last year's Galactic Championship.
Absolutely, Ophir coming in with a strong 6-1 to start day 1. A special shout out, of course, to James Remas. James finishing, it looked like 17th place in the overall leaderboard, a massive 730 points collected over 10 events, but showing that although he may have come into this tournament 17th, he's planning to leave number 1, starting 7-0. And the same for Mihal. Mihal starting in 8th place of this leaderboard with a whopping 875 points over 10 events, more than 8 times the points he needed to qualify for this event, but enough to get him 8th place overall in the leaderboard, starting 3rd place after 7 rounds, an undefeated 7-0.
Yeah, and of course, a little bit further down, but still very, very well performing is Mikolai Wendowski, who again did very well at the Galactic Championship last year, has won a sector this year, placed, I believe, 2nd in a number of planetary qualifiers as well. So again, names that we recognize, and while we tend to expect greatness from them because they performed well all year long, the thing about card games is it takes a lot of effort to consistently do well.
Yeah, a lot of players will say, even strong players, that a lot of games come down to a little bit of good luck, but many of these players showing us that their good luck was simply no accident.
Well, speaking of players with great luck, we still have another round of Swiss to play here in day 1 as we are looking to determine who's going to be moving on to day 2, continue their journey to becoming the next Galactic champion. And so let's look at the standings for how our top players are currently performing.
Yeah, going into the 8th round of Swiss for today, those 2 top players we mentioned, James and Mihal, joined by 2 players who were not on the top 32 of our leaderboard for Season 1. We've got Yenjas, who we just saw win on stream with that Cad Bane blue deck, and then we've got Antonio as well. Those are our 4 7-0 players after 7 rounds of Swiss. Just a single 5th player to round out our undefeated group, Nikki Morgan, a name I recognize as a strong competitor all season long, starting out a 6-0-1.
Yeah, and of course, just below that, we see a couple of players that have been featured on the broadcast already because of their strong performances. Players like Christopher Armstrong or Tees Stetler performing incredibly well, but the list goes on. Again, all of these players with at least 6 wins are guaranteed to move on to day 2, so that means we're going to be seeing a lot more of them.
Yeah, and at this point, when these players have gone 6-1, they know even if they lose their next round, they'll be making it to day 2. But for many of these players, the goal may have started to shift because they will have top 8 on their mind. The question is not, will we see them tomorrow? Will we see them Sunday as part of the 2nd day of the main event? But will we see them as part of that final cut, the final cut to the top 8, after which we will crown our 2026 Galactic Champion?
Yeah, and looking at the players that round out our top 32, again, players like Ophir or Mikolai that were in the Galactic Championship last year and did make that top 8, but were not able to claim the trophy at the end of it all. Perhaps they are looking for a little bit of redemption.
Yeah, certainly likely a little bit extra hungry for the taste of that championship, to have come so close last year and to have started off this year so strong as well.
well, it is going to be quite the journey to the end of this. But again, we still have one more round today, round 8. This will be our 5th round of Swiss. As a reminder, or maybe you're just joining us, we started the day with draft. Big fan of adding limited to these big events. It's my favorite way to play the game. So we had 3 rounds after the draft, and now 4 rounds of Premier have concluded, and we have 1 round left.
1 round, a 5th round of Swiss before we do it all again tomorrow. 3 more rounds of limited, 3 more rounds of Swiss to finally cut to that top 8.
And we were just talking about the man, the myth, the legend, Ophir Marum a moment ago. We're going to be seeing him head-to-head here. And it's going to be a Cad Bane mirror, but not a traditional one, because our opponent is pairing it with Cunning.
An interesting mirror with a twist, Cad Bane Vigilance versus Cad Bane Cunning, but also have to shout out Metu. No joke, finished 9th on the leaderboard in Season 1, so very much going head-to-head with Ophir, another giant in this game. We've got 2 absolute titans trying to finish day 1 strong, trying to claim that win in round 8.
Yeah, this is going to be a great way to end day 1 of the main event. So let's take a look at the decks and see maybe where the edges can be gained. This is Ophir's version of the list, and we see a lot of the things we expect, right? We see the Chimeras, we see the Pre-Vizslas. This version, of course, 2 copies of Ninth Sister, but I do also see here in the main deck aggressive negotiations, which is something that I've seen in the sideboard, but not necessarily in the main. And another thing is that battered Hullcraft.
Yeah, 2 interesting tech choices there. The aggressive negotiations to finish quickly, the battered Hullcraft to deal with some space starts. The one card that I want to shout out that not every Cad Bane is choosing to include is 2 copies of Ogdo Bogdo. That 5/5 for 3 resources that simply can attack on his own. But the good news for Ogdo Bogdo is Cad Bane is waiting in the wings to exhaust itself and deal 1 damage. All of a sudden, you've developed a 5/4 for 3 resources that can attack and threaten to heal itself every time it defeats an opposing unit. So we'll have to see if Ophir is able to make good use of that overstatted 3-drop to take over this game before the Cad Yellow can finish it.
Yeah, a bit of a throwback to last year's Galactic Championships when Han Solo Worth the Risk was all the rage and was sometimes utilizing Ogdo Bogdo because that leader was able to deal damage to its own units. And now we're seeing the same thing in the form of this Cad Bane leader. But Cad Bane isn't just always paired with Vigilance. Apparently, with Metu, we have one paired with Cunning. Let's take a look at that list.
Yeah, some great use here of these double aspect cards. I immediately want to shout out that Interrogation Droid, the 3/1 for 2, that when played if exhausts an opposing unit that costs 2 or less, able to cause your opponent to discard. We've also got the Shadow of Stygian Prime, that 4-cost upgrade that you want to slam on your opponent's units is going to prevent them from readying during the regroup phase and then add 2 damage to their base. It looks like Metu's got some good disruption. He's going to be exhausting Ophir's units. He's going to be keeping them exhausted with those upgrades and going to be looking to chip in incremental damage over the course of the game.
Yeah, and because, again, you have this aggression, cunning, villainy pairing, the Shadow of Stygian Prime and that Interrogation Droid might be the sorts of cards that are giving the edge because, again, you have those exhaustion options, but also with Shadow of Stygian Prime specifically, the unit can't ready and it starts dealing damage to its base as well. So against decks that don't have a way to get rid of their own units, it can start to become a problem and a source of additional damage, allowing the rest of this Cad Bane list to kind of play that control-ish game plan that we've become accustomed to.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, is Metu going to try and come racing out of the gates and rush Ophir down before Ophir can stabilize? Or is he going to say, I have a decent amount of reach in this list. There's 2 copies of Devastator just hanging out right there, able to deal 4 damage to the base directly from hand. That reach combined with the pings from the Shadow of Stygian Prime may be enough for Metu to say, hey, I can win a long game also.
Well, I am certainly excited to see how this is going to play out because we know what Cad Bane does in theory at its core, but the fact that we're going to see this cunning version try to do the same thing but different is so exciting to me, because I love it when players take something that they know is going to be strong, but they put their own twist on it. They put their own spin and try to find those edges. We could see almost the evolution of how to play Cad Bane depending on how Mathieu does.
Yeah, and what a treat to be in the hands of these two extraordinarily talented players. I bet we are going to see the highest level of gameplay as these two titans duke it out.
And we're jumping into a game 1. Again, both players on this new Cad Bane leader. Able to deal 1 damage to units that have 2 or more remaining HP, and that provides a lot of utility. I think one of the reasons this leader has become so popular is because it's almost always effective. And unless your opponent just doesn't have units, you're going to find a use for it. It's an easy way to also remove shields. It's an easy way to set up other things that normally would be, lackluster effects to become more impactful, more effective. So it's just incredibly versatile. And if you're a strong card game player, sometimes like versatility is what you gravitate to, because it allows you to adapt your game plan from matchup to matchup.
Absolutely. It looks like Ophir has made his resource selections. Mathieu taking a look at this fist of cards. We've got a Ninth Sister. We've got a Justifier, some higher cost cards. The question is, what's going to join the resource row, and what is he going to look to play in these early turns of this matchup? The Ninth Sister looks like not a card he's going to value highly here, potentially joining before, nope, changes his mind. Looks like he's sending that Devastator down. Important to know, because he had those 2 copies of Devastator as that potential reach in this matchup, one of them already in the resource row.
And we see Mathieu claim the initiative after Ophir gets that damage on the opposing unit. And then Ophir develops an HK-47 as well. So a little bit of a back and forth, just mirrored HKs, but the trade-off is that Mathieu has the initiative, but also has 1 damage on his HK-47 unit. And Mathieu, with the initiative, is just going to go ahead and put 2 damage on Ophir's HK, and that might signal to Ophir that there's a follow-up play of some sort.
Yeah, Ophir choosing to ping the opposing HK-47, Mathieu choosing to value that initiative. One thing that does is it leaves his unit with just 1 HP remaining, which means Ophir not able to target it with the Cad Bane ping, instead choosing to send his HK-47 in for the trade. That's going to be a trade of the turn 1 plays and 1 damage to both players' base because of that additional text.
And Ophir is going to develop the Ogdo Bogdo. He's a good boy. Again, big 5/5 body, and normally it cannot attack unless it's damaged, but again, Cad Bane, the leader, very specifically says deal 1 damage to any unit, not just enemy units, and so we see Ophir activate the leader and get that 1 damage on Ogdo Bogdo to set up the next turn.
Yeah, Mathieu rightly choosing not to ping the Ogdo Bogdo for Ophir, but no problem for Ophir. That Ogdo Bogdo is now going to be a 5/4, able to attack. The question is, these 3 drops are looking to potentially trade with each other. Mathieu saying, I'm not going to look for the trade. It's going to be up to Ophir if he wants to exchange these 3 resource units.
And Ophir does opt to do so, but likely because, again, we see double Casca Reeves in the hand, and you need a friendly unit to have perished in order to get that when played. On Mathieu's side, I believe this is the Volt Scarus's Defender being developed into the space arena. Now, the when played won't trigger for Mathieu because a card had not been discarded from hand or deck, but it does still have a very relevant on-attack trigger.
Yeah, giving Mathieu some good control over that space arena, able to exhaust any space unit that Ophir chooses to develop and add an important ping. But Ophir potentially getting a little bit of an edge now early in this matchup, was able to use all 4 resources for that Casca Reeves with the Mandalorian token, developing 6 power across 2 units. That shield still surviving on the Mandalorian token, not pinged off by Cad Bane last turn. So this turn, Mathieu will be forced to choose, is he going to ping the Mandalorian unit, the Casca Reeves unit, or is he going to ping the shield off of that token?
And Mathieu has now picked up a pair of that Shadow of Stygian Prime that I was calling out earlier. Again, that is the upgrade that makes it so a unit doesn't ready and its owner starts taking damage every turn. Mathieu is going to activate this Cad Bane leader ability. The question is whether it's going to be on Casca or as you had pointed out, removing that shield token, and that is going to be the choice.
Now, because of that the 4 resource turn rather, where Matu was able to go base with the 000, but Ophir was trading into the 000 with the Ogdo, it looks like Matu has a little bit of an early damage advantage, able to get Ophir to 9, Ophir getting Matu so far to 7.
All right, now very quick flurry of actions there. Matu developed a Justifier to the Space Arena, assigned 1 damage to the Mandalorian token, but that was immediately answered by Ophir playing no glory, only results.
And this exchange, again, seeming to favor Ophir slightly, although he's currently 2 damage behind on the base race, has 6 power in the ground arena, facing off against just 3 for Matu. So if all of these units connect with base this turn, that's going to leave Ophir at 12 and Matu at 13, which will give Ophir the slight edge in the race.
And as this game goes on, I do think that it has the potential to favor Ophir a bit more in the late game, at least pre-sideboard, because Ophir, of course, is running those late game bombs, and we see a couple in hand already. We see the Ninth Sister and the Pre-Vizsla, and that is why so many players opt to pair this Cad Bane leader with Vigilance. But Matu, with this more unorthodox cunning version, has some neat inclusions, but not as strong of a late game.
I think that's right, but for these players, we've arrived at the 6 resource turn. Cad Bane able to join the battlefield, but looking at Ophir's hand, it's a little bit clunky right now. No clear plays, potentially wants to use Condemn on that opponent's Cad Bane leader, but otherwise just an Outer Rim Constable, a 3-1 with no upgrades to target.
And the new Fennec Shand unit does come in with Saboteur, able to ambush past the Sentinel of Casca Reeves and finish off the Mandalorian token. And now Ophir develops the Cad Bane leader unit, and Matu activates his own Cad Bane leader to get 8 damage on it.
Cad Bane from Ophir now swinging into Matu's base, bringing Matu to 15. Matu with 3 resources left. He's got a Serial card in hand, but he's going to choose instead to deploy the Cad Bane leader. This is the window for Ophir to pounce.
And pounce he does. We're going to get a Condemn on that Cad Bane leader of Matu. And this is going to be a bit problematic because they have to disclose aspects that are not in their deck.
Or rather, when Matu chooses to attack with the Cad Bane, it will be Ophir who chooses to disclose that Vigilance villainy. Certainly is going to have those options. I believe he has those cards in hand.
Yes, he does. That is right. It is the owning player, not the controlling player.
It will give Matu a little bit of information about Ophir's hand, knows that there's a Pre-Vizsla, not playable this next action phase as the players are going to resource to 7, but that means the following action phase Ophir will be able to defeat up to 6 health worth of Matu's units.
And of course Ophir is on this 9th Sister, and as the game goes on, players, because you're resourcing, because you're playing cards each turn, they do tend to run into situations where their hand is kind of small, and I think that's one of the most interesting bits about Ninth Sister is that because your hand is small, it's more likely to have these more powerful cards in it. It does come down for Ophir, and the droid is discarded by Matu, and that allows the damage to be placed on the Fennec Shand unit.
Yeah, great value there for Ophir. Just a BT1, only 2 damage to distribute, but was enough to defeat that Vault Scarus's defender as well as that Fennec Shand. An attack now from the Serial Karn, disclosing Matu's entire hand, so Ophir knows what he's up against. He sees that Shadow of Stygian Prime, he sees that Ninth Sister. Now Matu choosing which unit to target. Ophir going to be forced to choose between discarding a card or placing 2 damage.
And I was going to say, it looks like Ophir's considering the discard, and I think I like this simply because the card quality outside of the Pre-Vizsla is not necessarily the greatest. You know, it's an early game unit and then a utility unit in the Outer Rim Constable. So getting rid of that Onyx Squadron Brute, Ophir wanting to keep the units healthy, understanding that this is a game that likely gets won through board presence, and currently Ophir is winning both in terms of board presence and damage on base. So sacrificing an early game unit there makes sense.
Yeah, it does leave him a little bit pinched when Mathieu plays his own Ninth Sister if he chooses to do so. It's going to force a second discard. Mathieu going to then force the discard of the Outer Rim Constable. Ophir going to avoid discarding that Prey Vizsla, but it also then means the Outer Rim Constable not going to be available to defeat that Shadow of Stygian Prime later. So a little bit of back and forth between these players, both of them stripping cards from one another's hands, leaving almost parallel boards, a couple units to pair with their Cad Bane leaders, but for Ophir, he's got that Condemn on Mathieu's Cad Bane leader, and that gives him the clear edge.
Yeah, and because Ophir can keep the Pre-Vizsla in hand, it also means the Disclose is always available for the Condemn, but also, yes, there is the Shadow of Stygian Prime in the hand of Mathieu, but if this Pre-Vizsla takes out a couple of units, then Ophir will be so wide that a single, target answer like that Shadow of Stygian Prime won't be enough to slow Ophir down. And with 23 damage now amassed on the base, Ophir is looking in a commanding position for game one.
That's exactly right. This Ninth Sister on Ophir's side of the board threatening immediate lethal. Mathieu needing to have an answer, choosing not to trade the Ninth Sisters into one another. Instead, using this hold for questioning, going to be able to strip a card from Ophir's hand. It has to be that Prey Vizsla because the Prey Vizsla overlaps in aspect with the Ninth Sister in terms of their villainy aspect. The Anakin Skywalker that Ophir drew into just a Vigilant unit doesn't overlap with the Ninth Sister, therefore safe from the discard.
Now a bit of a blow to Ophir because that means that both the Condemn are offline as well as the really powerful Pre-Vizsla effect, but the Anakin is a great pickup here. It's no slouch on its own. Even if it's just a -3/-3, it does represent making combat a little bit awkward for Mathieu. I think sometimes an underrated aspect of those minus effects is even if it doesn't defeat a unit, when you're in a damage race like this, you can sometimes slow your opponent down enough to get the win. And I think Mathieu has decided that there are not enough answers available. Ophir will take game one, and we're going to game two.
Yep, that attack from Casca Reeves, bringing him to 27, meant any unit from Ophir was going to be lethal. Mathieu did not have a way to stop them all going into the next action phase, so said, let's shuffle again, let's run it back.
And now that we're in game two, players will have access to their sideboards, and one of the interesting things I think that becomes available because Mathieu is in Cunning is those, cunning answers that sometimes happen, right? Cards like Commandeer that we've seen a bunch of, but when I think of late game bombs and I think of games that might draw out like these Cad Bane mirrors, I have to believe that Mathieu is probably considering bringing in the Grand Admiral Thrawn legendary unit, that Grand Schemer.
Yeah, definitely trying to get some additional late game pressure there. The ability to either capture an opposing unit or ready an 8/7 certainly would give him some extra offensive oomph.
And the BT1 is going to be the opener for Mathieu. Ophir, just like in game one, is going to answer with damage from the Cad Bane leader ability and then developing an HK-47. Again, solid start, exact same start as game one for Ophir.
Yeah, and Mathieu again choosing not to ping that HK-47, instead choosing to claim the initiative. We'll have to see if these first turn plays end up trading once again. The one difference is that it's no longer a perfect mirror. That BT1 has the ability to add an additional damage when it attacks if he can remove an aggression card from the top of his deck.
And we are going to get that hold for questioning to slow down the HK-47 and to trigger a discard. Casca Reeves not able to be targeted because it doesn't share an aspect, but Villainy on the others, and it looks like there is the second HK or the Condemn or the Justifier. I think Condemn makes the most sense, and Mathieu agrees.
Potentially a bit of a saving grace for Mathieu in the sense that Ophir does not have a good option to develop his board, is not going to play that second HK-47 to force a defeat of one due to the uniqueness rule, and that means even though Mathieu didn't develop a threat of his own on the 3-resource turn, he effectively stopped Ophir from playing anything meaningful at all. Of course, Ophir would not likely have wanted to put that Condemn onto the BT1, wanting to save it for something like the Cad Bane leader. Mathieu saving himself later in the game, but a bit of a slower start for both of these players. Still just these two drops on the battlefield, both of them now having 2 damage, 2 Cad Bane pings on the BT1 and 1 Cad Bane ping plus that Justifier in the discard from the BT1 to add another damage to the HK-47.
Now with the initiative here, I would not be surprised if Ophir takes the trade, and that's exactly what happens because of the Casca Reeves. We saw a similar opening again in game 1 that was very successful for Ophir. Mathieu knows this is coming because they've seen the hand after the hold for questioning, but there's not much that Mathieu can do about it.
Instead, it's going to be a Sentinel of his own. This Kwaishan Jin unit going to be a 3-5 for 4. When played, Mathieu's going to be able to look at the top 3 cards of his deck. He can discard one of them and put the rest back on top in any order. Gives him a little bit of the ability to sculpt his following turn. He can take a card that he doesn't think is going to be useful in the matchup, toss it aside, and choose a little bit more what he wants to see in the following turn. I do think, though, Charmer, it's going to be outclassed a bit by that Casca Reeves that you mentioned. A 3-5 for 4 just can't quite keep up with 6-6 worth of stats spread over 2 units.
Yeah, that said, I do like the inclusion of this Qui-Gon Jinn unit because if you're sacrificing the Vigilance units, you still need some sort of Sentinel. It does an okay job of that, but also this combines very well with the unit we saw in game 1, which was that Vault Scarus Defender. That has a when played that triggers if you've discarded a card from your hand or deck. So in turns where you've maybe attacked with Qui-Gon and done that trigger, you would be able to then get the when played. But Ophir, again, just going to go ahead and deploy Casca Reeves, trigger the when played, and we're going to be moving to the next turn.
And that ping from Mathieu onto the Casca Reeves makes sure that Ophir can't claim a favorable trade with the initiative that he claimed. The Casca Reeves going into that damaged Qui-Gon Jinn, if it had not been pinged, would have survived that confrontation with just 1 HP remaining. As it stands now, those 2 units will trade. Currently, they both have Sentinel, so one player will have to send it into the other, but Ophir does come out a little bit ahead if that's the exchange that happens because the Casca Reeves left him with that Mandalorian token, now the only unit on the battlefield.
And Mathieu is going to go ahead and develop the Interrogation Droid. Again, one of these units that is very effective, and one of the reasons that you might choose to play Cunning. It allows you to exhaust an enemy unit. Casca, however, does not cost 3 or less.
The Justifier is going to make quick work, though, of that Interrogation Droid, dealing 1 damage when played, and then allowing Ophir as well to place that advantage token on it. Now a 5-5 unit in the space arena. Mathieu falling a little bit further behind because of that second favorable exchange. First the Casca Reeves against the Qui-Gon Jinn, now the Justifier clearly answering the Interrogation Droid. Ophir's units just offering a little bit more value over these early turns.
Yeah, and the 000 ground unit is going to be deployed by Mathieu, and then the turn will end Ophir having claimed initiative. Mathieu has no other plays after that. We'll see if either player gets anything spicy to start. We do now see, you know, I mentioned that Vault Scarus Defender earlier. That's drawn, but Qui-Gon is no longer available. Mathieu does have a Mirage Sintel, though, and that has a very relevant when played ability of dealing damage to an undamaged unit.
Yeah, very much a powerful win plate effect in these matchups. Any units that allow you to deal damage from hand to clear some of what your opponent is doing while also developing a threat. We've seen similar impacts in cards like the Cyborg Mech dealing 2 or 5, also in Mathieu's hand. So Mathieu with some options to even things up despite this early advantage for Ophir.
And Ophir with the initiative is going to get that attack with the Justifier to make sure that the 5 damage makes it to base power of 4 plus that advantage token, pushing a little bit of damage. Mathieu is going to use 000 to defeat the opposing Mandalorian token and will still survive because it has the 4/4 stat line. It's only going to have 3 damage on it.
Ophir, though, looking at the cards he wants to play this turn, 6 resource turn. Cad Bane, of course, can join the battlefield, but he's also holding on to that IG-2000, would be able to deal that last damage to the 000. That Justifier attack next action phase would be able to deal that last damage to the 000. So lots of ways for Ophir to make clean work of that unit. That being said, Mathieu looking probably to develop the Cyborg Mech this phase, deal 5 damage to a damaged unit, and what better target than the Cad Bane leader that Ophir has likely to join the battlefield. So both players now potentially in a bit of a game of chicken, not necessarily wanting to be the first to deploy their Cad Bane leader for fear of what the other can do to it using their full 6 resources.
Yeah, I was just about to say, wow, because Ophir back-to-back passed there. You kind of saw the hand motion, but Ophir, not wanting to be the person to play, I think, the Cad Bane first, wanted Mathieu to also spend some resources before Ophir committed something. I think the hope or the plan here was that Mathieu would at least play something else so that when the IG 2000 comes down, you have more targets to hit. But ultimately, I think it's just going to be these two, because Mathieu doesn't have the ability to play any other units. This is going to likely just be an attack with Cad Bane before Ophir plays the IG 2000.
Yeah, both Cad Banes go into their respective bases. Mathieu choosing not to play the pass game. Could have delayed his Cad Bane flip. Instead has it join the battlefield. That's going to make it subject to that ping from the IG 2000. So with that, the 000 going to the discard, having that crucial 4th damage. Now 2 damage on Mathieu's Cad Bane leader compared to just 1 damage on Ophir's. That Justifier, of course, now relatively taken care of, and it's going to be adding 2 damage a turn to Ophir's base because of that Shadow of Stygian Prime. All of a sudden, Mathieu still a little bit behind on board. The leader units facing off in the ground arena, that IG 2000 now uncontested, but because of that Shadow of Stygian Prime, he's got damage racking up every turn on Ophir's base.
Yeah, and the Shadow of Stygian Prime is a great way to kind of slow things down and get the chip damage in. Ophir has some outs. We know that the Outer Rim Constables do exist in the deck, and that would be a very big pickup for Ophir, but did not find one in hand. Instead, currently Ophir with a no glory only results, a Chimera and a TIE Dagger Vanguard in hand. And the Chimera is potentially a really big play here because we've got the Cyborg mech coming in for Mathieu.
Yep, and turns out it's also the perfect answer to that Shadow of Stygian Prime. Ophir forced to defeat a unit of its own. What better unit than a unit that was adding 2 damage to his base every regroup phase, able to clear that, saving that future damage, and also able to clear the Cyborg mech from Mathieu. And all of a sudden, it looks like Ophir may be running away with this second game. We've now got 9 uncontested power in the space arena. We've got a passive ability that's going to heal 2 damage from Ophir's base every time he removes one of Mathieu's units, and we've got Mathieu with just a damaged Cad Bane leader, 3 damage, 4 health remaining, but just 4 power in the ground arena.
Yeah, and the draws for Mathieu are not helpful for dealing with that space arena. A pickup of BT1 and a Garindin, Kursantin and Sudden Ferocity also in hand. So only access to the ground arena available. Mathieu is likely going to be forced into a position where a race is underway, but this is why we're seeing so many players choose to play Cad Bane with Vigilance, because in these close games, cards like Chimera help you pull ahead. It's not just about removing the unit, but also the healing is very relevant as well.
Yeah, specifically the unlimited healing. Mathieu going to look at his hand. He's going to say, I do not have a way out of this. And that's going to be victory for Ophir. Huge congratulations to him. Moving to 7-1 after these first 8 Swiss rounds puts him in great position to potentially back-to-back top 8 of Galactic Championships if he can repeat that performance tomorrow.
Yeah, just a wonderful performance, honestly, from both players, but especially from Ophir, understanding in that second game that to get the most value from the IG 2000, and in these kind of mirror matches, you really need to maximize your value, was not afraid to play chicken. Passed twice in a row, basically daring Mathieu to either end the turn and have them both not deploy their leader or something like that. So it worked out very well for Ophir, and you expect nothing less from a player like that.
Really, really well done. Well, we're going to hear from Ophir about that match and potentially his performance today. Let's take a look.
All right, I am here with our feature match winner, Ophir Mouri. Ophir, the top 4 finisher at the Galactic Championship last year, former regional qualifier champion, had a lot of success so far, and you're off to a blistering start today. X-1 heading into the main event of day 2. How are we feeling right now?
No, I feel great. Like, the goal was always step 1, day 2. I love drafting, so like just getting to do that again, that's going to be the highlight, because drafts at these kind of events is awesome.
Yeah, the draft. How do you feel with draft now being a part of the Galactic Championship? Like, how excited were you about that?
I would be okay if the whole event was we just do 3 rounds of draft again. Like, no, drafting's great. I think this set took a step up too in like the quality of the format for draft. It looks like, you know, the devs really put in time to like test and like make sure the format felt pretty solid. So yeah, that was awesome to hear that they were going to do a mixed format.
Okay. Well, hey, you are in day 2. You get to draft again tomorrow morning. Wish you the best of luck tomorrow. Hopefully we'll see you in the top cut once again. We'll go ahead and send it back.
What a great interview from Ophir. And I love that he was excited about the mixed format and draft. Said if he had his choice, he would draft all day long. Well, good news, Ophir. You're going to start day 2 with another draft.
Yeah, such a strong finish, 7-1. Clearly loves this limited format. Gets to do it again tomorrow. What a great feature match to round out day 1. Because that's it, Charmer. We've made it through all 8 rounds of Swiss. We've essentially made it through to the end of the day. We've got more for you tomorrow, but for the rest of the day, just a couple of highlights.
Yeah, let's... I think we're going to take a look at the standings first, and we're going to show our players that have made their way to day 2 at the top of the leaderboard. Only 2 players completely undefeated with no draws, a third that is still lossless but had 1 draw. And what a group of players.
Of the players who started today, we had hundreds. Just 75 of them have made it to tomorrow. These 16 at the top of the leaderboard. So if I were a betting person, I would put my money on some of these players to make it to the top 8. But even players who fall slightly out of this top 16 aren't necessarily out of it yet. Let's take a look at players 17 through 32.
Yeah, and of course these players have made it to day 2. As you had pointed out, the players near the top have the better tiebreakers going into tomorrow. But because day 2 once again starts off with a draft and then 3 rounds of draft play, there's a lot on the line, because depending on how the pods shake out, if you're crowded near the top and you have a poor draft, you could find yourself quickly falling down the ranks of the leaderboard.
That's a great point. The draft pods to start our day 1 were on a blank slate. No player had any particular record. The draft pods for day 2 potentially going to be brutal, as likely our top 8 players on the leaderboard find themselves facing off against each other.
Yeah, and it's going to be a great day tomorrow. Fireworks, if you will. This is a joke for us on the broadcast, because fireworks have been going off outside for the last 5 minutes straight. And speaking of fireworks, we have a match of the day that we want to show some highlights from. This was from round 4, and it was a beauty.
We've got Po Chang versus Dan Hughes, that Ahsoka Tano Vigilance facing off against the Darth Vader. 2 ships in the night presenting so much aggression in their respective arenas, essentially the most aggression either deck can present.
Yeah, and the Ahsoka list is so explosive. We've seen it a couple of times this weekend already. It is just capable of kind of absurd amounts of damage out of nowhere. Whereas on the other side, the Darth Vader list is one where it's just kind of death by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah, and I had the privilege, of course, of casting that match. Po Chang navigated it beautifully, making maximum use of those plot cards, but also effective disruption cards like Kill Switch. So congratulations, Po Chang, but also congratulations to Dan Hughes. The 2 of you are our match of day 1.
Well, with that, day 1 is officially in the books. This broadcast is going to be coming to a close, but I want to thank everybody for watching. I hope you'll join us tomorrow for day 2 of the Galactic Championship, because tomorrow, by the end of the day, we will know who the 2026 Galactic Champion is. We'll see you then.